Well, it's a case of the sun's nearly out, but the fun is definitely out. Welcome to Kyalami and to the European and France FunCup at Kyalami. The first round of the championship, and as you can see, cars in the background here all ready to go. I can't wait to see what this is going to entail because this has been something pretty spectacular. They've opened it up to the public right in the very, very last stages of this, so hopefully we're going to get a good crowd out here today so that people can see exactly what this is all about. These are 2-litre Beetles. They are centrally mounted front-wheel drive, and of course, an amazing effort put in by this team. There are 62 cars on the grid. Now, that is an endurance field if you've ever seen one before, because I've never ever seen such a big endurance field here at Kyalami in a long, long time. It is fantastic to see. We're going to take a walk down pit lane, go and see exactly what's happening, find out from the drivers how they're feeling. A lot of the guys from Europe have said to the circuit is absolutely amazing. The management of the circuit, of course, are pretty stoked with what's happened so far. And I did see the boss man. Let's go and have a quick chat there with him if we can, Johan. If you just walk with me. I see Benoit here, and he looks pretty excited about today. He's having a quick chat to his friend. I can see the boss here. I'm going to just steal the boss away from you if you don't mind. Bonjour! Comment está? And très bien, Afrique du Sud. That's about all the French I know.
Yeah, very good, very good. You have to practice more, a little bit.
Well, I've got 8 hours, so it should be good. You know, by the end, I should maybe get Benoit right or any of the other French names. You were so excited when you arrived here on Thursday. I spoke to you and we put it out on social media. How excited are you now that the cars have been out and there's a big field, everybody's happy?
Everybody loved this track. It is really amazing, just like we thought, and it is. So we are very excited for this race, ready to go. So far, so good. We cross fingers for having good drivers and good behaviors.
But you said you like bad drivers as well.
Yes, I like everyone. I like the drivers in general.
For sure. I love the fact that you've badged it as the World's End. What are we sort of doing? Pirates of the Caribbean here, hey? The World's End. It falls off at South Africa and there's no more.
Yeah, it's no more. After that, it's only penguins. So that's, for us, it's really that. We are on the opposite side. So it is something amazing. We work and we plan this race. The first time we came, it was in 2019 to our first visit to plan that, and here we are. So
you would have been here earlier had it not been for that funny thing that threw everybody out for about 3 years.
In the part of our world, we had a small disease.
Yeah, we had it too.
You had? Oh!
Unfortunately.
So, unfortunately, it is the first time since 2020 that we have an exotic race. So, for us, it's really something.
You have an extensive calendar as well. You go to a few of the very famous racetracks around the world to have FunCup at. So, to bring Kyalami into the mix, we are very, very honored, sir.
Yes, we have... we love the nice places, nice track. The track in general and all around the facilities, everything. And here we have Kyalami, and we will finish the season in Daytona.
Sheesh. What a way to go. So it's literally around the world.
What a calendar. And in the middle we have Spa with 25 hours race. We have a lot of beautiful tracks, Le Mans, Le Castellet, Portimao. So we have a beautiful calendar and Kyalami.
Well, we're just so glad that you're at Kyalami, and thank you so much for bringing your entire squad. Have a fantastic day, and I'm sure we're going to catch up with you during the day as well.
When you want. And we'll try to have our best day, but it not depends on me. It depends on the drivers.
Yeah, we're going to chat to them now. Thanks, Benoit. Have a good day. We'll see you later. Thank you, buddy. That's Benoit Abeltour, of course, the man who is, of course, the boss man here. But let's go down and catch up with a couple of the big boss men. I see some of our local competitors here as well. Just have a quick chat to them and see how excited they are. We got to see a couple of drivers from South Africa out on the track, and they were pretty spectacular in their first outings. You can see it looks like they're going to put... who they're putting in here first? Mikael Patamba will be starting this one, as you can see. But Devin Robinson is putting him in. He's his co-driver. Dev, I'm going to throw the microphone over your shoulder, bud. How awesome is this little FunCup to be involved in?
Very lucky, Yeah, something different to drive. Not what we used to, put it that way.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, centrally mounted at the front end here. It's kind of... You should be used to it. It's kind of like NX Legends, bud.
Yeah, but reverse. Engine behind you, not in front of you. But yeah, no, it's very lucky.
Mikael, how are you feeling, buddy? Good to go?
Yeah, I'm feeling all good. Should be a good race.
Pretty exciting stuff with this new format, and of course with South African team being involved, they must be pretty stoked to represent South Africa at your home circuit.
Yeah, of course. It's always good to race on an international race here in South Africa, so I think it should be good. I think we should have a good fun time. Us three as teammates work pretty well together, so we can only hope for the best.
I do like the fact that he said it's going to be a fun time. Yes, it is FunCup. It's supposed to be fun. That's the whole idea. When I chatted to Benoit over the week, and when they arrived here on Thursday to unload the cars, he was basically saying to me, he says, they're not too worried about chasing trophies, these guys. They don't even worry about the trophies. They don't even worry about who gets first, second, or third. They're all out here to have an absolute blast, and that's what FunCup is all about. And we're going to get to experience it here for the very first time in South Africa. The interesting fact, of course, is that all of these cars would have qualified yesterday, but then what they do is they take the top 15 and they put it into a lucky draw. Then they take the next 15 and put them into a lucky draw, and so on and so forth, right the way through all 62 cars. So you might have qualified on pole, but you could end up in 15th, depending on the draw and where you ended up after that lucky draw, once you've taken the name out of the hat and your car's number out of the hat. Here goes our car we're going to be watching out for. That's one of them. We have got a couple of South Africans involved in this one, of course, and it is fantastic to see that there is a huge interest coming from all around the world. We're also going to get a chance to get out on the grid. So, Johan, we're going to take a walk down pit lane, but just stay on the inside here until we get to the crossing point. And then we can see exactly what it's all about from the FunCup's point of view. You can see a couple of cars with McDonald's sponsorship on. There's a lot of guys that have come with their sponsors from all around Europe, and a chance to go and see exactly what FunCup is all about. If you've just joined us on the live stream, remember that was also sort of kept top secret because we wanted to try and get as many people here today as we can. We've got a gap here. Johan, we're going to just sneak across behind this machine. The dedicated food lover's car. And a chance to sort of see exactly what a 62 grid car, a car grid feels like. That's one thing I haven't seen at Kyalami in a long, long time. And I don't think we've even had, other than if it was BMW, I think might have had a big field as well. But they didn't have 62 cars. I can tell you that much. They had a huge, hey, here's our friends. Let's go check it out. What's going down here? Are we allowed to dance with you, hey? Can I get in as well? Are we allowed to as well? Okay. You see? We don't mess around here. So why don't you come to the front and dance when you come? Yeah, come. There we go. To the front, to the front, to the front. Show me what you got to do. Okay, so we're just going side to side for now. Hey, and then how's it go? We're allowed to do Johnny Clegg here as well, eh? Hey, you see? You know? I know that, eh? You see how it goes. Yeah, that's what FunCup's all about. As you can see, we're having some fun. That's what it's all about. Woo! Love it. Love it. So they're coming up to the grid now. You can see cars coming to their line. Pole man's not here just yet. But we've got some very fast cars here, I can tell you. And some pretty exciting stuff that's going to be happening all through the day. Let's go and catch up with a couple of the drivers. We're going to have a quick chat. Sir, how are you? How are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, very
Feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good, yes.
What do you think of the track?
Yeah, the track is incredible. Yeah.
You've been here before?
No, it's the first time for me to see.
So this is going to be fun then for 8 hours.
Yeah. I make the best for the race and with my teammate. Very fast car. Very like the track, the first.
Are you looking forward to the challenge?
Yeah, wait, let's go.
I'm sure it's going to be fun out there. Because 62 cars, well, you've got about 52 cars behind you, but not a bad effort to try and get up there. But you were lucky on the draw to get the position you got?
Yeah, we qualified in P2 yesterday, but now it's with P4 for the start. Yeah, I make my best for the race.
For an endurance race, it's not really that important to be up front initially because it's a long way to go. So as long as you're in the sort of top 5, top 10, it's not a bad place to start.
No, for me the P4 it's very good for the start. We battle for the P1 too, but let's start.
And we spoke to Benoit. He says this is all about fun. It's not really about chasing the trophies. But I know racing drivers. Well, you don't have a visor, but if you had a visor, when that visor goes down, that's when everything stops and the real racing starts.
When my visor is on the back, I make for the front.
The blinkers are on.
Yeah.
Well, good luck for today. Thank you for chatting to us.
You.
There we go, catching up with a couple of our top guys there, as I said, in the front end of the field. It looks like he's been for a bit of an interesting run here. Let's go and see if we can catch up. It looks like he's not getting out of the car, but could possibly be in good position here. Let's sneak in here, Johan, and see, have a see. So tell me, first time to Kyalami.
Yeah, first time here. An amazing track. It's really cool to be here and an honor. We had a very good qualifying, so yeah, looking forward to the race and let's see what we can do.
We haven't got to see exactly how you qualified yesterday. Are you happy with the position after the draw?
Yeah, really happy with that. I think we had a pretty good pace and I think we can do something good in the race. So yeah, pretty happy starting P5. It's quite good on the right, left side on the track. So yeah, it's a good position. Thank you.
Thank you for chatting to us. Johan, just come around here and just get a shot of the cockpit for me, bro, if you can. Just have a look and see. There are no rear view mirrors on the car in the middle, so you can see the rear view mirror is actually on a camera there, and that's pretty cool to have a look and see how these cars are set up. So they don't mess around in terms of the setup on these cars, giving us an indication as to how things go. I'm just waiting to see our SA team. Of course, they qualified 4th yesterday, but with the draw, dropped down a little bit further back than what they'd like to. And of course, as I said, most of these drivers won't be too concerned about where they ended up on the grid, but they will be concerned about trying to get to the front as quickly as possible. See them guiding the cars in here. Let's go and have a chat to the guy in the pole position if we can there, Jan. He just got out the car and see exactly what his feelings are like. Good day, good day. Sneaking through. I'm not going to go too far away. I'm glad you got your cap. That's exactly what we need. How are you doing? Are you feeling good? Do you speak English? Little bit, eh? Little bit. Okay, so we'll go a little bit. A little bit's good. The luck of the draw for the Garfield car put you on pole.
I don't understand. Yes, pole position in tirage au sort.
You happy with pole position?
Yes, very happy.
It's a long 8 hours, but to try and get away at the front early on is going to be pretty important. To go to the front?
Yes.
To be first all the time?
No. It's my deuxième. I have my pole position in 25 heures de Spa déjà.
Well, good luck for today. We'll see you later on. Thank you. Merci. There we go. You can see we are going to battle a little bit with the language barrier. I hope Carl's brought his language barrier converter with him because there are going to be some fun and games. But as you can see, the fun's not stopping behind us, Johan, as you can. That certainly is looking good. Let's head on back down the grid there and see if we can catch up with a couple more drivers there, Johan. We've got famous people here from famous journals all around the world. Chad Lookoff, of course. You've just come back from driving 4x4s, buddy. This is a completely different scenario to where you just come from.
I have, yes, defended trophy, absolutely fantastic. But come on, how are we going to... I can't miss this. You know, circuit is in the blood, racing's in the blood. So, yeah, I wasn't going to miss this for the world. Absolutely fantastic. I mean, to see so many international competitors on a South African grid in a one-make series... I'm so stoked to be here and to watch what is absolutely going to go down. Seen a little bit of the practice. And
not too bad in terms of lap times. I mean, I think the average lap time is about a 2:10, 2:11. So in a little 2-litre with, not everything that a normal big race car's got. Yes, I mean, they're well-built race cars. You look inside the cockpit, they've got all the bells and whistles that they need. But it's really awesome to see that you can get 62 of these things out here, and they're all within about 4 seconds of each other.
That makes for absolutely amazing racing. It reminds me of many of the glory days of South African motorsport, where we had several classes lined all the way down to the bottom and just competing at tooth and nail in what is sort of production or at least silhouette class type cars. It's wonderful to watch this. It's brilliant.
I think it's going to be pretty interesting in terms of the race, how it all pans out in the end, because we chatted about it early on, but the cool thing that they do here is the top 15 basically qualify, and then they go into a lucky draw. And then the next 15 go to a lucky draw. And the next 15, right the way down to the 62nd car on the grid. They're all in a lucky draw. So you could end up being on pole, but starting in 15th place.
And it's an endurance race. Let's not forget about that, because it's not about turning lap times. It's about being consistent, spending time on the track and not in the pits. You've got to drive super cautious for the entire 8 hours. Anything can happen. So qualifying, I usually say in an endurance race, is largely perfunctory. It's just academic
100%.
because
Exactly
within the first 30, 40 minutes, it can get completely reversed. And that's what makes endurance racing so amazing. I love endurance racing myself as well.
Well, buddy, enjoy the day. Hopefully we'll catch up with you later. Come and join us in the commentary booth upstairs. We're in Nicky Lauda room. We'll catch you later on. Thanks, Chetty. Thanks for chat up, bro. All right, let's go a little bit further down here. We did manage to chat to Dev. Hammond is in the car as well. I just want to see if we go a little bit further down here. Try and pick up on Nick if we can. I can't see Nick Adcock anywhere on the grid, but I do want to try and catch up with him if we can do and see where they ended up. You see the ladies here from Team Kyalami in front of us. They're looking forward to having some fun and games. And let's see. 007 car. Do you think we should speak to 007? I think we should speak to 007. There's the driver from 007. Let's have another quick chat to him. Mr. Biat, how are you, sir? Lovely to meet you. I see you with Aston Martin, but 007 on the car as well. So running the James Bond theme. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Look at the sky. It's a bit of sky, but it will be fine. It will be pretty hot for sure. And we're just here to have a good moment and enjoy our time.
When you arrived on Thursday and it was 37 degrees Celsius, which is sort of about 120 degrees Fahrenheit, you must have thought, hang on a second, have we come to the right place to race a car? Because the heat as well as the altitude is always a big factor.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, I'm Belgian, and that's more than 20 or 25 degrees more than what we are used to. So it was quite a shock, but then you get used to. It's like we are on holiday here.
And I'm sure it is. That's exactly what a lot of the drivers, I think, are feeling, is that it's a bit of a holiday. But it is round one of your championship, so you can't really mess around. You've got to get to the front and be in the mix if you can.
Yeah, we will try to do our best, but, you know, the name of the championship is FunCup, so we'll try to first have the fun and then we'll see if we get the cup.
I like the way you put that. Your teammates feeling good too?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling quite grateful because I'm driving with my father, actually.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, so, and with Ricardo, we've been all doing great job so far, so, like I said, we're just enjoying our time and we'll see at the end where we are.
And at the end, we're going to have a martini, shaken not stirred?
I don't know. If you come to it one, I will.
Good luck, sir. All the very best. There we go. The 007 car, that's the one we're chatting about right here. As you can see, father and son team. That is fantastic to see. That really is cool. And then, of course, as we go down here, we've got a couple of Italians in the house here by the looks of things as well. They're having a quick chat about what's going to be happening as we go down. Ah, there we go. We got a Japanese. Hi, how are you? How are you? There we go, Team Japan. The whole of Japan is here. Who is in the car? Which one of these guys is in the car? Which one? Who? Ah, Fuji. Fuji's in the car. Fuji-san, how are you feeling?
Yeah. Yeah, very good feeling.
Have you been to Kyalami before?
Yes.
And
No. The first time.
First time.
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you think?
Yeah, very good circuit. Yeah, exciting.
Have you got enough space here
Yeah.
to overtake?
Yeah. Yeah.
The track is very wide.
Yes.
And you're looking forward to having some fun in FunCup.
Yeah. It's very fun and it is a difficult circuit, but it's very exciting.
Fantastic. Well, all the very best for the race, and hopefully we'll catch you in pit lane later.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Arigato. There we go. Team Japan in the house here. This is a really cool looking car. Eh? I like it when they do an all black car. There's nothing wrong with an all black car. I can tell you that's really cool. Further back, you can see teams looking forward to the battle. Johan, we're going to try and go right to the bottom here because I see the South African car, but it's quite a long way down. So let's maybe get down to the bottom here and see if we can catch up with the drivers from that special liveried car we saw earlier on, dancing amongst our Zulu warriors there. Let's see who's jumped in here first. There we go. That's the one we wanted to chat to, but there's a whole bunch of guys in here. Let's see if we can get down that side and have a chat to Mr. Fournier. Aha! Here's the man who was dancing earlier on. Let's find out from him. How are you feeling today, sir?
Very good, very good. And you?
First time to Kyalami?
Yes, it's a super city, super country.
And from an international point of view, and coming to the circuit for the first time with FunCup, I think there's not one person as part of this team that's not happy to be at Kyalami today.
Yeah. Everybody's happy to be there. We are coming from Dubai and Paris, so and the track is awesome. It's super fun, good spirit. Everybody's very nice. So good weekend and good day. I hope the weather will hold.
Well, I'm hoping the weather holds just like it is right now, because overcast will be fantastic. Yeah, exactly. The hot that you had here on Thursday, you guys might have thought, hang on a second, maybe we shouldn't have come here today.
From Dubai, it's okay.
Yes,
but from Paris, I'm telling you, the guy was suffering. And we are only two to do the race. So it's going to be...
so there are only 2 cars in the car. Okay, so you got some work to do then.
Exactly. It's going to be a long 8 hours.
It's a long 8 hours with chopping and changing. But you're feeling good even though you're so far back?
We feel good. Confident. We have to be just constant. We'll see what happens.
I do love the fact that you've gone with the African theme on the livery, something completely different. I actually did a video of it on Thursday when we were here to just sort of open up the proceedings. But what was the reason for that? You're here in South Africa, so you want to make it look like a South African car and get some support from the locals?
Yeah, not support if you can. No, but it's more fun. You know, it's FunCup, so it was about to say it's international. At one point, we want to do something in relation to the country. You know, so some colors, colorful and things and I love Africa, so it's always a good fun to be in South Africa.
Good luck. Hopefully on the podium later.
We'll see.
Take it easy. There we go. All right, so that's our African-themed car here, looking pretty good. One man from Paris in the cockpit right now, and one man from Dubai joining him as his teammate. As I said, I'm trying to find Nick, but I don't see him on the grid. I don't know how far back he got to. I don't know if I spotted him or maybe missed him on the way down, but there we go. There's Mr. Hammond. He's in the house. You got your 2 boys joining us in a little bit higher up on the grid though. But Sam, from your point of view, how awesome is this little event to be a part of?
It's insane. The number of cars, the competitiveness, the closeness, it's amazing. The spirit is just unbelievable.
Both boys in the car, teaming up with the Patambas, and of course you've got Devon in there as well. Fantastic to see sort of the team effort from the South African point of view, hoping to hopefully represent South Africa on the podium at some point.
They were quick yesterday. They were 4th, Devon and McKeel and Damien drive together, and then Nathan, myself, and we've got 2 French gentlemen. We're further back. We're hoping a good result for them.
You're looking forward to getting in the car and having some fun out there as well. How awesome are they to drive?
They tricky little cars, but they're fantastic. It's really basic stuff, but it's awesome.
So it's completely different to climbing out of the Lambo.
No tech whatsoever, Greg. No tech whatsoever. It's a right foot and a left foot and a steering wheel. That's it.
I'll have it all, and hopefully you'll be near the front by the time the 8 hours are up.
We'll do our best. We'll try.
Awesome stuff, Sam. Thanks so much, buddy. All right, let's take a walk to the front because I think we've got to clear the grid there, Johan. So let's make our way through and maybe catch up with a few extras on the way past. If we do catch anybody of significance, we'll jump in there quickly. But we're running out of time here on the grid, and I know Carl's waiting upstairs for us. I'm going to go and join him for the start of the race. But it is fantastic to get an opportunity like this, and of course to get onto the grid with all of these cars, 62 of them in total that are going to be here for FunCup. You can see some guys have got 2 drivers. That's the minimum. And then, of course, some guys have got 4 or 5 drivers, like our Team Japan car that we just chatted to now with Mr. Fuji-san. So some of the drivers are going to be up to 3. That's kind of the norm. 3 drivers per car. As you can see, also FunCup allowing the youngsters to be part and parcel of it as well, getting onto the grid and experiencing what it's like to be on an international grid at Kyalami. Not a lot of people get to do this. We are now clearing the grid, as you can see. So I'm making our way to the front. Thanks, Stevie. All right. We are clearing the grid. Final clearance of the grid. I like that. All righty. So, as we clear the grid, guys, we're going to hand, of course, back up to Carl Lawrence. He's waiting for us in the studio. I'm going to go and join him in a few moments' time to get this underway. FunCup is about to start. As I said earlier on today, it's not quite sun's out, but it's definitely fun's out. So, fun's out, guns out. Let's get off the grid and let's go racing.
Thank you so much, Greg, for that amazing track walk, getting as much information as he could for us about the Beetle Fun Cup out there on the grid. 60 plus cars getting ready to start an 8-hour endurance race here at the infamous Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. We've seen some amazing cars go around the circuit over the years, and nice to see this many cars on the grid. Starting further down the grid, you're going to have to be around a corner to get yourself out onto the main straight. So you're not even starting on the main straight with this many cars on the grid, but awesome to see these cars. Very, very simple, rear-engined, 2-litre VW motor for these Beetles. Times of around 2:06 average we're going to see in a race, 2:10. But as they all get strapped in, ready, grid's getting cleared, and they're going to start out now for the formation lap shortly to make a race start here at 9 o'clock. And from 9, there will be 8 hours of racing. There are our Kyalami marshals moving off the side there with the red flag as we get the rest of the stragglers off the grid and get going for this, the Fun Cup. Come for the fun, stay to try and earn yourself the cup. We heard that from some of the drivers out on grid. Nice to also see a couple of South Africans joining the fun here, as well as a couple of family teams, couple of father and son teams as well, making this all about the enjoyment of endurance racing. We're all used to seeing GT3 cars are flying around the circuit with lap times of 1 minute 40, but this is more about the enjoyment of endurance racing. Set times in terms of when you can come in and do your driver stops. 40 minutes, between 40 and 45 minutes is where we think we're going to see these cars starting to come in for driver changes, and that is mandated to try and make the enjoyment of the racing more of the focus as opposed to trying to work out strategy to end up winning this race. So a set time period for these driver changes. You saw a couple of onboards there with almost a clock timer telling the driver 45 minutes to get going before that window does open. Some of these teams choosing to do this with 2 drivers. I think there's only one team out there with 2 drivers or in the car, 1 or 2. Most of the cars will have up to 4 drivers sharing the load over this 8 hours here at Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. I'm Carl Lawrence. I'll be holding you until we see Greg Maloney back up the stairs from his grid walk. But as I say that, the VW Polo safety car sets off, and behind him, 60 plus Beetle Fun Cups get ready to join the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit 8-hour World End Fun Cup. Yeah, we see them all heading up now, starting to get some heat in those tires before we get ready for the start. This is an endurance race, so we don't expect to see that many ambitious moves into turn 1 as you would see with a sprint race. The idea of this is just to finish you want to finish the first couple of laps and settle into a nice rhythm. That is what endurance racing is about. And I cannot believe that there are still cars coming past our commentary spot here at Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. The last car has only just gone past me. 60 plus cars on the grid. Absolutely unbelievable. I'm used to seeing 36 cars on the grid when it comes to karting. I think this is the largest grid I've ever looked at a full-length 4.6K circuit of Kyalami Grand Prix as they warm up their tyres here. Up the hill towards what I know as turn 3. Greg will have the names in his head as, he is the more senior. He's made his way up the stairs. I see him just sit down here, get a grip of water. He had to take a bit of a run, so trying to catch his breath before we get to the start of this event. 8 hours, Greg, of complete flat-out racing in a 2-litre rear-engined car. We spoke to Devin Robertson and Mikhail Patamba. They've got a bit of experience driving similar type vehicles, but as Devin was saying, it's all in reverse. The engine's normally in front of him. This time it's behind him. So something new to get used to, but we saw them quite quick. They were in the top 5 after qualifying, but a draw dropped them down to 10th place. Yeah. Greg, you got to see the cars up close and personal.
Well, we gave you a shot of the inside of the cockpit as well. It's interesting to see that they run a rear view camera as their rear view mirror as opposed to having a rear view mirror. So similar to what you've got in a normal endurance style car for GT3 or LMP2, etc., because there's no space really to see out the rear view because of where the engine is. So opportunity, of course, a lot of these drivers never been here. Every single one we've spoken to has absolutely loved the experience of being at Kyalami. I mean, I don't know if you caught the interview we did there with the man from Team Japan there, Fuji-san, and he was saying to me, how wide the track is. He says you could possibly get all 62 cars down into turn 1 if necessary.
Well, I was just saying to the audience now, it's an endurance race, so we're not expecting anything too ambitious into turn 1, but like you said, you could get these cars 6-7 abreast going up into turn 1 without a problem.
Easily,
but I did notice you talk about the tech being a rear view camera. Did you also see a couple of egg timers on the dashboard for 45 minutes in terms of the
for sure
of your pit stop.
So they know they've got a certain time that they have to come in. Every 40 minutes or so, they'll get a reading on their dashboard, or they'll get a notification via their communication from the team saying it's open. Pit lane is open for that pit lane, and it is. There is one car. I was going to say there's actually two cars. That one is in the pits, going to start from pit lane, but the 911 car that I actually saw on Thursday is actually stuck in pit lane as well. Hasn't started up. So there's a possibility that we've dropped down to 61 cars now. Well, it'll be 62 or 60 cars because there's one stuck in pit lane. It'll start from pit lane. But Carl, I can't tell you, to try and walk from the top of pit lane to the bottom of pit lane, we didn't have enough time in 25 minutes to get to the bottom of pit lane and get to all of the cars.
Well, the cars are going around
mental.
the corner.
It's absolutely mental. You know, I don't think anybody's ever experienced anything like this at Kyalami, other than from a long, long time ago when, of course, the original 9 hours are here. And I think even in those days, they were sort of limited to 40, 50 cars per grid. These guys are all good to go. And here we go to start FunCup, the World's End FunCup, round 1 of the 2026 championship for European and France's version of FunCup. And they drop the hammer. And they go 3x3 down towards the kick for the first time. So
we're saying 3x3. I'm expecting 4, 5, and 6x6
here. There, have a look at it. Look at this. That's like 2, 4, 6, 8. That's nearly 10 cars side by side into turn 1 in Crowthorne.
And I said I don't expect anything too ambitious, but now we're trying to get 6 or 7 all over the curbs there. We've got a couple of cars making sure they're nice and tight on the inside. They don't want to end up touching doors this early on in 8 hours, but they still, a little bit of contact in the mid-pack there as they go over the curbs, those sausage curbs on this circuit. Absolute killer. Sometimes you hit them wrong.
They'll eat you. Those Hankook tires are going to feel them for sure. That's for sure as they go through there. But how's that? I mean, our camera guys can't even get the whole field coming through before we go to the next shot. That's the incredible thing about FunCup and the amount of cars that are out there. Now, remember, some of these guys, as we spoke to the guys right at the back in the South African car, they're running 2 drivers. The minimum is 2. Most of the teams have got 3, but some of them are running up to 5 or 6 drivers per team. So that's the joy that you get out of this. And of course, don't be doing that too often, because the COC will be watching for that, because we have to keep an eye out. And maybe, hopefully, they don't have Freddie Spencer up in the race control to tell you that you're going off track, and track limits warnings are going to be sent out to these drivers, because he'll be nailing guys left, right, and centre if that's the case. But a start of note here. And into the second lap, you can see just starting to settle down a little bit, finding the rhythms, getting into the positions that they were kind of in terms of their lap times. We've got Milo racing out front, they lead. And on their start lap from a standing start was a 1:20, but we expect to see them get down to the sort of the sort of 2:10, 2:11s on their lap times. But this, of course, is the sector times we're looking at right now. And sector 1 was 1:20. By the time we get into the lap closing, of course, and going across the line, looks like we've got a pit laner in the very start there, the 150 car.
The rare racing experience, so unfortunately only starting the race now, but it's a long race, 8 hours, so spots are still available for them to make their time back up and get up there. But at the moment, we've got a 3-car breakaway in the front already on the first lap, as the moving and shaking has kind of slowed down. There's your Garfield car there, Greg, in third position. And it's nice to see how quickly they've settled down and just kind of set into a rhythm. There's a couple of passes happening already after into the second lap, but it's all kind of neat and tidy. They want to keep these cars running for as long as possible with as little issue as possible. And we heard from a couple of your interviews on the grid, it's rather better to spend less time in the pits and more time on the track, as we see a possible change for second place there, Greg.
Yeah, Garfield sneaking up.
There goes Garfield past the 427 car, the blue car out there. 427 just running through the list here.
Yes, Spebov Racing.
So Spebov Racing drops down to third place, but look at this line of cars.
Listen, we're going to be talking about that all day long. I can tell you, it's non-stop action right the way through the pack. And even though we're concentrating on the front end of the field, and of course that's what you do as a standard option when it comes to motorsport, you'll always look at what's happening with the leaders. But in this case, the leaders are not really what the series is all about. The series is all about fun. So the guys in the back of the field, the guys in the middle of the field, the guys right at the back of the pack, they're out there to have as much fun as the guy in the front who's looking to try and, as you heard from one of the interviews we did, he likes the fun, but if the cup comes at the end, he'll be happy with it.
Yeah, exactly. I actually brought it up. I think I wrote it down in my notes because I thought it was such a great line. It's definitely, I've used it twice already, so we're going to be using that a few times throughout today's commentary. Come for the fun, stay for the cup. Down the inside, we see a couple of moves. We're going to go 2 through there. Great follow-on to get that move done. One goes down the inside, the other one follows through. There's the lonely 150 being caught by the leaders after the first 5 minutes.
So No Limit Racing is actually leading the race, despite the fact that the timing monitor tells us that Bavaria Racing Experience is out front. But I think that's because they came out of pit lane just ahead of the pack. And it was not a bad plan, because if they got stuck and had to wait for the pack, they would have gone right to the back of it. So losing that lap, they want to try and make it up as much as possible. So the 150 car is actually about to come into lapped times from our leaders. The leaders starting to open up a little bit of a margin now.
Oh, already.
Yes. Oh, that's the love bug. Look at that, peace and love, man.
Chardonnay Racing, 447, unfortunately, having to pull it in early. Now, Greg, you've done a lot more endurance racing in terms of main circuits. I've just done the karting endurance side. But in terms of now, you've had a breakdown so early on in the race. How do you get that car back and get it repaired? 3 cars go abreast into turn 1, though.
The most important factor, Carl, is to take into account that you've got... whoa, look at this. Oh, they're starting to rub it out there. That's fantastic. 4, 5, 6 having a battle of note. And it's a little bit further back in the pack, but needless to say, it doesn't matter, because the whole idea is that the battles continue all the way through. The 456 car is Bobalik Racing.
Okay,
Bobalik Racing.
Ooh, safety car, Greg. Safety car out already.
I think that might be
that
for the
answers
love bug.
my question.
Yeah, it's for the love bug.
Okay.
The love bug. There you go, on the left-hand side of your screen, you'll get to see exactly how things are standing. Now, take away the 150 car. The 150 car is actually not the lead car. So that car's not going to get a chance to go all the way around and catch the back
And he's
of the
still
pack.
on the lead lap. So he got out still on
He's
the
on
lead
the
lap.
lead lap, but he's not leading the race. There's the love bug stuck, and that's just into Clubhouse Corner. It's on the right-hand side going into Clubhouse Corner. So unfortunately there for them, a little bit of issues for that car right at the start. But you were mentioning, what do we do now? Well, the plan that you've got to do now is that you've got to hope that you can get you onto the flatbed and get you back in the pit lane. If they can get that car back in the pit lane, towed in, which by whatever reason they can and whatever maneuver they can, they've got 8 hours. That's the beauty about it.
Yeah.
So you can still fix the car, still get out there, still be competitive.
And still enjoy this amazing circuit.
Exactly. And that's exactly what I think what a lot of these guys are potentially looking at. And you know, when you got European drivers that have come, I mean, we spoke to one guy, he's French, but he lives in Dubai. We've got Frenchmen, we've got Italians, we've got Flemish people from Belgium. We've got a huge contingent of the French drivers. Probably majority of them are from France, being the French Cup.
French FunCup, yeah.
And the European FunCup, of course, they have combined together here. So FCY, that's safety car, but that's just, I think, the French version of the safety car.
Okay, I was just double checking because I was like, I've never seen that before. But FCY?
I don't want to try and do the pronunciation because I'll probably get it completely wrong.
I love how you tell me I'm the one that's supposed to have the international vocabulary.
You are. You do all the international European stuff. But I don't know why I'm even talking here. You should be saying, yes, je ne sais, I don't know what. I have a certain je ne sais, I don't know what, yes. But no,
not me. Not me.
The cool thing we got here is that every single driver I've spoken to since Thursday, over yesterday, and of course this morning, and then on the grid walk today, they are absolutely loving being at Kyalami. And it just shows you know, the heritage behind the circuit, the amount of effort that got put in to put this together. We chatted to Benoit, as you saw at the beginning of the interviews, and Benoit was saying to us, this has been in plans since 2019. So it's not a case of that it just happened. And of course, all the keyboard warriors out there on social media were like, oh, how can this just happen and we can't come and No, guys, you don't know.
No, this has been planned.
This has been planned since 2019. Unfortunately, we went through that little phase of no motor racing going anywhere without masks on, or no motor racing at all, and then you and I had to run to e-racing.
Yes.
Just have some fun. But since 2019, these guys have planned to be at Kyalami at some point in their championship. And he spoke about the circuits they're going to. They're going to Spa.
Portimao.
They're going to Portimao. You know that place that you were supposed to be going to as well, but you didn't know where it was.
Le Mans, Dijon, Spa 25 hours in these cars. Some of the races they do 2 4-hour heats and then some 8 hours, and then obviously throughout the season it's the 10-round series. They do a 25-hour race at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium.
You need a bar 1 for that.
Eh?
You need a bar 1 for that race.
Yeah. 25-hour energy. You know, look at you bring out your age and adverts, I forgot.
You see now, I've got to bring that in.
Oh, we got a green flag waving down the main straight. We are going back to live racing, so that car being moved out the way. We're going to head down to turn 1.
Here we go. South Africans in the mix now, coming up to third.
There we go.
Sneaking up there and starting to make their way through and make their names felt as they start to get into the mix there a little bit. Now we saw Mikel Patamba was at the wheel of the car. He will start the race for the Team SA boys. He's partnered up, of course, with Hammond and with Devin Robertson.
Yeah, we see Devin Robertson standing on the wall there, making sure his driver doing well. Driver coaching since that kid was in karting, actually.
Yes, yeah.
Devin and Mikel Patamba have been together a long, long time.
And they've done a lot together as well, both local and internationally. You know, on GD3 and saloon car stuff. Mikel particularly has been overseas and has participated a huge amount in the Middle East.
Oh, is that your Japanese team,
Japanese
Greg, coming in?
Oh, no! Team Japanese. We're going to have fun, so do me a favor, stop laughing. All I did is
How do you expect me not to laugh when you say that?
This is FunCup, so you know what I'm saying. So problems there for Team Japan. That's a big problem for Fuji. Hopefully Fuji-san and his team can get that sorted out and back on track. As I said, we got the team names here, but in the team names, of course, we've got the driver lineup as well.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we're not going to know, other than if we get a close-up when Kyle gets down to the plane. Sort of 40 minutes is up against the first window of opportunity.
Yeah, we won't know really who's in the car.
It's actually not even a window of opportunity. It's a compulsory stop.
Yes, you will stop at this time.
They have to come between a certain period. So 40 minutes, they get the heads up that the pit lane is open, and you've got to go in there and literally sort things out and do the driver changes. Fueling, as we were told this morning, doesn't happen in pit lane. It happens up at the top pits. So if you want to refuel your car, you've got to plan around that as well. You've got to plan, do I come in and do the driver change and then get the new driver to do the fuel? Or do I do the old driver fueling the car, going out and then coming back into pit lane to do the driver change?
Ooh, we got a lot of moving and shaking going on. Yeah, this looks like a sprint race. That was a full send down the inside from that black and white car. I actually couldn't see who it was. I think it was GSL Racing by SRS making a full move down the inside there of the 150. That's the Project 24-hour car that just made a pass on 150 as well. But in the front, No Limit Racing and Garfield SKR seem to be making a breakaway. But Spebov and Milo have been going at this for the last 2 laps to try and get past each other. They're swapping and changing positions at every corner they get a chance to.
The Iceman cometh, and he's just been dropped down to 4th place there. So the Milo Iceman car having some fun and games out there. They've got, of course, they all run on, it's pretty much stock standard Hankook tyres. They're not even, the race tyres that Hankook would provide for certain other categories that they used to provide here in South Africa. Of course, no longer involved in South African motorsport anymore like they were for a while. But needless to say, they are certainly involved here in a big way, as are Motul. And of course, Motul here in South Africa is a massive, massive company, and there's been a lot of sharing of all the stuff that's happening with FunCup with the Team Motul guys from South Africa. So fantastic to see that international international companies are backing their international compatriots when they come to South Africa and do things like FunCup.
Yeah, fantastic to see that there's a bit of a link there between their European partners and themselves coming through the race. I actually saw that old school bug coming in there. We saw the back of the motor. That's where the engine is. So a little half shell opens up and they can get the repairs done and get that car back out. Driver anxious to get going. That's your Team Japan there, Greg.
But don't you just love the way that all works? That they can literally just pop the bonnet off, but it's not the bonnet.
It's the whole back
rear
of the car. Yeah.
It's the whole rear of the car to get into the engine to get whatever sorted out. And I think that might have been a sort of an engine issue there by the looks of things, a mechanical issue of some nature that they may have had to just adjust there. Speaking of adjustments, there's a bit of adjustments here in positions for about 6th and 7th place, I think it is. That's Ori's the mini development car against BGSL Racing by SRS. Team Japan back on track. Arigato. That's what I like.
We go back on circuit and ready to go. These two in the front having it all their own way though. Garfield just settling into a rhythm behind No Limit Racing. They're starting to open a gap. We say open a gap. It's been a good 15 minutes and the gap is only a second.
And if you look at this, I think the split of the field is also like hardly anything as well, which is pretty awesome to see. But it just shows you that we speak about it all year long when we talk about Polo Cup, when we talk about ZX10, when it's a one-make series. And
look at the defensive driving, white line driving up into turn 1, 15 minutes into it, and it's happening behind them as well.
How defensive do you want to be? My goodness gracious me. So Food Lovers taking on the TFE boys there.
I almost thought we were going to see a track limits on the inside of a circuit.
It nearly was.
For the first time in a long time.
I don't think anybody's ever been given
a track limits on the inside of the circuit as we hit. Look at the livery on some of these cars. Are absolutely amazing to see the work they put in.
ADC is a magnificent livery. I love the fact that they've gone all out. And I mean, when we chatted to the boys from Dubai and France there, and they've done a special livery just to come here to South Africa. They've got lions and elephants and stuff all over the car, and of course the sort of tribal pattern from, I think it's an Indibeli tribe that they've put onto the front of their Beetle. Just amazing. You know, these guys have gone all out to ensure that they're going to provide action, like we're seeing with the defensive driving on seriously different areas of the track that we've never seen defensive driving being attempted to be done.
Definitely not scared of curb usage.
No.
It's not something you see in an endurance race. It's not something you say that curb usage is no worry. I mean, in most endurance cars, you try and avoid the curbs as much as possible.
Well, you've got a more technical background than I have. I was just sort of looking at the specs of the cars and stuff. They run the 2-litre Volkswagen engine in it. I would assume it's either the Golf or the Polo engine. I would say one of the two. I don't know which one it is, but it doesn't really matter because the Volkswagen engines are all pretty much bomb-proof. And I think that's why they went with that. And it's one of the reasons why it's been such a success in terms of our own Polo Cup and our own Super Cup classes. And now, of course, the one that moved across to Germany as a Polo Cup, but of course not badged under Volkswagen. But the other thing is that they run McPherson struts on these cars as well. So from a suspension point of view, you've got the ability to set that suspension up to take a bit of a knock on the curbs and give these cars a good run.
Yeah, that and the road tires as well. It's not something that normally you worry about curb usage and that with a soft, super soft, a slick tire. You can take it off the bead of the rim. You can damage the rim. You can puncture the tire. So on a flat-out quali lap, you use a lot more curb than what you would during race. During a race, you try and avoid the curbs as much as possible to avoid those problems.
And a 195 profile on those tires also gives you the ability to sort of say, well, okay, I hit the tire.
Down the inside, we got another move. It looks like Team Japan just dropping down a spot. But these two still going at it, hammer and tongs. A 502, that's Project 24. I think that is
Project 24.
Project 24. He's been trying to make his way up the field. But if you look at the difference in times, we were doing lap times of 2:14s from No Limit a lap ago. Now they're doing 2:08s, but the pack behind them were doing 2:08s, now doing 2:10. So they obviously, there's a big group of cars. As we see a bit of dust kicked up on the outside there, you expect that on the exit of that corner. It is a corner that tightens up when you're down the inside again. We got another move, 494. These guys aren't holding back, considering it is an 8-hour. That's Milo Iceman making another move. And that's, again, past your Team Japan. There seems to be issues with that car. It doesn't seem to be running
I think
as
it's got
well
a bit
as
of a
the
misfire.
rest.
I think it's got a bit of a misfire, so that's why it's probably not running as well as what we hoped it to do. Here we go, 4 on the back end of him, though. So, Japan, watch that rear view camera, buddy, because you're about to get eaten up. Okay.
Oh, there we go. You got well out the way. This is good driving.
Fuji-san giving them some space to play. Probably a good idea, because those three are literally just a steam train heading up towards Leeuwkop corner. Of course, used to be known as West Bank, but of course now known as the new corner is known as Leeuwkop. And heading down onto the mine shaft, if you've never been to Kyalami, and of course some of our international competitors.
The infamous mine shaft.
Yeah, but also a lot of the people that are watching on our live stream today probably have never seen the circuit as well. So we may have to sort of give you a sort of a rundown of the lap, and maybe Rich or Scotty that's on with us now. Just if we follow the cars through, we can just run through exactly how this track works from the corner's point of view. I know that you haven't been to the new circuit until today. So also to give you a bit of an insight, so we'll maybe just hang on to it for
there was
one
a bit of hip and shoulder. Please excuse me, I'm coming through. They went in 3 abreast in a different order.
I think there might have been a bit of elbow as well, to be very honest with you there. But coming through. Right, so you come out of the final corner. This is Ingwe corner. That is, of course, the Zulu word for leopard. And it's the main straightaway that they go down now. Across that main straightaway. Second fastest part of the circuit, of course, is the main straight. By the time they get down to Crowthorne, that's the fastest. That's where they're headed to now. In a GT3 car and on a ZX10 or on a superbike, you're going to be just over the 290 km/h mark. In these cars, I'd say probably just over the 200 km/h mark before they climb down, probably down into second gear for Crowthorne. Crowthorne, of course, the famous corner at Kyalami. It's been around in 4 versions of the 5 tracks that have been the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit as I know it. So they brought back the famous Crowthorne corner. This is barbecue. It's kind of almost a smaller S-bend than the main S's that we get to later on. Then they head up towards Yukske, which of course in the previous version of Kyalami was also known as Nashua. Then it's the short straight. This used to be the actual main straight, at one of the versions of the track. And on the right-hand side, you actually see a pit lane entry and exit point. That's where they'll do their refueling. Famous sunset corner. We won't see it today unless the sun comes out, and hopefully the sun's out and fun's out at the same time as they head to Clubhouse. This is Clubhouse that we're in right now. Clubhouse corner, of course, is where the clubhouse was at Kyalami originally. Short straight into the S's, famous S's. These S's have brought huge action at World Superbikes, at Formula 1 x2 super trucks. We saw Chop Sapuka drive his super truck literally through the kiddie litter there. The Peace and Love Bug is into pit lane for a little bit of a check-up there to see exactly what went down. They head up to the hill, back to Leeuwkop. I mentioned that earlier on. This is Leeuwkop corner. It is a triple apex corner. Very difficult corner to get right. Doesn't look like it's
blind.
And completely blind, because you hit the rise and all of a sudden the corner's there. That's you've got to climb on the brakes and pitch it in on the left-hand side. Down the mine shaft, that's the 3rd fastest part of the track. You head through the sweep, which is what we're seeing these 2 cars do right now. And as they come onto the brakes, they come down into what was originally known as the bowl, but now known as crocodiles. And of course, with that, you can see that's probably the widest part other than Crowthorne Corner. You can get, I would say, probably 12 of these cars side by side into crocodiles. They shoot
and still have space.
Cheetah, which is the short little right kink that they're heading towards now. And then it's hard on the brakes into the final corner again at Ingwe to complete the lap here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. So for those of you that are on our international feed watching us on the live stream, that's just a little heads up as to how the circuit works and the names of the corners we're going to be referring to. We'll try and bring them to you as much as possible throughout the 8 hours of racing. We're 20 minutes into the race. Things starting to settle down just ever so slightly.
Yeah, just having a look through the, well, you say settle down. Yeah, they're moving all over the place. Full send, lick the stamp down the inside into Crowthorne. That's car 531. Just have a quick look through our list here
yeah,
and
TFE
see who that was.
By 4 race.
TFE by 4 race, making a position, but just in front of him, 24 Project are still going at it, hammer and tongs. They've been swapping position for the last 10 minutes here around the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. It's strange to see, like, obviously the setup is the suspension on these cars is rather soft. You can see the way they're moving and dancing and the front rising and dropping all over the place when they drive these cars. And that you can see how much brake pressure they're using generally by watching how the car dives. And there we go, as I explained it, there's the exact explanation of what I was saying, the nose diving hard on the brakes. Now to be trapping the brakes that hard this early on in an 8-hour race, I'm not sure that those pads and discs are going to be, as they swap places again into the S. We've got a 4-car battle.
I would say that they're probably going to have a couple of times that they're going to have to come in for some brake changes in the 8 hours, because I would say possibly twice. I'm not going to say more than that, because having done a couple of endurance races, I know with the Mini that I was in the one endurance race we didn't have to worry about fuel or brakes, because it lasted for the full 4 hours. So that was quite cool. We came in for a refuel, and that was the only thing we had to do with the car. 4x4, they go down towards the bottom end of the mine shaft. That could end up in tears.
That's going to be edgy. We're going to watch them come out of if it's still the mine shaft, as they come down into
the mine shaft,
into the ball. They look to go forward abreast. They didn't quite get it right, but look how those things move around under brakes when they go down the gears.
Yeah.
As he gets on the brakes, you actually see the back of the car kind of step out. They're still going at a 24-hour project, trying to make sure it hangs on to the lead of that 4-car gaggle.
Yeah, Iceman in there as well, Boberleek, and then of course I think it's BGSL Racing by SRS that's in that little battle, the 4-way fight we see coming out of Ingwe Corner now. So this is kind of indicative of how much fun you can have in these cars. And when I chatted to Sam, I don't know if you caught the interview I did there with Sam Hammond. I said to him, how awesome are these cars to drive? He says they're quite tricky actually. So I think it's probably on a similar vein. And I know you drove Polo Cup, and I had a stint in Polo Cup with Pepper Racing. I think it's probably on a similar vein to the Polo Cup. The original Polo Cup, the original hatchback
Vivo body.
No, even before the Vivo. The very first
the one I
one,
drove,
the very first one that they were very skittish at the back. You weren't quite sure when you climbed on the brakes whether it was going to go left or right, or if it was going to back off.
We called it the shopping trolley.
Yeah.
So every time you're on the brakes, it felt like you were pushing a shopping trolley the wrong way around.
You didn't know where it was going to go. You had to try and catch it as much as possible, and I know exactly how these guys will feel. So I think it's on a similar vein to that in terms of our experience in terms of driving cars. But then when I chatted to Devin, he said, it's similar to what an NX Legend is. You've driven an NX Legend, so have I. The NX Legend, of course, the only difference is that the engine's in the front.
Yes.
So the drive is...
The weight transfer is a bit different as well,
just slightly different in terms of that weight transfer. But I think when I saw this car on Thursday for the first time, or these cars, because there were a whole bunch of them that were being unloaded here at Kyalami, and I was here just to do a bit of stuff for the social media aspect. But when I sort of opened up the cockpit and looked inside, and I thought, this is a really cool and well-built little race car. They've thought about everything. All the buttons are there that you need to do to make the adjustments that you can make. There's not very little adjustments you can make. You've got the rear view camera so that you can see exactly who's behind you. Not that a lot of these guys will be worried about who's behind them.
Yeah, it's more like who's next to them at the moment. Yeah. It's definitely not looking behind you. You're looking to see where the car is next to you. We still look at these two, second and third, as Garfield by SKR and Ori's Many Development in second and third, still swapping places. Garfield was in second. He's relinquished that down to third, and I think that's more to chase our current leader, No Limit Racing, 207.9 he's currently sitting at, with the rest of the field averaging 208s behind him. Obviously, that gaggle of 4 cars that's been going on T4E by 4 race, he's been trying to get himself into the front of that 4-car battle and get on to chasing down the leaders. Whether he's succeeded in doing that, there's your love bug back on circuit, Greg.
Okay, there we go. Peace and love. Spread the peace and love, man. Spread the peace and love. It's all good.
You know, the leaders come past.
I wanted to keep this till later, but I can't. I have to keep it. I have to get it in early. I've got to get it in early because I watched all 62 cars being taken out of their containers here, and hats off to the team from, I think it's from DHL, who were the suppliers of the logistics to get these cars here. Not one of these cars is in the official Beetle Racing livery.
Which is the white, red, blue,
with red and white stripes.
Yes.
So with blue and red stripes. And what number should be on the side?
53.
Thank you very much.
Where is it?
Where is
Why
Herbie?
Is it not here?
You know the problem is, if you put is that better? If you put your number 53 on the side of a Beetle, it turns it into Herbie, which means it will not be beaten. Herbie never loses a race. If you watch any of the movies, Herbie wins. So we do have one out there, but it's not in not quite Herbie colours.
It was close though,
and
we have a look at those. We're talking about a 4-car battle. It looks like there's a 4-car battle about to join another 4-car battle, and we're going to end up with an 8-car battle with 30 minutes of racing done.
30 minutes of done, and we're into some epic battles as we expect to see. But not only here, we're focusing on a couple of cars at the front end, but as we go through the field, we'll actually pick up on bunches of cars that are actually having their own little fights all the way through. They're living up to their name. No limit racing, because they're putting no limits to what they're doing at the front end. Getting away from Speboff and getting away from the Garfield SKR car. The top three kind of setting the pace here. 207s, 208s, that's sort of the look and feel of the front end of the field. But I can tell you, that mid-pack is so evenly matched. If we go down to,
we've got 40 odd seconds
8th place,
covering the top 3.
8th place is 2 10s. And if we go anywhere further down, it's like down to 40th place. All in 2 10s. That's how evenly matched this field is. And of course, they would have probably gone with, most teams would have gone with the option of put your fastest driver in first.
Ooh, lick the stab, full send down the inside.
And done. Sorted.
Is it? Switchback.
He's got it. He's got the outside line.
Switchback times 2.
Yeah, switchback times 2. Okay, there we go. Nice move. And let's see who's going to have what it takes. Has he got what it takes to hang on and go around the outside?
Yeah, who can stay on the loud pedal the most?
Yeah, without coming off the loud pedal. And remember, these...
Yeah. It's edgy. Oh, it's edgy. Like, it doesn't look like they're going all that fast, but he's hanging. And the biggest winner there, that's that orange car coming down the inside. Looks like 2 places he's going to make. Oh, couldn't quite get on the power on the exit, so losing that spot.
I do like the fact that we looked so good into Crocodiles there, and exactly what we said earlier on. You can put at least 12 cars side by side there. There were 6 of them, and they were almost side by side. I like this.
There's no giving up here. These boys are all over each other as they exit onto the main straight now, down up the run towards Crowthorne. This is where you're going to see slipstream. These cars must make a massive slip for the car behind them, so we'll see what that does to them over this longest straight on the circuit up into Crowthorne. This is the biggest change they made from the previous iteration to this iteration.
Yeah, they did a slightly longer version of what they had, of course, and sent it a little bit higher up towards the Kyalami estate, giving you a slightly longer run. When you get a chance to drive this track, you'll understand what I'm talking about.
I spent a lot of time in the sim on this track.
That corner down there, we saw at the start of the race, there were 10 cars side by side. But even in a extreme supercar or even a Polo Cup race here at Kyalami, we've had 7, 8 cars side by side into turn 1.
And it then tightens.
And then it tightens into almost a 45 left.
And then you've got to somehow make it through.
And then you've got to find a way through Barbecue and then into Yuxke. And that's where things get real. At the 9 hour, of course, we had a couple of seriously competitive Porsches, Lamborghinis, and the likes thereof having some big fun and games with a Ferrari. And the Ferrari, the championship leader coming to Kyalami's 9 hour, actually lost the race with a touch into Yuxke after a maneuver through Crowthorne. So you've got to have your wits about you when it comes to this format of racing. The cool thing as well is if you look at the way that these guys are going, and as I say that, heading up towards Leeuwkop, that's the first time we see the Suns Out at the FunCup. So Suns Out, Fun's Out is what we've badged as at World's End Cup. Chatting to the boss man, he's saying, coming to South Africa is like literally coming to the end of the world, because if you go 100 meters further out to sea, you fall off.
You fall off the end of the cliff.
He says, the only thing that's further south than us is penguins. I was like, that's fantastic.
I did hear that.
That's fantastic, eh?
But
love it.
The only problem that I have with this series, if I was driving this, if I was part of this event and in the car currently, would be trying to get me out the car. We were sitting with 4 or 5 drivers. You wouldn't be able to get me out of here. Having such great fun racing 5 cars for like over half an hour, and then someone's going to come over the radio and say, listen, I know you've made 7 passes in the last lap, but please come in.
We've got about 2 minutes until that happens. Well, no, it's about 7 minutes till that happens. But 7 minutes time, they're going to call Carl in and say, no, listen, Carl, enough's enough now.
Stop playing.
Can you give Greg a chance?
No.
It's not going to happen.
I'm staying out of here.
Happen.
There we go. We've got a driver on the pit wall, actually, as I look from my commentary box, all helmet kitted up and ready. And we start to see the pit boards getting hung over the fences. 481 has been given an 80 signal. Not sure what that is. And 482, same thing, 80. So 80 obviously means come in. I don't know.
I'm not sure. Yeah, well, it could be a whole bunch of things.
Or 80, why are you driving like an old man?
Yeah, could you turn the work up a little bit?
Yeah.
At least 120,
Finger,
please.
please.
No, at least 120.
This used to be Sunset, if I'm not mistaken.
That is...
This right-handed.
That is Sunset. That
Yes, into Clubhouse.
Into Clubhouse, yeah.
Where there used to be a lovely bar.
That's right. That's why it's called Clubhouse. Yeah, look at this. There we go.
Ooh,
oh, yeah.
A little bit of rubbing and racing there.
It's getting real. It's getting
All
real
over
through there.
A little bit of hip and shoulder as well.
8, 9 cars.
It's like watching a kart event.
No, it's worse than a kart event. These karters will give you some space. These guys are going to give you no room. And that's exactly what they're doing here. You can see it just shuts the door into Sunset, shuts the door into Sunset behind that as well. Here we go, into Clubhouse. That's probably arguably the closest to Herbie you've got there in that white and red striped car.
Yes. So we'll call him Herbie. Oh, there's another one though.
There's an Italian coloured one.
Yeah.
So that's the Italian Herbie.
The Italian.
We'll call him
Giovanni.
Giovanni.
We'll call him Giovanni.
Okay, well, there's no 53 car out there. That's the big pity. So, yeah, as I said, there's opportunities here for us, but we can go and buy one of these and convert it into Herbie and we'll win every race because Herbie doesn't lose races.
But there's racing. Like every time I look at the screen, it's a different set of cars having a 4-car battle for any particular position. There's your Team Japan there, obviously still trying to hang on to...
Trying to make up some ground, I think.
Trying to get some places back with the nice white
during the pit
splitter.
Oh, we got a spinner.
181.
Yeah, that's our first official spinner of the weekend.
DeFi 181, unfortunately, turning it around there. Obviously, just a little bit too quick on the loud pedal. We saw him in a battle with, I think, 5 or 6 cars. So it could have been a little bit of rubbing his racing, but I assume... Oh, here we got a replay, Greg. Oh,
no.
It was a full send.
No.
He licked the stamp, he sent it, and he decided last minute to get out of it.
No, but that wasn't even licking the stamp. That was using the courier service.
That was a Daniel Rick move, man. Daniel Rick.
He had a big look there.
Yeah, massive look.
Not quite
Sure.
sure which one it was. We got Axel Gatian and Nicolas on there, of course, in the DeFi 181 car, getting a little bit out of shape as he tried to make an attempt.
An ambitious
to get
move.
Yeah, a little bit. I think he ran out of talent. That's what I would say.
Look, at least he locked it up and turned it. Like a driver of some that I know would have straightened up and door paneled and carried on turning. Yeah. Where's your door back?
Yeah, used him as a berm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out that time.
I'm not going to mention names as to who that could have been that would have done that, but yeah. It was a full send moment. Thankfully, he kept another car in the race and kept his car safe.
He actually might be sitting next to me in the commentary booth.
Definitely not, you're lying. Definitely not.
Here we go. So this is a 5-way further back. And onto the brakes they go. As you can see,
that is T4E by 4 race that we said was at the back of this group, has now moved himself to the front.
Project 24 behind him, BGSL behind that, Berbelik, and then Helis Motors by LADC. That is our 5-way fight. And that, of course, is sitting currently... 6th to 11th place on the track, so nicely done.
I love to see these cars shaking behind each other, just like full mirrors. And you see them like move from left to right, but it's done so quickly. It looks like they've made a mistake on the steering wheel because it's like left, right. And they're trying to full mirrors of each other. But these two are having a bit of a lonely race. I think that's...
Spearboff and Garfield.
Yeah.
Just hanging on for 2 and 3 at the moment, with a little bit of a gap opening up to these guys.
Oh, sorry, that was Many Development and Milo Iceman. These guys at the start of a T4E by 4 race. So it was Milo Iceman and Many Development just having a lonely little squabble out there after 40 minutes of racing. We're going to see some pit stops soon, Greg.
Yeah. This will be a couple of minutes' time. We're going to see the first pit stop window open up. They have to come in for an official and a compulsory pit stop. That's the plan of how these guys work. This is what it's all about. Just having a look to see as we're going.
499 in the pits. I think that's the first of our pit stops.
Brendan telling us, we were just chatting about brakes. Speaking about brakes, there you go.
Right, so brakes are being changed.
Yeah, there will definitely be some brake changes. Thanks for that, Brent.
So sgrt.be, first of our cars to come into the pits for their mandatory pit stop. They have been told within 40 minutes. I think they open the pit window. We didn't get the information as to how long the pit window is.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think with a compulsory pit stop plus possibility of a refuel.
15 minutes maybe?
Yeah, I would go for about a 15 minute that we need to play around with. And as I said, that's depending on what the team strategy is going to be.
Ooh, late to the brakes, missed the braking point by miles. T4E there managed just to, and maybe that's the indication of the brakes starting to get just a little bit warm. A lot of these European drivers aren't going to know what the heat is like here at Kyalami. We were thinking there was going to be some of that rain, that Joburg, little drizzle in the morning, and maybe the thunderstorm in the evening. But right now it seems to be burning off, and we're going to be hitting our usual 30-degree heat.
Oh, there we go.
First
refuel.
Yep,
First refuel coming in.
It has to be done in a different area, completely different pit. You see how many people are nowhere near that. There's only like 4 or 5 people there managing this pit stop.
And the tank is in the front of the car. So that's also another thing to take into account. The fuel tank is actually where.
So your handling is going to change a lot as the fuel goes down.
Yeah, put a full fuel tank in there, and of course the front end of the car completely changes.
Suddenly it's harder to stop, harder to turn, harder to do anything.
Listen, I've got guys watching us from all around the world, and of course a couple of comments coming in from a couple of guys around the world. Their T4E Racing, of course, is 531. And, of course, only Mark Friedman from Audi would pick that up. So thanks for that, Marky. It is quite fun that we do have a 531. We don't particularly have a 53, but 531 will be closest to 53. Cool. There we go.
I didn't understand what we were going there. I was like, what was it supposed to be, 532 or 321? I got it now. Sorry, I'm a bit slow to catch on.
We should have known this. Marius Action Jackson, he's watching as well.
Yes.
He sent us a message. He says, by the way, boys, FCY is not safety car. It's full course yellow.
Obviously, I knew that. What are you talking about? You confused? No, I didn't. I'm joking.
You have European experience. Come on now.
In karting, we don't have FCY.
FCY, full course yellow.
We have yellow or death. There's no
Merci
FCY.
beaucoup there, Mr. Action Jackson. We appreciate it, bud. We really do appreciate it.
Brad Liebenberg sending us a message and a video from watching. He's here in person.
Is he really?
PA.
Oh, brilliant.
That's awesome. Brad Liebenberg, a driver that's done a lot of endurance racing himself. He had to watch some endurance racing. Sad not to see him in the car, though.
Nicole as well, our protege, of course, from the commentary point of view. She's sending us one saying, good morning. Hopefully enjoying all the YouTube live streaming. Is there possible to do an interview with our 2 drivers, Nick Adcock and Jonathan Thomas? Of course, that's exactly what Carl's going to do a bit later on, Nick, so hang tight. We try to find them on the grid, but with 62 cars on the grid, it wasn't easy to find everybody. So I managed to get a couple of the South African boys.
I will actually, for you guys watching, go find the team name and number, so you can actually have a look through the... so Sam Hammond and Nathan Hammond, they are aboard the 338 AC Motorsport Schumacher.
Yeah.
Go through the rest of my notes here. You'll be proud of me, Henry. I'm doing notes. AC Motorsport 487. That's Mikhail Patamba, Devin Robertson, and Damian Hammond. And then there is the other one, which is Stag Racing. Nick Adcock, Michael Jensen, and then 2 French gentlemen. That's Craig Nunes. No, Craig Nunes was South African. And Sam Nesser.
Well. Yeah. Craig Nunes and Nick Adcock, the 2 South Africans.
Were they just bump drafting? Was Garfield and Spivak?
Yeah, they were.
So they've just taken the lead now, these 2?
Pretty much. Spivak is now leading out over Garfield Racing because of the pitting there of our lead car. So he would possibly coming in to think about the changes that have to happen and hopefully get a chance to get those pit stop done as quickly as possible, driver changes done as quickly as possible in the pit stop window. Also getting some information coming through as well. Nice to see that we are getting people watching from all around the world, but I do love the fact that it is joining us from everywhere around the world, not only at the circuit. There you go. Thanks, Brad, for showing us the speakers are working. We do appreciate that.
Thanks for letting us know where they are. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Great video.
Means that our crowd that are here today can also get to enjoy some of the commentary and some of the updates as to how things are going out on track and what we're watching from race action all the way through. The 482 car having a big look on the inside there, and I can tell you it wasn't a lastminute.com effort there, because the Ores Locite Racing of Gilles Gagneux and I wanted to say almost Maloney, but it's Xavier Molinet, who of course is now driving that car, having a little bit of fun and games, and Patamba, Robertson and Hammond in the mix as well.
Yeah, they are there in the front of this group. So as they head into the S's, that's the South African drivers there in the front in that blue and orange Beetle leading out this pack. Absolutely insane racing through. And now we're seeing the front guys drop into the mid pack as they do their stops and trying to move through. 491 coming into the pits, a little bit of damage to the front. Doing a quick driver change before they head out back for their next 1 hour stint. Drivers in, driver change, doors closed, off you go.
Or is Miti Racing there? That's Jean-Charles Moret, Gregory Truslier, and Roman Cruzli who of course are the 3 drivers in that car. They make their way back onto the circuit. Now also just picking up, we mentioned it a bit earlier, you've also got to take into account that you have 2 pit areas that you've got to play with. So you do your driver change in the main pit building, you do your refuel in the top pits. So you've also got to take that into account in terms of your strategy. And do you make the driver who's doing the pit
do the fuel stop, or the one that's just suddenly going to the car?
Exactly.
Well, in terms of strategy and trying to set a really good in lap, it would be better to do the in lap, get in, change driver, go out, do 5 laps, get into a rhythm, and then stop. Or is it better? So, like, I suppose you could play with it that way. As we look at them head into Crowthorne, it looks like Mikael Batamba under a lot of pressure up into Crowthorne. Down the inside, he's going to lose a spot. Doesn't look like he has the legs of that car that's just gone past him. So maybe a bit of a differing fuel level. Because we haven't seen them stop. So they started.
We've only seen, I think, 1 or 2 cars actually go into the refuel section here. And this is where it'll happen. So if you're going to refuel, you're going to go left here where these cars are right now. So you'll start to move across. There's the entrance to the pit lane. You'll drive up the pit lane on the left-hand side, and then the refuel, you can just pick it up on the camera position on the left-hand side. It'll be on the right-hand side now as they head down towards Sunset Corner. That's where the refueling is, where that arrow is parked. Just to the right of that arrow, that's where you've got to go in to do the refuel.
Well, I've just seen a major disparity in top end between one car and another here. And looking at the lap times, 2 seconds difference. So I'm going to assume, and I could be completely wrong with this, some drivers or some teams have decided to start light on fuel, go out, get the first stints in, race hard, be part of the fight, don't burn the tires too much because you've got less fuel on board, so you can have a bit more
100%.
fight, move yourself up the field. And then there's those teams which, like AC Motorsports teams have done. Devin Robinson maybe can confirm with me. I see him looking at the track and not sending me a WhatsApp. Send me a WhatsApp, let me know, Dev. Some of these teams might have decided, well, let's go heavy.
Yeah.
Take it easy, relax, let everybody else fight and do what they need to do. Like you see Mikael Batamba giving all the space in the world. And just set it in and go.
I agree with you to a certain point. I agree with you in terms of the theory there. But the theory, unfortunately, is thrown out of whack because they have to come in and do a 40-minute stop.
But they don't have to do a fuel stop, though.
They don't have to do a fuel stop, yeah. But what I'm saying is, if you've got to do a driver change and you've got to make sure that everything's right in the car, you might as well look at doing whatever's necessary. Here we go into the pits with, I think that's the 451 car, if I'm not mistaken. So coming into pit lane.
Oh, check it out. They yeeted out of that car. Whoever was helping with the belts got pulled out by the back, by the scruff of the neck there.
Get out of the way.
432. I didn't quite get the name there. I'll find it for you guys now. But what I'm saying is that instead of running heavy, you run lighter fuel and stop for fuel earlier.
Yeah.
Because you know everybody's going to stop around 40 minutes anyway.
So that was LADC. That's Teo and Gabin. That's the father and son team. Teo and Gabin does it with Leo Richet and Davide Gavas. I think it's how you pronounce his surname.
Ooh, side by side, we head down into Crowthorne again with cars coming out of the pits as well. 2, 3. I didn't quite get that number. That happened way too fast.
Get quite up close and personal. I do love the fact that it is getting quite up close and personal so early on. The 172 car there of Eurodata car, Richard Pigalet and Laura Kier, all having some fun and games in that 172 car. They're running 17th at the moment, currently lapping in the 210s. But everybody is kind of in that 210 bracket. Your fastest car currently is 2087, and if you go down to 30th place, they're doing 212s. So you've got about a 4-second differential between top cars and bottom cars in this big field of 62. Now, 62 was supposed to start. I know the 911 car didn't get out on time. Hairy. Whether he's got out again on track or not, I'm not sure. By the time Kyle goes down to pit lane, he can see if that red 911 car was able to get the car on track or not, because it was still parked in pit lane when I was walking back through the pit lane and back up to the commentary booth. So we started with 62, but we actually ended up with 60 on the grid, 1 in the pit lane, as Kyle is going to make his way down to pit lane for now. Or isn't he? No, he's not. He's going to go and come back to us in a few seconds' time. But SK Racing are now into the pits as well. One of our British drivers there, Mr. Cox, he's into the mix there as well. Nice little mix up there between them. And on the 256 car, potentially looking to try and get some pace now with a driver change. And will they go for a fuel at the same time? We'll wait and see. Should be pretty interesting to see how these guys all sort things out. And look, we've mentioned it all day long. We're going to be mentioning it for the next 6 hours or 6.5 hours, 7.5 hours at the battles that are raging in the mid-pack. And it's literally the reason why a lot of these drivers get involved in this series is because they speak about it being FunCup, but the fun they're having is what a racing driver always wants to have. And that's to have a dice, no matter where you are. Diving into pit lane, someone making a late-ditch effort into pit lane. Lots of guys coming in now for the compulsory pit stops that have to happen in this window of opportunity. One of them is the South African car. The 487 car is in. So coming from 17th place there for AC Motorsport. 487, of course, our boys from SA. Mikel Patamba, Devin Robertson, and Damien Hammond. Patamba was in the car. I would assume he will be staying in the car for a little bit longer, or they may put Damien Hammond into the driver's seat to do a driver change at the 40-minute bracket. So Damien Hammond, I think, would be the next man into the car, because we did speak about the fact that Devin was on the pit wall, still in T-shirt and jeans, so I don't think he's going to be jumping into the car. Oh, bit of cramp there possibly for one of the cars here, or one of the drivers out of that car. Or did he just roll his ankle as he got out the car? I think he might have rolled the ankle as he got out the car there. It's the 438 car that we had some issues with there. So 438, Christophe and the 2 Pascals, SKR. There we go. A couple of driver changes happening now as we're into the thick of that pit stop window. Carl's going to run down and see if he can catch a couple of the drivers and see how things have gone so far. You might have to just turn the mic on and turn the battery pack on as well, Carl, as you go down. But as you can see, driver changes happening thick and fast. They're pretty rapid in terms of those driver changes as well. You can see a lot of these teams are waxed on their pit lane antics to get the drivers in and out of the car in time. Still in with a chance to possibly even get up to the refuel area if they need to. I'm not sure if they're going to need to refuel. Some of the cars, as Carl said, might have run light on fuel, which is why we saw a few of them going into the fueling station at the top pits to do those fuel changes or to put more fuel into the car. Some of them might have run heavy with the fuel load and maybe going to try and get 2 stints in before they need to do a refuel. 432, also having a nice start to this one, and that is the LADC car of Teo and Gabin, Leo Richard and Davide. And then, as you can see, it's going to be pretty busy in pit lane. There are our 2 Frenchmen, one from Dubai, one from Paris, who are piloting the South African livery machine there, heading up through Barbecue and into Yuxkay. Cars in pit lane there. The Eurodata car is also in as well. So a couple of guys coming in to get those pit stops done as quickly as possible. Try not to lose too much ground that they've already sort of put themselves into positions where they want to be at the initial stages of the race. 222 car of AC Motorsport there. Matt Henry and William Neal, piloted with Jonathan Mullen. 471 cars in as well. That is Pro Propulsion Racing. Laurent Fresnay, Jean-Christophe Allard, Julien Francais, and Alexandre Degliaposti in that 471 car. Those are the 4 drivers piloting that little beetle. You can see how busy it's got. I mean, cars literally diving in and out. There is Team Japan back in as well by the looks of it for a driver change. See, it's quite busy down in pit lane too. Driver gets out one side, other driver gets in on the other side to try and negate too much time being lost in pit lane during the driver changes that are happening. 181, D5, 181 are in there as well. See a change up between Nicolas, Axel and Jaten. It's a busy pit lane right now. It's busy on track as well. 4x4 down towards Crowthorne. The pit window open, as you can see there from race control. So drivers now will be aware that that pit lane window is open. They've got to come in for that compulsory stop. So teams will be on the radios, or at least on the pit boards, telling them to come in, get those pit stops done as quickly as possible. 62 teams to come in to do the refuels and or to do the pit stops first. Possible refuels if necessary. 407 is the car we were just chatting about there. Fantastic to see that South African livery on that machine. Getting a chance to get up close and personal, and I'm sure Carl will try and do that. 407 car there of Benjamin Fournier and Jeremy Lociel. Carpe Diem Racing. There they go. While there's action in pit lane, there's still plenty of action on track. That's the beauty of being here. If you were here at Kyalami today, watching all the action unfold here at FunCup. It's the World's End Cup, round 1 of the 2026 France and European FunCup Championship. You heard from Carl, they go to, big spin at the top of the hill. A little bit out of shape there. Looks like a warning flag for the 188 car. That's the 481 car that got out of shape there. So 481 is Monarch Herb by M3M. Armaud Griffon, Stefan Gournier, and Frank Shahinian, I think is how you pronounce his name, getting a little bit out of shape there. And eventually back on track though. That's the beauty of these cars. They are pretty robust racing cars that they've got to play in here for FunCup. If you look at that track graphic at the bottom that Ivan's given us in the bottom right-hand side of the screen there, how busy is that circuit? I mean, there are literally cars littering the track. There is not one part of the track that doesn't have some form of action on it, as we see the graphic at the bottom to try and find out where the guys are and which cars are where. It's incredible to see. As they come across and complete another lap, that's the man who spun out. He's got back up and riding. Fortunately, not losing out too many positions there, so good recovery. To Crowthorne corner now, closing that gap down ever so slightly. I do hear some noise in my ear, which is possibly Carl down in pit lane, so we'll keep an eye out, see whether or not he's been able to catch up with a couple of the drivers there. 534, the Magic Pocket car was the car we were just watching there as well, that 534 machine. It's Jeremy Choucron and Christophe
All right,
Julia.
I'm here. Greg, I'm here at the moment with Jonathan Thomas. We were looking at 4 race when we were up in the paddock with you, and we were talking about the driver of that car making many moves and lots of full sends. It was actually Jonathan Thomas in the car. Jonathan, how have you enjoyed the racing so far here at the FunCup?
It's been good. We've had a really good start to the weekend. So it looked good on practice, and then as we got to qualifying, I think the engine's a bit down on power. So it's been really tough in qualifying in the race, because whenever we get behind someone to slipstream them, we actually just lose, we lose all our speed on the straight. So we're trying to catch up in the corners, but it's making it tough.
Well, you're using some of your racing knowledge you've learned back home and overseas to make those full send moves from a car length behind. You've done a good job with it. But the one thing I wanted to talk to you about was this pit lane. It's absolutely manic with all the cars. I mean, we saw a car go out now, door still open, driver. They're still trying to do tire pressure. The driver's on his way. But talk to me about your strategy and your idea throughout this race in terms of stops and when to refuel.
Well, yeah, I'm not used to this crazy pit lane, but it's good. So in this car, it's actually only 2 of us. So it's just when the one comes in, the other one goes out. That's it. We're stopping every around 45 minutes. That's what we're aiming for. And then I actually don't know. They actually don't want to tell you, the drivers, about the fuel. They just put a put board out saying fuel, and that's when you fuel.
So it's actually dictated by the series when you need to come out, or is it the team itself saying when to fuel?
The team itself tells you when to fuel.
So you have no idea what that strategy is? They're keeping it to themselves. They don't want you spreading it around the pit, so you just get told, go fuel, and you go fuel.
Well, not really that. It's just it's like everyone's figuring it out on the spot.
Okay.
That's kind of what's happening at the moment.
So very much in the realm of FunCup, figure it out as you go along. Well, Jonathan, we'll wish you the best of luck for the rest of the stints, and hopefully we catch you throughout the race.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Right, that was me with Jonathan Thomas. We're back up to you, Greg Maloney, in the commentary box.
Thank you.
Just give me a...
Finest Carters, getting an opportunity to find out exactly what they're doing in terms of the strategy and how things have gone so far. 2-man team means they're going to be a very, very busy day in the saddle. It's kind of a 40-minute stint, then a 40-minute break, then another 40-minute stint up for both of those drivers, all the way through into the full 6 hours or 8 hours of racing here today. And we're coming up to almost the hour mark completed. We've got about 6.5 minutes to go before we get to that first hour being completed. And at this point in time, No Limit Racing still setting the pace at the front end. Fastest lap time we've kind of seen into the 2:07s is what we're seeing from that team. Everybody else seems to have sort of kind of eased off slightly, gone down into the sort of 2:10 to 2:15 minute bracket. and seem to now be sort of just finding their feet, finding a little bit of a rhythm to try and stick to as much as possible, and then stay in the mix if they can with the various competitors that might be around them. And as you can see, and as what you would have seen if you've joined us right from the word go here at Kyalami, or at the live stream feed that's going around the world on Kyalami's YouTube page and Facebook page, you can also see that the track limit warnings are being given out there to 471. So 471 is propulsion. Laurent, Jean-Christophe, Julien and Alexandre also being told that they have to stay on track. The track limit warning is not like MotoGP, where they're going to literally penalize you almost instantaneously. I think they give 3 warnings to the car. Then the driver gets a verbal warning, and only then does the team have to come in to get whatever that is. There you can see how things are working down in pit lane, how frantic it is in terms of the readout and the feedback they're going to be giving their drivers via the telemetry that's available to the cars and to the teams. Nice shot there from our crew down in pit lane to give us a heads up as to how the teams are working. 280 also being given a track limit warning there. So it looks like our COC is starting to have to do a little bit more work than what he expected to do. That's Milo Sens, Lorenzo, Kevin, Simon and Louis all been given a track warning, a track limits warning for going over. Now the track limits warning, also for your information, if you're watching at home on the live stream or if you're watching from all around the world on our live stream, it's basically if all 4 wheels are off the circuit or over the white line. You're allowed to clip the curb, you're allowed to put 2 wheels over the curb, you're allowed to put 2 wheels over the white line, but if you put all 4 wheels over the white line, then you will be given that track limits warning. So to try and keep it fair for everybody, it's kind of the standard rule in motorsport is the racing happens between the white lines, but as we know, racing drivers and racing motorcycle riders all like to push the limits, and sometimes they go over the boundary as well, which means that they're going to be in trouble. And particularly with this series, they are quite strict in their attempt to keep it as fair as possible to make sure that everybody has a good chance. No limit racing. Good run so far from Benjamin, Kevin, Evan and Clement. They are, of course, in that no limit racing 506 car. There we can they can see themselves. Hi guys, what's happening? Give us a wave. Don't be scared. It's all good. Welcome to Kyalami. This is such a fantastic event to have at Kyalami. What a way to open up the season, by the way. It normally happens in 2 weeks' time, of course, at our friends up the road at Swartkops. But needless to say, as we said earlier on, 2019 is when the team from FunCup came to Kyalami and said, hey, we would like a chance to come and bring our Beetles and have a little bit of a punch buggy battle here at the world-famous Kyalami Grand Prix circuit, and that's exactly what they've done. So it's been 6 years in the making, but fortunately they've all got it together, and we've opened up the 2026 motorsport season here at Kyalami with FunCup France and Europe in the house. There's still plenty of time to get here, and of course tickets are 200 Rand at the gate. For adults, if you're under 12, you get in for free. So get your mom and dad to drop you at the gate. You can bring in your gazebos, your cooler boxes, etc., etc. We'd like to have you all here. So if you are watching at home and you've got nothing else to do, come on down. Come and have a see what FunCup is all about. It really is pretty awesome to see a full field of cars littered around Kyalami Grand Prix circuit, as we're seeing here today in our opening event of 2026's race season for South Africa. No limit racing, setting the pace, as I said. Nice driver stint there from whoever's at the wheel of that car right now. The 506 machine is Benjamin, Kevin, Evan and Clement, as I said, and currently setting the fastest first sector time. He's got down to a 39.9 in the first sector. There, oh, there's a spinner. Spinner down in, 548 is the spinner there. So unfortunately some problems there for that machine. And the 548 car is Ores Mini Development. That would be Mehdi and Ali Burfa and Eels Lou, who are in that car for 548. There are a whole bunch of the Ures racing team. There's Ures Huria, there's Ures Mini Development, and there's Ures School. And I would say the school car, maybe possibly some of the younger drivers in that team. So the McDonald's car is in. Maybe coming in for a quick, it's not 11:30 yet, so the breakfast is still being served at McDonald's if they get there in time. possibly why they're coming, but it looks like there might be some kind of an issue on the car. They're looking at some bodywork damage, and there you go, standard option in motorsport, duct tape and zip ties. If you can't fix a race car without duct tape and zip ties, then you shouldn't be in motorsport. So well done to that team. They're going to do a little bit of repair work on the front end of the car, maybe a little touch, maybe a little off-track excursion has done some front end damage to the splitter on the front of that Beetle. The Garfield car still in third place there. That is Garfield by SKR. And still fighting hard there with the Spebov team. They are currently running about a second apart. So you can see them just scything their way through the field there. 427, good number on that car, on the 427 machine. And 427, of course, is Vincent Rocher, Sylvian Karov, and Alain Ferté for Spebov Racing. Garfield by SKR, that's 508 if you have got an entry list near you. And of course Sebastian Mazzucchelli, Julien Jacquel, and Maxi Jacquel as well in the Garfield car. We'll be looking to try and stay at least in that top 3 hunt if they can for the next 7 hours, as we just tick 7 hours to go. Literally on the dot, heading through the S's. We got the first hour done and dusted. So 1 hour done, 7 to go. Incredibly, as I said, some of the cars running with up to 5 drivers. Team Japan, our GDL orange car. We managed to chat to a couple of the Japanese drivers on the grid as well. They, of course, all looking forward to getting out onto the circuit and having a bit of fun with the FunCup competitors that they've been involved in. In fact, we actually chatted to the GDL red team, not the GDL orange team. There are, I think, 5 GDL teams. There's GDL white, GDL blue, GDL red, GDL orange, and I think there may be one other. No, that's all of them. So there's 4, beg your pardon, 4 of them. And they all, of course, come from various makes and marks of motorsport in their own careers, but getting together and teaming up here for FunCup's opening round at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. The World's End FunCup. Here we can see some work and some serious concentrated faces from the other side of that screen. Getting everything to work properly, hope they can. That's what they're hoping to do. That's the plan anyway, as they look at the screens and try and keep everything according to the plan that they had earlier on in the day and overnight, having done some practice and qualifying yesterday. Arriving on Thursday, when we unloaded the cars at about 2:30 in the afternoon, it was 37 degrees Celsius here at Kyalami. We have got slightly overcast conditions here today in Johannesburg, South Africa. That's where we are, if you are watching from all around the world. And of course this, as not many people know, is the second highest circuit in circuit racing in the world. The highest one, of course, being Mexico City, but the second highest circuit in the world is Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. So a lot of these drivers coming from Europe will start to feel the effects of altitude. And not having driven at altitude, you'll definitely feel the effects in maybe your second or third stint. And the fitness level of some of these drivers will come into play and into question, because what they've got to take into account is you've got professional racing drivers in these cars, you've got amateur racing drivers in these cars, and you've got complete rookie drivers in these cars as well. And that's the whole idea of FunCup, is that you want to try and bring everybody who has an aspiration of being a racing driver and get a chance to come and play with these guys in the cars that they're provided by FunCup. And that's really what this is all about. Putting drivers of different levels together and giving them an opportunity to have exactly what the series name is. As much fun as possible. So far, so good. Yeah, I know, we're all good. Looking at the way things are going right now, of course, this is the first hour completed. We've got 6 hours and 57 minutes still to go in this race. So still a long way to go, and still a lot of work to be done by the teams, by the drivers, particularly the guys that are sitting with the 2-man team. We just chatted to John Thomas down in pit lane, and he, of course, gave us an indication as to how busy his day's been. It's a 545 car that has just been given the witch's warning there. That is the Urhez Huria car. Alexandre, Johan, Eddie, Andrea, and Gilles all being given the heads up that they may have exceeded track limits at some point on the track. The 505, 506 car there of No Limit Racing starting to come through the field, as you can see, he's watching there as well. Also picking up on a few of the the people involved in there. That's Alexi on the right-hand side of the shot there. He, of course, is the PR man and the man who works side by side with the likes of the Kyalami Grand Prix circuits management, motorsport management. Chatted to Alexi, of course, right at the start of the proceedings when we found out that FunCup were coming, and sent him an email saying, listen, would you like some commentary? And he said, no, we're not opening it to the public, so we don't need commentary. And then about 3 days later, received a phone call from Megaroo and the team of Kyalami saying, by the way, we may need you. So that was really cool to see. But I also got to give a shout out because all of those guys that were on social media saying, we got FunCup here and they're here and they've come to play and it's fantastic that they're here, but why can't we not watch them? I don't see a lot of you here at the track. So Carl's catching his breath. He's now realized
I got lost.
The stairs at Kyalami you got lost.
I got lost. I couldn't find my way back up
You're
here.
a special guy.
I know, right?
You are a special,
but I made it
special
here.
guy.
I made it here. I was chatting to Devin and Wayne now as well about the cars,
Yeah.
the team that they're running with and what they're doing and the Hancocks and all the different things that they're busy with. I was incredibly incorrect. It's not that they're too soft in terms of suspension. They're very hard. So that nose dive we see and then it suddenly comes back up is something that Dev's just been struggling with. You know what Devon's like. He needs to go and change and he's dropping the rear to make the car feel suited more to him. And they put a new set of boots on for the start of the race. They did feel very heavy, like we said we were going to do. But both, like Jonathan was saying as well, they both seem to have lost a bit of top end. They don't seem to have the legs at the end of the straight that they had previously. So that's what they're struggling with at the moment.
But also that would have been because in qualifying and in practice they would have probably not run full fuel tanks. So
well, that's what I was saying.
They won't be used to that. They won't be used to the additional weight of the car. That'll come back to them sort of as the fuel level drops. And of course, as we see that, you'll see different cars getting slightly quicker than others, depending on what their fuel strategies are like and how much time they've put in to ensure that they've got those strategies right. Because in endurance racing, that's what it's all about. Your pit lane strategy can win or lose you the race. I can't even tell you how many times, and in fact, the one was here at Kyalami, where it was actually not at Kyalami, I beg your pardon, it was at Killarney, one of the South African Endurance Championship races that I used to do commentary with before change management. Basically headed up with a Ferrari going in with 5 minutes to go. Marcel Angel, multiple South African champion in karting, multiple saloon car champion as well. Lots of experience behind lane shut, and he ended the race parked in pit lane, not able to take the checkered flag. Now in endurance racing, you have to take the checkered flag to be classified
as a finisher. Yeah.
And he ended up in pit lane. So it's all about that strategy and the team communication. And when you look at the likes of Wayne and Devin Robertson, pitted with Mikkel and Kish Patamba and the Hammonds, those are 3 motorsport families in South Africa that have had multiple championships and oodles of experience.
Yeah.
So certainly going to know what to do and how to do it. Nice to see fans coming in as well. We do have some fans all around the track, and they littered sparsely, but I'm hoping that there's going to be a lot more of them coming to join us, because that's what it's all about. If you are watching and you're in Johannesburg, you might as well do yourselves a favor, climb in your car, come on down to Kyalami. I promise you it's worthwhile. It is absolutely amazing to see this track literally completely covered by cars on every aspect. There's no place you will go to that you will not see a car racing in front of you at one point in time, because they are literally all over the circuit. And as I said earlier on, you were downstairs, they chucked up a little graphic on the right hand bottom side of the screen there of the track and the cars that are circulating. Literally, it's just dots all over the circuit. There are just cars everywhere.
I'm sure we'll see more spectators. It's still 10 o'clock in the morning. Some people are still nursing the hangover from last night, so I'm sure we'll see more spectators coming through as the afternoon comes in. But the heat now, Greg, is starting to come through, and I was looking at a lot of the cars when they're coming into the pits now, and I actually wanted to see if I could get a little stint on camera of them doing it. As those cars come in, they're dropping tire pressures on these tires as these cars stop. So obviously now trying to get used to the heat and what it's going to do to that Hankook tire. You can actually see across the surface on some of the cars in the center, they're actually starting to get almost like a blister across the top of the tire, just because it's running a lot hotter than I think they're used to running it.
Also, you've got to take into account that the track conditions are going to change now, because that overcast condition with the sun sort of starting to make its way through the clouds, and the clouds starting to dissipate ever so slightly. Track conditions are going to get a little bit higher. Track temperature is going to get a little bit higher, I should say. And with that track temperature rising, you're going to have to start playing around with tire pressures, never mind tire changes.
In saying that as well, the circuit hasn't been used since November. I think was the last event they had here. There hasn't been a lot of cars running. The circuit is what we call green. It's very dirty. There's not a lot of rubber down.
Yeah.
And as these cars are circulating now, after this hour that we've had of driving, they're starting to rubber in the track. And you'll see there's some more of the fuel stops there. That was actually, I think, isn't that Speboff there now stopping for their fuel stop? Garfield as well. He was third and now getting the fuel in. But as these cars go, they're going to rubber in the circuit. The times are going to start coming down. And saying that No Limit Racing was a 2:07.9, they're now doing 2:07.4s. So the track will get quicker as this goes. Car 526, last warning before penalties, track
incoming.
Limits.
Be aware. Jackie is here. Jackie is from Motorsports. Yes. GDL. GDL Bleu is in trouble there. GDL Bleu is in trouble. Big problems there for him. Because that is the last one. Now, I said it was 5 strikes, but according to Brendan, it's 6 strikes. So you get 6 strikes before you get that final warning saying right now in for the penalty.
Wasn't Eric saying something like 19 to us this morning?
You know, never take Eric Schultz's opinion
isn't
about
he the COC
him.
though?
He is, but you know, he doesn't spoil the story with the facts. There's Garfield squeezing in there.
There is no care whatsoever for rejoin.
No.
I was standing in the pit lane. I watched the mechanic off his feet, hands on bonnet, to stop the car as they came in. So they're not too phased by those nitty gritties here in FunCup.
Not at all.
Is that your famous black? No, it's not. That's 506. That's a different. That's not your Japanese team.
506 is in there. That's
your favorite team.
506 is the No Limit Racing, the other No Limit Racing.
There it is, No Limit Racing. Where are they on our grid sheet? We've only got 30, so we can't see.
They were leading at this stage, so coming in for that fuel stop, that might just drop them back one position.
Well, they're still leading at the moment. Speboff is a lap behind.
Yeah, but Berberleek have moved up nicely into second place at this point. So a little chopping and changing that'll happen, but it'll all reshift back into what was originally where they were, how they were, depending on...
Well, there's Speboff rejoining, 1 lap down below, behind No Limit Racing. So we're just waiting for No Limit Racing to get back out there, that 506.
So I'm seeing pit window open here on the bottom of our screen now. According to our understanding, that there's a pit window for driver change and there's a pit window for fuel.
Yes.
So maybe they've got to wait for that pit window to open up. So it does mean that you'll come in for your driver change first, and then that driver will do the fuel stop. Okay, so that answers a few questions for us that we've been contemplating.
We've been asking ourselves with very little information, but we got it. We got it. We
worked it out ourselves. We worked it out ourselves. Come on now. That's how we do it.
Yes.
If we can't get it, we'll work it out ourselves. 470.
2M promotion.
2M promotions. Didier and Jeremy. Thomas and Christophe and Felix Louis Mansell.
Well, there goes No Limit Racing back out on circuit.
Felix, I just want to know, is Felix Louis maybe related to Nigel Mansell? I don't know.
My favorite driver of all time.
He is the best driver ever. Red 5, mate. Red 5. Say no more.
Yeah, but when he was really good, he was amazing. When he was having a bad day,
he was a very good driver. Whether he was good, bad, or ugly.
That's why I picked him.
No one could ever go and do what he's done, and no one has ever done what he's done.
Yeah, Indy 500 winner.
Formula 1 champion, Indy 500 winner, Indianapolis champion.
There's our 4 race. That's where Jonathan Thomas just jumped out of, joining the back of the queue for refueling. Bit of a queue going on there. That's something I'm interested to know. How many
Who's
cars
his
can
teammate, by the way?
I don't know.
You didn't check whose teammate was? Jonathan Thomas. Okay, let's find out there. Let's have a look at our notes. Maybe we'll find out. Jonathan Thomas is a 2-man team. Shouldn't be too difficult to find him. I think he might be in the lower numbers if we look at the way things go here.
Doesn't he have the lap record here?
Who?
Jonathan Thomas?
No, I don't think he does.
There's a 139 something in a LMP2 car.
He might have.
I think I did see that in my notes.
Was he part of SA Endurance Series?
Yes.
He would have
in that LMP2.
Yeah, he would have been in Craig Jarvis's car.
Was it Craig Jarvis? Yeah,
I think it would have been Craig Jarvis's car. Yeah.
As we find it's a full while we look for who his teammate is. There's No Limit Racing back out in front. They are still leading this race after their stop, and as I say that, everything changes and I'm wrong. Babalik is now leading the 8 hour of World's End Cup here at the FunCup. Babalik Racing currently 8 seconds. And how is that for an interval after an hour of racing? 8 seconds. That is your current gap.
Too shabby. So the reason we can't find him is we're looking for a 2-man team. He's actually a 3-man team, but one of them didn't arrive. Oh. So it's either Jean-Charles Vabier. I would say probably him because it's Vabier Racing.
I would assume so.
I don't think Benjamin Delcourt is here, which is why Jonathan Thomas is sharing that car. So he's the 150 car. Okay. So that's the car we were looking for.
150, they were a lap down. They had to go out late, didn't they? 150 or a lap down. Are we thinking of the wrong 4 race here?
I think we might be the wrong one. I'm going to watch for their progress coming through, because we've only got the top 29 on our timing monitor. I know that we can pick up possibly the bottom of the field on the other timing monitor, but we're not going to worry about that just yet until things get a little bit more serious and a bit more concerning. 007, Mr. Bond. What are you going to do, Mr. Bond, as he comes in for his pit stop? He's not in the top 29 cars, but the 007 car is, of course, Jean-Michel and Nicolas Bayet. I chatted to them on pit lane. Jean-Michel is actually standing in an Aston Martin racing livery race suit. So he must be doing some other form of racing as well.
I did see the logo of the other form of racing on his suit. So and someone that's used to endurance championship racing, as we watch these two, is this Garfield?
No, it's not Garfield.
Is this not Garfield?
That's not the Garfield car.
Oh, it's not the Garfield car. So 427, that is our previous second on the road
Spebov,
car.
yeah.
Spebov.
They've dropped.
Making him so. Bit of contact there. That was a bit of rubbering and racing at the back.
They've dropped down to 27th place in the 427. So
with that full fuel stop, yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of how that shuffle has sent them a little bit further back in the standings. And now we'll get to see for the first time as well, once we've done a driver change and a fuel change, how the field is defined. Because, we've got Spebov, who were leading, down in 27th. And I'm just looking, Garfield is now 16th. So they've made up a little bit of ground as well. And then, of course, the other car that we were playing around with was the Project 24 car. He's still running in 6th place, hasn't had a pit stop yet.
I don't think he's done his fuel stop yet. But if you have a look now at lap times after fuel stops, we were running around 208, average 210s. The majority now doing 212. So the fuel load definitely making a big difference to these cars. Once they've been refueled, I think it's where that tank is in that car, sitting right in the front of the car. So not really mid-mounted. Car 33, food lovers, quick stop for them. Back
Don't say that's my favorite car, okay?
I was about to. That was literally my next sentence. Oh, he caught me.
I was waiting for that.
Last warning before penalties for track limits.
I was
car
prepared.
280.
I was prepared for that, yes.
You did come very prepared. I see you got a cooler box and everything. I did not. Milo sends. So if anybody wants to send a sandwich.
You need to know that it's 8 hours of commentary that we're doing today. So, last warning for penalties, track limits on 280. Ooh, hang tight. Could be some trouble coming 280's way.
Milo sends.
Yeah, Lorenzo, Kevin, Simon, and Louis. You guys are on your last track limit warning. It's a penalty, a lap penalty that they get given. That's the penalty. So it's quite substantial. So you don't want to be doing that too often, because it's, at the end of 8 hours.
What, doing that? Doing what we just witnessed?
No,
there?
that's okay. That you can
is that fine?
But you see, that's not off track, because that's running onto what is known as the rumble strip. The red is the rumble strip. It's all 4 wheels that have to be off.
Eric did explain that the white line is what they're using for track limits. So that was track limits.
Well, that was over track limits then. Way over track limits.
Well, he was going to go visit one of the other circuits we haven't.
He was going to go out the exit point of Ingwe's marshalling point there. That wouldn't help.
Go visit his friends in the stands.
2M promotion out there as well. That's Didier, Jeremy, Thomas, Christophe, and Mr. Mansell.
Ooh, now we're going to see what. Because I was just down there, and that is incredibly busy.
I actually just love that way they jump in and out the car. One out the left and one in the right. Or
yeah.
One out the right, one in the left.
Yeah, depending on the team, something like in and out, and then quickly doing
depends of what country they're driving in. If they come from England, it'll be from the left-hand side. Yeah.
Oh.
If they're like us, they'll get in from the right-hand side.
I think that's why they put the seat in the centre, just in case. Like,
everybody's the
same.
same.
Guys just in the middle, so we're all in the same boat. Yeah.
It's not a right-hand or left-hand drive car.
We're not going to give anybody an advantage or disadvantage.
It's a McLaren.
I suppose it's a paddle. It's paddle as well. Yeah. So there's not even the gear shift issue. So all paddle shift gearbox. No need for. There's no speed gun in the pit limit.
I don't see one. No, but I think there is a pit lane speed limit. It's usually 60 kilometers an hour. So I'm sure they'll keep that under watchful eye. Gertie and his team and her team are at the end of the pit lane. There's a black and white flag being shown at the start-finish line as well. If we got a shot of that, because I'm not quite sure what the number is, but we're about to see. It could possibly be the 280 car. They were on their final warning, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, penalty.
And the penalty is about to be given. So Milo Sens could be in a bit of trouble.
We're on board. We're having a look now.
There's a graphic. Check that graphic.
That is unbelievable.
That's like when you watch like a online e-race.
Yeah.
You just got like dots everywhere.
Yeah,
Where's my car? Where's my car?
Oops, there's another last warning. 515. Is it anybody that we are seeing on
5 in trouble as well?
Yeah, 26. That's GDL White. So look at the queue for fuel. Look at the queue for fuel.
Oh man, it's getting busy out there.
Oh, this is where the problem. Look how they're having to queue for fuel.
Yeah, look.
This must be a major issue for those teams now.
Well, it's part of the strategy. You got to get in early to get a decent fuel spot.
Are we seeing a drive-through there? We got a grey and.
I think he might just come back
He might
later.
just hit a drive-through. Excuse me, I'll be back. The queue's too long.
Yeah, I'm not going to stop here. I'm going to go to engine down the road.
I don't feel like stopping.
We'll wait. I'll come back later.
Yeah, a couple of teams actually doing the stop and go. Well, not even the stop and go, the drive through.
I like the fact that they've got the yellow flag waving out of pit lane there as well, just to warn the drivers that there are a lot of cars
There's
in
traffic,
that
boys.
refuel point. I think it kind of, as I said, it's part of your strategy. That the Come To You team there, as I said, the 007 car, doing a super job there, father and son team, piloting that machine as they go.
And that's the brightest livery out there.
It looks really good. It's very similar to the Aston Martin livery that they run at Le Mans in the GT3 cars that they do run. And have you ever seen the attention to detail that Aston Martin team go to when they put that 007 car? Because there is a 007 number car that runs at Le Mans. Now that 007 numbered car that runs at Le Mans basically has all of the livery on it that James Bond's car would have, being the number of course on the car. But it's just fantastic to see that they go all out to sort of promote the fact that they are Mr. Bond's choice of vehicle.
Yeah, I would too, actually, to be honest. Food lovers there, your favorite car.
Yeah, there it is.
Making a place.
See, they're going to get there. They
Past
get there in the end.
our OPM, 282. Who is 282 and where are they? We have a quick look up and down they're not inside the top 30.
No, not in the top 30 at the moment. 282 doing a super job. That, of course, is our M3M Academy team. It's Pascal Verlan.
The Love Bug loving the gravel trap. So unfortunately, Love Bug went for a visit on the outside. So into the bushes and into the herb it goes. But peace and love back on track.
He's kind of catching up there with Very from TikTok. Hello, everybody, and thank you. Welcome to the bush.
You had to remind me.
There we go.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, and welcome to the bush.
Welcome to the bush. I've been in the bush there. So,
yeah.
Lovebug has had a couple of off-track excursions, so can't be doing too many more of those. Otherwise, you're going to be losing opportunities of at least being in the hunt at the front by the time this finishes. So far, and
it's better than being the hunt.
I don't want to give it the commentator's curse, Carl, but so far so good. We've got all the cars, bar one, and that's for the 25-hour at Spa, on track.
I knew you were coming with that.
They are not.
25 hours.
They are literally all still on track, which is phenomenal.
There was 61 on track because 62 was in the bushes. Come back on though.
No, but I'm saying. So
yeah, no,
62
still
cars
moving. Still moving. Yeah, sure.
There's 61 cars still moving and either somewhere on the circuit at some point. But no retirements as such. But I don't want to say that because then I'll give it the full commentator's curse.
The full commentator's curse, which I like the last event you and I did together, I was absolutely...
You were on form.
I was on form. I think I dropped 3 cars out of the running there as the Love Bug comes back into the pits for his pit stop, driver change, driver swap, and they send back out. Oh, there's one way to get you out of the car. A full yank and a throw.
Rip you out.
I don't even think he looked to see if he landed back on his feet.
No,
that is the 4-race team we were talking about. Is that Jonathan Thomas getting into the car, I think? If I'm wrong. Yes? Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's John Thomas.
John Thomas in the car he goes. Black and orange livery. We saw him go out, unfortunately, a lap. Well, not a lap down. He actually made it back onto the lead lap, did he not?
Well, he's actually only done... No, what he's done, what's that? He came in about 740.
He was the leader in the first lap.
Yeah, but I'm just looking. We've got 6:30, so he's about half an hour. That was a half hour stint. That's Garfield making his way back onto the track as well.
Correct, yeah, half an hour stint. So these guys all opting for some running an hour, some running half an hour. Stints in this 8 hours. Look how busy that pit lane is. There is a lot of people waiting for cars to come in.
You know, the only other time that pit lane is that busy is when you come here for the festival.
Contact through the mine shaft, and somehow those two stayed on there. And it's again 24-hour project. We saw him earlier, and again No Limit Racing back and forth with each other.
Loving it.
No Limit Racing back out in front, the 506. He was a lap ahead. He's now 55 seconds ahead. So Saga Africa by SKR 407. Let's have a quick run through to see who's in that car. 407. It is Carpe Diem.
Carpe Diem Racing, yeah.
They're up into second place, car 407. Warning flag for disrespecting the track limits, number 278.
278.
So not only
that
did
one
not
is for
only
BGSL Racing by SRS. So Louis Giesenberg and Evan Becerra.
So not only were they not staying within the track limits, they were disrespecting them as well at the same time.
Do not disrespect the track limits here. No, I think that's
Respect my authority.
I think that's just the term that they use.
There's a Herbie. Greg?
There is a Herbie, but it's not in full Herbie colours.
It's got the
That's what
red
I'm
stripe.
saying. That's what I'm saying. It's not full Herbie colours just yet. See, I bring sweets for you even. How
Greg,
nice
you
is
brought
that,
me a
eh?
sweet. Thanks, Greg.
See how good that is, eh?
My uncle Greg gave me sweeties.
I have to keep your energy levels up, otherwise we're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, we've got a good 6 hours and 35 minutes still to go here, but
Exactly.
some awesome racing. Whenever you look at the screen, someone's passing someone.
7-2 is in the pit lane. Sound Quattro. I wonder if that's a four-wheel drive option.
No, I think it's it. At one stage, though, in this series, you used to be able to pick a diesel engine or a petrol engine for the Spa 25-hour, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, Kishore Patamba has done before, and I think he did it with Gavin Cornier and maybe Adon.
Yeah, Adcock, yeah.
Adcock. I think it was Adcock, Cornier, and Patamba that went into the 25-hour.
Spinner. Oh, there we go.
431.
431 out of shape there. That is LADC 431. Eric Lalande Martin and Jean-Guy Gauguin.
Great safe driving from that driver there. You could have just hit the light pedal and driven it straight back on track. There's the car.
That's Adcock's team, the one we were just chatting about right now.
Let's see who's getting into our adjustable steep 539 car.
Have a look at this. Here's the replay
of the spin. A little bit
down.
late on the brakes.
Late, but he was past crocodiles and into alligators before he hit the brakes.
Yeah, it's a strange place to lose it as well.
No, not really. I've lost it there too.
Oh, right. Okay, fair enough.
I lost it in the Mini there.
That is such a difficult corner, though, because you never know where to turn in. You're like, maybe now, maybe now,
It's
maybe
so
now.
big. It's so big. There's just so much space out there. It's crazy.
And I mean, like I say, I've only ever driven it on the... Ooh, that was skirting the white line rule there on the exit pit lane. And that's Devin Robinson now in that car that we just saw leave the pit lane. So Devin has swapped out and got himself into that car. I actually saw him doing a warm-up for the first time. It's not something he's ever done in his racing career.
Check that. Straight into pit lane for the refuel. So that's, that is the strategy.
Okay.
They'll do the driver change and then go to the fuel.
And look how empty. And Devin being Devin, he's gone through. He's bedded in a set of discs. He's bedded in a set of pads. He's made sure he knew whether new tires or old tires were better.
Yeah.
He's gone to every single person up and down this pit lane to find out how this car works, how it works over 8 hours. He wants to get as much information as he can, and then put the car on scales, changed everything on the car because he wasn't happy with it, and went back out. Which is why Devin and drivers of his caliber are the drivers of their caliber. Yes, not only can they drive a car fast, not only can they do lap times, but they put the extra work in behind the scenes in terms of setup and everything to go forward. So AC Motorsport up into 10th place now.
10th place, in pit lane, new driver. Expect to see, I would say, lap times dropping. Take nothing away from Mikhail, take nothing away from Hammond.
Oof, full send from 431.
In terms of experience in that team, Devin certainly the most experienced driver.
Well, world champion and an ex-legend.
Yeah.
In a car very similar, like he was saying, is inertly similar to this that he's driving now. Weight transfer just slightly different. He was saying that he thinks the springs are a little bit too hard. He'd like to soften them up for his own driver preference. But he has done a lot of work on the car to get it closer to what he wants. So maybe we'll see those lap times coming down. And a driver that knows the circuit very, very, very well.
No, he's never done any laps around Kyalami, has Devin Robertson.
No, never, not once.
Fortunately, that's going to be...
There's Jonathan Thomas, the other South African, in 150, making his way through Sunset.
Yeah, that's. I think what these guys are going to realize is that they're all looking and going, Sunset, yes, we know Sunset, It's a very nice corner.
And then at 5 o'clock, they're going, where's Sunset?
Hoppers for this afternoon, they're going to go, oh, that's why it's called Sunset. Oh, yes, that's the reason why. And a lot of them are not driving with full face helmets with visors. They've all got either the open face or a sort of a visor-less helmet as their options out there. So sunnies might be an option by the time we get to that point in the day.
I'm so glad to see that tree at the end of what was West Bank is still there.
Yeah.
Because as you come up that hill, that's what you aim for. You aim for that tree because you couldn't see the rest of the circuit. And as you come over the rise, your car's perfectly positioned on the outside to get on the brakes. My first
You're giving away all your secrets, you see now.
Well, it's actually Devin's secret he gave it to me. Because my first ever Polo Cup race was here at Kyalami, and I started around the corner. And by the time I got to turn 1, I had no more wing mirrors left because that was what Polo Cup was there with 36 cars in the grid.
Well, I had a similar sort of thing when we did the media challenge. They chucked me into the car here for Kyalami. I did 4 laps, and on the 5th lap I thought, okay, well now I know the circuit quite well. I've driven it before in other cars, and I've never driven in the Polo Cup in full send, and I thought, let's have a go. There we go. Goes Carpe Diem into pit lane. But Ian Pepper said to me, no, by the 5th lap you can give it stick. So I gave it stick and went into what was then Nashua. And I was in 4th. I should have been in 3rd. I thought there'll be enough torque in this car to get me out. Went to the loud pedal and went sliding into the kitty litter. And fortunately, I never rolled the car, but I did flip the car and I put it onto its roof.
Oh, one of those slow rolls where you just went to the right gear and you couldn't get the car to turn. And it just kind of falls on its side.
Sat upside down going, what on earth were you trying to do?
What a wally.
And all I can hear is Pepe in my ear going, what are you doing? What are you doing? And of course it wasn't that kind of, there was some expletives.
Colourful language.
It was blue. The air was blue. But we got the car back up again. Fortunately, I had a spare windscreen and we got to race the next day in Polo Cup. It was really cool.
Ooh. These cars run so close together. It looks like it's going to be like an absolute touch and they just kind of sneak past each other.
You know I think it is also there's a lot of what I would call gentlemanly style racing here.
Respect.
There's a bit of room.
Yes.
There's a bit of room. You don't want to be throwing it away with still 6.5 hours to go. So if you do see somebody maybe just running out of talent or pushing it past the limits of even your own experience, you might back out of it and give them a little bit of room to play because you know that it's a long way to go. And you definitely don't want to be doing damage to the cars.
Saying that though, Thompson's not hanging around. I just watched him pass 2 cars through the S's and now going for a 3rd up to the top of the hill. So he isn't hanging about. He's making sure he's getting some places up and.
But there is a difference there, I think, in terms of what the South African strategy is. The South African strategy is we'd like to have a South African on the podium.
Oh, 100%, without a doubt.
I think John Thomas, the Hammonds, Patamba and Devon are going to give it absolutely everything they can. Adcock even is going to give it everything he can to bring Craig Noons and himself and his, of course, his teammate from the endurance championship that he races in overseas, Michael Jensen, a chance to be at least on the podium at the first run of FunCup here. Chatting to the boss man this morning, Benoit, and the fact that he said that everybody is just loving the circuit. We've heard all the compliments that were given this morning about how the drivers have found, the cleanliness of the circuit, the hospitality that's been given here, just the general look and feel of arriving at a track going, wow, yes, this is a circuit we want to come and play.
Yeah, this is a world-class, top-notch level, worldwide comparison circuit. And they're driving in circuits like Portimao, Magny-Cours, Le Mans. So that is the comparison they have, and Spa-Francorchamps, which is like some of they are GP circuits, they are international spec, they have the Le Mans 24-hour, the biggest race in the most well-known race in the world, at a circuit like that, and then come to Kyalami comparatively and say, this is a lovely circuit and something we want to race on more often.
Yeah, love it. Fantastic. Long may it continue here with FunCup as they are now with about 6.5 hours to go.
Yeah, there's Jonathan Thomas. We saw him, 4 cars behind there, now leading this group. So he's just definitely on a charge.
Yeah, just ticking them off one by one, slowly but surely making his way up. Dev's dropped down to 18th place with that pit stop and the fuel stop, so a bit of work to do now, but with a heavy fuel load might take him a little while. Although, as I say that, currently fastest car in his pack, but 3rd fastest car on the road in total.
Where did you see him from?
210s, and then 211 from Devon. So
did you just scroll through that?
I just scrolled through it, yeah, quickly. Well, I tried.
I thought there was actual
No, there wasn't. I was just looking there going, okay, there's 210, 11. We're good enough. BGSL also into the 11s now, 10s from Garfield. So Garfield's on the move. Garfield by SKR is definitely on the move. So our little lasagna cat is certainly making last night's supper work for him and working hard to get there to catch No Limit Racing. That's kind of the battle that's been all day long. 489 into pit lane. We saw them up earlier on. It's the Milo Racing 489 team. They're in pits at the moment for a driver change, and then they should probably pop into the fueling station. Also doing some tyre changes. First time we've seen a tyre change there.
Is it
on
tyres
camera.
or is it brakes?
Well, they rolled the wheel off and put a new one on, so I would have to say.
Okay, brakes. I mean wheels, I didn't see it.
Also, I haven't really thought of that. But with standard road tyres, at Festival of Motoring, I know with the road tyres that they run on the road cars that they test here, and of course I was mentioning it earlier on, that's probably the only time that you're ever going to see a pit lane as busy as what we're seeing today. That's at Festival of Motoring when you've got all the manufacturers here giving opportunities for people to test drive their
and fast
cars
laps that, yeah.
And get some fast laps in. But normally, what we used to do from our promotion cars that we had and cars I had in the past with the companies I've worked with and driven for, they pump the tires real hard. So they probably put them up to sort of 3.5 bars to try and get the maximum amount of use without ripping the tread off too quickly. So I know they're probably not going to be running at that temperature, pressures here for these cars. But they will certainly be playing around with tyre pressures, I'm sure, at some point to see exactly what the best bet is for them.
It's also looking at the tyres. It's not a fully fledged road tyre. It's a high performance road tyre. So closer to a semi-slick than it is to a road tyre. So I don't know if they're going to look. You do tend to pump a tyre like that, but I did have a good feel of the tyre. It is an incredibly hard compound.
Yeah.
So there's actually, if you look at the tyre on the tyre wear, because I try and do that with the cars when I see them, is to actually look at how the tyre is wearing and how much tyre roll they're getting. Mm-hmm. There's very, very little tyre roll. So those tyres, incredibly hard compound and pump. Oh, Jonathan going around the outside of the S's. Now looking around the inside up into what was known as West Bank, which is now called what? Leeuwkop, up into Leeuwkop. So that's 2 places for Jonathan in quick succession through the S's
but
and up into Leeuwkop.
Not necessarily 2 places. It's actually just ticking off
2 passes.
2 passes on some slower cars. And now, of course, with the way the field is spread out so dramatically, you're not quite sure where you are. So you're going to rely on your pit board. You're going to rely on communication from the pits as to who you're fighting with, and is the car that you're about to come up on a pass for position, or is it just a pass to get past a car that's circulating in front of you? And I think that's what Thomas is doing. John is trying to get through as rapidly as possible.
Yeah, 539 just came to shot there. That was Stag Racing. We saw going slowly. That's Nick Adcock and the rest in that car. So it didn't look like to be going all too well for him as they all head down into the final corner, 3 abreast. Yeah, there's that 539 dropping another place.
Definitely a problem on the 539
car. That car not doing as performing as well as it should.
Stag Racing with some problems there. Because it's Adcock, Michael Jensen's, and Craig Nunes, who are the South African contingent, or I want to say South African. Michael Jensen, of course, is just he's a sort of second-hand South African.
Second-hand South African.
He's from Austria, but he's of course spends a lot of time in South Africa as Adcock's teammate in the endurance championship that they pilot here, and then of course he also spends a huge amount of time as his teammate internationally on the European and Middle Eastern championships that they race in there too. But they've been good mates for a long, long time. That's why I say he's kind of like a second-hand South African. But Craig Nunes definitely a man who would love to be there. But if that car's giving problems, he might have to come in for a little checkup to make sure that they can find whatever the issue is that's slowing it down. Because remember, those guys have won literally every endurance championship in South Africa. They've had multiple wins on international stage as well in their LMP2 cars that they run and the LMP machines that they do run. Usually Ligier are their choice of steed. But nice to see that they get an opportunity. 007 being given a little bit of a run for his money there.
Yeah, he just got passed by what was in the shot for podium and early on in the race. That's Spebov Racing making their way back up the field. But Greg, we're looking at Jonathan Thomas go through the field there in terms of traffic. I remember doing the 12-hour. We always had a 12-hour pro kart event. I think you've been at a few of those, and I think Jared, Ray, myself, Mornay Jurgens, we ran in the Honda team in those years. I think we won 4 of those events.
You all cheated doing those events, by the way. Just want to let you know.
Why?
Because myself and the ladies team actually beat you guys, but we had to give away because there were so many egos in your team. We had to make sure. It's joking.
Anyway, what I was making was the way we made time wasn't so much in the pit stop. Okay, obviously we worked on pit stops, we worked on fuel stops, we worked on all that to get the time down. I mean, to the point that Mark Veer had us running drills to get used to doing a pit stop. The biggest time we actually found was through the traffic, not hesitating when coming through slower traffic, just banging the passes in as fast as possible and taking a little bit more risk than other teams were willing to take. And that moved us gave us quite a big gap because we weren't dilly-dallying with the slower traffic.
I agree 100%. It's the case of what we say normally in endurance racing is if there's a pass to be made, make the pass.
Yeah.
Don't back out of that pass if there's an opportunity. If that door opens up, take it. If a door opens up where there's a mistake like that, take the opportunity.
Yes.
That's exactly what the orange car is doing right now as he dives on the inside of our McDonald's-sponsored machine. So that is pure genius when it comes to your strategy in terms of an endurance championship. But also, you got to take into account. You've just mentioned 3 drivers that you partnered up with. All 4 of you would have possibly been on almost identical lap times as your fastest
Yes,
lap time
yeah.
that you could put in. So consistency,
Index of performance, yeah.
an index of performance is a massive factor when it comes to endurance racing. And in fact, here, when Roger Pierce was still running the Endurance Championship, his biggest sort of forte to the event was not who won the race, but actually who had the index of performance, because that would show the general public that were watching that in a team of 4 drivers, you all were able to stay within 97% of each other.
Yes.
Then you know you're in a team that can
top class
really go
race
well.
winning team. Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, we also had the added benefit of it raining for like half of every single 12-hour event we ever did.
Let's
So
not mention the
that
rain.
did
'cause
help.
The 12-hour that I did, I just remember.
Ooh, that was a nose.
My teammate
firmly cut off
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
431 made sure that was a nose job.
just getting shown the way into Crowthorne and the exit. McDonald's had to stop there. They had to just drop off Mr. Delivery. That's what they were asking for there. That's why he had the brakes, hit the brakes so
The
hard.
brakes quickly.
The marshals were getting hungry.
Your
so
Uber
they had to-
Eats has arrived.
They had to make a plan there. But just going back to that point in terms of the Endurance Championship, riding in the rain, and if it does, and I don't know if it is going to rain today, according to the
looking
weather
ominous.
report, no, it's not, because Sam hasn't even sent me a warning yet. So I can tell
Okay.
you right now, if Sam sends me a warning the rain's coming, then the rain's coming. We don't have to worry until we hear that. But the bottom line is when endurance racing goes into rainy conditions, it levels the playing field, first of all. It gives opportunities to drivers that are good in the rain to change up the strategy, and that's when you might see driver changes saying, right, come in, let's put Kyle in, he's better in the rain than everybody else, and let's make up some places. But in terms of my experience in the rain, the 9 hour here, we had, I think, about 4 hours in a torrential downpour. And the cars literally sat behind the safety car for 4 hours because they just couldn't do anything else about it. They were about to sort of pull the plug, literally, and I mean that in not tongue-in-cheek for them.
Not to drain the-
not to drain the circuit,
water.
yeah, not to drain the circuit, but to stop the race when the rain stopped. So they thought, okay, we'll carry on. But then, of course, it still took about an hour for the circuit to clear and then to get a dry racing line. We finished up in the dry, for sure, but
Which is typical South African
yeah,
weather.
it was not, and typically of Kyalami. Kyalami in the sort of 90s and 2000s, you'd get you on a Saturday, you'd have fantastic racing until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and all of a sudden a big black cloud would arrive. That big black cloud would then literally drop a massive amount of water all over you, and half an hour later you'd be complete dry conditions, and that's when Scott Seaward would usually leave the circuit in F1, hand me his accreditation so that I could go downstairs and meet all the famous racing drivers.
So we get a visit from him.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the endurance factor is a completely different scenario in terms of in motorsport, and it really is. It's a niche in terms of motorsport as well. You know, a sprint racer is a sprint racer, and they can go out there and they can smash it for 10 laps or they can smash it for 70 laps, depending on what format
And
of
generally
racing they're
smash
in.
it.
And they do. But endurance racing takes a slightly different mindset, because not only do you have to worry about what you're doing in the car and how fast you can make that car work for you, but you've got to say, well, okay, do I attempt a pass like that that we've just seen from John, or do I hang tight and maybe wait until the straight, because I know that car's slower than me, so I'd rather get him on the straight and not have to worry about him potentially turning in on me and destroying the car. So there's always those factors that drivers are taking into account, and whether or not they're going to work for them or not.
Yeah.
The surprising thing is when you're in a team like you were in, where you had drivers of experience, and there's a couple out there. If you take the South African team as an example, and I'm not saying that none of the other teams, No Limit Racing, Garfield, BGSL, and Berbelique,
We just don't have the information on them.
must have drivers on a similar vein to what our South African team have got, where they are either professional drivers or they're semi-professional drivers, where they've got experience behind racing cars of their own.
Yes.
And this is just another format that they race in. And with that experience will definitely come to the fore. And that's why they're running and able to run at the top 10 all the time.
Yeah, with times of each driver very similarly based, bringing out that index of performance percentage that we were talking about. But I mean, having a look at now AC Motorsport, we just saw Devin go past the screen. I mean, he was at the back of this group that's on screen now. He's had to work his way through all of this and get to the front. He's actually gotten to the front of this pack and started to drive away.
And slowly but surely making his way through the field as well. And I
Yeah,
remember
up to 17th from, I think
went
you said
into the pits.
23rd?
Yeah, went into the pits. He was lying 7th. They came out, he was in 10th, and they've now dropped down to 17th. But that was due to the fact that he had that heavy fuel load.
Yes.
So as that fuel load depletes, he's going to get quicker and quicker and quicker, and he's going to start to make his way up. And if you take the amount of experience, as we spoke about, that Devon's got as he passes us across the line now, he's going to know exactly where he can attempt to pass that a driver that's never been to Kyalami wouldn't even think of.
Yeah.
So he's going to have that home track.
The inside
I want to say home track, but it's not really his home track. But he's got that home advantage of being a South African, having driven around Kyalami more times than most of the European and Japanese drivers that we've got here.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the nice thing with the circuit like Kyalami, everybody says South Africa, you don't see a lot or hear a lot of South Africa, but South Africa, this circuit himself is in every single major sim that a lot of these drivers are using as well to train and test and get used to. So they have had laps, but sim versus IRL, as we look at 3 abreast into the final.
But have a look at that on the bottom as well. It looks like there's problems there for the 502 Project 24 car.
Oh, yeah.
Top runner early on, and currently sitting 8th place on a final track limit warning. So could be some problems there for the Zosh Project 24 car there. Didier, Maxine and Honor. They're going to have to watch out for that, because that could be potentially a lap given, and then of course dropping down a couple of positions on the circuit if they tend to go off track a bit more than what they are allowed to. Nice to see that rule is in place, but it's nice to see that they're given a little bit of leeway. The 6 attempts at going off track before you get that penalty implied or imposed on you is much easier than when you sit and watch our favourite South African motorcycle rider Brad Binder going at it, and he makes one off-track excursion and just gets nailed by Freddie Spencer.
But then again, it is only an 8-lap race versus 8
Doesn't
hours.
matter. Doesn't matter. give the guy a chance, because when Marquez does it, we didn't see nothing. We saw
he was just.
I saw
just
nothing, man. No, Marquez, he didn't do anything. He did nothing wrong. That guy. Thank goodness we've got Simon Crayford now as that man who makes that decision, because I think he's had a slightly better career at inflicting
calling
penalties the correct way.
I never want to do that job. We just talk about Eric now.
But he gets the flack that Spencer got in that position was horrible, especially from South Africa.
I mean, we could go all the way back to what Abu Dhabi, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, Max. What was that steward's name that made that decision? He got lambasted.
Oh no, yeah,
all sorts of death threats to his house.
No, exactly. No, I remember that. And I mean, Scotty's sitting behind us here. Scott Seward, of course, is our producer today, along with Rich. The two of them doing the directing of the show that's going on the live stream. But Scotty will remember some stories that we've had. I mean, I did Formula 1 ×2 year with him. I did the World Superbikes, and I did. I didn't get to do the commentary at it, but Scott was doing the final Grand Prix. It was Grand Prix of those, not MotoGP. It was still the 500cc Grand Prix. Kevin Schwantz won the race. Oh, that was close. Hello. In the middle of Crocodiles. There you go. Welcome to the party.
423. Let's have a quick look at that. Was nearly
423 is not in the correct position.
LADC. That was almost a 2-seater FunCup car there.
No, listen.
You were talking about Formula 1 ×2. That was nearly 5-3-2 1-lap penalty track limits. That's the first of our 1-lap penalties.
First lap of penalties imposed there. So eventually someone had to give up the ghost.
GDL red. I feel very sorry for that driver if that was a track penalty avoiding that car in the centre of the track. But 5-3-2 track limits, 1 lap.
I have been in that situation in the past. I can tell you, it's not a nice place to get it out of shape. And if you do get it out of shape there,
and you're facing other cars coming towards you,
you will end up not enjoying life. I'll just show you a prime example of how not to go into Crocodiles. Okay.
There's Greg and his famous Monster Energy Mini Cooper.
Lock it up
facing
there
all in the wrong direction.
But it's all good in the hood, as I said. And look, fortunately, no one hit him. He was able to be avoided by the cars behind. But that's also the beauty of the circuit. The circuit is so wide down at Crocodiles. You've got so much room to play that if you do have somebody that might send it a bit wide and end up on the outside of where we're watching those cars hit the apex and hit the correct turn-in point, there's still a chance for you to avoid. And even on the left-hand side, take into account you weren't doing commentary with at that point in time, but second.
These two are not giving it up, by the way. 4-3-1 and 5-3-1. I have not been giving it up this entire lap. I think they've swapped places twice already, which is 4 race, and I don't think that's for position.
No.
Not that they seem to.
But going back to the point I was raising there, that particular point is where Julian van der Walt ran out of brakes.
Yeah, that hurt.
And throttle stuck. And that's where the car went straight into the wall. So you can get it wrong there. There's a lot of room, but if it goes wrong, it can go wrong horribly.
In fact, I remember Rolf Duplessis having the same issue in a V8 at one stage, hitting that wall at the bottom there. And it is. I mean, I've had a steering wheel come off its shaft coming through the wide shaft down there into the old, what was the old ball. And you imagine this being a nice, big, long, lots of runoff, wide circuit, and when something goes wrong, you go, whoops, I could have done with a little bit more runoff.
A little bit more room would have helped.
I mean, remember
it's one of the
Dumini's accident up at the top end.
Yeah, for sure. One of the big things as well, of course, in terms of the circuit and what they're doing in terms of planning, and if there's a possibility of our friends from Formula One coming here, is runoff areas, and of course they have to do extension, and it's quite extensive extension of some of the runoffs into some of the corners, because they have to give the ability, as you've seen at most circuits, for the driver to recover.
Yeah.
So they don't usually put down kitty litter anymore. It's normally more
of
a
high grip
paint or just a runoff area that the driver still has a chance to recover the car and bring it back on circuit if possible.
Well, there was also that discussion over the years of how dangerous or how good kitty litter is for a single seater. So for cars like this, kitty litter is immensely necessary. For a single seater or an F1 car, kitty litter is not a great thing because it does tend to turn the car over.
Yeah.
And with the amount of downforce and the amount of grip that those modern F1 cars have, it's always better to give the driver the opportunity to catch it before it hits the wall. And that high grip paint, which is used all around the circuit, you'll see the South African flag painted in that high grip paint, does that job very, very well. It's actually a paint with as we talked about.
Didn't work well there. No, that's out of Cheetah. I was about to say the one point that we haven't seen just yet where somebody's lost it is out of Cheetah. And Michael Zafirio, if you're watching, that must bring back some memories. Have a look at this. Here's the replay. Gets a little bit out of shape, and actually not too bad. It just puts wheels on the dirt, catches it, left, right, center, and misses the tire barrier, but hits the concrete.
But a little tap.
Yeah, it was a little tap. It wasn't hectic.
But 43, was that not the car we saw facing the wrong way?
Fortunately, 423 is Ures Muset Group Eben, which is Serge, Quinton, Theo, and Michael and Jeremy. That point on the circuit is about 200 meters to pit entry.
Yeah, so if you're going to pit it...
If they can get it right and get the car back started and everything's okay, they can get back in the pit lane for a quick checkup, and it won't take too much away from their position out on track. And 423, unfortunately, is not in our top 29. So not a front runner as such, but still a long way to go.
The same car we saw facing the wrong direction, was it not? Yes, it was.
It was the same car.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe not getting to grips. You know, the other factor is 99% of these drivers have never driven Kyalami before, and they only had yesterday's qualifying and practice sessions to learn the circuit. So how many times did you have a chance to get in the car, to drive around the track and learn the track properly?
With 5 drivers
With
as well.
5 drivers in a team, possibly. Not a lot of time, not a lot of seat time. You're going to get plenty of seat time today when you're in your stint, for sure, and you're going to learn the circuit as you get into the stint, which I think is what the driver in 423 might be doing right now.
Yeah, just
maybe didn't get enough track time in the car.
And unsure of where that limit is. If we look at, I keep forgetting the name of that blue car. Speedbuff.
Yeah, Speedbuff Racing.
Up to 6th place now, around the outside. That wasn't a move for position, I don't think. But it was a good move right the outside into Leeuwcorp. Great driving from Speedbuff.
It's not necessarily a move for position that you have to worry about it, but it's just to get the move done.
And as fast as possible. You don't want to lose too much time.
A slower car that could potentially do that. And here's a big one. That is a massive moment there. 545 out of shape there properly.
Full course yellow flat.
Hurrier, full course yellow goes out as Hurrier gets it horribly wrong. Alexandre, Johan, Eddie, Andrea, and Gilles. I'm not quite sure who's in the car of those 5 drivers, but there's 5 drivers in that Ores Hurrier car, and full course yellow coming out almost instantaneously.
Unfortunately,
have a look at this.
I think he was trying to avoid. Yeah, he's trying to avoid. He's already lost the rear end going.
It's exactly what we were just talking about. And I don't want to say gave the commentator's curse. It wasn't the commentator's curse, but we were talking about exactly that point. You're coming up on a slower driver at a point on the circuit that the slower driver has not potentially maybe learnt what you can do at that point, and of course that's the end of the mine shaft, which is almost flat out. And in these cars, I would assume it's
going to be flat out. So
because you're going to go down there.
The car in front's lifting.
He's lifted off, and he's come in there.
Transferred.
Correct. And
get off the gas. Suddenly the thing stops ends on you. So
highly likely that might be our first retiree. That back end is completely wrecked on that car.
Yeah, that right rear corner is no longer existing, and that's not a happy driver.
Look, I think he was 100% right in terms of the maneuver he tried to make, but it just didn't work in the position he was in. The other factor we've got to bring in, which we didn't mention during the first full course yellow we had earlier on, is full course yellow. If you come into pit lane now, you have to stay in for a lap, because you are not allowed to pit until the pit lane opens. So if you come in now, you have to wait for the lap before you go out, because you're only supposed to pit after the second lap.
Was that not the safety car rule?
Oh, it's a safety car rule.
Yeah, because everybody's pitting now at the moment. So I was like,
it is. My bad. It is. I'm just trying to remember all the rules we were given this morning.
Yeah, because it was.
There was.
Morning, guys. Here's a list.
Here's a list of stuff that you're allowed to do. Yeah, have a look at it one more time. 100% right. Coming up on a slower car. Tries to avoid the slower car. Unfortunately, he was too hot. Back end, left, right, and center. There you go. Bits and pieces of that to number 545 flying off the car. And I think that is our first retiree.
That is a big smack. That's the
first official. First official retiree of the race, 545 out of this one. And, it's a big pity.
I mean, you could see the 11s he was leaving on the side on the circuit, like, from the moment he got in behind. That's almost where you make the decision. Do I just nudge this guy square in the center and I don't end up taking us both out, or do I try and avoid him? That's where that conversation happens in your mind. And you've got a split second to make the decision of, do I just have a little tap of someone else, or do I try and avoid him? So
tap, taparoo.
Unfortunately, he did a little bit more than tap the concrete wall.
Look, they're going to try and pull that out with the four-wheel drive, but I think Full Course Yellow is also out.
Oh, there's two cars.
The 423 machine is still stuck there as well. So that 423 car also has not been able to get up and running again like he'd hoped to have done by now. So the Urez, it's both Urez cars. Urez Huria and Urez Mosset Group, unfortunately, are out there. So Serge, Quinton, Teo, Michael, and Jeremy, they are, of course, the pilots of the 423 car. And we've got Alexandra, Johan, Eddie, and Andrea with Gilles in there. It's, it's Alexandra Berger, Johan Berger, Eddie and Andrea Benezet, and Gilles Berquin, that of course are the teammates there, but I think it's a family affair there between them.
And Gerhard didn't come with?
No, Gerhard didn't make it. Yeah, he stayed at home. He wasn't able. He's been here before. He's
done it. Yeah, he's like,
He actually podiumed, yeah.
He did.
Yeah,
he did, driving a Ferrari. But, you say that car might be a what was the word I was looking for?
Write-off.
A write-off? Mm-hmm. It is a tubular frame. So I don't see why just that corner can't be off and on.
No, I'm saying that. I say that hoping that they can get it there. But fortunately, we've got a flatbed that'll fetch that car, get it back in the pit lane. If they've got the spares, which I think they would have, there is a car that didn't start. They might be able to rip off the back end of that car and whip it across. Depends on...
Unless that 911 car, because it's not on the entry list, is a spare car.
It might be a spare car. I don't know. Look, there's definitely a 911 car, because I made a comment about it, which I've kept for later, which I didn't use for a reel I wanted to put up.
Why? Because you're watching the original Porsches.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the original Porsches out on circuit at the moment.
I should have come in my original Porsche this morning, my 1976 Rat Rod Beetle.
Have you got a Rat Rod?
I do.
That's proper cool.
It's just currently in pieces.
That's proper cool.
As
I do like
all
that.
my cars at the moment.
It's pretty much standard option.
It's like a mechanic. It's some defaults at every mechanic.
Yeah,
if you own a car, it must be in pieces.
It must be in pieces. Exactly.
At least one of them. There's the AA flatbed.
Yeah,
I always get the thrills when I see a
flatbed on the track.
Yeah.
Look, it could be one of two things. The car's actually got a relatively small amount of damage, but as you said, it could possibly be repaired if there are some spare parts down in pit lane.
Everybody doing their pit stops. We've got a bit of pit stop racing going on here. Two cars side by side in the pit lane. I didn't actually ask if any of these cars have limiters in them, in terms of pit lane limiters, when I was down there.
You don't hear them on, so I would assume it's just right pedal that's going to be the limiter.
Right pedal and a bit of eye movement. Make sure we don't get
too rapid.
But that's a colour of truck we've seen it go around Kyalami for many years.
Yeah, well, eventually, I mean, at one point in time, AA sponsored Kyalami.
Yeah, their offices were actually here.
Second flatbed heading towards Cheetah to fetch 423. So there must have been some kind of an issue on that car. In fact, you know what, if you tag in the back of the car...
That's where the engine is.
So it could possibly have done some mechanical damage to the car.
Some oopsie to the engine. And I think, it wasn't a big smack. It was only in the right-hand corner, but he could have also just broken a side shaft. Because obviously then, going off the circuit like that, your inside wheels on the track, your outside wheels in the dirt. And that's, an NX Legend for in any way, is how the fastest way you can snap a side shaft.
Yeah.
Keep your foot pinned, and then as the thing gets grip, it snaps the side shaft. So that could be a possibility for him as well, as the 5.45 precariously on the end of that flatbed gets loaded up and brought back. Great job by that is a
use the winch to pull it back slightly, I think.
That was incredibly quick by them to get that
was
car
good.
On and up.
Nice recovery, and of course our Kyalami marshals, world famous in terms of their abilities at international events, have done plenty of duties in the past at both national and international events at this track, and sort of set the benchmark for the rest of the tracks around. They're not based here anymore. Of course, the Kyalami marshals, of course, are famous for Kyalami circuit, but most of them are now based at Swartkops. Let's have a quick squiz at some highlights, though, Carl, while we got a bit of break. We kicked off this morning with the World's End FunCup here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit, and starting under kind of gloomy skies initially with a bit of overcast conditions this morning. But that was what we woke up to and got onto the grid to see 61 cars on the grid. One car still stuck in pit lane, but 61 cars on the grid, and literally headed down towards turn one, as you can see. Absolutely amazing to see 8 cars abreast towards Crowthorne for the very first time. We would kind of see a bit of a fight there between No Limit Racing, Garfield, Berbelik, and Milo Racing up front initially. Spebov in there as well. They all sort of sorted themselves out as they came through there, but the field was so big that our production crew didn't even have enough time
to
for us to show the entire field come
yeah.
through before you had to change shots to go to the next one. But it kind of stayed the same way for the first couple of laps. A little bit of action as they got up onto the curbs initially, but that was because there's just not enough room through Yuxka and Barbecue. You've got to make sure that you've got enough room to play.
You can't
there.
go from 8 into
as
1
we're watching this third shot, you've still got a car coming around in the background, which has not even made it through into. And that was the car that started from pit lane. So we had one pit lane starter, 60 cars on the grid, biggest field in a long time here at Kyalami, and the action started literally right up front, up close and personal with a couple of cars.
Catch.
Getting out of shape, getting to grips with the circuit, learning the circuit from the word go, not having enough time maybe in the saddle. We saw that car as we saw.
Yeah, there was a spin that we saw,
spin out.
And then the hold your breath moment. Here it comes, ladies and gents.
Ew. And then about half an hour later, he did it again.
Got it.
2
Get
corners,
it?
yeah. Catch it, no, not quite,
got
and
it.
little tap, and that was it. And that car, unfortunately, stayed exactly where it is right now, which is one of the reasons why we're under a full course yellow. And that machine parked on the sideline. And then, of course, we had another big moment down at this part of the circuit. Here it is. This is the full reason for the full course yellow. And 5:45, completely out of shape there for Urez Huria. And they ended up on the sideline with a bit of work to be done. So that's kind of a little highlights of the first part. There you go.
Back in the pits already.
That is exactly where that car needs to be. Get it into the pit box as quickly as possible. Let the mechanics get onto it and see if they can make some kind of headway. If they've got zip ties and duct tape down there, they can possibly get that car fixed and ready to go.
That's a better delivery than an Uber Eats delivery. Straight to your door off the flatbed.
What a way
in
to
your
go.
pit lane. No need to drag it from the back of the pits.
So having a look at things, how things stand, we've basically got a full course yellow at the moment, as you saw. Guys diving in for refuels to get their cars refueled in the refuel section. Another flatbed coming to pick up the 423 car, but it's 506 No Limit Racing that leads things out over Garfield by SKR. The BGSL team racing by SRS. Berbelik are now up into 4th ahead of Milo Racing 480. Spebov is in 6th place. LADC 453 I should say, is in 7th ahead of the Project 24 car. Helis Motors ahead of underscore 8KSW protection unit, and then our first South African team is there in 12th place now with AC Motorsport.
Yeah, great move up from 22nd. I think we saw him recently in 17th. Now up into 12th place, but coming to the end of his stint though, 5 hours and 57 minutes gone. I think he climbed in at 6:30, so he's going to be looking in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Dev might take an opportunity here with the safety car to come in early and maybe do the driver change to Mikkel, because I think he'll hand over to Mikkel and see if he can get that driver change done, because Mikkel started, Hammond took over. Hammond took over for the second stint, and then Devon took over for the third stint. So there might be a possibility that they will use this full course yellow to try and get the advantage that is gained by using sort of a full course yellow section to not lose
as much time. I mean,
yeah.
the drivers on the circuit currently that were at green, traveling around the circuit a lot faster than what they are right now. So your time lost when doing a driver change is minimized by a full course yellow. We haven't seen the safety car out yet, which for those of you who watch F1 and DTM and the faster moving GT3 cars, at this moment there would have been a safety car straight away, but the FunCup cars not doing the lap times and the speeds that those cars would have been done.
The other factor as well is if you watch NASCAR, they also go full course yellow before they go to safety car.
Yeah.
And I think it works really well, to be honest with you, because it keeps the action going, it keeps the cars going that still circulate, and it detracts from time lost when you've got vehicles that need to be recovered.
Damage on car 260 as it came past the commentary box, but again, these cars they're half the size of what a full-size car would be. They're not traveling at the speeds that they would be traveling on. They're not doing 300 km an hour like an F1 car would. So it is relatively safer to have a full course yellow, get the track cleared up. It is endurance racing, so not the same set of rules that some of our audience might be used to, and they can run a full course yellow in safety with these guys while clearing off the circuit and getting it race ready.
I don't know if you picked up on some of the social posts that Kyalami put out. I shared a couple yesterday. They actually had somebody filming the driver's briefing, and in fact the driver's briefing was literally everybody involved in the series, whether it was mom, dad, sister, auntie, little kids, and we saw little kids on the grid this morning on the grid walk. The whole family affair were there, and it was probably, in my opinion, it's the largest driver briefing I've ever seen at any circuit I've ever been to in the world. I mean, you probably would have seen one maybe at the karting world finals when you've got 700 teenagers and lights.
Yeah, we're talking 400 kids.
You know, that might be a different story. But then, of course, you still got moms and dads that might be there because they represent their children because they might not understand all the rules, etc. But certainly at Kyalami, I've never ever seen such a massive drivers briefing before that I saw on their post. So really awesome to see.
Yeah, it's also to make sure that everybody understands, because you are in the pit lane. They do have what they call the family-friendly area where people are allowed to stand and watch. And if you ever look at the pits, a lot of the family are in the pits. They're in the pits with the drivers. And this is very much like, I referred it a couple of times to karting, to the karting endurance, and it's very much like a step up from what that is, but it still includes the family environment, the fun environment. This isn't a world, it is a world championship, but it's not a world stage. If you understand where I'm going, an FIA top spec, top tier,
no.
You cannot be anywhere near the pit lane. You cannot sit with those people. Only drivers allowed here.
You will not pass.
Yes,
you know.
So they do allow more access for everybody, because at the end of the day, this is a family environment. You want to bring your family with. It becomes a bit of a mini holiday with the racetrack involved. So they're trying to keep that vibe going, but as well keep it safe as they need to be. And I think that's why they have that massive group of drivers briefing, so everybody just understands where they're allowed to be.
Well,
green flag out, and we're going.
Got green flags, and I just saw Johan down in pit lane. So I'm going to say to you, listen, do yourself a favour. I'm going to send Carl back down into pit lane. Let's go and catch up with a couple of the drivers. Let's get a little inkling as to how things have been going. Maybe catch up with a couple of our international friends as well, and get their thoughts and what they're feeling so far. In terms of, we're now into 5 hours and almost 50 seconds to go, but so it's almost 2 hours to go. So a nice run there from them. I think if you do need that, you'll just have to chat to Johan to get hold of one of the crew. But we're back up and racing. We're under green flags. Carl's on his way down to pit lane to go and see if we can pick up exactly what went wrong. Maybe catch up with those guys in those cars with the broken machines and see exactly if they are able to get those cars repaired, and if there are some spare parts available for them. But while Carl makes his way back down, we go back into full course green, and we are racing with No Limits Racing leading out with about a 22-second gap now over Garfield by SKR, BGSL by SRS, Burbalik up in the fourth place, and Milo Racing 480 are your top five on the track. One car to watch out for from the South African point of view, car in 12th place, 487 AC Motorsport. They will slowly but surely making their way to the front end as quickly as possible to try and give at least a chance to one of our South African teams to be on the podium if there is going to be some representation, hopefully, from a South African point of view at our home circuit here at Kyalami. If you have just joined us for the very first time, a massive welcome to you from Kyalami Grand Prix circuit and the European and French FunCup, who are here at Kyalami for the very first time. It's the World's End Cup is how they badged it. Chatting to the boss man earlier on today from FunCup, Benoit was saying it's just so awesome to come to the bottom of the world, and that's why they've badged it as the World's End Cup, to come and race cars and race them as well as what they've had so far. 2 cars out of the running with 2 crashes we've had in the last 5 or 6 minutes or so, which brought us to a full course yellow. And with that, an opportunity for those cars to be brought back into the pit boxes and hopefully repaired and able to get back onto the circuit, so that the other drivers who haven't had a chance to have a stint yet can still have a go and get a chance to be part of this historic first outing for FunCup in South Africa. battles will continue all the way through. That's what we love to see. Absolutely brilliant stuff from the FunCup drivers. No matter where you are on a circuit, you're going to find an opportunity for it to have a bit of, for yourself to have a bit of a fight, and that I think is one of the big draw cards to this series, is that the cars are so evenly matched. We saw in qualifying that the split was between about a 2:07 or 2:06, I should say, was the fastest lap time that was set by the pole man, and it went down to about a 2:15. So about a 9-second gap between top and bottom, but in 60 cars, 9 seconds is hardly anything to play with. And when you take into account that you've got professional drivers, sort of semi-professional, pro-ams and amateurs all involved in this category, it just shows you that things bode well for being involved in this particular outing. And of course, with this outing, they also go all around the world to be part and parcel of the championship that FunCup runs. Spa is one of the circuits they go to. They go to Magny-Cours, they go to Portimao. They end up, I think, at Daytona as the final round of the championship. So they literally traverse the world for the fun they have in FunCup. Watching for the progress as well from Garfield SKR, slowly but surely getting closer and closer to the lead car. So we're watching that Garfield car just maneuvering silently through the field, but certainly still in with a chance of spoiling the day there for the leader. No Limits Racing has been the car to set the pace right from the word go, and has had literally not an answer to them other than when they went in for their compulsory pit stops, and those happen if you've just joined us on a 40-minute or so basis. They have to come in for a driver change and then for a fuel stop as well. Most of the time, as we've seen from the majority of the teams, they'll come in and do the driver change first, and then when the driver gets to this point, they'll hit the left, go through that little barrier and up onto the left-hand side, now right-hand side of your screen, where the top pits of Kyalami are usually situated. That's where the refueling bay is. So they've kept refueling completely separate to the pit lane, which allows, of course, for that family environment that we were just chatting about between Kyle and I, and an opportunity for, of course, the families to be up close and personal with the drivers and give the support that's required. 489 has had pretty much a decent run so far, but some work still to be done in the closing stages there for Milo Racing. Benoit and Pierre and Jerome Clement all having some fun in that Milo Racing machine. The car just with them there, if I'm not mistaken, is just trying to pick up on where he is on my list here. 62 cars is not always easy to spot it right from the word go, but yeah, some fun still to be had for that little battle as I was chatting about. But it's every time I look at the screen, I'm looking down at my paperwork, and as I look up at the screen, there's 5 cars fighting hard, and literally 2 abreast, 3 abreast into a corner. Quicker car coming through, finding a way to find an open gap that might be there. If there isn't one, he'll open up a gap for himself, or just be patient, find a way to get through, like we're seeing there from our Spearbuff Racing machine. Vincent, Sylvain and Alain all just waiting and biding their time, trying to find the best opportunity to overtake. You don't want to attempt an overtaking maneuver that costs you time or possibly puts you into the clutches of a mistake, like we saw earlier on with the 545 car coming down into the bowl, just avoiding a slower car and unfortunately just getting out of shape, and it ended up with a big crash where the car might have to be retired. Kyle will let us know in a few moments' time, I'm sure, when he gets down there, as to whether or not that car can be repaired. We'll wait to see if that's the case. But this looks like the Love Bug under a bit of attack now. Yeah, the Peace and Love machine there of 447. Chardonnay. It's Philippe, Frederic, Thibault and Arnaud. One of the few teams that are running 5 drivers in the car there. So that's, of course, the one that's all got sort of peace and love signs and flower patterns all over it. Must come from San Francisco, that car, possibly. Eh? We'll wait and see. I don't know. Brendan got that joke. No one else did. Thanks for that, Brendan. Yeah. If you're going to San Francisco, please make sure you have flowers in your hair and wear that peace sign. That's why they got the peace sign on the bonnet. But of course, it's one of the big things that happened sort of in the 50s and 60s, or 60s, I would say, more than the 50s. A lot of people who own Beetles used to run the peace symbol and the sort of flowers and all over the bonnets, etc. of their cars. And in fact, when Volkswagen relaunched these cars in the current format they're in, these particular Beetle versions, when you bought the Beetle, when you got into the car, there was a vase with a flower in it. It came with a flower as part of the car when you bought the car. So it kept the whole look and feel of the flower power generation that the Beetles became famous with. It might be big enough, I think. Just big enough for me. Yeah, no, we're in the Nicky Lauda room upstairs here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. Of course, they've gone all out to accommodate the FunCup team, their race control and race director, the timing guys that are here. I think BRM are their main sponsors in terms of their timing. Great to have them on board here. And then, of course, race control looking after us from our usual race control, which has got a full CCTV camera system built into it. They're probably also going to be using some of the live stream cameras as part of their footage to double check to see what has happened around the circuit when incidents do occur. But if you go into race control, it's just a wall of cameras and just a wall of screens that you can see anything that's happening around the track. And brilliant to see that. Brilliant to see race action all the way through so far. And we're now sort of about 5 hours and 45 minutes to go. There's still a long way to go in this race. But needless to say, some action still to be experienced here in FunCup. Change up, I think, there for Carpe Diem. Different driver in the car there, so that's why it's gone slightly slower around the track there for the South African liveried machine. It's the orange car heading up towards Leeuwkop that we've got in shot. It's the second car in shot right now. That's got sort of a South African look and feel on the livery on it. Lions and elephants, some giraffe on the side, and of course then they also took sort of an Indabeli style tribal pattern that they put onto the car as well. Driver from Dubai and from Paris, the two French boys that are enjoying that little car and piloting its way around, still having a bit of a fight on. Great little battles, as I said, between the sort of top end and mid-pack. And here you can see also, as the quicker cars come through, finding opportunities to get through on those slower cars is vital. And that's exactly what we've just seen there from the Weber car being overtaken by 280. And that is Milo Sens starting to just tick them off slowly but surely, getting back into the thick of it and hopefully back up to the front end of the field is where they'd like to be. But the Milo Sens car now just one by one. There goes Garfield. That's the car in second place. And trying to find a way now to stay ahead of the little fight they've been in. In fact, if I look at it, he's actually taken the lead. So Garfield has hit the front. So there's the change up for the lead there. Garfield now leading things out over No Limit Racing, and for the first time has got ahead of that No Limit Racing car as they head towards Sunset Corner. So it's now a change for the lead, and that's the gap for the lead. 1 and 2 in shot at the moment through the famous Sunset Corner. Heading up towards and onto the brakes into Clubhouse. Starting to open up a little bit of a gap. I wonder if the change in driver could potentially be there as well, because as I said, we saw 506 with... they've got 4 drivers in that No Limit Racing car. Benjamin Hanouet, Kevin Balthazar, Evan Giltier, and Clamart Autoran, of course, are the 4 drivers in that machine. And then Garfield Racing in the 508 car is Sebastian Mazzucchelli, Julien Jacquel, and Maxime Jacquel. So those 3 would be sort of sharing the driver duties for the 8 hours. And possibly what we've got now is the No Limit Racing car, maybe with a slightly slower driver of the 5 drivers that they've got available to them, as opposed to who's in Garfield at the moment, with maybe a slightly quicker driving ability. 2x2 squeezing through as they come out of Yuxke and into Barbecue. What is that like? We're going to make a bit of a song there, eh? 2x2 squeezing through into Barbecue. Play on words there, but that wasn't intended, I promise. No, it wasn't. Definitely not. But I just love the fact that every time we go to a shot, and I can tell you, Brendan, your 2 directors are going to be hard-pressed all day to not get action, because every time they go to a shot, it doesn't matter where you go, you've got to find action. And that's the beauty of having 60 cars on the track, is that it just keeps you eyes wide open, sometimes eyes wide shut when it comes to commentary. We try and do that as much as possible. so that we don't have to worry about getting the facts right. But needless to say, it is a fact that they are having an absolute blast out there, which is living up to the name of the series. Because some of the drivers we chatted to on the grid this morning and some of the management we chatted to through the week have literally said this is all about fun, and if you can get it right, you get the cup at the end. But if you don't, you've had fun. That's number one priority for this category. Hopefully you've enjoyed all the action so far. I haven't had a chance to get onto any of the social media posts and see any of the comments that are flying back and forth, but I'm sure it's all in a very positive vein. I know that initially this was going to be closed to the general public, but Kyalami, as always, stepped up to the mark and decided to negotiate with management of FunCup and said, no, we've got some fans that would like to be here. So they opened up the gates. We've got a couple on the grandstand opposite us, but I'm not worried about them. I did see a couple further up at Clubhouse and Goodyear. That's where there's a couple more people that are sort of enjoying the outside action. But it was a lot of work done by Kyalami management to secure the opportunity to open up the gates and bring people in to see the FunCup in action. And then, of course, dropping in the streaming for us as well, for those people who can't make it here. And there are a couple of people that have sort of asked for a live stream, and that's what we provided here today with the full live stream. So great to see the opportunity to get that live stream all around the world and show FunCup fans around the world that Kyalami could potentially now be on the FunCup calendar. And I'm hoping that when I say this, it's the truth after a successful outing for its first time out ever. And if what we've heard down in pit lane and what we've seen in terms of the support so far from teams, families, management, etc. in FunCup, they are all exceptionally happy that the 2019 negotiations have eventually become fruitful in 2026, and we've got FunCup at Kyalami. It all works well. So as they head into Leeuwkop prison, this little fight continuing. A couple of cars coming through the back of the pack as well, slowly but surely starting to pick off a couple of drivers left, right and centre here, and watching for Ure's mini development coming through there. Mehdi and Ali Bourafri, so we can see there. Yeah, of course, the streaming, of course, is sponsored by Kyalami. Their group of companies, of course, are behind this. Uvamira Wines and FunCup Management have put it all together, so a massive thanks to them, the OTV group, as part and parcel of this live stream that's gone out today. So big thanks to them. We unfortunately, I said to Brendan this morning, as soon as he walked in the door, I was like, yes, we've got a full live stream. But I was like, I can only put it out this morning. And there was a reason for that, because a lot of the times when people ask for live stream and we give them the live stream, they don't come to the track. I'm in the opinion of that if we're going to provide you a live stream and you're at the circuit, use the live stream as well as being at the track, because if you've got a smart device, you may as well turn the smart device on if you're sitting at the main grandstand and you're not seeing the rest of the track. We will provide you the rest of the track. And I think with the fiber system that Brendan's put into the circuit here with Kyalami management initially when they built the circuit, it's literally, I think it's about a 7 or 8 second delay. So you're hardly getting any delay in terms of what's happening on track and what's happening on screen at the same time. So yeah, I think if you're here, turn your smart devices on, get yourself an opportunity to see exactly what is happening on the circuit around the track where you may not be. And then, of course, have an opportunity to watch us on the live stream as well, if you're not yet at the track, and see exactly what's gone down from a race action point of view. Carl's putting his microphone back on and his headset back on. So I sent you downstairs with a microphone and an earpiece and to find out if you could get some interviews, and you come back up here.
Well, there was no communication. I couldn't hear anybody, and we couldn't talk. And it was
okay.
But I got the information.
You got the information. So tell us.
So both those his cars, it was Teo that was driving the 423 that we saw hit the wall backwards at chicane.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, that has removed the lower track rod from the chassis entirely. So where it actually mounts to the chassis has been torn completely out the chassis. So as the mechanic told me, this car fini. So it won't be going back out. And same goes for his compatriot 545. That whole right-hand corner is not where it's supposed to be. And again, the damage is to the chassis, not just to the part. So it's not able to be repaired.
Of the two, I would have said 423 had the better option. But now that you've told us the information, that's why we send you down there. It's 2 Ores cars out of
the running.
Yeah, so 58 cars in total still piloting around Kyalami Grand Prix circuit.
Believe it or not, all in good spirits, still laughing and joking and ripping the poor driver, Teo, who did make the mistake. They're ripping him off because I went there to go, so who was the driver? I'd like to talk to him. It was him. No, it was me. It was him. And they're all kind of jokingly, and then they all kind of point to the driver and I go, would you like to discuss what happened? And he went, yes, sure, I'll tell you.
Yeah,
let
me explain.
They were all ragging him nicely there. 526, 502 and 482, all with a one-lap penalty for track limits.
Sure, let's have a look and see how that changes. 502, 526 and 482. 502, that's going to be some problems there for Project 24. They're going to drop a lap down, so that's not going to help them. That's going to drop them to 59, probably drop them into 7th place. There we go. 502 disappears. Okay, so we'll wait and see how that comes in. When
that plays out. 482 was the other one.
482 is BRT team number 1 by No Limits. They're in 14th at the moment, so they'll drop down 1 position. So 58, that's going to probably drop them into the top 20. And the other one is 526. Not in the top 30.
Okay.
So I'm not too worried about where they're going to end up. But certainly 502 is going to be in some problems there.
Well, we have a look quickly at where AC Motorsport is. They're up into 16th place now after that stop under yellow. Tambo back in that car, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think Mikhail jumped back in the car. I would assume that they would have done that change. So let's keep an eye on the AC Motorsport's progress. Don't know if they went in for a second change, second refuel. Stand to be corrected though. Adcock Stag Racing, slightly better quality performance coming out of that car as well, as we see it going down into the S's. Certainly got a bit more pace on it compared to what we saw earlier on. Maybe that sort of that misfire out slightly. He went through the back markers there pretty rapidly. And the Stag Racing still not up into the top 30 yet. We'll keep an eye on him because they started quite a long way back. I think they might have had some problems yesterday in qualifying and practice. Because you would not expect to see Michael Jensen and Craig Nunes that far down. Sam Nesso, of course, is their fourth teammate in that Stag Racing yellow and white machine.
Well, after talking about car 423 right before it hit the wall, I've already just received a message saying, if you ever commentate on anything I race in, please don't mention my name, because it seems to be an issue of mine at the moment. You look at 3 cars going in side by side. Into one of the corners, we saw 423 facing the wrong direction, but they all made it through all quite nicely there.
Crocodiles catches a couple of guys out on a few occasions, I can tell you.
That's why they call it crocodile. Lies in wait.
Exactly. Lies in waiting for you, and if you get it wrong, it can bite. So as they go through there, nicely done. Stag Racing starting to make its way through, as I said, rapidly. It's nice to see the progress being made by that team. Schumacher by AC Motorsport also was watching their progress. They've now started to come back up into that top 28 now, and into 27th place, best number in the world, by the way. As they come under braking, and hard on the brakes there is Stag Racing. Yeah.
Good move on the inside.
Literally moving through the field rapidly through this lap and the last lap as well. I think possibly Adcock, or I would say Adcock or Jensen at the wheel. I'm trying to see. Helmet wise.
There's a full send on the inside. He set it up nicely, and it's job
Adcock
done.
Adcock at the wheel.
How did you see that?
Helmet, but
you didn't even have your glasses on.
I know. I looked. That's why I gave it like a little squeeze and got up close to the screen as possible.
So
Nick Adcock at the wheel of the car right now, I'd say.
So Nick Adcock, you can see he knows the circuit. You saw that use of the curb into this right-hander, and one of the very few cars doing it. The use of that outside curb before they turn it in, and then again down into the left-hander. This tightens up when it's quite easy to run and drop a wheel on the outside, but using all the curb and just enough before they go to the S's. Here's another South African. I don't know if Jonathan's still in that car, but that one
that's Garfield.
That's gone over.
That's Garfield, bud.
That's gone over.
That is Garfield out of shape properly, and that's the exit of Sunset. So he's out the car. Fortunately, driver's okay, as you can see, but worried about some smoke coming out of the front of that car.
Right next to the fuel
Kyalami
tank.
Marshall's running. You can see them in the background trying to get to the car as quickly as possible. But the driver is out of the car, and that was the lead car. He was leading, and he's definitely... You can see he's gone through. There's the 11s through the kitty, let's say. He's hit the barrier. Hit the barrier hard, and I don't think it's rolled, but I think it's hit the barrier very hard on the left-hand side.
Yeah,
bounced back
that's smacked it hard.
That's both.
That doesn't look like a driver failure.
No, that's left and front broken.
That looks like a mechanical failure causing that incident. It doesn't look like a driver issue. That's not a corner that you go off in that direction very often.
Do we go to our famous
FCY?
French
Or is it far
French
enough
safety
off the
car?
track?
No. It's the French safety car, full course yellow.
You know when you said it with such confidence. I was like,
it must be something like
it must be right.
French car
yield
or something. I don't know. Meanwhile, Action Jackson put us straight instantaneously. No, you
full
idiots.
course yellow. You
full
Muppets.
course yellow. I mean, why would I even think anything other than full course yellow? But of course, when you've never seen a full course yellow sign go out at a Kyalami Grand Prix circuit before, your natural reaction is to go, well, what does that stand for?
I've never seen FCY ever. Never mind that Kyalami.
Like that, I don't know. But you see, that's an endurance thing. It's an endurance thing. That's
Full
why
course
Jackson
yellow.
was like right on us going, no, you guys are not.
Full course yellow, you Muppets.
Just keep quiet, commentators' curses.
You absolute Muppets.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, is that your Japanese team
That's
again?
that's the orange car.
Is that the orange car?
Orange is, I just want to double check if it is. It might be.
Yeah, that 508 definitely looked like a Monday.
So we've got GDL white, GDL blue, GDL red, and GDL orange. Where did I see GDL orange? Oh, GDL orange. Yes, it is. It's the second Japanese team. So that is Fumihisa Matsumoto, Masayoshi Oyama, Masaki Makawa, Kazushige Saito, and Yuya Motojima. That's our top 5 in the orange team there. But that orange team, I'm not going to be happy with that. And oh man, I wanted to say it earlier on and I didn't say it. And then thank goodness I didn't, because then you would have said to me, oh, you gave it.
Yeah, you gave it.
I didn't. But I was going to say earlier on, I picked the right car to do the promo video we did for this on Thursday, because I used the Garfield car as it was being extracted from the containers. And unfortunately, it hasn't worked out. So I didn't give it the commentators because you're the only one who's done that today.
For now, we've still got 5 hours and 29 minutes to go, Greg. So it is just me for now. It's 5 hours and 29 minutes to go.
The forecourt down at the fuel station's got a little bit busier.
Yeah. There's no Wimpy there, though, unfortunately. Oh, Wimpy.
What if you can get out and get a pie there?
A garage pie, nice pepper steak. Nothing better.
Beef
It's a South African
beef
staple.
onion, bro. Beef onion.
I couldn't do a beef onion.
You don't do beef onion. You do pepper steak. I can't do pepper steak.
But
I can't. Snake and pygmy. Oh, snake and pygmy.
Snake and pygmy.
Snake and pygmy pie I can do all day long, bro.
Look, I did the beef and onions, but I'd have to have a couple of brandies in me first.
No, but beef onion. You got a beef onion, and then you've got to buy like a half-liter milk to go with that as well. Oh, man. And a packet of like salt and vinegar.
And not the cheese and smoky beef. That's not
no,
no.
Oh, no, but cheeseburger pie.
Ooh, those are good. Yeah.
Oh, but those are good. But then like 3 hours later, you're going to be eating Rennies like it's going out of fashion.
3 hours, 25 minutes.
Chow Rennies.
Give you a ready. I could think of nothing worse than getting into a car like this at 30-degree weather and getting a heartburn.
Yeah, or having a pie.
Or having a pie before you get in this car. That would be absolutely horrible.
No, you won't enjoy that, eh?
And I feel sorry for the next driver getting it afterwards.
I'm just hoping that they're eating the correct stuff down there. I'm sure they are.
Yeah.
It is FunCup, and McDonald's sponsors this, so there are a lot of cars that are sponsored by McDonald's. So
I'll take a quarter pounder with cheese if anybody's offering. Thank you. And a large Coke Zero.
Quarter pounder royale is what they call it in France. Quarter pounder royale. Quarter pounder with cheese.
And they've got the big tasty
royale.
there. Mm-hmm. The big tasty, because I had one in France
and
when
you
I was
can
there recently.
And you can have like the cool thing there is you can have the bottomless.
Yeah, the bottomless
drink. Oh, it's the best.
There's
I just
one
wish
of
they would do
our
a bottomless
leaders there,
milkshake, because they don't do a bottomless milkshake. They only do the soda fountain. I don't want soda fountain. I want a bottomless like vanilla or strawberry milkshake. That's what I want.
You can go can you go for a second one after the first one?
No, you can't. Once you bought the one, you can't. If you buy the soda one, you can go and help yourself to whatever you want.
Yeah,
you
but
get
could
Coke, Fanta, Diet Coke, whatever you want.
Could you legitimately drink 2?
I could smash 2 easy.
I can't.
Vanilla milkshake. What
no.
McDonald's vanilla milkshake anytime. Right, so as we said, the forecourt is busy. We're under full course yellow because we have this car, the Garfield machine. It was our lead car, unfortunately.
No
parked
replay
on the
there?
sideline. We didn't get it. We only saw the end. We only saw the end of it. So I don't think our cameraman got it, unfortunately. But if we did get it, I can tell you right now, they're working frantically to try and find it.
That's after fuel stop.
It's after fuel stop, but it was fighting for the lead with no limits, and they were literally with each other the whole time. So it could have been a little bit of additional pressure. When you were downstairs, I was actually chatting. Bren was standing behind me when I was chatting about it, and I was saying the fact that you got no limit racing overtaken for the first time by Garfield shows that there might be a slightly quicker driver in Garfield.
Yes.
And now what he was trying to do, I think, is trying to get away, to get a bit of a gap between himself and no limit, because they haven't been able to outdo no limits, and unfortunately they've now found that they do have no more limits left because they went over the limit and into the side of.
But to go straight
Sunset
at
corner.
sunset, that's literally going straight. That's not from the apex off. It's going straight.
You were spot on. I think there might have been a mechanical failure. There you go. Just pull the driver out. Don't worry about me. I'm okay.
Yeah, yank me out.
I think earlier on, the one guy actually rolled his ankle when he got pulled out of the car because he limped away pretty sore. They might have had to check that ankle. Welcome to the very busy pit lane.
Did you see how close that was?
I know that. That's what I was saying. Welcome to the. I didn't want to make too much of a mention of it.
Sorry.
It's getting busy.
But there's at least 2 more Orhis cars back out on the grid. We saw, unfortunately, 2 of them are out of contention with both with right corner failures.
Yeah, the school car's still there. And I think if I'm not mistaken, the other one is the Mighty car. The Mighty car is out there as well still.
I was having a chat with M3M Racing. They run 3 cars in the grid at the moment. At one point, they had a car up into 12th place, which is now dropped down. That was Food Lovers. That's run by M3M. AC Motorsports has just passed them for that 12th place. So
Food Lovers running a famous number for South Africans as well, by the way.
What's that?
33, baby.
Oh, right, away.
Yeah, I wonder if Brad Binner's going to get a chance to drive in FunCup at one point. So
That's actually great, actually.
No, I want Darren in the car.
Yeah, but we'll have them both in the car. Darren, Brad.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Darren, Brad.
Maybe put Clinton in with him.
No, you want to put Darren, Brad, and you want to go and put Blaze Baker in.
All right, there we go.
That'll be a crazy team. Yes. Man,
just get out. You're still attached.
Out of the car.
Unplug me, please, sir.
Please unplug my communication device on my helmet.
That's the 431. We saw Mr. Brake Pedal earlier on in the race. Clearly he has found it, though, because they've moved themselves up the field quite nicely.
They're trying to get back into that top 30. They're not there just yet, but I think that's why they're hustling in pit lane so much.
What I can't believe, though, is top 30 is still only half midfield.
Yeah.
If you finish 30th, you're not at the back of the grid, you're midfield.
What we should have said to Brendan is that we're not happy with the timing monitor here because we've only got the top 30. We do have 60 cars, so we need a second timing monitor just to get the other one. No, don't tell me that you can. No, it doesn't have a touch screen, but this is not karting. Okay?
Where's the mouse?
There's no mouse. No, we don't need a Brendan. I'm only kidding. But if we had a second screen, we could have 30 and 30.
And then one more for 2.
And then, no.
We forget about those 2.
Those oaks we won't mention.
Sorry for you.
We won't mention them. No, we have tried to mention everybody out there because under full course yellow, because of this incident with our little friend Garfield, I think he might have gone a little bit heavy on the lasagna there.
Yeah, that's definitely looking like a Monday car now.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be a car that's out. If we thought the other 2 cars were less damaged, that car's totaled and will not be back in action today, which is a pity because they were running for the win. So that moves Berbalik up into 2nd place, BGSL Racing by SRS into 3rd. The 534 car is in pit lane as well there.
So while we're under full course yellow, Greg, and we have watched however many hours it is because that's disappeared now, but we're looking. We've seen who's in the front.
5 hours 24.
Okay. We've seen.
Look at the timing monitor.
It's very small numbers, Greg.
Yeah, hold on. Give me my glasses.
We've gotten used to the racing now. We know the teams. We're starting to get an idea of who the teams are. We're even starting to call them without calling numbers. So who's your pick at the end of the 8 hours?
You know what? I think there's still going to be a bit of a fight on. I don't think we're into who we can pick just yet because this is the kind of thing that can happen. You put a slightly faster driver into the cockpit of the car and tell him to go and make up some time, which is exactly what he did. He was spot on in terms of the strategy of the car.
Until he didn't.
Until he messed it up. So No Limit have been literally untouchable until the point that Garfield got through on them, and then we thought, okay, well, here we go. There's going to be a bit of a fight on for the lead, and then that just all petered out into what we're seeing being loaded onto the back of that AA truck. I'm still going to put some money onto our South African boys. They're up to 11th place now under the full course yellow.
I definitely think a top 6 for them is a possibility.
I'm hoping a podium, but I think our top 5 at the moment are where we're going to find the podium finishes. No Limit, Berbalik, BGSL, Milo, Speedbuff. And if they can get back there, Project 24.
I'm going to stand behind Speedbuff on this one. Remember, Project 24 have a 1-lap penalty, eh?
Yeah, that's
going to be difficult to
yeah, but remember that gets instantaneously put onto the thing. It
that's what I'm saying. They've got a lap.
They've got to find a lap.
Well,
this is where they'll find the lap. They'll find the lap under safety cars, under full course yellow.
Fair enough.
So hopefully there's a couple more full course yellows and they can find that lap because that's important. Now it's a case of how much sand do we
have to dig out?
Reset the kitty litter.
I will definitely take a run down to the pit when that car is come back, because actually I very, very wanted I definitely want to see what happened in terms of, was that a run out of talent or a mechanical?
Might be a plan. Yeah,
a mechanical issue.
Because
that looks like it hit, unless the wheel came off, because they were changing that wheel in the pit stop.
Could be.
And that left rear wheel is off. The hub and everything's still there, but there's no studs.
Maybe not tightened enough.
So I think that
torque wrench.
That could have been a
torque
wheel
wrench
that
required
evacuated.
At 508.
It left the group chat.
508. Did anybody bring the torque wrench? Right, there we go.
So
great recovery time there from Kyalami Marshals once again. Superb job from them and from our flatbed truck to get it back up. He's not going to go too far because I think there's an exit point. Here comes, let's see if I'm right.
Are you right? It's moment of truth.
Let's see. There's Jensen getting in the car. He's got the checkered flag helmet. Getting out of the car was?
It was pink and blue. Pink, blue and white.
No, I think it might have been Nessa. Hey? I think it might have been Nessa. I might have been wrong there. Could possibly have been wrong. We just tilt our camera up right to the right-hand side to see who the other driver was.
Johan, if you can hear us, turn right. Let's see who came out.
That's Jensen in the car now with the checkered flag helmet for sure. But I could possibly be wrong. It might have been Craig Nunes or Nessa as opposed to Adcock. But
I was just down there and
I was looking at
Adcock
helmets. That's what I was going for. See, and I know normally, fortunately, when they normally drive their cars, they've got an open cockpit, so you can spot them.
You can see who they
easily.
are straight away.
You can spot them easily.
Well, there were series that used to do the lights on the side to tell you which driver it was. They do the LAW or the three-letter
all the Lamar cars. Okay, we're back on the green? Yeah, we're back on the green.
There we go. Green flag is
green
waving.
Flag,
we are racing.
racing.
There's that Schumacher car. Great livery on that thing, that red and black. Chased by the 208 car. That seems to have a little bit of damage to the front that they have repaired. Duct tape fixes everything, and if you can't fix it with duct tape, you can't.
Look at what Brendan has brought us. He has brought us a mouse so we can see the bottom of the field for the first time. Aha! Voila! Viva la Brendan. Viva la Brendan.
Thank you,
like
Brendan.
Him a lot. Thanks, Bren. Thanks, Brendog. There we go. Now we can
see.
Now we can shift up and down. Hello. So let's have a quick quiz as a point of entry in getting the full screen. Okay, so we don't have lap times at the moment, but we got 207s, 206s, 207s.
207.4, I think,
as our fastest so far. But we'll wait and still see what happens now. So we've got the McDonald's Racing by Come To You car. That's because the grey and
the 260, the grey, yellow and black
McDonald's car. They were out for a while, so they've still got to make up some ground. They got 42 laps completed as opposed to the 65 laps completed by the leader. So they've got still a bit of work to do. Urez Group, Muzet, and the Huria cars are the two cars that were out. We're watching action as they go down into the bowl now. Possible maneuver on the inside, hard on the brakes for the last ditch effort there. Yeah, good move. 442, just diving through there.
It's not over yet. 4-6 straight in with a cutback, looking for a way past into Cheetah. Please avoid the sausages of death. We've seen that before. It can end badly, but they've all made it through there neat and tidily. 4-6.
So that's a fight for 21 and 21st and 22nd place there. You got Urez School, and then that's the 416 car, the Urez Systemic car, systemic car. Light the tires out of pit lane, bro. I like that.
If not, why not?
Did you hear that?
I did hear it.
Tacky squealing out of pit lane.
If not, why not?
Tacky squealing out of pit lane. I do like that. That's pretty cool. Okay, I'm going to leave this mouse here so we can maneuver it up and down, but that's really cool now because you kind of pick up on Stag Racing.
And how?
So Stag Racing, our other South African team that we just mentioned now with the driver change we just saw.
45.
They're down 45th place.
Only 2 laps down.
62, yeah, 3 laps down.
62 versus 65, yeah.
3 laps down. I don't know if that's catchable in 5-ish hours. 5 hours still to go. 5 hours and 18 minutes or so to go.
Well, definitely. I mean, you could go top 20. Top 20 is achievable. Top 20 is achievable. 62 versus 63. It's only a lap as we look at more cars moving and shaking. I think every time you look at the screen at the moment, there's someone having a battle with someone else. I've just watched 3 hours of racing, and it's been, every time I look at the screen, someone's passing someone else as we go through the bowl again. We've seen this catch out a couple of cars throughout today. Just a little bit tail happy, I think, on the exit of a corner.
Green flags all around now so that the drivers are aware that As I say, green flags all around. There we go. They don't want to be going off there, but because if you just chat to my good friend Michael Zafirio,
That's the heart attack I had as I saw goal.
He'll tell you that that's not where you want to be putting your wheels at that point, because you end up going straight across the circuit into the wall on the left-hand side of our shot, which will end up in some serious damage.
And leave your engine and send you the car on the track.
There's the safety car on the right-hand side. It's the actual Astron Energy Polo Cup safety car that they're using here this weekend. But it hasn't been called on yet, so that's a nice thing. But,
full send down the inside into Crowthorne. They're still side by side on the apex, but it looks like that move's going to continue all the way through the S's as we watch the other two come through. This is your 280. We spoke to them on the grid. Second on the grid, I think it was a fourth place start, if I'm not mistaken. And that's Milo Sense. Where are they?
They've dropped back a little bit. I think they had a problem earlier on. I'm trying to pick them up here quickly for you.
Ooh, 58.
58, yeah. So remember, they had an issue early on and then had to come into pit lane for a while. So that's why they've dropped back to 57 laps completed. So
spectators starting to fill up.
There we go.
The gazebo is being put up around the outside.
I told you they'd be coming.
There we go. Old school South African competitor spectators.
It's a case of Saturday morning, got to go to the shops first.
Yes.
Pick up the kids from school sports and then come here.
Yeah, got to go to the spa and also get the meat for tomorrow. You got to get the meat for tomorrow, fill the fridge for tomorrow, and then you can come through as we watch this dice continue. 280 around the outside into a triple apex right-hander. It's going to be two cars around the outside of one, and 537 a little bit slow onto the power there. It almost caught out the car behind them. I think that's one of the
Are you at the right track,
starts.
man?
Yeah, why?
That's a left-hander. Hey?
Left-hander. I'm going to say left. Did I say right?
You said right, yeah.
It's been a long day.
Triple apex right-hander up at Leeuwkop,
left-hander,
which takes you straight into the prison.
Yes, triple apex left-hander at Leeuwkop prison. I forgot that there's a prison.
Yeah, there we go. Inside. Ooh. There we see. There you see problems that some of the drivers are going to have now with slightly slower drivers behind the wheel of some of the back marker cars. The quicker drivers coming through there having to try and avoid them. Do as much as that as you can, please, Jonathan Thomas, who was the driver trying to avoid the car in front of him. He climbed on the brakes. 1 lap penalty for 181. Ooh, that's not good. 181 is our D-Fire 181 car of Nicolas de Fortore, Axel Goudieu, and Jatin Ganasso. So there's some problems there for 181, and they are currently sitting 50th place. Going to drop them down a position, so probably down into 54, 55th place. That penalty is imposed upon them.
Where is car 150 currently?
Car 150, if I go to it, where are we sitting with 150? 30th. 30th place.
At the moment.
Yeah, 30th place, 65 laps completed. So 2 laps
68.
down. So 3 laps down.
So good move there, getting themselves back. I mean, they were up into the top 10 at one stage. So it might just be a couple of fuel stops ahead and a few stints behind.
Yeah.
To catch up to the closer to the lead lap. But it's still no limit racing, absolutely flying out in front. 68 laps completed. They're almost a lap ahead of the rest of the field. Speed off, starting to come back up to the field. They were 6th, they're up in the 4th now. As one of the front runners we saw, they were assisting Garfield Racing to try and catch back onto no limit at one stage early on in the race. As we watch a gaggle of 4 cars through the double right-hander.
No, that's a triple left, by the way. But anyway.
I'm calling it a double right-hander for the rest
Carl's
of
just dropped one of those special ones that we always speak about. But there we
what
go.
am I bet for?
There we go, down into the left-hander now. At
side by
the
side.
mine shaft.
They're almost glued together.
Kind of, getting sucked in there a little bit by the slipstream effect. And, you mentioned the bump draft that'll probably be available. There's not a lot of bump draft in this class, but you will be able to draft the car through there and hopefully use the slipstream effect to get through on an overtaking. And that's exactly what's happened. There we go. To perfection. Well done.
Yeah, if ever you needed an example of how to do that maneuver, there it was.
Yeah, prime example right there.
Clip that and send it out there because it's definitely going to be something you can use as a trainable moment. Well executed, 526 going down the inside.
I was about to say that,
the main straight, so 526.
GDL blue. I would say most of those
passing his teammate, it looks.
Yeah, so the GDL blue car, as you can see there, is blue with a yellow stripe. It's part and parcel of the same team as the black and white car that's alongside it with that white stripe down the middle. That's
and I'm going to guess GDL white
car. Exactly.
There we go.
But it's one of our Japanese driver cars. So GDL red, GDL white, and GDL orange are all the Japanese cars. So the white one is Taido Ida, Kenji Suzuki, Yuki Tanaka, Takashi Hata, and Kosuke Matsuura. So those are our 5 drivers from Japan that are in the GDL white team. GDL red team we spoke about earlier on. We actually got to chat to a couple of them earlier on. Of course, on our orange team, also doing a great job out there. But, you can see
there's our leader.
Just from the livery side of things is how you pick them up. It's a solid white or solid blue with one single stripe down the middle. That's all of the GDL teams will have that. There's the orange car in front. So just showing you. The leader is just coming through there rapidly. Hey, look at that.
This is a change in pace there. Very, very, very untidy through there. That's 480. That's Milo Racing. But just behind him is 506. He's actually boxed in behind the 436 and that GDL yellow car. As they get, this is where it gets hairy. Like, you know you're leading by a lap. You know you've got a decent gap. Where do you take the risk? Where do you not take the risk?
And that's where you've got to take into account that you've had a proper briefing with your drivers and said, listen, if we're in the running, if we're at the front, no risks.
Yeah.
There's no need for risks. We'll tell you if there's a need for risk. But right now, it's no risk.
So no risk around the outside, no risk.
Yeah, but around the outside, he's made the mistake now, so it's going to cost him.
Fair enough.
So if he just waits, he knows if you wait for those 2 cars, get on the main straight, he's going to blitz past both of them on the main straightaway.
Yeah, just get
so
a good
rather
exit.
give it 2 corners and then make the overtake maneuver. That's where the communication has to go to the driver to say, listen, hang tight. You've got the main straight coming. Get in the slipstream. Get past the GDL blue car. Use it to slipstream you to pull you close to the car in front of you. Catch that Milo Racing machine and put another lap on him. Because if he passes the Milo Racing team, he's going to put another lap onto Milo Racing.
Yeah, and they're in the running. They're 5th at the moment. So it's definitely a car he needs to worry about in terms of the race. As GDL yellow also looking for a way past on Milo Racing. But down the inside, 5 or 6. It's 3 abreast. 3 into 1 generally doesn't go. But in FunCup, it does.
Milo Racing, though, being demoted down and losing another lap there to the lead car. So Milo Racing would have been told that the lead car is coming through, so he doesn't want to lose too much ground to that. And that GDL blue car that's stuck in between the middle of them, with that yellow stripe down the middle.
Sorry, GDL blue.
It's all good. They will definitely have to try and stay in the hunt there and possibly try and run with the leader. It's always a good thing. I used to use it when I was still learning to race, and not that I had a racing career ever like yours, but in the few races that I did have a chance to get behind the wheel of a car. When the faster drivers used to pass me, I try and stay with them as much as possible. Because the amount of experience and what you can learn in the driver when you're driving behind a fast driver is incredible.
Yeah.
You know, you spot where they brake, you spot where they turn in, makes a massive difference to your next lap. And if you put it into practice on the very next lap, all of a sudden you find half a second.
Yeah, I mean, it brings you back to when we were doing those 12-hour events at Fredericton with the karting. It's Leroy Poulter out in front in the wet. I'm behind him. I start chasing him down and actually catching him. Pass him, and 2 laps later he passes me back because he spent enough time behind me to learn what I'm doing differently, and we kind of just traded like that for the next half an hour, 40 minutes. And it just pushes you little bit by little bit before you know it. You're 4 or 5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field because you've just been working with each other in terms of following and learning. And I think at a track where a lot of people...
where the chinks in the armour are as well.
Yeah.
That's a 280 car just diving through there. Just want to pick up on 280 being the Milo Sen's car, and that was a pass
on
to take a lap back on John Thomas. So possibilities there of a little change up on that one. So it's not quite what they wanted there for Verbier racing experience.
Yeah, as they cross the line now, we'll see the timing monitor completely disappear.
It's okay.
Let's go back to this side. So down in 30th. Let's see if he lost another one. No, he's still in 30th. So it might have just been 1 lap back, didn't lose the place. But there's the other M3M car of Monarch Hub. That's up into 29.
Maneuvering as well, coming for BRT number 1 team by No Limits.
There's your Lovebug losing 2 places.
Lovebug is under trouble and getting eaten up by a couple of cars there.
The Italian Stallions, 481. I think that is, if I'm not mistaken, your Italian drivers out there.
I think we were right in picking up on that. Yes, it is. No. All Frenchies.
All French.
Yeah. Arnaud Buffon, Stefan
Hub.
Guiron, and Frank Chanian.
So Monarch Hub by M3M. We were just talking about them. 414 and 494 all over the back of each other at the moment. What did I say? 414 and 494, yeah?
Yeah. Battle for 25th and 26th on the Miller, Iceman, and Schumacher.
And they're still having a flat-out battle, 68 laps in, and 4 position as they head up towards the triple left-hander Lurko.
That's the one. There we
go. I got it right.
That's the very guy.
Third time lucky.
It's okay, we'll get you eventually there.
Ooh, that's a block pass if I've ever read one. That was a block pass if I've ever seen one. So block pass, instead of turning for the apex, you straighten up for a little bit longer, force your compatriot to the outside and then turn to ensure that you get a gap on them so they can't pass you back into the next corner.
I think even Jeremy McGrath would have been happy with that one, bro.
That was a proper block pass.
He put it in there. No, you're not coming through that.
McGrath was a motocross rider, wasn't
Yeah, that's right.
They used to lean the back wheel on someone.
Show.
I remember Ricky Carmichael and Stewart doing that to each other.
They did it on a number of occasions.
They were not the best of friends.
Yeah. Actually got to meet Ricky Carmichael at TT 2 years ago. Unbelievable rider, of course known as the GOAT in Supercross. So it was also a chance to meet riders like that, and people, even people that are driving here today. Some famous names, of course, in their own championships that they've had in their own countries all around the world.
There's a quick mention from Mike.
Thanks, Mikey.
Getting in touch and letting us know
Appreciate
that he's watching.
Yeah, there are quite a few people that are watching around here, which is great to see.
Yeah, so a lot of spectators are sending up messages to make sure that we know that they're sending us love.
That they know what we're talking about. Yeah, there we go. Some exciting news coming from the European Le Mans series for Michael Jensen and Nick Adcock. Of course, they're going to be stepping up into LMP2 in the ELMS for the first time. So that's coming from Nicole. Thanks for that, Nix. Michael Jensen, of course, will move up into LMP2 category for his first time at the next ELMS campaign for them. So, as I said, the two teammates and good friends there, they'll be piloting their LMP2 car at ELMS for the next round of that championship.
Probably a Ligier, more than likely.
Yeah, I think so. But they've had a long-standing relationship with that, which is great to see. So, looking forward to their progress. They've had a spectacular couple of seasons, actually, to be very honest with you.
285, they're making some good moves to get through traffic. 3 cars passed into one corner. He's being chased down at the moment, though, by that red, gold, and black livery. I didn't quite get the number. I think it was 440, which is the other No Limit Racing. We'll wait for them to come past, and I can have a look at the number again. But two working quite well together to get through the slower lap traffic. So 438, that actually. I still can't see the number.
Yeah, it could be SKR. I think it's SKR.
Yeah, SKR. That is SKR. So SKR and working in a gaggle of 3 cars there just through traffic. Like we were saying before, the faster you get through the traffic, the less time lost. It's quite an easy way to gain time.
There's a warning for 482 and 431 for final warning for their disrespecting the track limits. Also, just information coming through as well. I was going to mention it, Brady. I didn't get a chance to. One of our marshals that's out there that's doing an amazing job as part of the Orange Army out there, stipulating that it's not just the Kyalami marshals. Of course, SWAT Corps, Red Star, and FK marshals are all here together today, having to get a full squad together, which is really nice. But of course, that's what they do now. I was intimating when we had to go to the second crash once we saw 423 out of shape, that the Kyalami marshals used to be based at Kyalami, and of course they were the world famous Kyalami marshals. But they're actually now based physically at SWAT Corps. And they form part of a collaboration of SWAT Corps, Kyalami, Red Star, and FK as a big conglomerate of the Orange Army to keep us safe. So massive thanks to them. And of course, they do all of the northern regions and national and club racing that would happen to be here.
Yeah, without marshals, there won't be any racing. So thank you to them for standing out in the sun, getting baked out there on here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit to make sure everybody's all safe and the racing can continue. And a great job to clear up the circuit after all those incidents. We've had 3 full course yellows, or French safety cars as they're now being called. And they've done a great job to clear that circuit up as fast as they have with the AA flatbeds there.
No, 100%. And they really are working hard as the Orange Army, as they always do. Race action, though, is, of course, non-stop here. And No Limit Racing literally is becoming a team that doesn't really have anybody that has an answer to their pace. They're now a lap up on, it's about a half a lap up, I'd say, on Berbelik, who are there in second place. GSL Racing in third and Spebov in fourth. Mila Racing are now up into the top 5, and they are about a lap down. It's about half a lap down, I would probably have to say, for them. And then we run into LADC 43. Food Lovers are up into 8th. AC Motorsport, South African team, are now up into the top 10, into single digits, ahead of the protection unit from DDK. And then we we go a little bit further down there. Saga Africa by SKR in 11th. The 8KSW Racing team in 12th. BH Motors 13, 14 is Monaco. And No Limits Racing second team are into the 15th position. So from 1 to 15, we've got the No Limits sandwich.
The No Limit sandwich from 1 to 15. And you might be listening to this as you've tuned in and think, how can there be a sandwich between 1 to 15? There's 62 cars on grid, that's how. 62, 58 now, 59 now. 59 cars on track at the moment. I just want to double check if anybody else has made it back out. Yep, Ores, the two Ores cars down at the bottom, 47 and 43 laps completed for them. And there's 60 cars running. We currently have 60 cars on track running. The last one in the order, McDonald's Racing by Count On You. We just saw them go through the screen earlier. There's that car 150, also with a South African driver in it. That's Jonathan Thomas driving that car. And then we go back to have a look at 414. That's the Schumacher vehicle by, I think it's Schumacher by AC Motorsport. So the sister car to the AC Motorsport, driven by a full South African team. Down the inside goes GDL White. Unable to make that mistake. It was just a little bit
having a look, though. The GDL White team having a big look there into Yuxka and Barbecue. So setting things up now, possibly for an overtake into Sunset. That's kind of what you'll do. You'll try and run up close and personal to the car in front of you, set things up so that you get good drive onto the straight, and then try and set something through Sunset for a dive into Clubhouse. But I don't think it's close enough. The other factor that we mentioned earlier on with these cars being them so evenly matched in terms of the pace and the setup on the cars is that when you want to try an overtaking maneuver, if you've got a car and driver that's on a similar ability to you, that can run similar lap times, going to make it exceptionally difficult to try and find a way through and make an overtaking maneuver like the GDL White car was attempting.
Yeah, I think you probably find yourself running side by side the majority of the circuit with the sides. And we see him swapping directions left and right to try and dummy a mistake or force. He's forced a mistake. It was a little bit sideways on the way out. So we might see a run down the shaft and into down the mine shaft and into Crocodile and try and get a move finished there on the brakes after the mine shaft. But more moves happening side by side down the mine shaft. We go again. Couldn't quite see the numbers on those cars as they hit down. But here's GDL White down the inside into Crocodile. Hard on the brakes. Does he have that move?
Locks up as well. First time we see a lock up there. So first time we're seeing a little bit of maybe a bit more tyre wear on those Hancocks than what we've seen before. Because with that lock up, it just shows you, oh man, that was tight through Cheetah.
As you like.
Very, very tight through Cheetah. You don't want to make a mistake through there. That will definitely end up in tears, I can tell you that much.
Especially with that, as we call, because this version of Kyalami comes up often on Monday Night Racing League Sim World, and that curb on the inside of Cheetah is called it's the sausage curb of death.
No, you do not want to touch that.
No,
you don't want to. You want to stay away from that as much as possible. That is for sure.
The bouncer of Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. Touch him, you'll make sure you leave.
Here we go.
Exit left.
So it's taken about 14 corners to get this right. He attempted it first time coming in here, last time out. Didn't quite get it set up, but eventually gets through and now heads into Barbecue, through Barbecue up towards Yuxka. GDL White eventually making that pass stick. It took a lap to get it right.
Yeah, it's still got to be defensive for 3 corners after getting the move done. So these cars running very close together at the moment with their 2-litre VW motors. In the back of these cars. It was very interesting to sit there and actually look at the way they've produced them with the backs off, the back end of the car off.
Yeah,
it looks really, really good.
So as we chat about this class, because it's your and I's first opportunity to have a look and see exactly what FunCup is all about. So the bottom line here is FunCup coming to South Africa. The drivers all coming from various forms of motorsport all around the world and getting an opportunity to be part and parcel of the teams that they're in. And I think, if we had information on all, what would be 62 cars, average of 3 cars per driver, so that's 180 drivers, 200 drivers if we've got the 5-car teams involved. Unfortunately, we don't have all the information on every single driver that's out there. The ones that we do have information on, we try and
big
bring
lock-up run wide.
Well held.
Well held.
Good catch.
Great catch. That was car 67, I think that was.
One thing I can say about car 67,
which is called 67.
67 Racing, yeah. And they are, where are they sitting at the moment? 33rd. It's 67 by SGR.be. That's one car that you can say has got Beetle-esque colours.
Yeah, the colour.
Sort of the 60s, 70s Beetles that were out there with the sort of two-tone Beetle option that you had.
Oh, it's getting messy. The 3 cars there were 3 abreast into Crocodile.
It's 4 cars.
Oh, contact. That car slowed quite dramatically after that contact. The blue car on the outside, he's managed to actually back it up. But now we've gone from 3 cars tripping over each other. We've got almost 9 or 10 of them now trying to find their way through the traffic. But I mean, over 180, 200 drivers out there on circuit at the moment. You'd have to follow a series like this for a good 2-3 seasons to start getting to the point that you know who everybody is.
Propulsion is the car that came into play there big time. That was the car 7 there coming through. A 471, I beg your pardon. And then right behind that was the 7 car of the Come To You racing machine. So all of a sudden we've got, as you said, 3 cars, became 5 cars, becomes nearly 9 cars. And that can happen in the space of 3 corners. It's all indicative of how this class works.
Yeah, that car 38 there, we saw it slowing just as they came to the S's. They've just rejoined the circuit after repairing some damage. It looked like they were working on the gearbox or the rear of the car, and they just rejoined recently now.
55th place, and quite a long way down. 69 laps completed for the 38 special there. But straight into the mix of the battle that we've kind of got on screen right now, which is sort of your, 29 to sort of 38th place that we're looking at there at the moment. So,
running wide, Project 24 again. We've seen them come up for track limits already. There'll definitely
be a track limit warning there for them, that's for sure.
So definitely pushing the edge here in the FunCup. But the fact that they can push these cars this hard for 8 hours, though, really stands. It really is testament to how well they are built. We've seen them go off a couple of times, a couple of big smacks, and every time the car has come out relatively unscathed. Driver is safe, and just some damage to corners. We saw I managed to run down to the pits and see the damage on the cars. These corners do take a knock, and when they do take a knock, they do fail. And unfortunately, that was chassis damage that's put them both out of there as they still fight on their way down to.
So it's a really great little battle we're watching here. It's kind of unfolding in there. Of course, what's happening here is they're not slowing each other down, fortunately, but they're also not making any progress to close up on the cars just ahead of them there, which is the GDL white, GDL red cars. But if that's the case, we're going to be watching these 4 go at it. There we go, 38 special back in the pit lane. So whatever they had issues with has not been sorted out just yet, having to go in for another unscheduled stop there, I'd have to say, for the 38 team. And that means we're going to see them drop down a couple more positions in the standings. So we'll keep an eye out on their progress. JMK Racing into pit lane for an unscheduled stop. But they, of course, already had some issues earlier on.
Yeah, just having a look now at the commentary box, we can see them in the car. I don't see a second driver ready, so not entirely sure that is a scheduled stop. It is definitely an unscheduled stop, Greg. They're busy putting the driver out now, having a conversation with them as to what is wrong. We did see the car go relatively well and then suddenly slow down and then get going again. So probably an issue with the selection of gears. Driver unable to put the gear into the correct gear for what he needs. And that's obviously losing time. Down the inside now is the 6-7. Ooh, nose cut firmly off there. So he had a look, a solid look. But nothing doing just yet as they head into the next left-hander, getting past some of the slower traffic. There's your Aston Martin car, Greg.
007 on his way.
Yeah. 007 on his way. Come To You.
Nice run there from the Come To You Racing at Jean-Michel and Nicolas Bert. Ricardo Bodio on pilot duties for that team this weekend. So a lot of them, particularly the man we spoke to this morning, Jean-Michel, chatting to us about the fact that not only does he run in the FunCup, but also participates in Europe in one of the Aston Martin teams, possibly GD3 spec machine that he pilots in other formats of motorsport. So as I said, we've got a baptism of fire here thrown in the deep end with almost 200 drivers to chat about throughout the day. 62 teams in total. And the information that we've got is what we've got in front of us, which is a list of drivers and teams and possibly where they could be from. And we're going on names being, majority of them French-based or European-based. A couple of Japanese drivers. We've got some Americans. I know we've got a couple of Australians, and of course our South African contingent in there as well. So awesome to see that the action will continue for the next almost 5 hours. We're just under 5 hours now. 4 hours and 52 minutes to go in this one.
So almost halfway, 52 minutes to halfway. We'll see another set of stops probably in the next half an hour. as they start to come into the pits and do their driver changes again. Fuel stops done separately from 24 Project. Having a look at your 007 there into the top of Crowthorne as 222 defends from 67 again into Crowthorne. They're still side by side through the S's, but 67 managed to get around the outside there.
Like a trailer park girl.
It's like a trailer park girl. Eminem move. Oh, big send on the inside. 471. I didn't quite. 471.
It's a big move there from him, and they need to make some maneuvers because
Propulsion.
Yeah, Propulsion.
That's a great name. Propulsion. 2 cars stopped at the back of that though.
We'll keep an eye on their progress on the Propulsion team because they are slowly but surely ticking them off one by one, trying to find a way to get up onto the battle just ahead of them. Watching that battle as well.
Yeah, there it is. 432. That was a car I saw in the background. Stopped mid-circuit. So is this going to be another
LADC 432? Full French driving lineup there. You can see there. It's the dessert team. It's the dessert. It's a dessert because that's how you spell it, but it's dessert, I'm sure is how you pronounce it. So we'll have to keep an eye out to whether there's going to be full course yellow. We've got blue flags waving for the Foster cars coming through on some of the slower machines.
Yeah, it was 24 Project.
There's some damage.
So
damage on that Project 24 car.
He's going to try and nurse that back to the pits to try and fix it. It just looks like bodywork damage. The car seems to be running okay. So whether it was rubbing and racing with 432, or maybe he just clipped the stationary car because that car was stationary on the exit of the corner.
No, it might have, eh? He may have just done that. Looks like he's asking a question. The car's like,
yeah,
the back end
sorry?
putting his hand up.
That's
going,
a big smack.
Could I have a word, please?
Door off, right rear quarter panel missing.
Possibly going to need a little bit of duct tape and zip ties. Driver out the car. Let's have a look here. Here's the replay.
They're side by side as they head through.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be a touch between them, though. I think he spins out on his own.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the reason why. Project 24 got stuck in the middle of the track. So the Project 24 car then tried to extricate himself from the 2 cars, and that's what ripped up the damage on the right rear end of the car. So actually, to be honest with you, full course yellow comes out. I don't think 432 was
at fault there
at all.
Just trying to make his way.
Came around the corner and car's in the middle of the track. What are you going to do? Avoid, but the driver's out of the car, and you're going to have probably double yellow wave flags down at that's at Yuxke. I think everybody will realise there's some kind of issue. Hopefully, everybody knows that the car's stricken in the middle of the track. Now, reason for this going there as we go back into pit lane, picking up on the 172 car coming in for a quick pit stop.
That's Eurodata car.
Gerard Richard, Didier Pigelet, and Philippe Loricoeur. The 3 drivers there, quick driver change. That is Richette from the 432 car that's on the sideline. Let's just double check if I got that one right. 432. Yeah, Leo Richet is going to be the man who's going to be in trouble down in pit lane when he gets back to pit lane, because the same situation you had earlier on when we asked who was at fault and who was driving the car when it broke. Fortunately, we got him front and centre. Yeah, we got him front and centre there. As now teams will take the opportunity to use the full course yellow for the possibly early pit stops, or when they were scheduling pit stops, saying, okay, let's get it done now before we have to go anywhere else. So welcome to World's End Cup of the FunCup. We're at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit in Johannesburg, South Africa. If you've just joined us on our live stream all around the world, a massive welcome to you. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far, if you've been with us since the start. If you have just joined us, there's still lots of action to come. 4 hours and 48 minutes still to go. And the reason for the full course yellow is what you see on your screen right now, a recovery of one of these little punch buggies that are battling hard for FunCup, the World's End version of the FunCup here in South Africa.
So it was definitely attempted with the Land Cruiser, but they've decided the flatbed is the way to go to get 432 off the circuit while there's full course. And there we see that busy pit lane. 60 cars in pit lane trying to do driver changes and get them back out. It stands to reason, though, why they've moved the fueling to a secondary location. Because already with this many drivers and this many mechanics in the pit lane, to have refueling on top of that now.
The big problem you got, though, is now that they have everybody coming in for the driver changes, are they going to need to get everybody back up into the forecourt and get those refuels done? Because that refueling section is going to get very busy very quickly, if that's the case. And We've already seen earlier on that some of the drivers attempted to come in for the refuel, went back out, did another lap, and then came in for a second time to try and avoid the traffic there. The refuel, of course, is on the left of that shot, just over that fencing. You can see where that white building, that's where the refuel section is. We've got one car in there at the moment having a full refuel, but everybody else sort of planning their trip into pit lane. See if they can get their driver changes done rapidly while we're under full course caution.
The driver's just limbering up there. Is that our 150? Yep.
It is.
There comes Jonathan out the car, pulled and spun.
Ripped out of the car, literally. So they can hand it over to Verbier. The man who, of course, owns the team, I think I would have to say, if he's under Verbier Racing. So they've got Jonathan Thomas joining him. He's into... That was a rapid change. That was a rapid change on that. Very,
a lot of time to find it.
There you go.
Like that.
Forecourt about to get busy for some refueling. The top pits. Yeah, Kyalami. And they get refueled before anybody else. It's probably not a bad plan. Get up there as rapidly as possible. This car, I think, is going to have a chance to get back up into pit lane and maybe get repaired. I think it'll be front left damage on the car because
front left corner for sure.
Kind of almost full T-bone onto the side of Project 24.
I haven't seen that Project 24 car coming in just yet. Maybe we missed it on the way in, but that one's going to need a little bit of duct tape and maybe some cable ties. If you can't fix it with duct tape and cable ties, you're not using enough duct tape and cable ties.
That's a standard option for motorsports. Driver's going to get into the Land Cruiser. He'll get driven back to pit lane. Car will be on the back of the flatbed. Way back into the main pit lane to get it sorted.
Long drive from the opposite end of the circuit. He's only just missed pit exit, so probably going to end up using service roads to get that car back as opposed to sending a truck like this around the entire circuit.
Marshall's doing an incredible job again, trying to remove any of the rubble that was caught between the two cars. Unfortunately, once that 432 car went into the Project 24 car, they were literally stuck together, and as they tried to pull themselves apart, that's when the damage was done, particularly on the Project 24 car. But then we don't know what the front left of that red Beetle that's on the back of that flatbed looks like. Maybe we'll get a shot of it by the time it gets back into pit lane. But pit lane is frantic right now. It's literally a hive of activity as the driver changes are being done while we're under caution to keep it as possible and to negate the loss of time that could potentially come. There comes, that is GDL Red on its way. OPM Monaco car in now as well. Nice to see a change there for the 282 team. They've had a pretty good run of it so far. They're looking forward to improving themselves in the overall standings. 282, of course, being piloted at the moment by Pascal Verlan and Philippe Prete.
Pascal Verlan. Is that not a name that we know?
So I don't know if it is or it isn't. When I looked at the list earlier on in the day and I saw Pascal Verlan, he was Formula E, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Pascal Verlan was definitely Formula E.
So, yeah, one of our
and
sort of more experienced drivers, I would say, in terms of the field that we've got here. If it's the same guy, there may be a couple more Pascals, I'm not sure. As I said, the information we got is a list of drivers and teams in front of us. So, unfortunately, as Carl said earlier on, to get the full range of whoever's driving and where they come from and who their seventh grade ballet teacher was, we don't have that information.
That is your go-to saying, though.
It is.
The seventh grade ballet teacher.
Yeah, but you want to keep things happy there, you know. So hopefully the seventh grade ballet teachers are watching, and we can say thank you to them.
I didn't do ballet in grade 7.
You should have.
Okay. Something you did?
Would have made you a better driver.
Faster on my feet.
Yeah,
faster
exactly.
on my feet. There's 188 getting changed and put back in. No need to open the bonnet. There you can see the filler cap just sticking out the bonnet, making refueling as easy as possible. Our pit lane filming there. Pit lane cameraman, sorry, Johan.
Yeah.
Making sure he gets the shot of the driver stop. There is our other South African contingent or other South African team. Adcock team. Mm-hmm. They are getting themselves refueled and back out. Also trying to make a move back up the field. It hasn't been easy for them so far. We've also lost AC Motorsport.
Up to 35th at the moment for Stag Racing.
Stag Racing.
77 laps completed as opposed to the 80. So they're 3 laps down. They have made some progress. But not quite into the position they'd like to be. Also getting information only Michael Jensen is moving to LMP2. Nick is going to stay in LMP3. Information that was sent back to me from one of our fans watching. Thanks, Nick, for that. So maybe a bit of a change-up in terms of the team strategy and the team setup there between those two boys. But I think while they're here in South Africa, if they're participating in anything that is an endurance field, they will remain teammates no matter what format they run here in South Africa.
Yeah, it's difficult to come across a teammate that you can work that well with and runs a very similar pace to you. It is a relationship that needs to be worked on consistently, especially when there's data in cars like this. To work with another driver, look at data, learn where you are slower, where you need to find time, what you need to do. In terms of roll and speed, because that is quite difficult when getting to a car in a new circuit, is how much speed you can roll through each corner as a bit of bodywork fix goes on there. And I think just
someone's running for zip ties.
Someone's running for zip ties and duct tape, yes. The only way to fix race cars, proven by NASCAR for many, many, many years.
So we've got a black and white flag as well out. I'm just trying to pick up on the number on that one that's been given. And that black and white flag, of course, will be COC. Watchful eye over somebody that might be transgressing the rules ever so slightly. We're back under green and we're back racing, so it's a full go once again with 4 hours and 41 minutes still to go here in the FunCup. World's End Cup, round 1 of 2026 FunCup Championship, powered by Hankook Tyres from here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. It's No Limit Racing that leads out. The only other team that's on the same lap as No Limit at this point in time is BGSL. They're both on 81 laps. There you go. Great shot. Exactly what we said. Find the zip ties. Done deal. You do like a quick, it's kind of a zip tie stitches that you're going to do on that car. Berbelique, Milo Racing, Spebov, Helis Motors by LADC 453, Protection Unit and Saga Africa are all on 80 laps completed. BH Motors, Food Lovers, No Limits, Grauber SKR, Ores Systemic, and the Eurodata cars all on 79. And we go all the way down to 25th place, where we pick up on SGRT.BE that are on 78 laps completed. So that's kind of the split. We've got about 13 cars in the 81 to 80 laps completed section. Then 13th place down to, what is that, about 26th place, 24th place. Well, the 79 laps completed. Then below that is 78 laps to 41st place. Then we go to Oars with the Mighty car. And they are on 77 laps completed, all the way down to 5181 in 47th place.
Not getting any love here. 447, 453, full send down the inside into Crocodile. Set that up all the way down the mine shaft. So 447, the love bug, making sure it's not seeing any love at the moment out there, losing 2 positions in just that lap.
Again, they've had a tough time of it. I mean, they've been in and out of pit lane about 5 times today, so they've had a tough time of it, and that's the reason why they're running down in 58th place overall, which puts them into last place, basically, because Garfield has retired. McDonald's Racing has got to make up ground. No, sorry, they'll be second last. McDonald's Racing still got to make up time on Garfield before they get classified, because they had dropped down earlier on with issues where they had to come into pit lane. It's the grey car with the McDonald's livery and bright yellow that's out there. So they are 58 laps completed, but they're on track and still circulating. So in the next 4 laps, they'll move themselves up into 59th place, which would be last on track.
And I'm assuming not McDonald's Racing by Come To You, I'm talking Garfield by SKR, is still showing as on circuit because that car hasn't been delivered back here to the pit lane.
No. So it's been delivered back to pit lane, I would assume, but it was 10 laps ahead of the cars that are down here.
Right.
So they've still got to take those laps back on track and stay on track to take those laps back to.
Some hip and shoulder going on there.
It was a bit close on the GDL red car.
Excuse me, coming through. Some fast movers coming through the slower traffic. There is a variance between drivers per team. So at some stage you'll see drivers going through the field quite easily, and then the same car getting absolutely monstered by 4 or 5 other cars later on in the race as they swap and change drivers throughout today. And I mean, like we said, they've only had 1 day of practice here.
Yeah.
So a lot of these
unloaded at
drivers,
2:30 on Thursday, and practices started on Friday morning. If you had a team of 2 drivers, you'd have a lot of time in the car. if you've got a team of 5 drivers, you might not have had as much time in the car as what you'd like over a day's period to learn the circuit, to learn the ins and outs of Kyalami. Not an easy circuit to learn. Once you've mastered it, though, it can be an exceptionally great circuit to pilot a car around. But as I said, to come here, first off, a lot of times what the drivers find is they're quite smitten, and I say that in a positive way, with the undulation of the track.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the circuits that they race at in Europe don't have the up and down that Kyalami has got. And if you've ever ridden around the circuit on a bicycle, I'll tell you right now, the undulation is pretty spectacular. The 947 Cycle Challenge comes through here, and of course they use Kyalami as a reverse lap for part of their route on that Cycle Challenge. And they go the opposite way around. And if you go the opposite way around here, you literally end up with a climb from the Grey Gate at Crowthorne through the main straight, Cheetah Ingwe, the bowl, and then you climb the mine shaft. And I can tell you something, the mine shaft is exceptionally steep if you're on a bicycle, or even if you're walking it. It's not a nice place to walk up and down or ride up and down. To drive down it or to ride down it like they're doing now, incredible, absolutely amazing. And at the old version of the circuit, the Kyalami marshals, Swartkops and Red Star, wasn't Red Star at that stage, but the Kyalami and Swartkops marshals, they actually used to run.
That's 2 into 1. That was
very
ambitious.
Close.
2 passes, 1 corner.
There's our McDonald's car we've
There
just
it
been
is.
chatting about. So making up some ground there. Here's the McDonald's racing by Come To You. And at the back of the pack there, now squeezing through, trying to make up some ground on the lap traffic. And by lap traffic, he will make up some laps himself, which is a good maneuver there from that McDonald's racing by Come To You car, the 260 machine. Across the line and completing it. Now, going back to my previous thought there, the marshals at one point in time, they used to run on a Sunday like a go-kart. But when I say go-kart, a box kart.
A box kart race, yeah.
Box kart race. And you would start at the top of Leeuwkop and run down the mine shaft. And the winner would be the kart that ended up furthest down the track as possible. So you'd literally run, you had propulsion from somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody would push you to start you off. You had a team of guys that would push you to run off. And you'd come all the way down the mine shaft, through the sweep, through the bowl, through through Cheetah, across the main straight. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the furthest they ever got to was just before Crowthorne. That's the propulsion that was provided by some of the carts that these guys built in those days. Oh, there's a big one.
That was 007.
Yeah, that was a big one. Getting it completely locked up.
They're still
and
back together. They straightened it out as we see McDonald's looking
managed
to get
catch
past
it.
again.
Very lucky to catch that one. 222 is the AC Motorsport car there of Matt Neal, Henry Neal, William Neal, and Stephen Edwards. So
3 Neals and an Edwards.
Those 3, of course, very fortunate not to be involved in that, but certainly a big moment there, just in the background of the 2 cars we were watching come through Sunset.
There they are there. They're still going at it. So they've recovered and decided to continue this argument a little bit later on in the race. The Cash Converters supported car, they're being hounded by McDonald's on the way down the hill. We trying to get themselves back up the order after a terrible start to this 8 hour. They're sitting down in 60th and have yet to get past Garfield by SKR. Another 2 laps and they'll be able to get that done.
Through that one.
Here's a full set down the inside into Leeuwkop. All the way down the inside, as far inside as they could go. Nice comeback here from AC Motorsport 222 Cash Converters car. Cutback is executed, job done. So the McDonald's car, they're just a little bit too tight on the way in. Could have taken up more of the space that was given by the Cash Converters 222 entry into that Crocodile corner.
Making up ground, but when I say they made up a lap on AC Motorsport 222, they've completed 79 laps, whereas the McDonald's car's only completed 60. So they're still 19 laps down on the car they've just passed.
Well, you say passed, he's been passed back again now. So 222 getting past him again.
Look, I think what they're doing right now is they're just having a result. They're having an absolute blast out there. Having a bit of racing, a little bit of rubbing, a little bit of you have a chance at the front, I'll have a chance at the front. Doesn't matter that we're anywhere near because we know we're near the front end. Let's just have a little bit of a dice on our own.
Well, it is the FunCup after all. You saw that back of the car stepping out there as he went down the gears on the brakes. Again, very tight to get the pass done. but managed to get it finished without AC Motorsport being able to come back with the cutback. Car we haven't seen back out on track, Greg, is the 24-hour car.
Exactly.
Project 24.
Project 24, I don't think has got back out on circuit. It's still in pit lane, yeah. It's still down in pit lane. I think they are working friendly to try and zip tie that thing together to make sure that it works well.
The 280 of Milo Sense is in again and looks to be stopped in the pit for a while. JMK Racing, they came in with issues and haven't gone back out on the track yet. So as it stands at the moment, we have 5 cars in the pit, including Garfield, which will be the 6th car. 6 cars in pit lane at the moment, trying to get themselves sorted out and back into the race. 2 of them we know will not be rejoining, and that's Orhi's Horea and Orhi's Musete group. They will not
just
be
getting
rejoining.
confirmation of our previous thought there, and it just shows you like how well social media works. And I know somebody mentioned the fact that we're using social media to our advantage, but we have to use it on a few occasions. Social media helping us out there, and just going through our chat there about a certain Mr. Verlon, Pascal Verlon. We mentioned him earlier on. I'm just trying to pick up on his number again, but yeah, confirmation. Raced in F1. And also believed to be racing in the electric series. So we were right, it is the same guy, Pascal Verlon, who raced in Formula E and at one point in time also had a chance in Formula 1. So confirming that that is in fact correct in our assumption that Pascal Verlon is the man who was a single-seater pilot in his day. So as we get into what is going to be 4.5 hours to go. No Limit Racing now with about half a lap advantage over BGSL Racing by SRS. They are on 86 and 85 laps completed at this point in time. We've got Milo Racing 480 in third. Berbalik, who have stayed up in that top 5 almost all day long. Spebov is back up into the top 5. It was the pick that Carl is looking for. 427 is not a bad number to go with, buddy, by the way. As a potential winner of this race.
29 would be better.
427 is followed by 537, the Heeless Motors car by LADC. They are sitting there about a lap down as well. And I think you still got a chance. If you're in sort of the 86 to 85, maybe not the same guy.
It's Verlaine versus Verline.
Yeah, maybe not the same guy. But listen,
I'll go find out.
We don't know.
Go back down to the pit shortly and go find out.
I think that might be a plan, is to get you down to pit lane again and just double check to see if it is actually the man who raced that, or is it Verlaine or Verlaine. The spelling, according to what we found on Google, is slightly different to what we've got in our list of drivers here.
But BGSL looking for a way past Lovebug. Made it past Lovebug. Now looking to make a move straight away into the next corner onto the 534 of it. Just want to go through and find that 534 Magic Pocket Racing. Magic Pocket Racing down the inside onto GBL Red. Made that mistake and just caught out Lovebug now looking for a way past into the S's. A lot of moving. Clearly the rule of not being able to change direction more than twice doesn't exist in the FunCup. That was a exact alliteration or a visible representation of weaving.
Are you allowed to move more than once? Not usually. Fortunately, he was able to get away with that. It's the red GDL car that's in the mix there as well, one of our Japanese contingent. We started with a whole bunch of them fighting hard, and we got to chat, of course, to the Masashi Fuji on the grid at the start. He gave us a little insight as to how much fun he was looking forward to having out here in FunCup at Kyalami. First time out for all of the 15 Japanese drivers that are part of this FunCup event. They have never been to Kyalami, any of them, before. We have had a couple of very famous Japanese drivers, of course, and riders here in the past who have participated on numerous occasions in various formats of the sport, including our good friend Norioka Haga. And there goes Project 24 back out on track. So eventually got the duct tape and zip ties to work. A little bit of mechanical and makeup done to the car to get it back and race trim. But great job there from the team, and they are now back on circuit. But with that, Project 24 has dropped down to 54th place. So a lot of work to be done. Spinner, down at Crowthorne. So right in the middle of the circuit, yellow flags are waving to warn us of the car that's stricken in the middle of the track. Do we have a full call full-course yellow? No, we don't at this point in time. Hopefully the car that spun out there is able to get back up and driving. Looks like it's moves off the circuit, so that's no need to call out for the full-course yellow just yet. As we try and pick up on that one if we can. Continuing to watch the action unfold here between these 5 cars as they still have a bit of a ding-dong there. 278 fighting for position there. It's not a case of BGSL car, of course, is our second car, the 278 car. So that's a case of a quicker car coming through the back markers as rapidly as possible. But you can see it wasn't an easy flow to the front end to find a way past on a couple of those cars. 534 gave him a little bit more trouble than what he would like to have had in Magic Pocket Racing. Now that he's got through, hopefully he can open up a little bit of a margin and use that to his advantage to get away from potentially the Berbelique car, which is not too far behind there, 456 in third place. So heading into even more, kind of expected a sunny day today, but I can tell you, I think a lot of the European drivers and our international guests here as part of FunCup are pretty happy with the fact that it's overcast in Johannesburg today. If there are some of them down in pit lane and they are walking around out in this overcast conditions, please make sure you've still got some suntan lotion on, because you can burn just as badly in these overcast conditions here in South Africa as what you can when it's full sunshine conditions. So just a heads up to the people down in pit lane that might be walking around, make sure that you've got some form of sun protection on, even though it has got cloudy and quite grey out there from our commentary position here in the Nicky Lauda room, Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. This action continues here, manoeuvring through the field. The 278 and the 298 car, the second of the no limits cars coming through there as well, trying to get up into that single digit bracket if he can. Get both of those no limit racing cars up into the top 10 if possible. Doing a good job of it so far. Fight is on and will continue. Getting into almost the halfway stage. We've got about 24 minutes to go before we get to halfway. Couple of cars running LED lights at the front end. They don't usually run lights because these cars do not run lights unless they're doing a full 24 or 25 hour race like they do at some of the circuits. If they're running into the smaller bracket of endurance racing, sort of 6 hour, 8 hour, 4 hour races, they just run the stickers over the lights and they don't run the lights. But a couple of cars have got additional lighting on them, which is not a bad plan to have on. Here comes the Schumacher car coming back into a bit of a fight there as well. This is a battle. Schumacher machine from AC Motorsport is 22nd on the road. Towards Leeuwkop. 4-car battle. And then a little bit of a gap down to a 9-car battle. Turned into a 7-car battle, but there were 9 cars initially there. One for a refuel or potentially for a driver change. As they come under braking, just fanning out, trying to find opportunities where doors open and they can squeeze through and find a chance to dive ahead of the cars in front. GDL Blue going through there as well. The 526 car. Blue car with headlights on, yellow stripe down the middle of it. Schumacher makes his way through there. That's the 414. Bastian Krieg and Guido Krieg, along with Bardon Deto and Arnaud Quede. Schumacher by AC Motorsport. That's the red car there in the picture. Not this one. It's a little bit higher up. The second pack of cars that we see following earlier on. 414, and then the 407 car there, Carpe Diem. Not in this pack at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on their progress because certainly want to see our South African liveried machine trying to get up as high as possible in the standings. Fight chair once again, picking up on dive on the inside there from GDL Blue. Opportunities where they open up on SKR, but SKR shutting the door. It's livery on that car as well. Metallic gold, it's in black. Schumacher joining the party there. Onto the back end of him. Let's move on the inside of Leokup. Further up from that battle. GDL Blue, SKR losing out as Schumacher now puts the pressure on. Food Lovers right behind that. Fight for position, 21st to, it's kind of 21st to 25th place there that they're all fighting for. Added the Schumacher car onto the tailpiece now. Back to fight just ahead of that, including the 480 car. I hear Carl in my ear, so I assume he's down in pit lane. Let's maybe go down and see if he's picked up on some of the competitors down in pit lane and see if they're still feeling as happy as they were earlier on today when we started the 8 hours of FunCup here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit.
All right, Greg, yeah, just down here at the moment with car 38 from JMK Racing. I tried to get the owner of JMK Racing to let me know what was going on camera, but unfortunately he's not having as much fun as he was having this morning. So he has told me what's going on though. So car JMK unfortunately stuck in 5th gear, can't go anything lower than that. So they've had to bring the car into the pits to try and see what is going on with that gearbox. So you and I did call it correctly up at the commentary box. Issues with the gearbox, they're hoping to get it sorted and get the car back out on circuit. But until then, Greg, back up to you at the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. Awesome stuff to pick up on action that we're kind of assuming is what's happening, and then eventually getting to find out exactly what had gone down. So nicely done there, and yeah, hopefully they can get that car, the gearbox sorted out, and a chance to go and fight it out once again back on track with this awesome field. Currently, as we stand, we've got JMK Racing, car we just mentioned, in pit lane. 2 cars that have, or the 3 cars that have had problems. 2 of them are completely out. That'll be the Ores cars of Huria and the Muset group, Dash Eben. They are the 2 cars that have retired out of the 62 cars. Garfield SKR is still being classified, although, and it says it's still running, although it's the last car on track now after the damage. But I think that will eventually become a situation that they will be classified as in as opposed to still running. Still a couple of cars also there being shown their final warnings for track limit excursions and exceeding track limits on various parts of the circuit, so got to keep an eye on that. 526, 548 and 506 getting their final warnings in terms of the track limits there. So that's cars that will be under the scrutiny of the COC to make sure that they don't transgress anymore. Work being done on Milo Sins as well as they come in now as well. Milo Sins car back into pit lane for a bit more work on it. The Project 24 car stayed in for a long time. They were initially in the top 5, had some issues on their changes during the first couple of hours of this race, and then had that crash coming out of Yukske. So they've dropped down into 54th place overall, and with a bit of work to do now, only completing 81 laps, whereas our leaders are now completing 92. So they're about 11 laps down. So highly unlikely that Project 24 car might be able to get back up into the top 10. But they'll still pile it out there and stay out as much as possible, putting in and the laps that count that will maybe apply to some pressure, some dices, like we're seeing here in the mid-pack. Oh, big off as they came out of the S's there. That's the GDL Blue, if I'm not mistaken, getting out of shape. So GDL Blue just coming completely off track there. Fortunately, a good catch there from them. But Armando Lasuca, or is it maybe Paolo Chiantini, Rodriguez Bosch, here's a replay for you. Have a look at that. Just ran slightly wide, coming out of the slipstream, gets on the dirty stuff, into the kitty litter, catches the back, fortunately. Full lock to the left-hand side, understeer of note, and loses one position, but well held. Great catch there from the GDL Blue team driver. Not quite sure which of the four of them was at the wheel at that point in time, but great recovery nonetheless. Let's go back down to Carl. He's got some more information coming from pit lane.
Greg, I just managed to walk into the pit lane to go find out what's going on with the SK Racing Garfield car. And as you can see in my hand here is the rear left hub of that car. Unfortunately, a stud snapped on that car, causing it to lose a rear wheel. And that is why he careened off into the wall there at Sunset. So a failure on a stud is why we lost that car. They are currently trying to put it back together. It is up on jack stands, and they are hoping to rejoin the race with that Garfield car by SK Racing. Back to you, Greg.
Yeah, awesome stuff, Carl. Thank you so much for that. We kind of have to go with an assumption of what has happened when we don't get the actual event taking place on camera. We've got most of the action that's happened. There's a little bit more. It looks like a couple of guys running wide. They're actually coming out of the S's. You have to keep an eye on that because there are a few cars that have run a little bit wide there, and maybe there could be some kind of surface deterioration or change up, which may require a yellow and red flag for change of surface there out of the S's. But yeah, we were contemplating what possibly could have happened with that Garfield car. Hopefully they get that car back up and running, because it was the lead car for a long time and was fighting hard with No Limit Racing for the lead of this race in the initial stages. And then with that off-track excursion, heading straight into the wall off the entry point at Sunset Corner, will end up in tears for most cars. But as you saw there from Carl, giving us the exact information, the wheel stud coming off the back end of the car, which literally sent the car sideways and straight into the tyre barriers on the exit, or on the outside of Sunset Corner. So we are almost at the halfway stage, so about 14 minutes or so to go. No Limit Racing still leads out over Berbelique, and they are the only car that have completed 93 laps. So they've got a lap in hand over now 6 cars behind them. Berbelique, Milo Racing, Spebov, BGSL, Keyless Motors, LADC 453, Protection Unit. They are the cars that are on 1 lap down as opposed to the leader. 2 laps down from there is Saga Africa by SKR, BH Motors, Food Lovers, Corral, Ures Systemic, and the Eurodata car. And then, of course, AC Motorsport and APM Monaco and No Limit Racing second car are on the 2 laps down on the leader. So that's kind of how it stands at this point in time. And that No Limits Racing second car down in 16th place. Schumacher trying to find a way through there on the Food Lovers car. 414, currently down in 21st place. And looking for an opportunity to get through there. GDL Blue's just up the road. That's the car he's trying to catch. That's the car that was just in the foreground of our shot there. All blue car, white front and yellow stripe down the middle of it. But you've got to try and find a way through on the Food Lovers car if you can first. Which is not always an easy thing to do, because that Food Lovers car currently sitting in 11th place. So despite the fact you've got Schumacher all over the back of that Food Lovers car, it's not for position on track. It's just to try and unlap himself. And that's what the Schumacher driver by AC Motorsport is attempting to do, to find a way past. On it's almost kind of Martini Racing-esque colours that's on that Food Lovers car. The navy blue maybe throws it out slightly, but certainly the red and light blue stripes are very Martini-esque style racing stripes on that car for Food Lovers. But Food Lovers at the moment by M3M, the 33 car, in 11th place overall, whereas the Schumacher car, trying to find a way past on them, is in 21st place overall. So it's a case of trying to get a lap back on the car that's ahead of him. It's not always an easy thing to do. Back down to Carl. I believe he's got some more information coming from pit lane. Let's go and find out from Carl Lawrence what's happening down there.
Yeah, Greg, not so much information, but more a conversation with a young driver. Miti is about to get into the car 548. How have you enjoyed Kyalami as a racetrack?
Very good circuit, very technical, and I enjoy it a lot.
And out of being here in South Africa and you're enjoying the weather, you're enjoying the racing, what is your favorite part about being here in Africa with us?
Yeah, very good country. I like a lot the safari. We do safari, and it was great. We saw lion, cheetah, etc. Very good.
And obviously you drive other things other than FunCup. What are some of the other series that you compete in?
2025 I did Ligier Cup France with Ores again. We won the championship. And next year I will drive maybe GT3 in Italy.
Fantastic. Well, we wish you all the best in your motorsport career going forward and enjoy the rest of your time here with us in Africa.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Greg, back up to you.
Thanks, Carl. Awesome stuff there to catch up with the drivers and find out exactly where they've been. We don't have a lot of information, as I said, on them, but as you can see there from that young man, Ligier Cup is quite a competitive class in France and is the championship winner from that category, so certainly has some kind of experience in terms of championship winning ability. Hopefully he can put that into practice when he gets into the car, when it comes in for the driver change that he's standing by for. But awesome to see as well, they're chatting about going on the safari. I'm sure that they got an opportunity to get here early before they went racing to go and see some of the sights and sounds of South Africa. Hopefully they got out there before the rains did, because currently all of our safari parks up in the Kruger area are under some serious threat from, and speaking of serious threat, big maneuver, and it went all wrong there for the 4.8 car. The 480 Milo racing car has got a broken right rear suspension there, you can see. Trying to get the drive in the car, there's no drive whatsoever. That's third place. That is some serious problems there. Trying to come up on the inside of Carpe Diem, misses Carpe Diem, then goes high and wide to try and find a way through there. I think that's on the 432 car again. 432 in the mix again for LADC 432 and 480 with some damage. Look at the back right of that car. That could possibly require a full course yellow. We'll wait and see. But definitely some problems there for that machine. He's now stuck in a precarious position, and that might be a reason for a full course yellow to be called. We'll stand by to find out if exactly that's the case. Look at that. Duct tape and zip ties all over Project 24. There is the pit window opening up, which potentially means that there's going to be a full course yellow in a few moments' time. We're standing by to see if those FCY boards are about to be deployed or not. But 480 is stuck in quite a difficult position to be in. And with the damage on the back of the car, it may require a flatbed. If that's the case, they're going to need to go to full course yellow. But nothing yet at this point in time. What it does do is it's moving Melee Racing down into fourth place as Spebov has gone past them, taking up that third place away from them for the 427 car. And the 278 machine of BGSL could potentially pass them as well. He has done that. He's gone past. Stand by for Helis Motors and LADC 453 to get past as well. And positions being lost here, literally hand over fist, by our 480 machine, who made a small mistake trying to find an outside line that wasn't there. I don't think, to be honest with you, that the 432 car saw him coming. He was trying to avoid car in the inside of them, who was overtaking on the inside, and did not see the car on the outside trying to get through. One of our top three cars now dropped down into 7th place. 432 comes directly into pit lane after that incident and has to do a couple more repairs on the car because there was a slight touch between them as they came together. And do we go full course yellow? We do. Kind of expected that. Full course yellow comes out, and that's due to the fact that we got 480 in trouble. Went from 3rd to 8th in the space of about a minute and a half. And that is a massive, massive loss there for the 480 team. That's definitely not what they needed when they were running top 3. So there we go, once again. Kyalami, Red Star and SWAT Corps marshals combined. FK Motorsport also in the house here with some of their marshals helping out to give us a full contingent of marshals for this International FunCup. Forecourt gets busy again as we do the refueling. Those cars out as quickly as possible with full tanks of fuel and a safety car, or what is full course yellow. It's not really safety car. We haven't had a need for the safety car just yet, which has been great. The full course yellow has been working perfectly so far, which is a great testament to how well it can work. That full course yellow now giving opportunities for the pit lane to get frantic. Kyle is down in pit lane. Hopefully he can pick up on some of the action that's been happening there. Maybe some of the drivers as they do their driver changes to see how conditions have changed. We did have a little bit of sunshine about an hour and a half ago, but it's now completely overcast conditions over Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. And it looks like they're going to try and tow that machine out just with one of the four-wheel drive vehicles. That is part of our assistance this weekend. I think they've realized that the back is maybe broken and could require maybe something more than just a four-wheel drive. But there we go. It is, as I said, pit lane becoming a bit of a hive of activity once again as we're under full course yellow yet again here at the FunCup. So there, it doesn't matter. There we go. Carl, I thought was downstairs, but he's now joined us back in commentary. He's made his way back up top here to see exactly what's happened. One of our top three cars there, Carl, as you were making your way back up here, is unfortunately out. 480 with damaged right suspension strut, I think, on that car. That maybe it's going to lose him a huge amount of positions because he's really dropped down into 9th. I would say by the time they've collected him and got him back into pit lane, he'll probably be into at least the top 30, having lost so much ground and having to get that flatbed there to pick him up. You'll see.
V2 was one of the cars that collected that 480 vehicle over there in the incident. I saw them in the pit lane now looking at the left rear of the car as opposed to repairing the left front after that, or the left front after that incident with the 24-hour car. Yeah. They did see the broken the lower control arm being replaced, or on the floor that had been replaced, and I see the car back into the pits being pushed in backwards. They're having a look at the rear corner of the car, so I don't know if any additional damage was done in the first incident or maybe collected in the second incident there.
I think it's more of the second incident because there's some damage to the back left, or back right I should say, of the 480 car. He literally came around the outside trying to find a way past on the 432 car, but 432 car was avoiding a car that was on the inside of him at that point in time and didn't really realize, I think, that there was a car on the left behind him and didn't give really a lot of room for them to play and avoid the contact that took place. But with that contact, of course, it's now ending with a situation that we've got the 480 car dropping down out of 3rd place to 10th at the moment. And with the amount of time that's taking, and the rapid recovery there from our marshals and from our flatbed driver, but it's going to drop him probably, I would say, into the top 20 by the time they get him back in the pit lane. And then the repair's still going to be done, get back on track. Probably going to be ending up halfway through the field, at least.
Having a look there as well at the 280 car, Milo, since we saw them up near the top 20, fluffing around there, moving up and moving down. Just had a chat to their team now. Unfortunately, the gearbox let go on that car. They're unable to shift at the moment. So no downshift, no gearbox on that 280 car, and they are currently replacing sensors to repair that.
I'm just going to get Carl to just hang tight on the commentary there so I can just pick up on what Brendan's saying to us there. Cars that we've seen so far came from a tap on the 432 car. It wasn't a suspension failure. It actually came from a tag between the two cars down into Crocodiles. So yeah, that's about 100% right there, Brendan, in your assumption. The Schumacher car is also coming in, but as I said, it basically became a hive of activity. You didn't realize as you were making your way back up that there was an incident on track that was going to bring all the cars in to see lots of frantic pit lane activity. And also the forecourt, as you can see, they're getting pretty busy as well for the refueling. Guys go waiting to get those cars refueled as rapidly as possible to get them back up and into contention. we've got a lead car that's a lap ahead of everybody. I don't think anybody's going to catch No Limit Racing if they can just keep it all together, keep it smooth, and avoid anything potentially going wrong on that car. So far, Benjamin, Kevin, Evan, and Clamar have had no issues whatsoever that they've had to deal with, other than a little bit of dicing with the Garfield machine before it crashed out. Berbalik are trying to maintain the 1 minute 40 that they've got over Spebov, who've moved up to third. Carl's pretty happy about that. He's kind of put his money onto Spebov Racing for potentially the win, but they're up to third place. Got to still make up 2 laps, and it looks like we've got some action to be done there as well. The GSL car as well, looking for a chance to move as high up as possible, and nicely done from Heeless Motors, who are now up into the top 5.
Yeah, there's some great racing going on still through the field as they get in. It's taking a bit of time there to get that car recovered, but not long time at all. Express delivery into the garage box off the back of that AA flatbed to get that 480 car into the pits and repaired as fast as possible. You can see the mechanics hanging around waiting for it to come down. There's the 432. We saw it take damage in the first incident. And then,
that's the car that went into him.
So I had a look at the way that chassis is put together and the way it's all bolted together. So it's a round tube chassis with I want to call them ears, but mounting points put on the round tube for the linkages for the rear suspension, and that seems to be what is failing when these cars have a contact. Is either the lower control arm is bending, or it is damaging that link arm that then goes into the chassis from the upright or the hub on the rear of the car, and that seems to be pulling out of the chassis, and that's then unable to be.
Looks like we're back under green, Kyle, as well, just to jump in there. Sorry, just to take away from your thought there. But back under green, back in racing. So as they head back out onto the battlefield now in full green conditions, the full yellow course conditions are now retracted. But yeah, I think one of the reasons they do that is so that it's easy to repair the cars if necessary.
Yeah, shots here coming through there. It looked like the door actually opened. If you head down into pit, when I headed into pit lane, you could see all the spares in their boxes ready to be distributed to the teams that need them and when they need them, all the way down to a complete body for these cars. So front and rear body panels, as well as the side panels to go back on the cars, which we saw that 24 car go out. We expected duct tape. It actually looked like it had a new rear shell put on the car. So a lot of the teams coming in with spare bodywork to ensure that these cars still look presentable and are repairable should an incident happen during an 8-hour endurance event. 3 hours and 59 minutes left to go. We're past the halfway mark now. And the only real failures we've seen on these cars at the moment is the gearbox. Getting stuck in gear or downshift or upshift, and we've only had it on 2 of these vehicles. So, that was a moment. That's AC Motorsport there chasing down 257, I think it was. Looking for a way past through the S's. That's not really somewhere you can pass at the moment. Devon was still in the car when I was down in pit lane last. But they were saying they did an early pit stop when Mikhail Patamba was in the car. And the team called him in after only 10 minutes of running. So that stop is what pulled them down the order. They're now running in. They were just inside the top 20. They were 19th. They seem to have dropped down even further. So trying to make their way back up after a couple of messy stops. Spin at the moment, 259. He's lost it on the exit of Cheetah. I wonder if that wasn't a result.
Well, good catch. Good catch. So AC Motorsport actually up into the top 9. So they're into 9th place. They've just got into the single digits now. So there you have it. So they have made some improvements there for AC Motorsport. So into single digits there for Devon and the team.
So maybe that short stop that they thought wasn't such a good idea seems to be working out now. They're back up into the top 10. So,
exactly.
Gagler cars now heading down into Crocodile.
Dive on the inside from 282.
That's APM Monaco.
Yeah, Monaco having a bit of a fight there. Joining the party is Carpe Diem. That's the orange car. And just in the background, starting to come through into the mix there. It could be the Grau car by SKR and No Limit Racing number 2.
He sent it down the inside into the final corner. 4-7, giving him enough room on the inside, but just enough, and a little bit of hip and shoulder on the exit. But they're going to run down the main straight into Crowthorne side by side. The longest straight we have on the circuit, 200 Ks at least an hour they'll be getting at the end of that, as we see the flatbed come down the pit lane as well. So hopefully not looking to pick up another car. Carpe Diem not happy to lose that position into the last corner. And APM Monaco also under pressure as they head into turn 1 as Crowthorne. But it looks like we're all going to stay line astern and settle back into the positions we were in.
It's the two Monaco cars there, APM Monaco 282, and then further down there you've got the second of the Monaco cars there as well. So the Monaco Hub M3M car, all fighting hard there with Carpe Diem in the mix as well. So 5 cars all fighting, different positions on track, not quite a fight for position as such, but still
a fight nonetheless.
Yeah, and I think it's a fight that we see constantly through here in FunCup.
Yeah, Schumacher just joining that fight as well. The 414 car has just come out after a refuel. Taking a little bit longer to get up to speed. Carpe Diem's going to have to go around the long way, pull the Slim Shady and go around the outside.
I think with that car, that Schumacher car will have a slightly heavier bonnet, because remember it's got a full tank of fuel on it, so it's not going to come out there and be racy. It's going to be coming out with a full tank, making it a little bit more difficult to handle through the S's, and maybe not ideal to get involved in the mix just yet. Give it a few laps to get the fuel down a little bit and then get back into the mix. But don't lose too much time behind there. Try and stick with that pack if you can. That'll certainly help him out if the battle continues there. No limits, just completing 100 laps. So 100 laps completed now in just over 4 hours to complete that. That's not a bad time. Spebov up into second place, so your boys are moving through the field rapidly. Berbalik are now into third place, where they've lost out to the Spebov team. So a change up there between Spebov and Berbalik for second and third. And BGSL still hanging on for top 4 ahead of Elis Motors by LADC.
Milo Racing 489 now under massive pressure at the moment from Gao Racing, trying to find a way around the outside, but it's difficult to know who's on what lap and where, and you've just got to kind of make the move stick like that with the full send down the inside, get it done as soon as possible so you're not losing any time behind a slower car. You don't want to lose it, or he hasn't made the move stick, and that's going to cost you racing against compatriots that are on the same lap as your 4 position. It's all about how quickly you can get through the traffic. Any loss in that will hurt you come the last half an hour of this race. There's your 007 getting passed now by the leaders. No Limit Racing 506 just ahead of them though, 494, trying to stay out of trouble and keep the laps ticking. It's all about how many laps you can complete in these 8 hours, with 3 hours and 55 minutes remaining at this race. The clouds have hung around and they've kept the temperatures down for our European compatriots visiting us here.
Certainly helping them out.
Another black and white flag goes out for 502. One of, I think that is one of the No Limit Racing cars, if I'm not mistaken.
502 is Zosh, Project 24.
Zosh Project 24. That was the car we saw missing half its bodywork at one stage.
I think there's going to be a little bit of a watch on that car, possibly as well, for whether they've done a good enough job on that bodywork. If bodywork starts to come flying off it, they may pull him in for a bit more repairs to the car. But No Limit Racing continuing to dominate this particular outing. Teammate to that particular team, 298, is down in 13th place, so squeeze the gap up ever so slightly in terms of that No Limit Racing sandwich that they've got on the field, but still some work to do there for the second car for No Limit Racing. But the 506 machine just completing job admirably at this point in time.
Yeah, just past that 100 lap mark now. 101 laps done by the leader, the No Limit Racing 506, as we watch this gaggle of cars head down the mineshaft again. Carpe Diem getting a little bit excited to go to the inside through the mineshaft. That's not going to help you down into Crocodile. You want to be on the other side. So 470 going to hang on to that position, but 431 wanted to take the advantage there. Look up the inside of Carpe Diem, thought better of it. And these cars are going to stay in a nice line up into Crocodile. That's going to be ambitious down the inside from Carpe Diem. And again, he has to back out of it. Maybe rather wait for the run than to try and send it that early down the inside.
The problem you got though is waiting for the run is the cars are so evenly matched, you can't really wait. Otherwise you're going to get caught out. So if I look at what we're currently watching on screen at the moment, I'll pick up on Carpe Diem.
It is a rather large timing monitor to run
and it's
through.
also to try and find it on the fly here as well while you're trying to talk. Not always easy to do.
Oh, Grauber SKR, they're now tripping over 198. That's one of the single stripe cars, so that would be a GDL car, I think. As he's coming under attack from Carpe Diem. Carpe Diem's gone the wrong side. He went right. He should have gone left. Oh, it's a sandwich. And unfortunately,
little tag
548 ran out of room to play and had to make evasive action or make an evasive maneuver and drive himself off the track and into that high grip paint we were talking about earlier with the South African flag there. Here we see a replay. Carpe Diem looks to go around the outside of the car in front of him, not knowing that that 548 machine was next to him. We spoke to that driver just before he went out. 5:48. I'll find us our team name there while Greg is scrolling through the timesheets. 5:48. That's Ori's. Another one of the Ori's cars. Many developments is that car. And
they're down in 50th place overall.
Driven by Mehdi.
Just give you a heads up. They're down in 50th place overall. Carpe Diem. So maybe we can get a number on the car that'll be easier to find, because it's not always easy to find it on a double screen of 60 cars.
Well, that 188 car that we saw in the mix, WTF Racing. I don't know what that stands for. Maybe someone in the comments can let us know or send us a message. I don't know what that is. Carpe Diem. And then looking for another move on the 470. It's going to get that. Again, he has to back out of it. Kind of half measure moves here from Carpe Diem. Taking it, being a little bit cautious. Doesn't want to cause any damage. It's still 3 hours and 51 minutes left to go in this race. So not a time you want to cause any damage, but he's trying to chase down that Grau by SKR team. But we have yet to find where he is on the timesheet just yet. So Carpe Diem kind of avoiding us at the moment in the timesheets.
Kind of disappeared off the timing sheet. Can't find it, to be honest. Yeah, mistaken, yeah, but it might just be me and my bad eyes. I'm not sure. Let's have a look and see.
WTF Racing now part of another 3-car sandwich into the same area of circuit. This is Crowthorne. 5:48 making his way back down. Mehdi.
Okay, reason why Carpe Diem has gone missing is because they've changed the name. That's why I couldn't find him. So Saga Africa by SKR is Carpe Diem.
Okay.
So originally they were Carpe Diem, but they've now changed their name on the list. So Carpe Diem is now Saga Africa by SKR, and that's one of the reasons why I battled to find him. So apologies on that one.
Another one of the cars that isn't out there at the moment, one of the Ori's cars. Only 2 drivers to the team. Both drivers have decided they're a little bit too tired to carry on for the rest of the 4 hours. I did ask him if he wanted to let us know how his time in South Africa has been, but unfortunately he said, well, I haven't got my shirt on at the moment. I don't want to put it back on. So
just chilling.
He's just chilling in his camping chair at the pits,
Happiness.
watching the racing. Quite happy to be watching as opposed to driving.
Let's pick up on our leader for a little while. There's No Limits Racing, gets through the field. Watch his progress. He's coming through there pretty rapidly. Here he is, coming through there. That's the leader. No Limits Racing, hanging in. And he's about to come up onto that battle we've just been watching. So it should be pretty interesting to see how he gets through the field, if he's able to get through, because he is lapping arguably a lot quicker, almost 6 seconds quicker than the battle we've just been watching there with the Grau team, with the Carpe Diem, which is SKR, Saga Africa now. So let's just keep an eye on his ability to get through the traffic, but more importantly, the traffic that's battling hard. I mean, they've been in a bit of a fight of note there. But I do love the fact that we are seeing this No Limit car just dominating this field. The 103 laps completed. He's a full lap ahead now of Speerwolf and Verbelik.
Ooh, Grau with that full set into that last corner. He keeps doing it, and every time there we see another full set from Project 24, but every time he does that, it looks like it's so far on the limit. If that driver turns in, it is going to be 1 by 2 Beetles visiting the outside of that corner. Oh, WTF Racing getting a little bit sideways on the power as they join the main straight. 5 or 6, our race leader, No Limits Racing, easily makes that pass stick down the main straight. You just saw him there in shot. Race control has put out that the pit window is now closed.
At the same time, we get 502 and 280 getting warnings for track limits. So 531 and 414. It's a fight for position on track at the moment. You can see 26th and 27th place overall.
Yeah, that's
TFE those two
by
cars having a good one.
TFE by 4 race.
And Schumacher by AC Motorsport.
TFE, we saw them up in the top 5. They have dropped down a little bit now. Your favorite team, though, Greg, still doing well. Food Lovers Market.
Yeah, no, they're getting there. They're up to 7th place overall by M3M. And the 33 car now into those single digits and maintaining a single digit position. But keeping an eye on the progress there from No Limits. No Limits has got through on 2 cars, coming up on Schumacher at the moment. So about to come up on that Schumacher car to find a way past. It's a good drive here from the No Limits car to make up these kind of positions. Looking to get up on the inside into the S's. Does he make it stick? Should be able to. Yes, he does.
He's been using a mass amount of curb there all the way. Well, we say all the drivers in this car have been using a large amount of curb through those S's. Seems to be helping him out. You can see how he uses the entire circuit, making sure he ekes out every bit of tar he can to ensure that you're maintaining momentum. These cars definitely look like it's the maintenance of momentum that is important in these cars. You want to carry as much corner speed as possible, as little movement of cars as possible. You don't want to see the back step out, any sort of understeer. So as smooth as you like and as smooth as possible as you can be.
But have a look at what he's coming up on.
There's that battle.
He's got one more car to get through before he gets to a fight, which is now made up of at least 7 cars. 5:31 is TFE by 4 race, which is about to catch and pass. He'll then be sort of heading into the clutches of Ore's School, Monaco Hub, Milo Racing, Verbeer Racing, and 8th KSW Racing. That's kind of the fight that we are watching out for. And of course, the No Limits second car is also in the mix, just ahead of him. So closing in on his teammate.
Yeah, that 24-hour car still there as well. The damage we saw it took, it's back out on circuit and trying to move itself up the order, gain as much position and time as possible. As APM Monaco goes defensive into Crowthorne, hanging on to his position as best as possible.
What this also shows is the lead car is about to come up to lap up to 10th place. If he can find a way through there on APM Monaco, he'll be lapping up to 10th place. Further up the road, I'm just checking to see AC Motorsport have got, what have they got the gap?
102 versus 103, they're a lap behind and 3 laps behind the leader.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is AC is about 13 seconds ahead. So he's still got to find 13 seconds to catch the AC Motorsport car in 9th place, which is the South African boys, Patamba, Robertson and Hammond.
Oh, that race in front of this, our leader, No Limit Racing, is getting rather intense. I saw 3 cars abreast into that corner just before the S's. And as they head through the S's there, you can see them line astern, trying to find a way past each other, but not able to do it. There's that red and green car. I think that is the teammate of No Limits Racing, if I'm not mistaken. Could be.
Onto the brakes, we'll have a look and see. Come up onto it. I think in the second No Limits Racing one is the one with the yellow.
There it is.
There you are.
Yeah. 462.
Yellow livery on the front. So his teammate now going to try and thread the needle between the 2 cars heading down the mine shaft. Find a way past, that's the plan. Try and use his teammate to at least get through there.
He's done both of them before he came on the mine shaft.
Yes.
So No Limits Racing.
He is lapping sort of 2 seconds quicker than anybody else. So he's got the advantage of a 2 second a lap quicker lap time, which will allow him to sort of scythe through the field like he's doing. But we did mention the fact he's coming up on APM Monaco. APM Monaco currently sitting in 10th place. And behind him, he's got the cars that he's fighting with. No Limit Racing number 2. He's got BH Motors and he's got Grauber SKR. So they're all there. They're all fighting for track position and just outside the single-digit options. Yeah. So 298 just behind the APM Monaco car. That's what we're watching for. You can see the 298 car. That's the.
Not for long. He's about to lose a place now.
When I say you said lose place, it's a place on track. It's not
not
position.
a place of position. Yeah.
It's not position. So even though they're fighting hard here, these other 2 cars are actually not fighting for position on track. The position on track is not that car, but the one behind it. So the second No Limits car is the 11th place car. So APM Monaco being overtaken by 514. If I go to 514 on the standings, 514 is making up laps and trying to come back through the field after some issues earlier on. 514, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, there's 24-hour. The team 24-hour. They're putting in a lot of effort, a lot of AG kind of moves out of the back of the car, stepping out all over the place. He just made a pass now, and it really is. You can see the push from that 502 car to get itself back further up the grid after the troubles they experienced. It's the Zosh Project 24 car that had that incident with 432, that had to get into the pit and repair all that bodywork damage before it got back out. So I've just watched them make 4 passes in the space of 3 corners, but it's 4 passes, it's not 4 positions.
That's the example I'm trying to sort of explain here, is that Project 24 car, the blue car that's just made the overtaking maneuver, that's got all the damage on the side of it, he is down at this point in time in 54th position. But he's now fighting with cars that are 11th, 10th and 1st about to join the party.
Yeah, looked like a little bit of love tap there. Yeah, a bit of rubbing is racing as they head into Crocodile. So
someone running wide on the dirt there.
One driver not happy about how much space he was giving, so he forced the issue to get another one. Just behind that, though, there is the teammate.
There's a prime example of how well that driver's doing, because he's sitting behind a car. He attempted an overtaking maneuver. He couldn't make it 6, so he backed out, knowing that if he gets the slipstream on the straight now, which he's about to do, he'll get past the car on the straight and not have to worry about trying to do some kind of maneuver that could cost him time and, more importantly, position on track.
Yeah, so that decision was the least possible loss of time.
And now No Limits Racing literally line astern.
Yeah, so No Limits Racing line astern there. That's the 462.
Yeah, 462 coming through there as well. But No Limits Racing, of course, at this point in time, looking for a chance now to just hang on to the back end of his teammate and use that 298 car maybe for a little bit of slipstream to close down on APM Monaco just up the road. Project 24, you can see going
there we
down.
go. He moved well out the way.
Yeah, but that was probably just communication between the teams saying, listen, teammate's coming, he's leading the race, he's 5 laps up the road from you, open the door.
Yeah. So a little bit of team orders going through there, just to allow one car to pass the other without any loss of time. You can actually see the liveries identical, sticker placement identical. So teammates without a doubt.
And then APM Monaco fighting now with that orange and black car. And the orange and black car, of course, is 489 Milo Racing. They initially were up in the top 5 overall, trying to make up positions, trying to get through now on APM Monaco. If he's clever, he'll let No Limits Racing come through and then use No Limits Racing to try and get the move on APM Monaco to make up the time.
Yeah, that would be the definite idea. I mean, he fought the issue quite hard on the way in. It looks like he's opened the door going down the mine shaft. No interest in feeding that. And this is where you can use a little bit of slipstream to get that done. Another move being put through, that's the 548. And that was on the McDonald's by SK Arca. Oh, it was a full send. APM Monaco had no idea race leader was there. He closed the door on him.
Fortunately, didn't tap him, because otherwise that could have ended up in huge tears there for them.
Yeah, that would have been a massive amount of, that would have been a proper crying moment for a race leader and as well as APM Monaco by M3M. But luckily, the driver was able to realize he was up alongside him early enough, so he didn't end up closing the door.
And I think that's once again another great example of how patient you have to be at this point of the race when you're coming through the field and back markers could potentially be a threat or a problem. Because if you attempt an overtaking maneuver, it doesn't work, rather back out of it and give yourself a chance to go and do exactly what he's done now. Clean and clear, no problems at all, down at Growthorne, done, job done.
But also look at the movement of the sister car behind him. Look how many places he's made up.
And now what?
By following his teammate.
And that's exactly what his teammate was hoping for. Is when that Foster car came through from No Limits Racing, he's now said, right, let me go with my teammate. He's going to side through the field, and it'll allow me to catch APM Monaco, because that's the fight for the last single digit. 10 and 9th place. APM Monaco are in 10th place. No Limit Racing are in 11th place. So they want to get into the top 10. They're looking for a way through now into Sunset. Watch in the background, the yellow car with the yellow flames on the front there, looking for a way through. Has he got it? Yes, he does. Done. Into Clubhouse. Sorted. That's 10th place. So that's battle for position on track, and helped out by his teammate, the leader, coming through and allowing him to follow him through the field and played the blocking role there, basically.
Yeah. Well, more of the tow rope.
Yeah.
Put the tow rope on and took him with.
Took him right through the field, got him up to 10th place now. So we got top 10 split between the two No Limits Racing cars. First place is the 506 machine. 10th place now is the 298 machine of No Limits Racing.
Great little job there from AC Motorsport as well, into the top 10. 9th, just ahead of APM Monaco by M3M. LADC car 453 up there in 8th. Food Lovers in 7th. Protection Unit in 6th. Elisi Motors in 5th. And then BEGSL Racing up to 4th. Babalek, though, up onto the bottom step of the podium in 3rd. And our current runner, we've just spoken, and Spebov in 2nd with our current runner. We've just spent a lot of time watching him. That's the No Limits Racing car, the black car out in front. Here's another gaggle of cars, Greg, all over the back of each other. That's the 268 getting passed down into this is nice and clean. Danger there. It looks like that's the Spebov car there just in front of us. 416. Oh, the 480's back out on track, and he is getting edged off the side of it. He's just made himself back out on track, and it looked like he was about to leave it there. So 480 out the pits and rejoins the race after being put back.
Yeah, but he's straight back into the mix of a battle that's been raging for about 5 or 6 laps now. So I think that's the big concern. Also, just a shout out there from Fabian Lance. He's watching as well, saying thanks for the mention of the FK Marshals, of course, part and parcel of today's team. And somebody's actually asking how many laps has the flatbed done?
Actually, we should have that figure.
Not quite sure. I'm not quite sure, but it's done a couple.
Done a fair few laps around here. We've seen some drivers get it wrong all on their own, and some drivers have a couple of moments with others. But majority of them get back out there, get repaired, and get carried on racing.
And that's the beauty of what I've seen in terms of FunCup. You went down, you saw the spare parts available, and the way the cars are designed, the way the cars are built, it's kind of a slap and stick. You can take the parts that are broken, take it off, put a new one on, put a couple of spare body parts on, and off you go. And Robert's your father's brother.
Robert's your father's brother.
Bob's your uncle.
Never in my life.
Here we go.
Never in my life. That was brilliant.
Here we go. There's some teams concentrating.
The strategies you're putting in.
It's like we'll change it for the water, and then pit box 2. Pit box 2, that helps us out a lot there. That would be the McDonald's team. They're in pit box 2, I think. So watching the progress of their car that they've had to do some frantic repair on.
Or multiple cars. Some of these guys running 3, 4, 5 cars out there as teams.
Well,
we've seen by M3M. We've seen by a few others.
SKR, M3M, DDK, LADC, No Limits have got 2 cars.
AC Motorsport got a few.
Yeah, got a couple. So, yeah, there are a couple of team efforts out there as well.
There's our leader.
Yeah, refueling. Which means possibly, has he gone in for the refuel first before? That is the leader, yes. Picking up on the leader in the forecourt for a quick refuel.
Quick restart and off you go. There we go. Light the tyres up just for Greg. I think they're starting to do it on purpose just for you.
I like the tacky squealing coming out of pit lane. Sure. Man, yeah. I don't think you got full service out of that, eh? You didn't get the windscreen wash.
No,
and the tyres
windscreen
done.
wash. No.
But there's a possibility that he'll probably come in now, because I think we're coming into another area of pit lane opening for compulsory pit stops. So that refuel might have been part and parcel of the strategy of the No Limits team not to lose ground.
Yeah, there's I think that's the M3M. I can't see the logos on their shirts. Can you?
No, that's not M3M.
Hi, how you doing? No, we see you.
Don't worry,
just show us the logo on your shirts if you can.
Yeah, so which team are you with?
Which team are you with there?
Oh, we went away from
I think it might be SKR. I think it might have been SKR, to be honest.
There's APM Monaco.
Whoa! How's that one?
How's that for a Slim Shady?
Yeah, I like that, hey?
All the way around the outside. 531. We've seen
531.
We've seen
TFE
that car.
by 4 race.
We've seen that car come through the field
TFE
multiple
by 4 race.
times.
Probably got one of the most expensive wraps on the car, so he doesn't want to go and do any damage to that. The chrome is involved there. It's not the gold chrome of the other car that we saw. There we go. 453 out of shape.
Looking for a spot in the traffic to turn the car around. Manages to get it. The old Gulf colors, the orange and light blue, put on that car. There was a Gulf Motorsport Beetle, wasn't there?
There was.
Yes, there was.
That's LADC 453 that spun out there. 18th place. Maybe lost about 2 or 3 positions. Hopefully not too much more than that. They did have a couple of seconds advantage, about 15-second advantage over the _8 KSW Racing 285 car. So that may have just given them enough time to get into the mix there and not lose position. I'm not quite sure. We'll keep an eye on the progress there when they come across the line.
We see more of 480 trying to find his way past. He's all over the curbs.
480 just trying to make up ground, but he
is full attack mode.
He came out full attack, and I think Red missed properly in that car after the incident happened. I mean, literally dropping from 3rd place. He's now down 480, sitting in 51st place after the stop and having to do the repairs on the car.
I think there's a lot of Ryan Reynolds Deadpool driving going on.
Yeah,
because he's sending it wherever he can, all over the curbs. There's no consideration in terms of mechanical sympathy. This is all as fast as I could possibly make this car go. And he's bringing through, who is that behind in the yellow-black? We know that car as well from earlier on in today's racing. It was part of the battle with Carpe Diem, whose name has not changed.
That's changed to Saga Africa.
Saga Africa. 278 was the number I was looking for.
The other one, yeah.
That is BGSL Racing. So BGSL Racing fourth place, using that 480 car to its best possible advantage.
And you know why? Because he was involved in the battle earlier on. He knows the pace of the 480 car is good. So the driver behind the wheel probably getting information saying, listen, stay with 480, go with him, try and stay out of trouble if you can. but the pace that he's going to set might get you a little higher up and maybe into contention to close down on Berbelik on 4.56.
Team 6-7, 67 by SGRT. Warning flag for disrespecting the track limits. That's a Belgian team. So unfortunately they're taking a warning as Food Lovers gets past the Saga Africa car into Crowthorne. That isn't for position.
Food Lovers, position, but Food Lovers still running in 7th place. And just watching in the background, it's a long way back to anybody that he's competing with.
Yeah, next to be AC Motorsport 2 laps away.
So position is not up for grabs here for the Food Lovers car, but certainly still maybe in for a bit of a fight as these cars start to make their way through. And led out there, of course, by the charge of 480, who is going to bring along for the ride.
287.
287, yeah.
278, sorry. Which is the Belgian team. Look, 278, that's
BGSL.
GSL.
But remember, BGSL is going to be lapping him. If BGSL catches and passes the Food Lovers car, it'll be putting a lap onto him. So he kind of wants to try and stay ahead of BGSL if possible, because BGSL currently sits in 4th, whereas Food Lovers is down in 7th.
Yeah, just behind that, though, we saw the Systemic car trying to make its way through all kinds of sideways past Saga Africa. Through the S's, some brave driving from him. So Saga Africa just actually maybe just lifting off the loud pedal and just letting these I don't want to call them dangerous, these excited drivers find their way through and find their way past as 007 falls victim to another pass into Crocodile. 007 car just staying well out of the way there. Doesn't want to get involved in it since it doesn't have to. It's the Food Lovers that got past him. But again, past him, not for position.
Not for position. That's what you're seeing now. You got cars that are involved in track battles, but not necessarily for position on the overall standings. It's basically just position on track that they're fighting for. BGSL going through there on 007, finding a way through there on the Come To You racing machine. And that's pretty easily done. What you probably find is Jean-Michel, I think is his name, has probably handed over to Dad for a couple of laps in that Come To You 007 liveried machine. It's the green and yellow car that's about to pitch it into Crowthorne. But BGSL doing the ideal job there. Staying behind the 480 car and letting it run the gauntlet, basically. Opening up gaps, and as it closes down on Food Lovers, going to put a lap into Food Lovers.
Yeah, Systemic now, I just noticed on the timing sheet. Systemic just passed Saga Africa to put them on the same lap as Saga Africa. So Systemic by that O'Hare's Systemic team, managing to get themselves on the same lap now as Saga Africa by SKR. But that car's all over the place, dancing. The back end of that car's dancing everywhere as he looks for a way to catch onto the back of this battle. Or would I say this team? Oh, that was nose chopped off.
There's some little fights happening now a little bit further back in the pack as well as we pick them up coming out of Crowthorne into Barbecue and Yuxkay. Little fight there, going to continue. 5-3-4
and 285.
Yeah, it's a nice little battle there between them because it's the Magic Pocket car. We saw him earlier on.
And 8 KSW Racing. Down the inside into Sunset. Going to look for a way past here. This is where we saw our Garfield car lose a wheel due to a snap stud and go straight. Oh, hip and shouldered off the track. So making sure that move stuck as we look behind. There's our leader looking for a way past down the inside just behind the Love Bug. That's the 506 car getting past 222, the Cash Converters Ace Motorsport vehicle.
Incredibly, even with that fuel stop, has not lost the lead and not lost a lap to anybody either.
Yeah, he was 2 ahead.
Just shows you how well this car is going through the field, rapidly through the field there as well. As he comes up onto the back of the 447 machine of Chardonnay, our Love Bug, as we like to nickname him.
There's all 48, 481, looking for a driver change. When did we see the signification that the pit lane was open? We saw that pit lane was closed.
No, I think it reopened. Yeah, it would have reopened with the fueling.
Oh, 150, one lap penalty.
Oh, that's not good. That's our
Jonathan Thomas.
Thomas car.
Jean-Charles Verberet,
I think.
Oop, spinner. GPX. Unfortunately, turning it around there on the exit of Crocodile. He's going to pull right in front of this battle of McDonald's in 480. Managed to stay safe, did he?
Yes, so. We're about to catch that the Magic Pocket car. the leader. Tail of that white car heading across the line now down towards Kink and then towards Crowthorne.
438 made a great pass there into the final corner onto the main straight. There we see our leader making the pass. And here's our love bug coming under pressure from that 438 on the brakes into Crowthorne.
Chardonnay,
that's SKR by
was off the
Marcelli.
track for a long time, as we said. Currently down in 55th place, 97 laps completed now. But, not really involved in the battle there with the magic car at this point in time. So, no limit racing, getting through them pretty rapidly, I've got to say. They are that group of cars. We kind of had our directors in our ears going, yeah, the leader's catching this group. There's going to be trouble. And
then boom, 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 boom.
He's
Thank
gone.
you very much, Amadi.
And he's gone, yeah. So great action there picked up from the director's point of view, watching us come through and watch the leader literally tick them off one by one. And
Like an introvert going to a house party.
It was good timing on most of the overtaking manoeuvres. Had to take a couple of evasive manoeuvres here and there as he attempted and didn't quite work out.
One or two hesitations, but DeFi 181, no hesitation of such. 2 cars passed in a lap as he moves through the traffic. He's well down the order, but he was, like I say, he was in that group like an introvert at a house party. He was there for 5 minutes and he was out.
Exactly. One man who has made, or a couple of men that have made a couple of moves through the field rapidly are our AC Motorsport team. They're kind of up and down between 9, 10 and 11th place. They can't quite get into the single digits and stay there. 427 coming through the field rapidly as well. Stebov unfortunately dropping up with the pit lane stop that he had and possibly a refuel. So Stebov now into what is going to be 6th place on track, closing down and trying to find some chances there. 506.
Incident under investigation,
Ooh.
fuel area. We witnessed that.
Wonder what went down there.
It did say pit lane was closed. So does that include I'm sure Eric will get in touch with us, but does that include...
it might do, It might do.
Does that include the fuel stop? Because it did say pit lane closed and then we saw him in the fuel stop. So I wonder if maybe he didn't refuel. Now that's one way to throw away a race winner. Let's be dead honest. That could be what causes him the rate of Maddie in 548. Sorry, the off screen just made a move down the main straight. We go back to our leaders, 506. And the gaggle of cars behind him, 478 was looking around the outside of 470, sorry. That's the 2M car, was looking for a way around the outside. Unfortunately, dropped the wheel in the grass, and that obviously pushed the car straight on. As GBL Orange loses a position at the same time. We watch them come through. Here comes the next one of the no limit racing cars, looking down the inside into the final corner. Move not done, 470 2M. He is rejoined and managed to stay out in front as we see a pit stop at the moment.
33, Food Lovers.
Food Lovers, in the pits they go.
338. No, 338, beg your pardon. Sorry, 338. I thought it was a 33 car, but it's 338 there.
That would be AC Motorsport Schumacher car. So quick driver change for AC Motorsport Schumacher car. And missing a lot of what is their front. Drive-through penalty, unsafe release, fuel area, 506.
Okay, so drive-through penalty
so
for the
leader. So it will not hurt their lead that much.
Well, I don't think it's going to hurt their lead. It's going to slow them down slightly. That's Sam Hammond getting in the car, yeah. Sam Hammond getting in the car there for the 338. So another South African driver there, part of that team. Great to see that. His son is part of that team, and his other son, of course, has joined Devon and Mikkel in AC Motorsport's entry. All part of the AC Motorsport Club. Just picking up some of the guys are watching from all around the world as well. Thanks for the support, guys. We do appreciate it, and hopefully passing it on and liking and sharing it with everybody into your social media platforms. But Sean Hepburn from AA, of course, one of his sponsors is AA. He's going to be involved in the Passion for Speed Festival, I'm sure, in his AA-sponsored Datsun in a few weeks' time. Sending us information that the AA trucks have picked up 4 cars today, according to what he's remembered, and yesterday was 12. So the flatbeds have been working pretty well here at Kyalami. So
Putting in the work.
Yeah, thanks for that, but we can't do it without you guys.
Yeah, without marshals, without officials, without race directors, without everybody involved, these events don't go forward. You need all the people around the edge of the track. The Orange Army specifically driving those. There's the 506. I wonder when he's going to do that drive-through penalty.
I would assume it's a standard option. He's got 3 laps to comply to the penalty, but whether the penalty's been shown to him yet or not, I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen the black and white or a possible But I think what will happen is that'll be communicated to him via his onboard communication system. So they'll tell him, listen, you've got to come in. It's not on this lap.
No.
He
The
stayed out.
470 though does go in, so time for a stop
yeah,
there.
as he passes now, did they maybe give him a pit board to say, listen, you need to pit or do the drive-through?
Knock, knock, please come in.
Yeah, so I think that's we'll be watching out for that, because that could potentially change things up ever so slightly. Leader is still a lap ahead, so I don't think we need to worry too much about that in terms of losing the lead, but he might lose the lap. If he loses the lap, then it brings six cars into play. No Limit, Berbalik, BGSL, Helis Motos, Protection Unit, and Spebov will be into the mix there for potentially the win here in the 8 hours. But we've still got 3 hours and 20 odd minutes to go before we even contemplate calling for that little checkered flag.
Yellow flag as a car comes out the pits. Is that not the unsafe release they're referring to?
That could possibly be it. Yeah, no, that car there basically just showed us what potentially could have happened with the No Limits car. I think that might be what they deeming an unsafe release, is when you come onto the...
Oh, 007.
Well, how's that? Jinx.
Owe me a Coke.
Oh, you a Coke. Okay, cool. That works.
No, I owe you a Coke.
007 out of shape in the S's there. Mr. Bond, what are you doing in that car?
No, you just hit the oil. You hit the oil release button a little bit too early.
No, the ejector seat.
Oh, right.
Just the ejector seat. That's what it was.
The No Limits car going past there. That is the... Yeah, I can't...
I think that was the leader. Yeah, I think it was the leader.
No, that was an orange nose.
Oh, it's the third.
The leader's a blue nose.
Limits car, yeah. The third No Limits car.
So he makes his way past.
298, there's 506.
4 something.
440.
440. That's the 440 car going
There
down
it
the
is.
inside of 551. 551 and 440 been swapping positions all the way through. 007 goes from a spin and into the dogfight. And 181, they've just turned that around. We were looking at them earlier in the race. That's DeFi 181. DeFi Performance.
Getting out of shape there. So the 551 car is the school car. It's the school car that's down in 23rd place. So that's the car. Now we got, what's that, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 cars about to cross the line within the space of about a second and a half.
Well, at the moment, it looks like School's in the session. He's leading that group.
Yeah, he is. He is, really much. Pretty much. That's 427 back
That's
into the mix.
Spebov.
Spebov into 6th place. Still a lap down, but got to make up some ground now in Protection Unit and Helis Motors.
Yeah, just in ahead of this group. But it's a sunset. That's a great idea. And just in front of that, the 24-hour car making its comeback ahead of the car that he clashed with earlier on in today's race in the 432. The two of them, we saw them just parked up together.
It's a valiant effort there from Project 24 to get that car back on circuit and to bring it back into the mix. But as I said, I don't think it's going to be anywhere close to the top 30 by the end of it. Although, so you can see the progress they've made. So...
Well, this is the gaggle here. It's the two STC cars with, what is that behind them? That's the 88 we saw. And just in front of that spare off. So we're going to go 4 wide up into the top of Lurkorp. 4 of them are side by side. 432 bailed out of that. He's like, no, you guys party alone. I'm out. I've done enough damage to my car for today. WTF Racing taking advantage of that and going down the inside just behind that as well. He's going to lose another place or another spot on the tarmac. Yeah. Never mind the place.
50th place on track at the moment for his standings,
efforts.
But going to lose that position on track as well.
Spebov down the inside of car 88. This is production unit by DDK. Losing a place. He's going to come back for the cutback on Spebov. Up the hill they go and into Cheetah. This is one way to lose a race, is to hit that yellow curb on the inside. I say it over and over again, and I haven't seen someone hit it, thankfully.
Don't hit that inside curb, whatever.
But that's not where you want to put the inside front wheels of your car. It's just going to send you straight off and into the kit litter. 431, very much the old school MG Toka British touring cars colours.
Yeah, it is,
driven by Jason Plato.
It's the very one.
If I remember my motorsport facts and history correctly.
Spot on there.
There's a replay, unsafe release. No one told him to go.
Okay, so it was good out of there. Let's just see if he comes. as he goes. Okay, I don't know.
I'm not.
Is it not a case of that he wheel spun out of pit lane?
And was not shown to go. I don't know.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, I think it's probably a case of that he wasn't shown to go more than anything else. I think you've got to get the thumbs up to say, right, you can go.
The go ahead.
Yeah. So
well, I'm sure
it doesn't matter.
Eric will be in touch with us.
Has he done his drive? He has.
Yes.
So he's back on the same lap as Berbalik. So Berbalik now capitalising and getting a bit of a gift there from the No Limits Racing team. It's the first mistake they've made, to be honest, all day long.
In 5 hours of racing.
Yeah, so not a bad effort there from them. So, but it does give Berbalik a chance for a shot at catching them and BGSL. Because they're now all three of them on the same lap. Despite the fact that it's 52 seconds between 1 and 2 and a minute 12 between 2 and 3. And leader into the pit lane.
Yeah, so did he do his drive-through or is he doing his drive-through?
I think he's done his drive-through. He can't do a driver change when you do the
drive-through.
drive-through.
Do a drive-through, yeah. So there's a team calling him in. So they've done the drive-through. Now it's time for the driver change.
Time for the driver change.
So he's now on par with everybody else. Same lead lap. Obviously, we don't know how many stops they've all done and what the compulsory amount of stops is. There's the arguments about the unsafe pit release. Definitely.
Yeah, he was like, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
I said, no, you did, but don't worry about it. We sorted it out. We'll get the other driver in and hopefully maintain the lead of the race. But I'm watching for 456 to come through. If 456 does come through while he's in here, he could potentially lose the lead of the race. What's going to happen?
Speedbuff is getting themselves a lap.
They did?
It should be on the lead lap now. I don't know if that was updated.
Yeah, it has. I think it's no, they're not on the lead lap yet. They're one lap down. But Berbalik and 278 now. 19 seconds. Oh, wow. We're in for a battle. We are in for a battle here. It's going to be great. Expect to see, I think, No Limit Racing probably had a chat to the driver that just climbed into the cockpit and said, okay, we're in the situation. We've made a small mistake. Let's not worry about that. When you get out on track right now, your job is to get through the field as rapidly as possible to stay out of trouble and to keep maintaining the possibilities of about a 2:09, 2:10 lap time every single time we can, depending on traffic. And if he follows those instructions, then he should maintain the lead and have no issues. What Berbalik need to do now is they need to get in as soon as possible so that when the opportunity arises for a quick change, they too can capitalize on the fact that that No Limit Racing car made the mistake. So has Berbalik gone in for a refuel? We didn't see that. And we actually haven't seen the Berbalik car for a while, that 456 machine.
As we look at the screen, though, 278 BGSL under pressure from Stag Racing. That's with Hammond in the car. He's looking for a way past in just before the S's. Can't make a stick, but in front of him, BGSL looking up the inside into the S's. Stag's going to go with. And 531 gets well out of the way, opens the door, leaves the space, and allows both Stag and our 480 hard charger through up into Lurkorp. And just behind that is Food Lovers.
Just trying to work out whether it's Jensen or Adcock in the car now with the Stag Racing machine.
Did we not see Hammond get into it?
No, Hammond's in the other car, remember. He's in the AC Motorsport car. Stag Racing is Jensen, Adcock, Nunes, and Nessa. So that's the four drivers in that car. But closing down onto the back end of BGSL. Got through on the 480 car. So BGSL has used the 480 car to block and sort of open up the doors for him. And now that there's a bit of clear track, he said, right, now let me get to the front and use that advantage I've gained by the progress made by following 480. And the blocking and opening, sort of running the gauntlet.
There goes Stag.
Stag into pit lane, 480 into pit lane, and Food Lovers into pit lane.
Yeah, so that looked like and another car. So everybody's starting to run into the pit lane.
Frantic pit lane activity expected.
Just behind this gaggle, though, just behind 531, that is AC Motorsport. That is the other team of South Africans. 456 in the pits doing a quick driver change.
That's second place Berbalik.
So Berbalik in early, like you said, you called it. They'll come in early and cover that off.
I think get in early and then get up and get refueled so that if anything does go wrong from here on out, you can negate and hopefully get the advantage. There's the speed gun, so they are definitely checking speeds of the pit lane. So our ladies there from the Kyalami Marshals just making sure that everybody sticks to the, I think it's 60k an hour speed limit.
There's our Iceman car. There's the Saga Africa. Driver change for them.
Saga Africa. So they've only got 2 drivers, so they've had a busy day. Checking tyre pressures there. Reason being, ambient temperature dropping now. So tyre pressures will have to be checked on all the cars, just to double check that they are at the right pressures. Could possibly be that as well.
That was actually a good suggestion from a producer saying, is it not a difference in driver weight? But also these tyre pressures are checked hot and they're balanced hot. So you want the car
100%.
to have a similar tyre pressure throughout the car. So they'll send them out at staggered tyre pressures. And when they come in, when the tyres are hot, they'll then lower the pressures to try and maintain a number. So that if you start getting a little bit of oversteer, then the rears will overheat. They'll get a bit higher pressures. So what they'll do is they'll bring those pressures back down to help give the driver a little bit more grip. Or for instance, if you've had the front scrubbing and a bit of understeer, those pressures will then be higher. They bring the pressures back down to where they want to set them equally. And that will then give you the front grip back that you need and allow the life of the tyre, extend the life of the tyre throughout the 8 hours. Because at a certain temperature, tyres stop working.
SKR getting the full works there. Tyre pressures, windscreen wash. Going to just head up to the fuel tank and refuel
Happy
the
meal.
car. Yeah. I don't know if he went for the pie. I think he just went and got a water.
Down the inside full send moment again. These guys like these little, these hard on the brake passes. That's car 286 in the grey. The original colour that the Beetle came in was that grey, as far as I
No, that's the underscore 8K
8KSW Racing. Underscore 8KSW. I feel like I'm watching a sim race with all these names.
It's nice, eh? You can pick them. You can pick them up on what's the channel that everybody
Discord.
Discord, yeah. You can find them on Discord.
Find us on Discord. Chat to the driver on Discord. You know, you joke, but that's actually become one of the things we use a lot now in motorsport.
Yeah.
With commentary, with communication is Discord. I wonder if you can go car to car using Discord. I'm sure you can.
No, possibly. I think by now there's probably that technology. I know that our onboard technology we're using at Extreme Fest is courtesy of our guys at LiveX, so helping them out. They're helping us out today as well with some of the graphics that's out there, so appreciate that from Ivan the Terrible. But also a massive thanks. I know Brent sent it to me earlier on. Mark Friedman's in the house, by the way. He's arrived, and has he found... is that Jade Goodside with him?
That is Jade Goodside.
Jade
Goodside and Anna are both there.
Jade Goodside, Anna, and all in the house here watching FunCup. Thanks very much.
So they're listening to us.
Shot,
Jade,
Friedman.
I can't believe you haven't sent me a WhatsApp to say that you're here. But
I can't believe he hasn't even come to say how's it by this stage. He would have made his way at least at some point to come and say, hey, what's up? But Jade Goodside and Mark Friedman, thanks for joining us. Going back to, of course, a mention that was put out to me earlier on from Brendan. Massive thanks to Kyalami OTV group of companies, Uva Miram Wines, and the FunCup management for the sponsorship, of course, of our live stream today. So a big shout out to those groups of companies for getting involved and giving us a chance to show you what's happening. Pit lane window has now closed. So hopefully everybody got in and out as soon as they were able to.
As they needed to. We still haven't found out what the penalty was. We're going to go 3 abreast down the back straight. It looked like it was a missed gear there. And that's caused a little bit of a gaggle as we head up into sunset. Are they going to be able to get themselves light astern before they turn in? Yes, they are. So that's GDL Blue.
Yeah, that's the blue one.
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and then behind them, the Iceman car.
The Iceman cometh.
The Iceman cometh.
But
Down the inside goes GDL
hasn't quite
Blue.
got there. The Mila Iceman is sitting 24th at the moment. GDL Blue, SGRT, and Schumacher. No, Schumacher's not in the mix there. Further up the road. But that current fight at the moment is 23, 24, and 25. The fight we're seeing. So nice maneuver there from them as we get into it. So proper race action as we've seen all day long. Literally right from the start into where we've got to about 3 hours and just under 10 minutes to go in the 8th hour of FunCup here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit.
Food lovers have moved themselves from, I think it was 9th or 8th, up into 6th place just behind Speedwolf at the moment. Speedwolf were 2 laps down. They now seem to be only 1 lap down. So our front three.
Yeah, we've got front
two
on the same lap. I think front three are on the same lap, because I think GSL are just about a lap or so behind. It's not quite a lap. 131 they are there. So yeah, you see there changes up. GSL 103 behind. So it's literally protection units, speed buff and food lovers that are on the 120s. Top three all on the same lap on 121 completed.
Yeah, BGSL Racing by SOS isn't far ahead of that car 88 427 battle. So I think on track they're pretty close together. So 278, 10 seconds
That
just
car.
behind that car,
Yep.
just behind second place at the moment. 10 seconds is the gap. So the front three aren't far away from each other anymore after our drive-through penalties and unsafe reliefs. There is the food lovers car.
Only
Just
sitting
behind,
6th, yeah.
So he is just, so he's more than a lap because he's just behind that BGSL car.
Yeah, he's got to make up a lap and a bit.
Yeah,
if he wants to get into the top three. But BGSL, I think, is the car we'll keep an eye on in terms of his maneuvers to catch Berbalik and No Limit Racing. No Limit Racing still in control though. I think it was about 30 odd seconds on the last time they crossed the line. It might be a little bit more than that. BGSL is about 1 minute 30 behind that. So that car, as we speak, going through Crocodiles and into Cheetah. Third car on the circuit right now.
But a 216 lap, maybe that's a pit exit lap. 216.
Yeah, that would have been.
So 216
or traffic,
lap.
just a bit of traffic. Caught a bit of traffic and got stuck behind a couple of cars.
I think 6 seconds in traffic must have been absolutely manic.
Yeah, well, you know what happens when you get into a group of cars that are having their own little fight and you've got to try and find your way through. We'll just chat to that driver that had the unsafe release and then came through the field and caught that battle of 9 cars. Ticked them off one by one, but it wasn't easy to do that, and it took him about 3 laps to get through on all 9 cars. But once he was gone, clear air, managed to get away. There you can see 55-second gap now between 1 and 2. And I think it's going to be about a 1 minute 30-ish, 1 minute 40-ish lap to this car, BGSL, for our third place.
Yeah, 211.4 versus a 210.9. So not really turning the pace he needs to close that gap between himself and Babalik. There is Saga Africa fighting with the SK livery car there again. All over each other most of the day today. They seem to keep finding themselves on the circuit.
Kind of indicative of how an endurance race kind of pans out. You'll have your little fight on track. You'll go in for your pit lane, for your pit stop. You'll go for your driver change. You'll come back out again, and once everything settles down, all of a sudden you're back into the same little same little fight, and just different drivers at the wheel of the cars. That's where the difference can come in, though. This is for position as well. Remember, with Saga Africa, so they've moved up ahead of the Eurodata car, and are now fighting with AC Motorsport. Behind them, continued fights there between cars, not particularly for position, but certainly for track honours. And when you're in a little fight and the group concertina's up like it's about to do here, then all of a sudden things can change up. And it can assist you, but it can also be to your detriment in a big way.
Oh, we say like it's for honours on track, like when you're together in this group. It's also for bragging rights between the drivers doing in each stint. I was the first one into the pit lane, so therefore I beat you.
That's how it goes, and of course the first one across the line and takes the checkered flag is the most important aspect as well. Make sure you take that checkered flag, otherwise you're not going to be classified.
At the moment, after over 5 hours of running, we have only at the moment 4 cars out.
4 cars out of a 62-car field.
Oh, that was close. It looked like they were almost rubbing each other down there. It's the GDL orange car trying to defend itself from one of the leaning on, going into Crocodile.
Is that not the orange car? It's the orange car. GDL orange, I think it is.
Did I not say GDL?
GDL, I think it's 557 or 567.
And then Helix Motors. So Helix Motors by LADC making that move stick on GDL orange. And there is in front of them another GDL car. That's the GDL blue.
GDL blue
just ahead of them. And just behind them, the Saga Africa. What we were originally calling Carpe Diem.
Saga Africa is making up some big ground there. I can tell you, they've moved up into 12th place overall, just behind our boys AC Motorsport, who are now out of the top 10 again. So it must have been a driver change and a refuel there for AC Motorsport that's kind of thrown their plans into a bit of array for now, but I think probably change that up by the time it gets into the closing stages. I think the goal for AC Motorsport is to get into the top 10 at the end. That's probably what Wayne would have said to them and said, listen, boys, we're fighting hard here. Kish Patamba would have said, yeah, we're in the mix, but we're not going to be in the mix for top 3.
I don't know if Wayne Robertson would ever say go for a top 10.
Let's get a single digit, at least.
I really don't think Wayne would have ever said let's go for a top 10.
Listen, first time out, I think a top 10 is a valiant effort. There's no doubt about it. If you take into account that none of those drivers have ever been behind the wheel of one of these cars, other than I think Mikhail, he might have had an opportunity, as you mentioned earlier on. But other than that, it's a case of now getting into not quite survival mode yet. I would say 2 hour mark is where you need to start looking at survival mode. But we've still got 3 hours, almost to the dot. 1 minute and 50 seconds before we hit the less than 3 hours to go mark. 124 is our leader. 124 is Berbalik and 124 is BGSL. 123s will be protection unit by DDK, Speedbuff, Food Lovers and Helos. They are the drivers fighting for top 10 honours or top 5 honours. In fact, 6 and 7 not too far behind each other, so it's starting to become a kind of a three-way fight there. The gap, of course, comes from 6th place. That's a 2-lap deficit to the leader, and 33 across their personal best there for the 33 driver, 212.620 as well. So all of a sudden, it looks like Food Lovers are starting to put a bit more pressure and they're starting to open up the wick ever so slightly.
Oh, Stag under pressure now into the final corner. Was it your daughter that was going down the inside? No. There's JMK. They seem to have sorted out their gearbox issues. Driver in car. Rear panel closed up and clipped in place. And that JMK car can then head itself back out onto circuit in a very 60s livery.
Wow. Yeah, but 72 laps completed by JMK, and we're now on 124, so it's nearly 50 laps down.
Yeah, it won't make any positions, but at least it's
back on track.
Yeah, we won't.
No, back on track.
Milo Sands, we saw them in the pits as well. So maybe just trying to find some space on their McDonald's Racing Bike. Come to you, still circulating 99. They find themselves a couple of laps.
I do like the fact
that
they're
ahead of them.
They're still keeping Garfield in the running because they haven't given up the ghost just yet. They're trying to get that car fixed.
Well, when I was last in the pit lane, they did have the rear quarter panel back on, but unfortunately it looked like the front shock had taken a massive smack, and they were trying to sort that out. But I will go down and check again to see what's going on in the pit lane.
Do or die.
I'll bring some information. Do or die?
Do or die. That's what you got to do here. You got to do or die. So you either fix the car and carry on racing,
or you die.
You die. That's it. Game over.
Having a look now at the GDL blue car, all on his own and lonesome. One of the very few cars out there, as I say that, he's busy catching up to WTF Racing just ahead of him. And the 470 car leading out WTF, not in the top 30 at the moment. Let's have a look where car 470 is at the moment in our grid. We scroll down the order. Can't quite see them in our grid sheet here, so you just go back on screen with 526. That's GDL Blue, looking to find his way onto the back of WTF Racing, going down the inside there of the 470. Not really making place in terms of position. There's 2M promotion. So GDL Blue catching these two in front of him about a second lap. He's right on the back of them now. Last warning before penalties, track limits. That's car 286 and 502. I'll give you those names in a second so you know who that is. That is under threat of possibly getting a track limit violation down the inside into turn number 1 here at Kyalami. Oh, door is firmly shut in his face. That's car 286. That is _8KSW Racing. I was calling them WTF Racing. They were the same color. We have lost GDL Blue. He was right behind. There he is. So 526 GDL Blue, unfortunately, straight on at Crowthorne at turn 1. He was catching this group in front of him by almost about over a second a lap, and now he seems to have buried it in the kit litter. Unable to get that car out. Looks like he's actually sunk the back wheels into the kit litter. He's trying to get it going again. But that's going to be difficult to get it out of there. All he needs to do, though, is just get it onto the grass. He'll be able to drive the car around. We go back to our leaders. This is No Limits Racing, looking for a way past APM, Monaco, and Stag Racing. They are side by side down into Sunset. Is he going to try and split the middle? Thread the needle, as we call it? No, he's going to pull the Slim Shady, go around the outside of Stag Racing. And that should give him the inside line on APM, Monaco. If he's close enough into the braking zone, he isn't. So making the wise choice to rather settle in there. Look to make the pass later on in the lap up into the S as we go. Great exit from him. It's going to pull him closer, but not close enough to APM Monaco. So our leader having to deal with a lot of traffic throughout this race. 62 cars on the track. We're not surprised there's traffic throughout the lap. We're down to 58 runners at the moment. Onto the brakes into Luacorp. If Greg was here, you'd tell me it's a left-hander, not a right-hander. I do remember it's left-hander. As they come down the mine shaft now, a quick move for the leader to make him help himself through that traffic. He's got basically, for all intents and purposes, a lap on the majority of the field. It's a 57-second lead on a 1 minute, on a 2-minute lap, so not quite a lap, half a lap lead. Down the inside of the sister car 267, run by SGRT, not giving him all the space in the world. He's not opening the door much either. He's making sure that it is known he's there. Through Cheetah they go. And was that not under yellow? We have a full course yellow at the moment. That yellow flag was out when he made the move. Whether or not he made the move while the yellow flag was waving, and this full course yellow for the GDL blue car that's parked up into the gravel at turn number 1. Be interesting to see on a replay if he made that pass before
I think we need to have a look at that
yellow.
car, for sure.
Hi, Greg.
Brain, if you can have a look at that under the replay there. That last overtaking maneuver from the leader, I think, may have been under yellow. It's the GDL blue car that has gone into the kiddie litter, and that's the reason for the full course yellow. And hopefully we can get a quick replay of that to see if it was actually under yellow or not. Has he given the position back? No, he hasn't, as they cross the line. But we'll wait and see if that's actually the case, and whether or not he made that pass under yellow. If he did make it under yellow, he would have to give the position back. I don't think he deemed that he did. Maybe it was on its way out. You saw that full course yellow flag come out, and a chance then for him to do the overtake. Here we go.
Ooh, no, this was GDL blue going straight on. Oh, I missed my break point.
Or did I?
Something
break. I don't know if something broke on the car, because it rolled in there really slowly.
Yeah. It's like he tried to drive it out.
Not that he, could possibly have been a gearbox failure on that car as well.
Brendan's full of knowledge. Like,
Dude,
I wouldn't have, when he said that, I was like, fair point.
Do you understand why I enjoy having Brendan in my ear while we're discussing motorsport? It just helps out a huge amount.
Yeah, as he said that, it made sense that you can't downshift, so you can't stop the car enough, and then you can't find the right gear to drive the car out. So maybe picking up a false neutral and getting himself stuck in the gravel. He's gotten the car out now. Whether or not that's allowed him to select the gear or not, we remain to be seen. But GDL Blue, they were up to 28th. And then we're going to see them drop down the order quite substantially now as we've got...
Lead car into the fuel.
440.
Oh, it's the 440, yeah. That's the 441, sorry, my bad.
150 has pulled in behind them. That's Jonathan Thomas there, Stag Racing. Coming past our screen now. Full course yellow again. We're going to get that car out of the way at turn 1. It looks like it's already out the way, and then we can go back to racing. Oh, there we go. So he'll be towed up into probably the fuel area.
Yeah, and then brought back... Love the fact that you can, under full course yellow, dropping down to 60k an hour, allows the safety car to get on, or the vehicles to get onto the track to recover the vehicles that are stuck. So it does work perfectly for the recovery.
That was the question I was going to ask, is do they have to do a minimum speed under full course yellow? No, obviously you've just answered that for me, 60k an hour.
Yeah.
They can't go above 60k an hour, and that allows then the racing to continue while the cars are being removed. I'm sure there's some of those...
Looks like we've gone green. There you go on the graphic. So full green again under race conditions. We've removed the car. So what they would have done, they would have just pulled the car up into the top. There you can see it.
Yeah,
there it is.
Being towed into the fuel area.
So spot on into the fuel area. I wonder if
he ran out of fuel.
If he ran out of fuel, that'll be interesting, because then he's been assisted to get into the fueling area.
Is that not outside assistance?
I don't know. That's something you have to ask yourself. And I'm going to ask myself the same question. Is that not outside assistance? No, it's not, because he ran out of fuel, and of course they went to full course yellow.
And then
so
he was
he's
towed
under
to the fuel.
assistance.
So,
he's
yeah.
allowed the outside
There we
assistance
go.
under full course yellow.
Look at us ask and answer questions.
We try.
Cash Converters AC Motorsport just staying ahead of the 531 there on circuit, but not so much in the rankings. As we watch a 551. We haven't seen that orange car. We've seen it a lot, but we haven't had an ability to talk about it.
Yeah, it's a school car.
He was
Ores school car.
He was schooling everyone at one stage.
He was going really well at one point in time. So this car now starting to come back into his own. It's Philippe Marie, Frank Dallavalle, Adrien Bloyer, and Matteo De Rocca, who are at the wheel of that car, and they form part of the Ores big team. They've got, of course, they were one of the first cars that we lost earlier on in the mineshaft crash. That was the Horia car that had the big crash out of the mineshaft, but they also had problems with their Muset Group Eben car as well. So issues. Looks like going to be towed back to pit lane. I think that's the reason why it's continuing down there. They'll go back down through the twisties, past the dynamic handling circuit here at Kyalami, and back into the pit box via the back of the pit lane, so they can get that car back in.
There's our race leader, 506. His teammate just in front of him. I think that's the 440 car that's just left the... No, it's not. It's the 298. That just left the pits after a refuel. I thought it was. It's not. That's the 298 no limits racing car.
Is it the 298?
It is
with the purple bonnet?
Yes.
Okay. What was the yellow one?
The 440.
It's 440 got the yellow one.
As far as I know. I could be wrong.
I think it might be the 440 car coming up. So it doesn't matter. It's the two no limits cars working in tandem here.
Wait for it to go past the screen. He's moving out the way, letting teammate through. It is the 297.
297, I think it is.
Yeah, 297.
It's a 297 car because it's got the purple livery on the front. So that would be... No, it is 298. There's no 297, so it has to be 298.
298.
My apologies.
Yeah, it's Trev off. Here are my boys looking for the 427 car, looking for a way past.
Trying to get through and up into the top three. They're just outside of that top three, by the way, with about a lap and a half to make up on BGSL. But the way BGSL are driving, they're looking to close that gap down and have closed the gap down onto Berbalik. So Berbalik, BGSL, Spebov all fighting for what would be the last part of the podium. Second and third place on the podium up for grabs. No Limit still controlling things to the tune of about 1 minute and 12 seconds up the road from second place Berbalik. So it's a big task at hand now with 2 hours and 50 minutes of racing still to go. Incredibly, after that amount of time of racing, we're down to, 5 hours and something minutes. 5 hours and 10 minutes.
Ooh, Spebov.
We have got 4 cars that have now had to retire completely.
That Eurodata car was
62.
made the last minute decision, the Max Verstappen decision, to start closing off that line when Spebov had already decided on it.
I've got this, and he
so
was like,
that
no.
could have ended in tears.
I think Spebov just used a little bit of force there to get through.
I'm disappointed there's no 420 car on the grid.
Here comes a move on the inside, getting through on one of the back markers. Back markers now will be, of course, standard option anywhere you go on the track. You're going to come up on some slower cars, even if you're fighting in a little fight of your own. Try and find a way through there, which 285 has just done.
That's the 8K SW, the other underscore car.
Underscore car is doing well.
Definitely not underscoring at the moment.
Do they run slightly different under the bellies under the car, slightly different on the underscore cars? Eh?
Yeah, they're flatter.
Are they like the McLaren ones?
A bit of extra space in there.
Yeah. A little thinner underscores.
Spebov really tiptoeing right the outside of this 532 car. That is the most nervous thing to do. Is now we're going to do it into the S's. Oh wow, we're going to go side by side into the S's.
No,
from the outside, here we go.
He's got I think GDL just gave him some space.
All good, all good.
Japanese
Pit window
guys,
now open again.
Japanese drivers saying no, we're not going to fight with that car. We know how fast it is.
Yeah, GDL red letting it go. The two up front
possibly
still
might make it a bit more difficult there for the car behind. So Stag being overtaken rapidly there. So quite sure who's in the Stag car at the moment, but that was a relatively easy overtake for the yellow car just ahead of him.
Oh, I just watched Rubbing is racing down the main straight now.
I was going to say that.
What is that 506? That's 506.
That is the leader. That's the leader. That is the leader. And there's chaos behind as they went to avoid. He is stuck in the middle of the exit of the mine shaft sweep. He's got going again.
Oh, there he goes, got it going.
Hallelujah.
How much time did he lose doing that?
And has he lost the lead? Has BGSL gone through? I don't think they did. No, they didn't. I'm watching the cars that are going through now. There goes the love bug. No, BGSL haven't gone through. He hasn't lost the lead, but he's lost about 30 seconds.
Did he stop to answer a WhatsApp or
I don't
make
know.
a phone call?
Maybe, I don't know. Pulse neutral. I don't know. They have to reshuffle. Looking to see where BGSL is. They haven't come through the picture just yet. They're not in shot
278.
yet. Still all backlockers and mid-pack drivers. So No Limit hangs on to the lead. I want to know, is this choreographed?
Like, who wrote the script?
Yeah, because,
there's the 88. No, that's the 88.
Okay. Everything seems to be okay, though. So I don't know.
That's odd there. 298, that's not one of our leaders. I thought it was. It's actually 278. That's one of our leaders. It's BGSL. I'm waiting to see when BGSL crossed the line. It's still one lap. So BGSL hasn't crossed the line yet, and he had half a lap on them.
They should be coming through shortly.
Unless they might be in the pits. Stag Racing has
No,
just
they're
come to
still
the pits and left. So we have a look there. There's our leader. He seems to be... Is he slowing again? No.
Oh, he's in. BGSL's in. You were right. He's just pulled in now. Here he is, right in front of us.
Yeah, so BGSL's in the pit. So he's got more than half a lap on BGSL at the moment. So whatever issues there were...
You know what? So that could possibly be playing into a bit of strategy there. They saw the problem with No Limit and have now come in early to do the pit lane stop and driver change. Try and catch No Limits out. Was No Limits due to come in? Okay, so track limits coming in there for the 540 car. So there's a little bit of drama here. Starting to open up on a few occasions and on a few different aspects of this race. BGSL, second place ahead now of Berbalik.
I'm just asking Greg here what flag these are on the
Iranian.
side. Iranian.
I think it's Iranian, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Iranian drivers there from that team.
That's a 548.
I stand to be corrected. Let me double check myself there quickly.
Ori's mini development.
Yeah, we're going to get... I think that's probably a good idea. I'm going to send Carl down right now to go and find out exactly what's happening. Let's find out, first of all, from 506 what's gone down with that car, if we can. It is still circulating, and it's now... it only lost... we lost 17 seconds. Yeah. I'd say a little bit less, because they were on the same lap, and it was 1 minute 17. It's now 1:05. So it's about 12 seconds they've lost there, I'd say. So Carl's on his way down now to go and check out what's happened with the 506 team. You think 548 getting into the car there, and not as rapidly as some of the other guys who've got in and out of those cars on a few occasions today. But that also shows you that there are professional drivers and there are some amateur drivers involved in this class, and they all get a chance to have a fair shot at what is the FunCup here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. The World's End FunCup, as we've badged it for this weekend, because they've come all the way down to the bottom of the world to come and play here at Kyalami, and it is fantastic to have FunCup in the house here opening up. And there is a huge amount of people that have joined us, which is great to see. I really do appreciate the support, guys. And if you can hear us around the circuit, give us a wave. You're on camera at the moment. We do appreciate your support and for being here. And we do appreciate everybody that comes to Kyalami to support any motorsport that takes place here. There's not a lot that happens here and on a motorsport point of view, but there are a lot of events that happen at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit, of course, as we watch the car heading out there once again into the fray. So Saga Africa cars starting to get into the mix once again with a couple of the mid-pack contenders. Second of the No Limits cars into the mix again. We're seeing lots of action with that No Limits team at the moment. One of them down in 10th place now, so it's a 10-place split between the top two of No Limits. Project 24 back into the pit lane. That's looks like just for a driver change. It is just for a driver change. Double checking that the battle scars have been sorted out. I can see the boss man on the sideline there as well. There is the big boss of FunCup watching from the sidelines there, hands on his hips, and watching his Project 24 car having to probably be put back into the pit box for a couple more repairs. I think they're a little concerned about maybe having to do some additional duct tape and zip ties to the side of the right of that car because of an earlier incident. We came together with, I think, the 532 or the 432 car in Barbecue and Yuxke. So as we continue our fight for honours here at FunCup's inaugural event in South Africa, we are certainly hoping that they've enjoyed themselves. I think they have, in terms of the track and the hospitality provided, as always, by Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. There you go, director. That's how a guy should be extricated from the car, and the other guy should be put in the car, as opposed to the more gentlemanly style we saw earlier on from the previous shot in pit lane. Yeah, pretty much like a wine cork, no doubt about it. Pop them out, put them straight back in. Phew, this is some interesting action now as Schumacher gets back into the mix here. The fray, 4 cars in it. Could potentially be about 5 or 6 cars. BGSL back into the mix there. Once again, have they dropped out of the top 5? No, they haven't. They've dropped to 5th place after their pit stop. Berbelique back into 2nd. The lead car maintains, despite that little scare we saw down in the bottom, he maintains the lead and has now continued with a lap in hand over Berbelique. Sperbov is up into 3rd place now, so Carl will be happy about that. Protection unit by DDK is in 4th, and the BGSL car has dropped down into 5th place. So that's the top 5 as it stands as we watch this little fight. It's starting to become a bit of a hectic fight there, because this is for about 16th place. We've got Eurodata, Schumacher, and TFE by 4 race, all having a little ding-dong battle as they come out of the mine shaft, or onto the mine shaft out of Leeuwkop and down the hill. Schumacher looking for the inside line as they head into the bowl, and he finds it relatively easily. We'll watch out for the background as we see the Eurodata car coming through there. Into the mix in there as well is the Ores School car. No, it's not the Ores School car. Right there, but TFE is the other car by 4 race. Pit lane once again open, so expect some business down in pit lane there. I know Kyle's made his way back down there, so potentially could be seeing a little bit of pit lane activity and getting a little bit more busy down in the pit lane in a few moments' time. 222 car going through there. Nice maneuver there from the AC Motorsport car. That's the Niels and Edwards. It's Matt, Henry and William, and partnering up with Stephen Edwards as part of AC Motorsport's entry there for the 222 car. 222 machine currently sitting down in 44th place overall, just behind DeFi 181, and maintaining the lead over the 480 car that's really doing probably the most amount of work on track at the moment is Milo Racing 480, after they had to unfortunately come into pit lane with some serious damage after a touch between themselves and another competitor, and then dropped right out of the top 50 from 3rd place where they sat as that took place. Eurodata putting pressure onto Schumacher, looking for a way through. It's a battle for positions there, as you can see, for 15th and 16th place on the road. Mistaken, that's the TFE by 4 race car just up the road from them there. Try and close that gap down on him. TFE by 4 race is about 6 seconds up the road, so it's just the car ahead of the pack. Front 483 back in pit lane. Eurodata putting the pressure there big time to the back end of the Schumacher car. Schumacher by AC Motorsport feeling that pressure and soaking it up for now, but there's certainly a huge effort being put in here by Eurodata to take up that extra position and move themselves up into the top 15. Slightly better line, slightly better drive out of Ingwe corner, the final turn. If they come across the line, he might get the slipstream down towards Crowthorne. Stag Racing behind them. And I think Stag Racing might have dropped out of the top 30 again. They have. It's a pity. They were up into the top 30 for a while, but then have now dropped back out of it. There is Eurodata putting it up the inside into Crowthorne. Perfectly done. And secures 15th place over that Schumacher by AC Motorsport car. Small change in proceedings there. Witnessed for on track and on screen at the same time. 480, we mentioned him earlier on. Tikadau, he's leading this pack of cars. So it's a non-stop between them. The BRT1 car, no limits. Also pushing hard. If they come through the S's, you can see just how this whole pack of cars are there. Right, so while we watch this battle unfold up towards turn 13 and 14, let's go down to Carl. He's in pit lane and see exactly what's happening and catch up with some of the drivers. Okay, we'll stand by. We're just waiting for him to just get full comms, and then we'll go back down to Carl as soon as we can. But the battle continues, as you can see, down towards Crocodile. APM by Monaco is pushing hard, and you can see 2, 4, 6, 8 cars. Oh, real good action there into Crocodiles. There are 7 cars all fighting for honours. Man, it is so close. Brilliant stuff here. Here they come down towards Ingwe for the last time. Great battle here. Absolutely magnificent little battle unfolding. It's not quite for positions on track, remember. Each of these cars are all fighting for their own honours. The Food Lovers car is in there. Food Lovers, of course, are running in 7th place. Protection Unit by DDK is also in that little mix, so not too far behind. And it looks like we're seeing the Chrome car coming out there as well, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Carl, I can hear him down in pit lane. So let's head down to Carl and see if we can pick up on some of the information he's got for us down in pit lane.
You need to count me in, huh? I can't cross the line. I haven't been accredited. Standing by on 10. Right, I'm here with one of the No Limits drivers, Ivan. You are driver of the 506 car. I'm sure it's all up to you as to why you're in the lead, eh?
Yeah, for the moment it's going pretty well. Actually, my teammates are doing a really good job, so as myself. But we had a little bit different problems that we didn't want it, for sure. The car stopped twice on the middle of the track. We don't know why, actually. But we have a lot of margin, first of all, so we will take some time to look at in the pit lane and keep our margin to maybe win the race.
Yeah, no, you're definitely one of the stronger ones. You do have quite a bit of a margin of half a lap. We're just going to move out the way as your car comes into the pits for a stop. Tell me about the process here. This is obviously all planned, yeah? How to do the stop?
Yeah, it's quite fast. The driver has to jump out as fast as possible. The other driver has to jump in, and all the mechanics are doing an amazing job to put the seatbelt on, to secure ourselves and to prepare everything. As you can see, they are putting a little bit of oil on the engine to be sure to finish the race. And now we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you've got the margin, so you might as well take the time to go through the car itself and make sure everything's okay to finish the next 3 hours of this race. You've only got 3 hours left to go. But what else have you been driving throughout the 2025 and into 2026 other than the FunCup?
Yeah, I've been doing the Freca season last year. And next year I'll continue in single-seater. So first of all, we are starting the year by a race in FunCup in Kyalami, which is good, the World End Cup, and hopefully we'll win this race for sure.
In terms of being here at Kyalami, being in Africa, being in a different climate and a different height, is it something that you've had to contend with and struggle through, or do you feel quite comfortable with this track and this weather?
No, we feel really comfortable here. Every people are really kind and, how can I say that, really enjoyable to speak with. We have been to a lot of countries with the FunCup. My dad have a racing team since 25 years now. So we have been visiting USA, Dubai, Abu Dhabi. But I think Africa is one of the best experience we have in FunCup ever. So.
Well, it makes us very happy to hear that. Being South Africans, we love to have international events and international drivers here. We're normally the ones doing the travel to you guys in Europe and race with you. But as a car and as a driver, the feel of a car like this, is it quite a unique driving style?
It's a unique driving style for the FunCup for sure. And especially on this track, which is really difficult but also really enjoyable to drive, a bit old style with not a lot of margin and like a really specific track, and also with the magnificent view from Africa. It's just amazing to drive here.
Well, I'm super stoked to hear that you've had a good time here in Africa and you've been enjoying it. We're wishing you all the best, and you have that margin, so hopefully you can bring it home.
Hopefully, yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Greg, back to you in the box.
Thanks, Kyle. Yeah, nice to catch up with some of the drivers out there, particularly the guys leading the race and showing that they've enjoyed every aspect of coming to South Africa to be part and parcel of this inaugural event. So hopefully they can maintain for the next 2.5 hours the lead that they've got of about 16 seconds over Berbelique, who are now, while Kyle was doing that interview, I was watching the pit wall frantically, and the Berbelique team were running across to the pit wall and giving the hurry up to their team to say, come on, push. They need to push as hard as they can to try and close that 16-second gap down and put the pressure onto the No Limit Racing team in the closing stages. Behind that, Speboff has now moved up into third place, so Kyle will be happy about that. His team is up into the 3 spot, ahead of BGSL and Protection Unit by DDK. That is now how the top 5 stand into the 2.5 hour to go mark as we get into that point of the race. And as I said, when you get to sort of the 2 hour mark in an 8 hour, that's where you start to sort of change your strategy up. You start to change your thinking. Do you go for those do or die moves, or is it more of a survival mode that you start to kick into? If you're fighting hard like these top 2 and 3 cars are going to be doing, with only 47 seconds splitting the 3 of them, I think there's a good possibility there may be some changing tactics from the drivers and from the teams. They've got certain drivers that, of course, will probably have a little bit more experience than others. That's when that experience is going to count. They may do driver changes to bring those more experienced drivers in at this stage of the race to give them a chance to at least finish up and get the cup that comes from the fun of FunCup here at Kyalami. Just watching the pick up on Berbelique in the background. Too far around, I think that's them. No, that's them there, I think. There we go. Yeah, 456. Berbelique, that is the second place car heading towards the S's as the lead car goes to the top of the hill. That's literally the gap between first and second place at the moment. Big dive. Wow, that was a huge dive on the inside there. Just in the fight ahead of Berbelique. He wants to stay out of that little mix and the fracas that could happen, and that's why, because that's exactly what can go wrong. 470 with problems. Parked on the sideline with a rear wheel failure. Rear left wheel on that car has come off completely, and that will drop the underscore 2M promotion car from 38th place out of contention potentially. So do we have it as they come down here? Yeah. Here it comes down towards, it's a touch. It's in fact 3 cars involved in that incident. It's one of the No Limits cars. The door opens up on the car as well, loses the wheel completely. I think the cameraman was concerned about, there it is. He eventually ends up parked on the Kyalami South African flag. I think nothing wrong with that one, Scotty. I think it was basically our cameraman. We've gone full course caution, and he dodged the wheel. The wheel went flying off that car. I think that's what he was worried about. But nice catch of majority of that crash. Majority of that crash caught there with the 2M promotion car, unfortunately, going out. So we're into pit lane, frantic activity. There we go. A little bit of chopping and change there. Chopping and changing there, that's for sure. See, that is Burbelik. Yeah, that is it. Oh, that was our second place car coming in, using the pit lane window, and Burbelik now coming in to get that pit stop done. So 2 in promotion are stuck on the exit of Ingwe corner. Well, that's the tyre that nearly hit our cameraman. So that's why we're working on the replay. But unfortunately, our cameraman saw the tyre flying in the air and wasn't quite sure where it was going to end up. But he still managed to get majority of the shot. If we can get the replay, that'll be amazing. But that's where the tyre ended up, and that's where the car ended up. So got to try and get that car back into pit lane. I think they might go the wrong way around on the track to get him as quickly back to pit lane as possible. Here's the replay. You'll watch him coming out of Cheetah. He goes to take evasive action around their No Limits racing machine there. Tags that car, gets in a spin, then tags the back end of the 551 car as well of the school machine. And then our cameraman, unfortunately, as you can see, has to take evasive action because that wheel nearly hit our cameraman. But he still managed to get the shot and still managed to find up and end up with a absolutely perfectly framed shot there of the 2M promotion machine stuck on the sideline. So well done, cameraman, at Ingwe corner. But well done in terms of missing the flying wheel as well. I don't think anybody realized that there was a flying wheel. Only he did. We only saw that at the end of his shot. But brilliant job there. Well done. So we're sitting with a situation that we're under full course yellow once again. And it's No Limit Racing now with a 42-second advantage over Burbelik. But that may come down now ever so slightly. The reason why it's gone to 42 seconds, of course, was because Burbelik came in for a pit stop. Carl is down in pit lane. Let's go and find out exactly what happened.
All right, Greg, I'm here with Damien Hammond. Damien, normally you're used to a little bit more horsepower than you've got today, but just give me a contrast. You've driven this track in your GT3, you're now driving in the FunCup. Are you having fun in this Cup car?
I'm having the time of my life. It is such an incredible car. It's something very different to what I'm used to. It's a completely different driving style, so the smoother you are, the quicker you are, and it's just pushing. That's all it is. It's your 40-minute flat-out stint within the 8 hours.
Well, there's a couple of questions I want to ask you because obviously you've been driving the car. We hear the cars coming past you in the pit lane on almost like a misfire. That's obviously your pit limit button, yeah?
Yes, so there's the pit limiter. It governs the car on 50 kph, so let you don't break speed limit.
Then in terms of on a full course yellow, like we're having at the moment out on track, the FCY, sorry, that Greg and I didn't know what it was because that's an endurance racing term. When you are out on track with the FCY, the full course yellow, do you have to personally, like yourself, hold it at 60 k's an hour, or is there a button, do you just put it into the limiter?
Some cars have a button where you can keep it at 60. Unfortunately, with us, we don't have that luxury, so we more or less keep it at 60, about 58, 59, just to be safe. And it's just a course of managing it.
Look, I barely managed to stay on the speed limits on the highways, but it must be a difficult job to do it in a FunCup. Another question I want to ask you, you're obviously doing this with AC Motorsport. You've contacted them, you've rented the car from them for the weekend. It's a pay-per-drive sort of go ahead. If you were to do this again and it came to Kyalami again, would you rather look at purchasing a car and running it yourselves or doing it this way again?
Well, we have already spoken to one or two other teams, so we are looking at buying a car and keeping it in Europe. We want to go do Spa 25 hours. We want to see if we can't do the Daytona one also. So we are busy in talk. So after this event, in the next month or two, we might purchase a car.
Well, that sounds like an absolute fantastic plan. The South Africans, we like to do things ourselves. We like to do it our way. We like to prep things ourselves. So it'll be good to see you guys out there in a car run and purely South African race car. I look forward to seeing that and hopefully purely South African drivers. You're up into 8th place now. You've come up and down a few strategy calls you weren't too happy with. How do you feel with the rest of the race going forward?
Yeah, no, we just need to keep our heads on, keep pushing, stay out of trouble. We're doing what we can, so we're just hoping it plays into our hands. We just need to keep going.
Fantastic, man. Well, you guys are doing a great job. First time out in the cars. We see your car heading down the main straight now. That was Damien Hammond. Greg, back up to you in the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. Awesome stuff to catch up there with Mr. Hammond, one of the 3 Hammonds that are racing here today, and just getting an insight as to how those cars work. Nice little interview there, and also great questions about the workings of the car as well, how the pit lane limiter works, etc., which, of course, we'd have no idea about because this is the first time that Carl and I have ever done this too. So great to see that. If they do get a South African car, of course, it gives an opportunity for a couple of guys to see how it all works. And, of course, not only it's Carl and I, but I also have to mention it's probably the first time that our production crew has ever done this as well. So we're all learning as we go, and if we have made a few faux pas here and there in terms of the commentary, well, we're going to do it on the fly as much as we can. So hopefully you've enjoyed all the action so far and the entertainment we try to provide. The idea as well is, of course, it is FunCup, so we're trying to have a bit of fun in the commentary as much as they're having fun on track at the same time. And, of course, as much as the people on the sideline are having fun here that have come to Kyalami to be part and parcel of this inaugural event. They have got that car onto the flatbed, so some more work done there by Sean Hepburn's team. And I believe that one of the Kyalami marshals actually was being joined there by one of our AA drivers. So nice collaboration there between the AA and the Kyalami and /SWAT/Red Star/FK marshals. Collaborations there all the way around. So under full course yellow, they have to stay at 60 k's an hour around the track, which allows us to get these vehicles on and off in a safe and hopefully as quickly as possible and as rapidly as possible. You can see that's how quick it's taken to get that car collected, put onto the flatbed, and now will be returned to pit lane. We'll probably head down the main straight away and then make a left into pit lane to get it back into the pit box, and hopefully with enough time to get the car repaired and still back on track. 470 was in the mix there initially, but unfortunately it's dropped down into 43rd place now, having lost that amount of time on track. And with the door open, it's also a bit of a problem there because it might even have some more breakage on the way back there. So we are waiting for it to go back into pit lane. There it goes, into pit lane. And 470 now dropping down to 43rd place overall. We've got 4 cars at this point in time that are unfortunately out of the race by this stage, and that's incredible considering that we've only got just over 2 hours to go, 2 hours and a bit to go. .280 back in pit lane. So some more work to be done there on the 280 car. Milo Sen's car, still under full course yellow for now, until we get that track cleared, and also probably a little bit of debris that had to be sorted out because there were 3 cars involved in that incident, despite only 1 car towed back into pit lane and put onto the flatbed. .432 just circulating slowly there as well. Into clubhouse pack at this point in time, just waiting for all cars clear before we go back to green. Full racing again. For now to try and get that course cleared as quickly as possible. Not always easy to do because remember there are circumstances that sometimes are not seen by cameras or us, and guys even spinning in the full course yellow. What's going on there? Didn't work out. Spinner up at the top of Leerkop. And another spinner. Is there possibly a change of surface up there? Because there's 2 cars that are spun out at the top of the hill at Leerkop. So that potentially could be something to watch out for. Really, really awesome stuff at the top of the hill there at Leerkop. We saw lots of race action happening on track, and even as they went to green, I think guys catching themselves out there, possibly with cold tyres, spinning out at the top of Leeuwkop.
Well, we did hear that some of these cars have got a 60k an hour button, so you'll probably, maybe if you hit the pedal, it hit the limiter, you went, oops, hit the button off, and suddenly it lit the tires up and spun them round.
Spinning around, big time. 2 cars spinning almost at the exact same position. So we'll wait and see as they get up towards Leeuwkop now, if there is anything that we need to be concerned about in terms of maybe something on the surface, because that's where 2 cars spun out. It looks like as they go in there, no, everything's all right.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's seems to be a change of surface there. 453, the Gulf-coloured Beetle making his way past car 88 there. Car 88, that is the protection unit by DDK. Looking to come back at him down the mine shaft. Regardless of position, regardless of place on track, if there's 2 cars against each other, it's a race either way.
Still a fight, yeah, still a fight. The dice is on. And they're still going to fight it hard here, as you can see. 453 car diving through there on the inside and not giving any room to possibly the slightly quicker car in terms of track position. And is that yellow flag in? Oh, full course yellow again.
It's the blue car again.
GDL blue.
So GDL blue, there's actually some bodywork in the gravel trap as well. So I wonder how far off he actually went there. The infamous now FCY board that we've made infamous.
Well, only because you and I didn't know what it was.
We know now, though.
We tried to come up with some kind of explanation of it. But there we go.
There's the bodywork down in the back end. So I wonder how far off the track that car's actually gone.
Is this? There's another car on the right-hand side of the shot there. Was that
further
tires?
down?
Is that we hit the tires maybe? So we went from full course yellow to
green.
About 20 seconds of racing to full course yellow. And we'll now be under full course yellow for a while they extricate that car from the exit point of Cheetah.
I did miss the incident that happened at the end of pit lane. I did see 2 cars parked.
Yeah, it's the 2M car, unfortunately, that went out. 2M Productions out, spinning, coming on the outside. Let's have a look and see. Here's a replay of what went down with that GDL blue machine.
Oh, it is contact.
It is contact, and it's sideways.
Oh, 2 more go off as well in sympathy, looking to get around them. They're still fighting each other in the gravel.
Yeah. You can overtake in the gravel, you're allowed to. Anyway, it's just
FunCup, not just for tar, it does rallycross too.
GDL blue, unfortunately, out, and the worst for wear out of those 3 cars involved in the incident. I think it might have just been a case of target fixation with the other 2 cars. As you go in there, you see a car going wide, and you're concentrating so hard that you tend to just follow that car, ending up in the kitty litter. Fortunately, the 2 of them were able to get round the outside of him and back on track. But flatbed out again for Mr. Hepburn, and he's
up the inside here into Crowthorne, looking for a way past. He's just backing off though. He doesn't want to get into the fight too early.
Late on the brakes. Love it. Late on the brakes there for a flatbed. But just picking up on some information there from our marshals and from Sean from AA saying, these guys have been working so hard over the last 2 days. Great to see that, and of course without them we can't go racing. We need that ability to get cars out of precarious positions that they might be in. I want to see if we can get a lap time on this flatbed. See if he's quicker than Sean Hepburn's Datsun. I think he might be, to be very honest with you. I think he might be a lot quicker than Hepburn's ever gone around this circuit in his Datsun 1200 GX.
Is that because the Datsun's slow or because he's slow?
No, just because Sean's slow.
Oh, okay.
If he's in the Lotus, if he's in the Lotus, he might be a bit quicker. Yeah.
There's our race leader, unless that's the purple nose. I think that is the blue nose.
There we go. Someone likes it.
So Sean Hepburn saying to us, great commentary right after we insulted him. Thanks, Sean.
Yeah. Commentator's curse giving you some great commentary there for you.
Yes, making sure you are cursed. 499, that's the other sister car to the 67, just came past the window now. They've been tracking along quite nicely. It looks like SGRT.be. There they are. They've moved themselves up into 18th place. They were a lot further down. I've been trying to keep an eye on them as much as possible, obviously because of that old school Beetle livery with the pearl white on the doors, separated by the beading that's normally there. And then there's the other car we've been supporting, Speedwolf. Up into 4th place, still a lap down on the front 3. The front 3 all on the same lap. When I left
look at the gap though. 117, 157. So you've got a 1 minute 17 gap between the leader and 2nd place. Then you've got a 40-second gap between 2nd and 3rd. So there's still a lot to play for.
But when I left 506 and when speaking to 506's driver, they had a comfortable margin in hand, and when I walk away, they're now third.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
When did that happen?
Probably because of a pit stop.
Oh, right, okay, cool. I thought maybe there was an incident that happened.
Pit stop happened right in front of you.
It did.
So that's the reason why.
All right.
Because with the pit stop now, they haven't had a chance to regain their positions because we've had two
full course yellows. Okay, my brain's
so
coming towards
that'll
me.
come right again. Don't worry. That'll come right in a few moments' time once we've got this car cleared and out of harm's way.
There's the Senna-esque helmet with the National racing suit.
It is kind of Senna-esque, his whole look and feel there, hey?
It's the exact copy of the suit.
It's exactly what Senna used to do to Mansell as well. He used to get on his knees and beg and say, please don't beat me.
Well, it's been a while since that suit and helmet type livery has been in that gravel trap.
Yeah, I know. I don't think he ever ended up in that gravel trap, to be honest with you. Ayrton Senna would have been here at the third version of Kyalami, but it wasn't this one. And the day he was here, he got the win. He won. Yes, he did. 1993 was the last Grand Prix, and he won that. So we lost him the next year in 94.
Correct. As we see them pull them out of the yes, the AA.
Good. This is a good lap time. I got on. I can't quote, unfortunately, my sponsor in terms of time. But BRM time. It's got this AA truck at about 2 minutes and 49 seconds now before it comes into Crocodile. Check the lean angle on that thing. It's unbelievable. Proper good. Oh, but inside line, he opened up the door.
Yeah, he's lost the place there, unfortunately.
Lost the place, but fortunately going to get to where he needs to be. Just around the corner on the left-hand side, please, sir, if you don't mind.
You know, there's some of the original clubhouses that we used to have at Boma. They were called Bomas back then.
Bomas in those days, yeah.
Bomas in those days. My father had one I think it was between Sunset and Clubhouse. We were there.
Boma City. That was Boma City.
We were there every weekend watching the Electra and Jenny polo cars going around Kyalami. The Jenny Polo Cups. It was Ian Pepper, Derek Irving in those days.
Mm-hmm.
I actually was lucky enough to come sit in that Boma and watch Williams test around the circuit.
Rothmans, Williams were here. They were part and parcel of... well, actually, it would have been before that. Williams were here with Nigel Mansell and Ricardo Patrese. That was in about 1985.
That was the Nardi. I watched the Nardi go around here.
Oh, you watched them? Okay. So that was slightly different. I was here. I was at the original Kyalami when they came out to test. And with that, I've got a shot of Nigel Mansell down the main straightaway, the old main straightaway. Used to end up going through the fast right-hander at Crowthorne. Yeah, awesome stuff to see those two cars.
Oh, here's the replay of the incident.
This is the replay, and watch what happens.
Yeah, just too much hip and shoulder, and unfortunately a touch of wheels. It looks like that actually left rear suspensions let go, and that's turned him around.
And
so
that's what broke him, unfortunately, and that's going to let the other two cars just circulate around the outside in the gravel, back on track. I think one of them dived into pit lane just for a quick...
well, it was a hard enough knock to break the rear suspension on one car. It's always a good idea to come in and check the front suspension on yours.
Just double check, yeah.
As a Food Lovers car goes past the shot there, they've done a great job of getting themselves further up the order. They're up into 7th now. We've got a box call for 499 over the pit wall.
506 about to cross the line, so we'll see the difference in lap times there now. But a whole bunch of cars going in the pit lane, by the looks of it. A whole bunch, including the leader, if I'm not mistaken. Here goes Eurodata car. That is the second of the No Limit Racing machines. And I'm assuming you see No Limit in pit lane. So they've now decided to use this pit window as an opportunity to do the driver change and get their pit lane antics sorted out as quickly as possible. A whole bunch of cars, as I said, are in there, including the 285 machine of GPX. Cox, Sayoud, Leo Dufournel, Louis Proust, and Fred Fatien. 5 drivers in that team for GPX.
Yeah, 5 being the maximum number of drivers that we've seen in these teams for this 8 hour. The minimum, though, 2 drivers to try and do 8 hours must be a mammoth undertaking. to drive these cars. Every 40 minutes you're swapping drivers and you're trying to hit
Try
a
and
full 8
do it
hours.
on your own on a motorbike, and then you'll know what's.
All right, yeah, fair enough. You've done that. I do forget you've done that, actually.
4, 8, 12, and 24 in 1 year.
No, man.
27 for 48. Or actually, we did that 2 years in a row. So we did the 4 hour, the 8 hour, the 12 hour, which were a single standalone event, and then at the end of the year, they always ran the 24 hour at Red Star. So 4, 8, 12, and 24, and I did that 4 times.
It's still one of the most picturesque tracks. Like you look back at this shot of how many South African touring cars in the 90s, the 80s with Group 1.
Oh, yeah.
Watching all those cars come down that straight, the F1 cars back in the day, watching them come through. I mean, even up until the GP Masters we had Fittipaldi, Mansell.
Yeah.
I can't remember who else was in that.
Petresi.
All coming out here to do that GP Masters.
Rennie Arnoux, man.
Rennie Arnoux, yeah.
Rennie Arnoux. That's what we used to call him. Yeah, Rennie Arnoux actually was the driver who came out to do the test for them. And then we took Rennie down to Durban and ran that Grand Prix Masters car around the Hilton Hotel and the cricket stadium in Durban as a sort of a teaser for everybody to come and join us here at Kyalami for Grand Prix Masters. Grand Prix Masters actually got to work with the ultimate voice in motorsport, Murray Walker.
Unbelievable.
Murray Walker, Derek Bell, and myself were on the mic for that weekend, and what an honour and privilege to be in that.
We talk of views
there.
You're
looking at our setup. If you looked at our setup right now, we've got sets of paper, we've got a flip folder, we've got some chips on the table, we've got 2 screens. If you walked into Murray Walker's studio, but you would have lost your mind. Old school like you cannot believe. Duct tape and paperwork, and the entire window is just notes that Murray's got. And he knows exactly where to go to when he's got to refer to something. It was mind-blowing to watch and see. And the opportunity, of course, here at Kyalami to work with the late great and the voice of anything when it comes to Formula One. There's no one that's going to ever better that unfortunately, in my opinion.
Well,
Murray
we talk
Walker.
levels, and to be with people like that is hard to increase your own level and learn the craft a little bit better, and learn little tricks and tasks that you can use to better yourself in terms of the craft, and make sure you're delivering the best possible job you can as a commentator.
Yeah, that's what we try and do, especially when you've got limited resources, at your disposal. But we try to do the best, and we bring you the most entertaining commentary we can with that ability. But half the ability is helped out with the magnificent live stream that we've been given here today to assist us with the on-track action. Because in the old days, the Kyalami, when we chatted about it a couple of days ago, where that gentleman standing up top there used to be a building with windows, and an entire block of control officers were on top of that grandstand opposite us. And where those guys are standing there, that's where I debuted in 1997 with a piece of paper,
so full circle,
a microphone, and raining cars. Yeah, so they've managed to get that car just onto the AA flatbed. That means he's going to just take it a little bit more gingerly as he comes into pit lane. But hoping to get that car back to the GDL team and get Big Blue back onto the track if possible.
We've seen with the same driver with that helmet, we saw him jump in and push lap times 2-3 seconds a lap quicker when he jumped in, but unfortunately just a little bit trying to go around the outside or trying to force a move that maybe wasn't there. If it was, we didn't see it from the beginning, but maybe not.
Maybe pushing a little bit too hard.
Yeah,
that's what also can happen is you kind of get the fire under your helmet. The red mist comes down, and you've been told to make up some lost ground, and with that you want to make sure that end of the day that you've done exactly what the team has asked. I think that's exactly what happened with the driver. But
yeah, there's that broken suspension. You can see it straight away.
Say, unfortunately, he just pushed a little bit too hard. I do love the fact, watch the guys on the left-hand side and the right-hand side as the driver climbs out. Big smiles as they go, yeah, you didn't get that one right, did you? This is not how we're going to be piloting a beetle around Kyalami circuit.
Yeah. Oops.
No, it's not right. It's unfortunately, it's changed up. Speaking of changes, though, as we are about to go into, I think, a cleared circuit, I'm just waiting for them to pull those FCY and yellow flags out of the way, the boards that tell us we're under a full course caution. We have got a change in the lead, and it's a substantial one. Berbalik now lead out over 278 car of BGSL. Incredibly, No Limits have dropped to third place. It's the lowest position they've dropped to in the space of almost what's it, 6 hours.
Yeah.
We're at 2 hours and 3 odd minutes left to
No,
go.
they've led the majority of this race. I think this is the first time they haven't been in the lead. As we have a look at the yellow flag there, there's our Ligumari yellow, orange army with their yellow flag.
So Berbelik, 1 minute 18 seconds in the lead now over BGSL. And 1 minute 19, so it's going to be very close.
0.9 of a second.
It's like literally half a lap there between the 4 cars, or the 3 cars involved for the fight for the win. And of course now we're going to start talking about the fight for the win because we're into the last 2-hour window. And as mentioned before, it's kind of where you get into the situation where you start to think, okay, it's survival time now. Do we push when we need to? And if we're in a fight for 3 cars, those 3 cars are going to be pushing. But take into account Spebov and Protection UDK, Protection Unit from DDK, I should say, are also in the mix because those 5 cars are
all on the lead lap.
All on the lead lap.
So Spebov Protection Unit by DDK, they're right there on the lead lap. And just behind that, look, it is a lap down. But it's only a 2-minute gap, is Headless Motors by LADC. So it's not like we've got... In fact, we've got all the way down to 23rd is only 3 laps off the lead after 6 hours of racing. One of those cars that's within a shouting place or within a point to shout is AC Motorsport. They're a lap off 7th place. They've got 141 laps under their belt in 8th, with the leaders doing now 144 laps. So, as you can see, anything is possible. Our leader was a lap ahead. He's now almost a lap behind. So, losing basically 2 laps over that period of time, No Limit Racing. They were half a lap ahead, or 1.5 laps ahead, and have had issues with the car. They didn't know what it was. The car just keeps switching off at some point.
But also, they've also had issues, unfortunately, which some people use as an advantage. Sometimes it kicks you in the butt, is when you have 2 major full course cautions like we've had. And it doesn't give you the ability to come out, put the laps in that you want to retain the position you exited the track and the race action from. So it has cost them dearly, and they're now within 9 seconds of 2 cars ahead of them. 0.9. So they're literally right behind each other, they're BGSL and No Limit Racing. If we can try and spot them on track.
Green.
Here we go. There's BGSL Racing, and I don't see No Limits. But of course, that's part and parcel of how they are on the circuit. So we'll pick up on them as they go in there. But restart and full green all the way around. We are back under race conditions now as we get into the last 2 hours of this 8-hour World's End Cup from FunCup at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit.
Yeah, it just come through. I didn't see No Limits come past us at all. So I wonder if they didn't try and do a little sneaky stop before the green. Because now BEGSL is a lap off Bebelek, but I'm not seeing No Limit Racing come past our screen. Just there they are. They're in the pits. So No Limit coming in to do a sneaky little stop before the green.
Yeah, they came in for the driver change. I think they were in the pit lane when they got the green. That's why they were not able to take advantage of it.
What is on the circuit?
A little bit of dirt there on the circuit. Somebody's pulled some dirt off from the inside of the track and taken it across the track. So might need a change of surface flag up there at the top of Leocorp. But everybody seems to have got through it. It's just dirt. It doesn't look like it's anything more than a little bit of the dust that's been pulled off. Inside line and diving for the inside there. Great move from Berbelik. That is our lead car. Now fighting in amongst a battle that he doesn't really need to get involved in. That's with Schumacher by AC Motorsport. And just ahead there of them. Has he been able to sneak through? No, he hasn't. He's about to. As the car dives on the inside line. That's perfect.
There's AC Motorsport down the inside. That's with Devin Robinson in the car at the moment. He's passed 3 cars down the inside into the final corner. He was the inside of those 3 cars. Now he's going to go for a 4th pass down the hill and up into Crowthorne. So Devin Robinson on the move just behind it. Looks like that's Jonathan Thomas in that car.
Yeah.
But he had the inside line coming down the hill, and suddenly he's at the back of the group by the time they get to the end of the main straight. So didn't quite get the run or the legs that he thought he had. With 3 abreast into Crowthorne. Bebelek is the leader. He's holding off to get past these cars. He's not racing them for position. He's just trying to get ahead of them so he doesn't lose time in traffic with 2 hours left to go, and with them maintaining the lead. Devin then now making what was 2 passes into 3 and trying to get through the traffic with the same idea in mind. You don't want to lose time. You don't want to lose any body work either. You want to get through this traffic as fast as possible with as minimal risk as possible. There's an inside move from car 150 into the sweep. That is the Vibere Racing Experience. I'm not sure who's... Oh, Devin, using all the track and more to get that done.
I would assume that's John Thomas in the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jonathan Thomas in the car right now, putting a bit of pressure there, and now going to apply the pressure, return the favour there on Devin, after he got so much pressure being put onto him from that AC Motorsport car as they come flying through the S's up towards the top of the hill. Also watching in that change-up, No Limit Racing coming into pit lane to try and sneak in. They got the pit lane stop done, but they dropped into fourth place behind Spebov. So there's a move from Devin Robertson, back up the inside, trying to find another move.
His past teammate there, Ace Motorsport from Cash Converters.
That is 4 cars in the space of 2 laps he's been able to get through there. So hats off to Devin Robertson. Possibly
half a lap.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Nicely done. Now sets his sights on trying to stay there with, I would say, trying to stay with Berbelik if they can.
Yeah, 2 laps off the lead at the moment, so try and get onto the back of him and stay with him. Use that car to pull you through the rest of the traffic. There will be more traffic. This is FunCup. There are 60 cars in the grid. I was chatting to Devin downstairs before we got the opportunity, before he jumped into the car, and I got the opportunity to speak to him. And I said to him, "You look tired." He's like, "It's not the driving so much that makes you tired; it's the waiting to drive."
Yeah,
it's the sitting around waiting for your stint to get in the car and go do that hour or 40 minutes of doing nothing. Running with a team that he hasn't worked with before. He's finding difficult.
Lead car in.
Berbelik coming in. Did
Going
they?
Straight back out again.
Yep. Another move from Devin there, down the inside of the Schumacher car. Another one of his AC Motorsport compatriots. Gets that move done and dusted. Going backwards
5 cars, 2 corners, done. 5 cars, 2 laps.
Yeah, finished.
That's how quickly you got through that little pack.
Thank you, bye.
Nicely done. So with that, hopefully it's going to give him an opportunity to start hunting down the car that he wants, and that, of course, is Food Lovers by M3M. So we'll keep an eye and see what the gap is like there between Devin and that Food Lovers car.
Well, at the moment, it's about 1 minute and 40 odd seconds. So he's got 1 minute and 40 seconds to catch. We don't know what the stops are like, so there could be a stop or 2 ahead or a stop or 2 behind. We'll only know come the last 40 minutes of the race. And we'll know once pretty much everybody's got their last stint and last driver in, we'll know what the story is in terms of stops and drivers. But at the moment, the Ace Motorsport car down in 8th place, doing a great job. We look at 494 at the moment. That is crosses our screen. That is
Milo Asman.
There we go.
26th place at the moment. And Asman with the Magic Pocket car and Stag Racing looking for top 30 honours. So it looks like Jensen, Noons, Nessa and Adcock now starting to come back into the top 30 into the last hour and 55 minutes.
Yeah, down the inside there, great setup from the mineshaft. The best way to do it, let the car just run slightly wider than normal. It gives you the inside line for the right-hander, and it opens the door for the 548. So hopefully you make a move stick. Unfortunately, there's nothing doing there. Couldn't quite get the exit.
So Iceman would have moved up then, I would suggest, because he's now ahead of that Schumacher machine. So we may see a change in the standings as they go across the line now, as we see a car diving in the pit lane.
That's not Jonathan.
It's not Jonathan.
No.
So it must be Babieri then. Experience. Across the line, do we see a Duke change up on that? We do. Milo Racing has moved up ahead now of Schumacher, and Milo Iceman also starting to come a little bit closer, but of course he is he on the same lap? He is on the same lap.
Yeah, he is on the same lap now. So Milo Iceman gaining back a lap on Monaco Hub. Sorry, not Monaco Hub. The Vibera Racing Experience. They've gained a lap back. Here's Devin making another move to get past the 491 Beetle FunCup. That car piloted by, let's go to 491.
That's the Ores Mighty car.
Yeah, Ores Mighty car. Jean-Charles, apparently the owner of Ores, unfortunately not able to be here to help the team. He's away competing in the Dakar.
Oh, in Dakar.
Unfortunately, he's
I was going to say
unable.
either Dakar or he's in Dubai doing the 24 hours.
Either Dubai or Dakar. There's only 2 places you could be right now.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit of drop a wheel off the gas there. As Devin hangs on ahead of the Iceman car.
Iceman's putting pressure on him. He's going to be a wingman, Tim.
Feeling the heat from Iceman.
You have to ask him, is he going to be the wingman?
The wingman. Down on the brakes into the top of Lurkop we go. Last the late breakers is Dev. And he's still the last of the late breakers.
We'll still give him some room to play there. But I think he realizes that Iceman car might be a little quicker than him. Maybe he wants to use it to his advantage. Tuck in behind, use some slipstream, get him to do some blocking and run the gauntlet to get a little bit closer. Devin is hunting down food lovers. That's what he wants. He wants to be looking up the road to spot that almost Martini Racing-esque colours of the food lovers car. And the two cars that he can see right now are definitely not any of those two are the one that he actually wants and what he's hunting down. So continues the fight there with Iceman. Nice to see that, the Mila Iceman car.
Actually gave him a bit of flash of lights there, just to let him know that he's trying to get past. I'm sure he's well aware that you're trying to get past there. Bit of a flash of lights as they come down the main straight. 494, you can see the slipstream active, very much active.
I do love the fact that Mila Iceman is flashing Devin Robertson to tell him to let him through. But Devin is, 24, so that is almost 12 positions higher in the standings than Mila Iceman is, overall.
But he's been told to let him through.
Say, please, flash, coming through.
Excuse me. Oh, Devin had a look down the inside there, nearly lost the rear end of the car on the brakes. I don't think he expected Mila Iceman to brake as early as he did. And that just, while you're trying to unload once the car is busy unloading, and then you stand on the brakes, it does tend to throw the back around. So Devin did well to hang on to that.
Had to catch that, but with that, it's allowed the other blue car to join him. The number on that second blue car they tucked in behind Dev.
It's actually difficult. It looks like these cars seem to pull themselves out of slipstream depending on the weight in the car with fuel versus no fuel. So it's starting to pull away.
That's the mini development car from Ores. It's on the back end of Devon. And with that, they've closed in on the next pack of cars. So Dev's done a good job there. That's exactly what
threading the needle.
Kind of thought he would do that. Allow him to sort of just run the gauntlet, as I said, and follow him through. Because he had pace. Devin could run with the same kind of pace as what Mila Iceman can do. And if he's strong enough, maybe he can find that the bridge to the gap that he's looking for food lovers.
Yeah, 1 minute, and it's probably a stop that's involved there. It says currently on our screen it's 2 laps, so we can't really see the gap until such time as Devin does cross the line. 41.1 was his first sector. Fastest first sector at the moment, a 40.2 put down by Speedboff Racing on the previous lap. So absolutely flying is Speedboff at the moment. Into Crocodile we go. Down the inside goes Mila Iceman. Coming through goes Devin. He follows through on the McDonald's car. But it's not quite early yet.
Oh, he's going to be late on the brakes into
Send
Ingwe.
it up the inside into Ingwe.
There you go. That's the way.
Expect the hip and shoulder on the exit.
Welcome to my home track.
Oh, he was nice on the exit. Very nice of Devin there on the exit as they head down towards Crowthorne. Down the main straight they go.
And right on their tail, as I said, is that Ores car putting the pressure onto them. The mini developments car joining the party.
Where's he? Oh, there he is.
There he is, yeah. Coming out of the Fenta trailer position and now into the lead of the battle.
The lead of the battle. Off he goes. Devin's not going to give it up that easy. He's going to run him around the outside, use all the curb he can. He's going to hang there. There we go.
That's the way to do it.
Typical little run around the outside, old Dev.
Iceman just following him through, shutting the door to that Ores car.
Apparently Ores wasn't invited to this party.
No, but like, where did you come from? Can you just leave us alone? We're having some fun here.
There's a 440 of, that is the other one of the No Limit Racing cars.
Yeah. It's the No Limit Racing 440 of Jerome, Christian and Eric. So 440 machine from No Limits. No Limits were leading this race, remember, a couple of, about half an hour ago. And then it all turned into a little bit of a fracas with 2 full course cautions, and they came in for what they were hoping was going to be a jump ahead and, of course, a leapfrog, I should say. Pit stop, it didn't quite work out. They are 24 seconds off Speedboff for third place.
Oh, so this battle continues. Here we go, down the inside of Dev into Lurecorp. Double apex left-hander.
Loving it.
Iceman makes the move, makes it stick, and down the mine shaft they go. But it just seems like that car can just eke out a little bit more mid-range as they head down the hill. Devin losing just a car length, but I'm sure he'll find that on the brakes as they catch onto the back of that 440 car. Onto the brakes they go. Devin looks to the outside. He's going to look for the run. He can't. The door is firmly shut. He's going to have to go around the outside and use all the track available to him and maybe a little bit more, but he sneaks himself back in now under pressure through Crocodile. Does he know he's there? Yes, he does. He leaves the room and steps slightly just off track limits. He's going to fight it again into the last
Oh,
corner.
little touch.
Hey.
Little touch. There you go. Rubbing's racing.
Rubbing is racing. I'm not going to move out your way. Don't expect you to move out of mine.
So did it. That's the line they come. Still with the Iceman leading that little battle. Let's have a look at it once again as they come along here towards Ingwe. Yeah, watch for it, watch for it.
Devin just making sure he's got the room he deserves.
No.
Excuse me.
This is my line.
Yeah.
If you would like to come through, please find another way. And he maintains.
They're still going. Hammer and tongs. They're going to go 3 Prix.
Oh, no. They're going up the inside of that.
Slammed that door.
That no limits car was getting out of the way. He realized there was going to be a bit of trouble coming. Those two blue cars very, very close. But here comes Deb now holding on to keep out the charge coming from that mini development car from Ores.
Yeah, Devin slammed that door with both hands.
He might have had a slam lock on it as well because he wants to try and keep him behind.
A Trelly door.
Don't think it's going to work though. They're coming up on that GDL orange machine now. So that might just slow up the progress being made by Iceman. Hopefully that'll just bring these two cars back into the mix. Iceman diving on the inside. No, he's got a good line into Clubhouse. Sets it up and gets through. And loses out to Ores ever so slightly out of Sunset. Now trying to come back into the S's. He'll try and use the back marker to his advantage. Watch for it up at the top of the hill.
Bearing in mind, this isn't for positions, ladies and gents. This is not for positions.
This is just
it
fighting.
It may look like it is.
This is just fighting in general.
But they're just having a gas. It is the Fun Cup. It's all about having fun. And if you get to take the cup home at the end, it's a winner.
That's what they said.
548 wise now to Devin on the brakes. Devin was going to look down the inside there, but 548 closed the door firmly as they head down the hill, down the mine shaft. It doesn't look like the Ace Motorsport car of Devin Robinson is done with this battle yet. He's going to try and hang on to it. He's lost 2 car lengths down the hill. Definitely lost 2 car lengths down the hill, but watch him on the brakes here. Let's see if he can make it back up on the brakes. Fortunately, not enough, but the exit's going to be good.
Yeah, he'll carry great corner speed. Spinner up at Leokup by the looks of it.
Looks like the 491 that.
I think it was 491, yeah.
That is the meaty team. Here comes Devin into the pits for a driver change.
That's why he backed out.
Yeah.
You realize, okay, I'm not going to fight this anymore.
Yeah,
I'm going to go for a pit stop, so let me just back out of it. And looks like Mikhail Patamba waiting to do the driver change there, if we saw it right. There's the spinner.
There's the spin.
It is 491. Confirmed.
Ooh, a lot of smoke coming out of that car.
Probably just some tyre smoke by the looks of it.
I don't know if you noticed when I was interviewing Damien Hammond what happened with Mikhail Patamba behind us.
No.
Okay.
We didn't see it, unfortunately.
It was pretty funny. He did trip and fall right behind us.
Behind us on camera.
And he showed me again on the live stream.
I think
we were
what we should
watching
do is go and get that and put a B-reel in.
I think so. I think that's a B-reel. That is definitely a B-reel.
Yeah. Got to put a blooper in at the end there, please. Scotty, Rich, and Brent. We're going to get that B-reel sorted out for right at the end of the day.
Well, if any of the producers are looking now, you can go look for it now if you like.
All right, so these guys will continue the battle. The Ores car trying to close down there on Iceman, but I don't think that's going to happen. We're watching the front end as well to see if there's any dramatic changes. Only thing that I can see is that Spebov is only 8 seconds off now. 36 seconds back from them is No Limit Racing. So No Limit Racing putting huge pressure on. There is your leader, Berbalik, as they come through Clubhouse corner, heading towards the S's. And onto the back end of the McDonald's car. So on our way through now on a car that had massive problems early on. To use that car so early, but they were able to get the car fixed, as you can see, and are still circulating. If I'm not mistaken, they made up quite a bit of ground. Quite as much as what they wanted to. You can see Berbalik just trying to thread the needle through some of the back markers there, trying to also avoid contact with any of those back markers. They don't want to be caught up in any contentious issues that could potentially drop them. But that McDonald's car is now 56th place on the track.
That's Berbalik versus a No Limit Racing. Is that not the 506 just behind this battle at the moment?
Could possibly be. I'm just waiting to see if it can. Might be.
It looks like the 506 has just gone around the 440. The 440's let the 506 go. That looks like the 506.
Let's wait and see. We see the front end now, whether it is. The livery on the car is the 506 car.
Yeah, that's the blue bonnet, yeah?
Yep.
So 506, more than a lap down now on Berbalik after, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Across the line.
No, it is. It's more than a lap down.
So they cross the line now. 152 leader. Our timing monitor has stopped. We're waiting for it to come back.
Just got to do a refresh every now and again. It doesn't quite stay on exactly the same time. But yeah, is certainly Berbelique that have got the advantage now over No Limits Racing, and that's a massive advantage that they have got. So it's going to be a costly one, I think, at the end of the day there for them. Whatever they did in terms of that mistake. And of course the 2 stops in the middle of the road also were not quite what they were planning, as we see.
Yeah, he has 506 versus Berbelique now. They're going down the back straight into what is into Sunset. He's going to go around the outside of Berbelique. It's not the 506, it's the 200. It's the 298.
298 car.
So what we thought was it's the 298 looking for a way past in Berbelique. The GDL White not making things easy for any of these cars.
Well, now you got to start talking about team tactics.
Team tactics. That's exactly what I'm thinking now with this 298.
Is the 298 car being sent there particularly to give Berbelique a bit of a run for his money and take his concentration away from the pace he's able to set? Unfortunately, I don't think he's got the same kind of pace as what Berbelique has got, by the looks of it. Say that, but that could possibly change in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I think that was very much traffic depending.
He's got through the traffic, and he now wants to try and hunt down the leader and maybe just hound him a bit, just hassle him, give him a little bit of that. Possibly might be the leader there.
Is that not the lead? That's a 440, not the 560. We're also looking to see where Spebov is. Spebov now up to second place. So we're looking to see where they are 2.4 seconds ahead or 2.1 seconds ahead of BGSL. So that change has happened as we look through our leaders again. The gap very much the same. Drive-through penalty, non-respect.
487.
Non-respect of pit window.
So they were in the pits.
Contact and spin. GBL Orange. Looking for a way down the inside. Just caught the back fender and has turned the car around while he tried to avoid spinning the car he was trying to pass. So he's sitting up on the inside curb. Let's see if that... I don't think that'll bring out another full course yellow. I'm sure he can get that going.
If he gets it going, it'll be okay. If he doesn't get it going, there's a problem. Here we go.
Here's the replay. So there's the McDonald's car running slightly wide. GBL Orange looking for a way past on GBL White. A little bit
Just
too narrow
tap.
going in. Oh, he didn't even tap him. I think he just touched the curb and spun it around.
Yeah, just spun around on the curb there.
Trying to get out the way. It's always better to get in the way than get out the way 9 times out of 10.
I think he got going again.
Yeah, it looked like it.
So no need for a full course caution there.
Here is our race leader being chased down by the No Limits Racing down in 8th, the 298. Second place driver 40 seconds behind. I wonder if Pablo doesn't have a stop in hand.
We're going to have another stop, I'm sure, because hour and 40 means it's going to be more than 40-minute stint. Possibly still 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There might be a stop ahead, so they might have to do 2 versus everybody else's 1. That's what I'm thinking. Nope, that car's still there.
He's got going, though.
Yeah, 5, 6, 7 out the way and on his way.
I think he was just waiting for a clear window.
Oh, with 60 cars on the track, there isn't one. Up into Lurkopi going out, double apex, left-hander. That gap has grown. So, Belay, they've got the pace to stay away at the moment.
37-second advantage.
That's come down a lot.
Yeah,
that was 40, so that's come down 3 seconds between Spebov and Babelay over the last lap.
And BGSL are only a couple of seconds further back from that. So it's all within sort of 1.5 of kind of a half a lap of each other now for the top 3.
Yeah, as we watch them come down the mine shaft. Here's the Food Lovers car heading through Sunset. We've got a battle of 2 teammates there as well. There's our there's the 560 car with the blue bonnet in the background there. He's coming through the traffic as well. So that's the No Limits Racing car. 1 minute 12 seconds is the current gap between him and the leaders as 551 down the inside. That's the school car. Finding a way past the WTF Racing. No one's told me what that stands for yet.
Yeah, it'll come to you eventually. I'll tell you at the end of
Will you?
Yeah. Give me a secret.
We talk feathers. No, not that. Okay. Up into Luke, we go again, 3 abreast. Why not? Let's go 3 wide with an hour and 30 to go.
That is the
506.
506 car. Food Lovers car just ahead of it. So fortunately, they're not going to make up any ground. I don't think Edis Motors is going to make up any ground either. With a 2-lap deficit, and of course could become 3 laps if the 506 can get through now and pass that Food Lovers car just ahead of him. He's got a car ahead first before he gets there. It's the first car, but the second car he needs to try and find a way past on it. Which between himself and that car, and then set his sights on BGSL.
BGSL is suddenly only 5 seconds off.
Yeah, things are
And
changing.
No Limits are suddenly 34 seconds off.
Yeah, as I said, it's a change up here as they're coming into the closing stages here for an hour and 38 minutes to go. But also what I'm watching is as the timing monitor changes over, seeing the time updated, and as soon as it updates, you can see the changes and also the gaps that have opened up between the leader, now 36 seconds, 46 seconds back down to third place. It's a lap down to fourth with No Limits. So, but as No Limits crosses, you'll see it's less than a lap. It's about 1 minute 12.
Yeah.
So they're now starting to get up close and personal with
1 minute 12 spot
almost
on.
an hour
That's
and a half to
exactly
go.
what it is.
Yeah.
So spot on exactly what it is. 1 minute 12 is the gap between No Limits. And is that the gap between No Limits and GSL or of the
GSL,
leader?
yeah, GSL.
So they're a minute off GSL.
So it's about, if you take 36, 46, what is that, 70, 82. So it's a minute 12 as well. So it's 2 minutes 24, splitting the first 4 cars.
But that would mean that
It's
would
about
be
a lap and a half.
But that No Limits will then be on 153 and 154. I think that's a minute off the leader.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's a lap and a half splitting them.
Yes.
At the moment,
Yeah,
between
yeah.
the first 4 cars. Some more bodywork damage being sorted out there.
On the most expensive delivery on the track. 531. That is 4S.
TF by 4S.
Getting TFE by 4S. Getting the car back together and back out on track.
They're 6 laps down, but still in the right shot of top 30 finish. If they can get that car back on circuit in time. Spebov just went past me on the main straightaway, so expect to see his time coming up on the board soon as the timing monitor refreshes itself. To see exactly what the gap is there.
School Racing making another pass and allowing another car through just behind the No Limit Racing 5 or 6 car. There's Food Lovers. There is No Limit Racing 5 or 6, so he is definitely chasing down that Food Lovers car incredibly quickly to close that gap and hopefully get past in the Beetle Fun Cup, their first visit to Southern Africa. We spoke to a lot of the drivers that have said we travel all over the world but never to Africa, and it's one of our favorite spots. Greg's just got himself a message as he cries here in the corner.
I'm just
giggling.
giving you a heads up. Somebody's been listening to our commentary, thank goodness, and it's once again our good friend Mark Friedman who just said, "But WTF Racing, what do you mean? I don't understand it. It's very easy. It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday."
Oh, that's it. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So they only race Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's there. Now it makes sense. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. I'm still surprised that your buddy Jay hasn't said hello.
Got a heads up you from Sean Hepburn as well. He says, "Kyle, can you please help out Sunday and John, our flatbed drivers, to give them a slightly better lap time around the circuit, please."
Sure, no problem.
Need some driver training. Driver
coaching.
please.
No
Yeah.
problem. No problem. We'll be there. There like a bear. Do they want to do it during the race, or can we do it after the flag? As we look at schools racing back up into the middle part of the circuit, just before they go into the S's. This is, for me, the hardest part of the circuit. I've visited that kitty litter more than once. On my first visit to the circuit, one of the areas that didn't get changed between the new and the old was this sector here.
What do we say that the live timing was on today? Was it on Speed Hive or was it on
My Laps?
My Laps.
Live timing is on My Laps.
I got somebody asking for.
So we have been told by Eric, but Eric has told us many things that were wrong today. So take it with a pinch of salt.
Okay. Mark's came, he saw, he conquered, he's gone home.
Oh, he came, he saw, he conquered,
He's
and
now
left.
watching us from
Okay.
home. So.
All right, Mark, thanks for that.
Good. But all good, yeah. We'll go Wednesday, Thursday, Friday racing. Well done for them. Hey, Blue's back out. Well done. Great job there. Great job from GDL Blue. Get that car back up and running. After that little incident we saw. So, good job there from them. It might be the end of the day, but they managed to get the car sorted and they are back on track. They would have lost quite a chunk of ground, I'm sure. Would have dropped them probably down into second last, if I'm not mistaken. No, into last place, in fact. Behind the McDonald's Racing by Come To You Racing. Incredibly, that's the first time McDonald's has gone from last and has been outgunned by somebody else. So, well done to them. They've got a car behind them now. And it's a good chunk of road between themselves and the final car there, GDL Blue. So, well done. to them for sticking it out.
Ooh, there's contact on the Stag car. Bodywork fluttering in the wind.
Definitely come together with somebody there.
And then we saw some cars off circuit, so I don't know if that happened now.
Might have. So as they go through there, watching as well the Euro Data car. Great battle. The gap there, trying to find a way through. Another nice set of livery on that machine.
Yeah, the 438, the black, gold, and white. We have called that car a few times.
It's great to see that car still out there. It's SKR by Marcel, I think it is.
SKR by Marcel. You say to see that car out there, but if you go through the order, you'll see that there's only 5 cars that aren't on the track now. So
Exactly.
out of 62, only 5 cars that haven't. Ooh, that was close. Only
Little
5
dive on
cars
the
that
inside there
haven't.
from Eurodata. Eurodata had a big look there on SKR. Couldn't quite make it stick, but definitely applying pressure. Looking for a way past. TDL Blue just ahead of the battle-scarred Stag racing machine.
Down the inside. Great move on the brakes. Easy done on the power, but the cutback is there. Is the overdrive going to be enough? The French flag on top of that scoop of that car, feeding the 2-litre VW motor its air. And I'm sure the radiators in the front to cool it, as well as the petrol tank. Just behind that, there's the AC Motorsport car behind the 534. They've dropped down to 16th, I think they were. Yeah, 16th, 4 seconds off SKR by Marcel, but 4 laps off 14th, 13th, 12th, and 11th. So they must have stopped and put fuel.
And fuel, yeah.
So they should be fueled right to the end as far as... Although we did see cars stop in the first 40 as well.
I think they've still got one more stop to go. I think everybody will still have one more stop to go before we get into last stints. Hour and a half means you still got another 40 minutes of driving, so that'll make it at about 50 minutes to go. You'll see the final pit stops into play, or maybe some splash and dashes right at the end as well.
But you can see by the lap
Depending
times
where
at the moment, like with Speedboff and Babylon, they've gone from 210s to 208s with a driver change.
Yeah.
So they've obviously left their last 2.
But I'm saying they're still pushing. They're still
they're
pushing for the
on.
win. So they cannot afford to back off. They've got to run as fast lap times as they can, pending traffic. You would have seen on a clear lap it would be a 206 or a 207. They're doing mid 208s, low 208 deads at the moment. So it's not quite the same kind of pace. Yes, Bebop now coming up onto the back end of this little pack. So the second place car now. Some traffic to negotiate. This is where he'll lose a little bit of time because of the traffic and how evenly matched these cars are.
But can also gain time depending on how quickly he gets through this gaggle. So if it was a bunch of cars that had to be gone through by the leader, depending on how quickly he gets through them, can add or can reduce the time gap between himself and the leader. There is still an hour and 30 minutes left to go. 30 odd seconds separate the front two. So
should we go to like the official term now? 90 minutes.
Is that it?
Yeah, 90 minutes. No, I'm joking.
I learn as I go. This is my first endurance race. So
90 minutes. Yeah, I'm just messing with you.
Oh, right, okay.
But yeah, 90 minutes to go as opposed to an hour and a half. Sounds better.
I can't count up.
I could do 90 minutes as opposed to an hour and a half.
I can do 90 minutes.
I can do 90 minutes.
I mean, it's not like we haven't been sitting here for 7 hours already.
Exactly.
So only 90 minutes left to go as we watch Speb off. Sponsored by Speb.
Coming through there.
Speb off. It must be a product of some sort.
I think so.
Let me do some research.
Do some research there. Get onto Google. Googleize it. Googleize it and see what it is. Pit window is now open once again. And that will be for, I think, potentially our second or penultimate stop. There'll still be one more stop available for these guys. It's Spebby, actually. Speb off team are running in second place. And it's 32 seconds now between them and the lead car of Burbalik.
I found the logo, but I can't tell you what they do.
53 seconds to third place BWSL.
Well, McDonald's and the Love Bug, as we've affectionately named it, just going through shot there past each other. And then Speb making its move past another slightly slower car to move itself a little bit further forward. And it did. And they have taken another second out of the leader. It's now at 32. So they should get 30 laps in an hour and 30 minutes. So if they maintain the pace, obviously with the stops included and how much time lost at a stop or gained at a stop, we could see a battle for the lead here as we head into the last hour of this 8-hour event.
If you're going to go with a pit window opening now and a pit window opening just before the close of the race.
40-40, which would be now.
Yeah. You kind of have possibilities of those two cars being very close. Maybe not as close to what we're seeing in that little battle right now that we're concentrating on, but still in with a chance. And they're in after what would be close to 8 hours at that point. The possibility of a sprint race type finish.
Spebov is pushing hard. You can see the way that car skirts, like dances around on the brakes. The back end wanting to kick out on him as he goes down through the gears. There it is again, just kicking the back out, get on the power, hang on to it as he chases down the 150 car.
Sector 1 is where he's making up his time, that's for sure.
Yeah, low 40s.
40.108. And Bobodik 40.4, so he makes up three tenths there. They're pretty evenly matched in Sector 2 and in Sector 3. So it's certainly in Sector 1 that Spebov is making up the time. But of course, we can talk about it, what we see on the timing monitor here, but we don't necessarily see what's happening on the track and how much traffic he's got to negotiate.
Yeah.
He might be quicker now.
Babalo might be going through 5, 6, 7 cars
correct.
while he's got free air. So you never quite know in terms of traffic what they are, but consistently he's been taking a second a lap out. When we last looked, it's now 31.9.
So it's almost another half a second there again.
Yeah, so almost half a second a split or a second a lap he's able to take off the leader. It was at 44 seconds just after that last full course yellow we had. And bearing in mind, there could be another full course yellow as APM sends a full move down the inside in front of race leader. Had that gone pear-shaped on GDL Orange, as we've seen go wrong in that corner before, that could have been a change of the lead immediately as they head down into Crowthorne. 3 cars abreast APM Monaco, trying to get past GBL Orange. And in turn, our race leader is Babalo, looking to go up. We're going to go 3 abreast into turn 1 because that's always a fantastic idea when leading an endurance race. But it worked out perfectly fine.
Got it done. I think what he wanted to do was just use the advantage of the straight, not to fight it in the corner, get the double slip in there, get past and make it an easy overtaking maneuver as opposed to a hard one.
Yeah, here comes Spebov across the line now past our commentary box. We'll be able to see what that gap is shortly.
Well, there you can see it. That's the leader out of Yukske onto the back straight, and our second place car across the line.
Just went through Crowthorne,
Yeah, so it's about 4 corners. 4 corners, the difference there. That makes up the sort of... probably going to be about 30-odd seconds now, I'd say. I think he was quicker. Not too bad, 30.2. So
there we go, 30.2. Second.
But there, you see there, Sector 1.
40.2.
Half a second in Sector 1.
Yeah.
Okay, that's massive. It's massive. It means he's got great speed down the straight. He can carry the corner speed through Crowthorne.
Oh, we got a yellow.
And a car exiting. The forecourt there for our fueling.
It'll be interesting to see if No Limit Racing didn't get a passing and the yellow penalty. Because how did they lose so much time?
Could possibly be, hey?
Because they lost a lot of time, and then we saw them possibly passing under yellow.
That could possibly be the reason why they dropped back so far. We did see them go under yellow. You were spot on. We were trying to get that replay, but
to see if it was, yeah.
But it was touch and go in terms of the yellow flag and the FCY board coming out.
Well, I'm sure those listening to us in the van are trying to find out for us as to what transpired there with our race leaders and why they dropped so far. Because I didn't see any issues for them. I saw them break down, but they were still in the lead after that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of a run to the line between those two cars, but whether or not it's on the same lap, that we'll wait and see. And are we going to see BGSL also able to just go slightly quicker? We're watching the split times there. Unfortunately, he's losing at least a second in the first split because he's doing 41.049s on the first sector of the racetrack, whereas everybody else is into the 40s. 51.6, 51.7, nothing in it there for the sector 2. I think Spebov might be slightly quicker in sector 3. That's also where he's also making a little bit of ground. 482. Still in the mix there for 18th place. That's the BR team by No Limits. And they also in with a hunt for possibly staying in that top 20, I think, is probably their goal by the end of this one.
482. BR team won by No Limit. Quick shout out to Darren Harris watching us from Cambodia. Cambodia.
Sure.
And then obviously all of those back home in Southern Africa, sending us, Greg and I, all the messages, showing us love.
There's lots of comments as well being passed on from our team in the production house as well, in the studio there. So I hope you've enjoyed all the action we've given you so far. It has been pretty spectacular. If you take into account, you come to Kyalami for an endurance race.
Sorry, I just want to interrupt you. As a No Limits driver, I would have been white line driving right there.
Yes, I would have, because you want to try and slow him down. But have they got communication to all of their drivers, and is there a competent enough driver to do exactly what you've asked him to?
Within the rules like killing someone. Yeah, no, fair enough.
I don't know.
Sense.
You see, there's so many parameters around that. But going back to your point there about our support base coming in for today's racing, massive shout out to everybody for the effort that was put in, and of course a big thanks to all the sponsors behind today's live stream. We can't do this without them, and I know there wasn't supposed to be live stream for this event, but they made a plan, which is fantastic. So Kyalami, the OTV group of companies, Uvamira Wines, and the FunCup management for the sponsorship of the live. They kept it a secret because they kind of wanted to try and get as many people here as they could, and it certainly worked well, because there is quite a substantial crowd, not a huge one, but I think a crowd that's worth mentioning. And on top of that, I do love the fact that when we mentioned the fact that we want to do, when guys are watching and they're at the track and they can go onto their smart devices and watch the areas that they're not able to see from where they might be sitting in their vantage points. A lot of guys went straight onto their phones and logged on and climbed onto the YouTube and Facebook pages for Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit, and are doing exactly what we asked them to do, watching the live stream as well as watching live at the track. A lot of times when we do other forms of motorsport, that doesn't happen. And I hope that we're kind of trying to educate the crowds that are here that you've got that ability to watch live right in front of you. But if you don't have a big screen, then get onto your small screen and watch it in front of you as well.
There is our third place car, BGSL.
BGSL coming through there and across the line to complete another lap. Let's have a look at their lap time. 41.3, so still battling in the first sector. 51.9, also a little bit quicker in the second sector. But, No Limits, so 39.8 in the first sector. So putting the pressure on there,
flying. 207.3 versus everybody else's 208. I think the next best there is a 208 at the moment. So 207.3 by No Limit Racing.
208.9 is his next best. So
they've obviously got their top driver back in that car now.
100%.
And every endurance team, there is that one driver that can bang qualifying laps, lap after lap after lap. That's the driver change for what we think will be the second to last switch. So this is the second to last stint in this 8 hour. And No Limit Racing 506 chasing hard onto the back. 51.1 in the second sector versus a 51.9.
I think they might actually be on the same lap. Let's just have a look and see. They are. They're on the same lap.
It's a minute 43.
So they're under a lap behind. There are 4 cars on the same lap now. Berbelik, 29 seconds back from them is Spebov. 59 seconds back from that is BGSL. And 1 minute 43 is No Limits.
And I haven't seen BGSL come in.
4 cars in it with an hour and 20 to go.
And GSL hasn't come in yet.
No, they haven't. They haven't made a stop.
So that 1 minute 40 is going to come down quite a bit. It's probably going to come down to about 30 seconds, 30 seconds. And with 2 stints left and a second lap, 3 seconds lap in hand.
Because you remember, these guys might go for a refuel now as their penultimate one.
As opposed to not doing one the next one.
And don't have to do a splash and dash for the last one. Rather fill the car to take it to the end. And I think these cars could potentially do an hour and 20, no problem on a tank, if I look at what we've done so far in the racing. But hey, we don't know the full the ramifications of it. Here is a No Limits Racing car. It's the 482 car that's in there. That, of course, is our man sitting a bit further back in the pack, just outside of the top 30 in that No Limits car. That's inside of the top 20. I thought he was outside. He's actually gone inside of the top 20. That's the BR1 team of by No Limits.
They are entering the track. Just in front of this gaggle with McDonald's and 67 full send down the inside. Got very, very close on the exit. They almost touch fenders, but they breathe out a sigh of relief and survive another lap. Of the 163 laps we have done around this circuit down the inside, it goes the 88. That is the protection unit by DDK. The only DDK car I've seen out there today. As No Limits straight away past GDL Red to make that move through Sunset, and the McDonald's car gets a little bit of breathing space after the attack from protection unit by DDK. But so good to see the spectators here in South Africa doing it the South African way. Gazebo, Weber, and a Bucky. Come watch them racing.
Exactly.
Is there any other way to do it?
I'm not quite sure.
Do you have to sit on concrete grandstands, or can you just sit in your camping chair, Brian, watching some good racing, listening to commentary from Greg and Carl?
155 times. Done 680 Ks of racing so far. That's incredible. We're not done yet.
So we've driven to Durban.
Yeah, pretty much.
We've driven to Durban.
Pretty much to Durban, yeah.
Did Durban in
North
7
Beach.
hours.
North Beach is looking pretty good. Surf's up, baby.
Yeah.
Surf's up, big kahuna.
A lot of stops for drinks? It's 7-hour drive.
No. Only Harry Smith. Hey, Harry Smith for the stop for a refuel.
Do they do the Harry Smith stop for a refuel?
No, they have to refuel because they all have to refuel cars. Pebboff across the line there. So Pebboff now looking to try and close that gap down. He was 40.2, 51.0. And in the final sector, hopefully did enough to close the gap down to even less than about, I would say about 25 seconds we're looking at now between that first and second car. Let's have a look and see if I'm right. Timing monitor refreshes. 25.3.
25.3. The last time we looked at that, it was like 30 what? 35?
Exactly.
36?
Yeah, no. So they are definitely pushing hard as well.
I think a lot of that time made up in a stop, though, to be fair. So a lot of, 210 versus a 207 as well. 207 is now for Spebov. He was in the 208. No Limit Racing, 207. Spebov spun. Is a broken.
Oh, he's got a broken wheel.
Rear
yeah, that back
corner,
that back
right
wheel's
rear
broken.
corner's gone.
Fortunately, right at a good spot to get back in the pit
Is
lane.
it? That's the fuel lane. That's the fuel area.
That's the fuel spot, yeah. And he's got a broken.
left front as well.
Left front is broken as well. He spun big time there. Look at the damage on the side as well. He's lost the sort of rear window. Well, it's not rear. It's not actually a window. It's just a board that's in there that gives
perspex piece.
But definitely some big problems there. And that is second place probably gone, and that's it, done.
We were just talking about the work he's done to catch that. 25 seconds was the gap before that happened.
Do we work for a company called Commentator's Curse, by the way?
It seems that way.
I'm not saying anything.
As the Ace Motorsport
What
car with
are we
Patano
doing
comes as well.
All right, so that is going to move BGSL up into second. But now the gap is going to be about a minute or so.
What is going on there? We got
No
a slow car
Limits.
72 and 462. No Limits was having a bit of a moment. He luckily collected it before he collected 72. Be interesting to see if we get a replay of that Spebov car and what happened.
BGSL 1028 behind the leader now. And 138 behind that is No Limit Racing. So there's still a chance for No Limit Racing
to get a second on the grid. A second. Yeah.
Listen,
Well,
if you're
away.
there now, you've got to survive. You can't afford to make any mistakes. You can't afford to have anything go wrong, and you can't afford to have a crash like Spebov just did.
I wonder what other cars were involved there, because it doesn't look like there were other cars involved. We've got a car coming in now with no damage.
No, but I think what happened there, to be honest with you, I think he might have hit the wall.
Spun it into the wall.
He spun it into the wall, and that's what's done the damage. So rip the man out of the car. That's how you do it.
Schumacher into the pits.
Put him in the
is
car.
Jumping in there. That's Krieg jumping in, getting all bolted up. Here's the 24, Project 24, down the inside. Into, that's another Limits car, 298.
298, that's the 298 car.
Passing the GDL
They're in
red.
12th. They could possibly still get up into 10th now with the demise of Spebov.
Trying to see on the circuit where he hit
must
it.
be kicking themselves right now.
Absolutely. There's a 278 car. That's second on the grid. Technically second. They've just come into the pits with only a 37-second gap to the leader. Now into the pits for what will probably be their penultimate.
Yeah.
Their penultimate driver change.
This will be penultimate driver change / fuel.
Has Babalo
Depending if
come
they go out
in?
there. I would say last fuel stop if they're going to go and do a fuel.
No Limits just passed them.
No Limits has just gone past. Yes, he has.
So has No Limits just passed GSL? We'll see when everything updates. GSL still in the pits on our timing monitor, and No Limits has gone past. So we're waiting for this just to update. There we go. No Limits up to third. GSL still shows at second, so it looks like they made it out the pits just in front of No Limits Racing.
By a second.
By a second.
Yeah, by a second.
239 versus 207 by a second.
Or is that? No, it's not by a second.
2:39, 2:07. 2 seconds.
Pick up on that if we can pick it up on track as well. So we're looking for that white and sort of green colored GSL car. No Limit Racing 506 if possible. That'll be the fight now for second.
To see what changes in terms of gap. 133 to the leader, 136 to the leader. It's 3 seconds. So 3-second gap at the moment between No Limits and GSL. Previous to the pit stop, the previous driver pairing had No Limits 3 seconds a lap faster than GSL, and No Limits 506 is now 3 seconds off GSL Racing.
Alex Coffey in that McDonald's car now. He's picked up the livery on his helmet as he climbed in.
There is the 506. And there
there's
it
GSL.
is. Yep.
Yeah, spot on.
No, it's not. There they are there. They're behind.
They've
No
actually
Limits.
got behind.
So No Limits has got
ahead.
past.
He's found a way through there. So No Limits moves up into second place now. And that'll bring him sort of, I would say,
in between
about
that,
a minute. About a minute will be the gap between him and the leader.
But in between that is Protection DD. Protection unit by DDK. So
Sixth place. They're in sixth place.
Yeah, but they're a lap down. Sorry, to me it looked like they had made their way up into...
Yeah. You're looking at track as opposed to what's on the board.
Exactly.
Yeah. Ooh, GSL, make it. Oh my goodness, that was close. Wow, that was so close. Well held there. That is fantastic. Protection unit was using every form of protection he could have. I think he brought everything. Whatever you could bring in terms of protection. Yeah, no, that certainly worked out very well there. Could have ended up completely wrong. So great avoiding a bit of driving there from the man at the wheel there. And a change up there as GSL goes through. No Limit Racing behind them.
We still have No Limit Racing
seconds.
behind GSL by 3 seconds, but on track.
They've passed. But I think it'll update now. It'll update now. This is not updated. Because there's still 1 lap behind the leader.
Right,
so it's still got to update, Jack. Okay. We've got a slight delay on our timing. There we go.
Cool.
So No Limit Racing now 3 seconds ahead of GSL. There's GSL in shot.
There we go. And 3 seconds up the road.
There's
There
No
they are.
Limits. Yeah,
there's
so
No Limits.
Confirmation
Teammates.
of that change up with his teammate. That's a great
He's
spot
got
to be
past
in.
him, actually.
That's a great place to be in, actually. To
And
have a
there's Food
teammate.
Lovers.
And hopefully they can get some onboard communication to that teammate to play the team role now. Food Lovers, No Limits, slow down. Concertina the car.
It kind of starts to look like it. The
Concertina,
way
that little pack up every now and again. Give that man a chance to get away and open up a little bit of breathing room.
Are we going to see some Ministry of Defence here?
Good possibility. Good possibilities. I like what I see so far. But then, there's a thorn in the roses there.
Yeah, Food. We're going to go 3 abreast up into Lure Corp.
Yeah, no, he's got him. No, he's got that inside line.
He's got all 3 of them. There we go. Done.
All right, so he's on to 2 of them. He's got to get through on the third car, which is the No Limits teammate.
Yes.
Now, let's see if No Limits play the team game now.
What did we say the purple was? Was that 285? Sorry, 298.
No, I think that was the 440.
Wasn't the 440 orange?
I've got to double check. So many low limits
that's
cars.
the 298.
298, okay.
So the
that's the
298.
right car you want there then.
Yes.
Because 298 is still fighting for top 10 honours. So they're going to still be pushing hard to try and close down on underscore 8K SW Racing.
No Limits 506 is kicked down. They're Audi.
Yeah, they're putting the hammer down properly.
They've made like 45, TT and Audi.
Yeah.
Ooh, full send on the inside. Got out the way. So 298 not playing Ministry of Defence.
Okay.
Rather playing for their own race.
Look, I'm not quite sure if you can bring team tactics in. I don't know what if there's rules that don't allow that.
Yeah, true.
So if there's the rules that don't allow that, then that's why they have to give that up without a fight or any contention.
I mean, as an audience, you must bear in mind that this is our first FunCup event. So we learn as we go along on the job. We try and give you the information that we can. The pit window is now closed, so there will be one more pit window, as far as I understand it, before the end of this race.
Yeah.
As we look at 88 get past the SRS car of the GSL car that is by SRS. That 88 protection
and if
unit.
our timing is right,
they're still side by side.
If our timing is right for that final pit window, it's about half an hour to go. Because we've got 1 hour and 10 to go.
Yeah, it'll be half an hour
to go for the final pit window to open up and give the chance for drivers to come in, do the final driver change if they're going to, or they have to.
And a half an hour push to the end.
Yeah, and if they need to refuel. The refueling window is something that we're not 100% a fay on here, because I don't know what the full range of this tank is. How far they can go on
I don't even know the size of the tank.
Yeah, I know. So how far they can go on this tank would be interesting to find out. And whether or not it's going to come into play And did they go and do their final fuel stop now on this penultimate one to give them a full fuel tank to get them to the end? Or do they still need to come in for a quick splash and dash for that last half an hour?
So we assume that Babelo's done their second to last stop.
Yeah.
With the pit window now closed. So it's now 54 seconds off. No Limit is 54 seconds behind them.
Correct.
Where did that 54 seconds come from? Because they were a minute and 12 seconds. Here's a replay. Oh, WTF.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday racing backwards out of Crocodile. Nice one, WTF Racing. We like it. But managed to get it back on track so we didn't have to go to
full course. 506 there. 3, there's the GBL red, orange.
Coming through the field now, I don't think there's too much of an issue there for No Limit Racing to get some clear air. How's that first sector? 39.9.
207.5. 207.7.
50.9, 2 seconds quicker in the second sector, and similar lap time in the third sector. But that was because you got traffic. You got traffic there.
There wasn't a single car that lapped that did a 208.
No one else.
Not a single car that lap did a 208, and that gentleman did a 207.7. Around him, the next best is a 209.3.
Correct. So we can see how hard No Limit Racing are pushing to try and get back. You chatted to one of their drivers and, of course, got an insight as to how hard they are working to try and get this victory, at least from today's proceedings for the first time out here at Kyalami's inaugural FunCup. It's the World's End Cup here at Kyalami. And we have certainly...
There's our race leader getting fueled up. Race leader just got refueled. It's the O'Hayes car just behind him.
Did he get the OK to leave?
Oh, there was also that issue as well,
yeah,
which was the 1 lap penalty.
The 1 lap penalty for unsafe release from the forecourt. Now, I would assume that refuel on Berbelique is the last refuel, because I'm sure they would have filled that tank. And then with an hour to go, I'm sure these cars can do an hour on a tank.
We assume.
Highly disappointed. Take into account what a 2-litre Volkswagen engine's fuel capacity normally is, fuel efficiency normally is, to race pace, an hour size tank. They're going to have endurance size tanks in these cars, so they're not going to have a smaller tank. I would say either 40 or 50 litre tank at least on these cars.
Yeah, it should be an hour at least.
So yeah,
and we assume No Limit still has to refuel as well.
Yes. Do they do it now and sacrifice?
Or do they build as big of a gap as possible?
Sacrifice or do the splash and dash?
I'll do a splash and dash. Always a splash and dash. Splash and dash is always good. It also depends on, I don't know if you can stop the guy from refueling the tank.
It's also a big question. Does that guy have to give you X amount of fuel?
Yeah. Does he have to go until it stops and then take it out?
Yeah.
That would be the fairest way to do it.
I would assume that would be the way to go.
So then a splash and dash is not a great idea because then you're going to fill the tank.
GSL flashing lights now to cars that he's about to come up on. That's the GDL orange car.
Oh, and now under pressure. Is that the 298 that's putting him under pressure? 298, yes. No, that's 506. That's our leader.
It's the leader. No, it's not the leader.
It's the second. Well, it's the second place car. They were dicing for second place.
Yeah, and yeah, this is the dice for second. That is the dice for second right there.
But he's already in. Babelo's down to third. It's now the dice for the win.
It's the dice for the lead.
So they must have stopped for fuel.
That Berbelique just stopped for fuel. That's what cost them.
Yeah, but I'm saying so does 506. 506 was ahead of these guys.
Yeah. So it's now the race for the lead, and there's the lead change. No Limits takes the lead of the race once again, coming out of Sunset Corner and into Clubhouse. We've got a new leader, the man who lost the lead earlier on after 2 stops in the middle of the track, which was no one's fault. No one knew what was going on there, what was wrong with the car. And then, of course, still got a fuel penalty for a non-safe release out of the forecourt refueling station up at the top pits. So we now have No Limit Racing ahead of BGSL to the tune of, what is that? A second? Yeah, about a second.
About a second. And the way he passed him earlier and eked out that gap so quickly, I don't expect that he's going to be within a second for long. That 88 protection, you did hear me go ooh earlier. Protection not taking it too precautiously and ending up almost 4 wheels in the grass there.
I'm really concerned about what this last half an hour is going to be like. Because remember, each of these cars now have to stop again. What is the strategy here?
who's the driver that's
when
going
do they
in?
come in, and when do they make that call to come in? Do they look? Standard option is if there's a safety car around that window, that's when you're going to go in. No doubt about it.
I mean, we're seeing a lot of very tired drivers out there, so the possibility of mistakes does start to increase at the end of 8 hours of racing. The cars are tired, the brakes are hot, the tires are starting to wear. It all becomes a little bit harder, but these drivers still pushing flat out at the moment to make sure that they can. Oh, we've got a car slow on the main straight. That's 5, 6, 7. Very slow on the main straight. Doesn't sound like it can find the gears it needs.
That's the GDL orange car. It's our Japanese contingent, the third of the Japanese contingent. Just going back to 506 though. 506 have got 4 drivers. Benjamin Hanouet, Kevin Balthazar, Evan Giltare, and Clement Outram. They are the 4 drivers in the 506.
Plus one more. I spoke to another one that's not on that list.
So there's 5 drivers in 506.
Yeah.
Okay. So they've got an option of 5 drivers. By the way, BGSL have an option of 2.
They only have 2 drivers.
2 drivers. Louis Giesenberg and Evan Becerra.
In Babylon. Or SRS. I mean GSL, sorry.
No, in GSL. So GSL have got 2 drivers. No Limit have 5 drivers.
Babylon?
That's No Limit. Go back to the main straight away there. I think that was No Limit Racing on the straight before the S's. There's a car that slowed, and I think it might be No Limit Racing that slowed. Again. It is.
No.
It is. Yeah, BGSL has taken the lead. Just picked up on the car on the straight. No, that's OPM. They've got a puncture, so they're slowing down. But No Limit Racing slowed into the S's. Just before we went into the S's there, the car was on the left-hand side of the track and slowing, and possibly stopped again. So maybe gone into like a sort of a false neutral with that engine again.
Yeah, or a limp mode
but
again.
Something's gone wrong in that car, and BGSL have retaken the lead.
That is unbelievable.
It's endurance racing. Let me tell you,
Not an
that
hour.
is exactly what
At
happens.
an hour.
That is exactly what happens in endurance racing. You think it's all done. Okay, we can go and get the trophy.
Now we can relax.
Carl. No, maybe not.
No, maybe not. Whip out the gravy tool. No,
Man,
clean it off and go again.
It is. It is. I'm telling you now. Watch this. You're going to see a lead change here. BGSL have taken the lead.
I haven't seen No Limits come past.
No Limits slowed going into the S's. I just picked up on the back end of their car as the camera changed.
There they are there. They've just crossed the line now, so they've got him going again. And he's going to have to chase that gap down all over again.
Yeah.
So what was, he had a 4-second lead before I think, or 3-second lead before that car slowed down?
That's a
APM
concern.
Monaco doing him some good
5
favors
seconds.
though.
5 seconds between him.
Oh, it's APM's window that's open.
Yeah.
So APM doing some good work for him there. He's going to go in for a pit stop. He's going in for fuel. Let's see what No Limits does. Fuel as well.
Fuel as well. Good timing. How is the
Where's
forecourt
Barbaro?
looking? How
Barbaro
is the
is
forecourt
19
looking?
seconds
Can we
behind.
get a shot of that refueling possibly if we
only the
can?
two
There
of
we go.
them. It's only the
There's
two
the
of
2 of them. Look at that.
3 of them.
Schumacher's in there as well. So we got 3 cars coming in for refuel. 2 of them are fighting for the lead of this race. Is this going to... No, fortunately, you got a bit of a gap there. So can they get the fuel in? Yes, they can. BGSL are waiting for fuel.
So is No Limits.
No Limits is waiting.
No one's
No
refueling
Limits is
No
getting
Limits.
refueled first.
No,
BGSL is getting refueled as well. So I didn't see that man there. Sorry.
So GSL is getting refueled?
No, I didn't, because it was the 2 black T-shirts on top of each other there. So I didn't see that at all.
As we wait for them to refuel and move on out the pit lane. No Limits though. It's taken to get their fueling done. This is such an awkward moment because it's not your team actually fueling your car. Greg's having a bit of a moment here in the corner. Making me giggle. So there's not actually your team fueling the car. It's Marshall's fueling your car. So you can't really be like...
No, you got to wait. You
plan
have to wait until they send you out.
Yeah.
And it cannot afford to make another mistake of being released incorrectly or
without
not at the
someone
right
telling
time.
him.
Yeah, no. So
it must be
it's
the most
it's all
frustrating
timing
moment as a driver.
It's all timing. Both of them are sitting there.
Babylon was only 19 seconds behind, so they've definitely retaken the lead because they've done their fuel stop. We saw them do their fuel stop. There Schumacher goes. There goes.
BGSL. Wow.
Now, how is that not an unsafe relief?
That might be an unsafe release, hey? I'm telling you right now, that could be called as an unsafe release there for BGSL, but that is for the lead of the race. Yellow flags waving as they come back onto the circuit. No Limits Racing will probably be saying, hang on a second, that was a little dangerous on the release there.
There goes No Limits.
No Limits back on track.
So he's got a gap to chase. He's got an hour to do it. We know how fast that driver is. He's been doing 207s consistently. Not that I'm rooting for No Limits. It does sound like I'm rooting for No Limits when I say surely that was unsafe release. But to my eye, that looked like unsafe release into the path of another car. If you go back to the video of the replay of No Limits' unsafe release, there was no other car
His was
around
just a
him.
wheel spin.
And maybe someone telling him.
And maybe when he was allowed to go. I don't know what the scenario is when they get told when they're allowed to go or not. Coming up on back markers now is not
That's
what you
number 67.
Oh, 67.
No, 67.
67 by sgrt.be.
Got well out the way.
28th
want to
place,
fight that.
getting out of the way, knows that the Foster car is coming. Certainly going to stay out of harm's way there. So it's hammer time now for No Limit Racing. We're going to get the refresh now. Of course, Berbelique spot on, have retaken the lead.
Berbelique, I keep calling him Berbelo.
Berbelique have retaken the lead. We wait to see.
Update.
GSL and No Limit. What's the gap? Between?
Oh, GSL's in bad traffic. That will help No Limits.
It is being held up there pretty badly, yeah. They find a way through here under braking down into the final turn at Ingwe. 416 car.
Oh, you got the switchback. You got the switchback done
That's
nicely.
on Grau by SKL.
Yeah. Switchback was done quite nicely there on Grau.
And he's through.
But
so that'll
look
be
at
second.
the gap. The gap is close. No Limits has caught plenty on that lap.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be like 3 seconds gap.
5 seconds, I think it might be. Let's have a look and see as they cross the line. Just waiting for that final sector to come up.
Schumacher's on the charge from AC Motorsport as well. They're on trying to get onto the back of them now. We did lose one of our contenders for the podium. And that was...
so the gap to the leader is 117. And the gap between second and third is...
121.
4 seconds.
4 seconds.
4 second gap between GSL and No Limits. But let's see.
We've got
the leader's doing
56
209s. And we know that No Limits can do 207s. And we got just under an hour to go. There's enough time there for No Limits to make up that ground.
He's actually visible in the same shot.
Go catch BGSL first and then set your sights. I'm trying to close that gap down and hope that there's a bit of traffic that comes into play.
I'm going to go with
the bottom line here is
the car going to finish?
It can work in both ways. And also, do we have another problem with the No Limits car?
There it is again. It switched off again. As he got on the power, the thing wheel spun and switched off.
It's coming out of the left-hander there at Clubhouse that it seems to have a bit of an issue.
It's not a fuel surge. It doesn't look like he's got him going again, though.
No, he hasn't got it going. You can see the cars in the background slowing down.
I wonder if it's either a gear lever, a gearbox issue. Well, what they were saying is the car actually switches off, so it might be an electrical short that's
shorts, yeah.
As you go around the left-hander, either plugs or unplugs. Black and white flag, full car 438. As I turn my head to the left to look at you, I saw it.
So the last time we saw him stopped in the middle of the track is the bottom of the left-hander, which is at the bottom of the mine shaft. That's when we physically saw him stop.
Yes,
so it's
also a left-hander.
It's a left-hand side of the car issue.
So the only thing I can think of, from my mind, is that it's either a loose electrical connection. So as you're turning left, either the alternator switching off, or
something's going off in the car,
or even the kill. I've had it before with the kill switch with the Legend. Every time I turn left, the NX Legend would switch off because the kill switch was loose. And when I turn left, the wire would pull, switch off, and then when I straighten the car up, it would straighten again. So almost as I turn right, if I whip the steering wheel right, the car actually switches on again. But I haven't seen that 506 car. Yeah, they come past our commentary box now, so we'll be able to see a little bit easier.
It's a big margin, I can tell you. I've been watching the screen while you were discussing the possibilities of what could be wrong on that car, and it's a big margin because it didn't get going. There he comes.
It's a big margin.
It's a big margin.
That happens again to him. I think now I think third place is a good place to finish. The podium's not bad.
Let's just look at the gap, though.
I mean, a 2:10 versus a 3:45.
Yeah, but have a look at his sector time when it was working. Is a 39.8 compared to the 41s being done by the two cars ahead of him. He did a 36 in the last sector, so he matched the last sector time of BGSL.
He just lost 10 seconds, 11 seconds when that thing switched off.
Yeah. So he's got to just watch it through the left-handers.
So 16 seconds he's got to find. But also as a driver, you don't want to now change your driving style for a left-hander if you don't know what the problem is.
Keep an eye. Let's see what happens to the left-hander here again at Clubhouse. Clubhouse curse on him there. It's not working. But BGSL, definitely no worries at all for them for second. I don't know if they've got enough time to catch Berbelique because they are lapping similar times. It's
1 minute 16.
10 ones. 10s, anywhere in the 10s is not going to make any difference.
Look, if No Limits can do 207s every lap and have a really good stop in the next stop.
No, they can. I'm not saying no, I'm saying BGSL are not going to catch the leader. But
Not
No
at their
Limits
current
could
pace.
potentially catch both of them. And Berbelique coming up on some traffic now could also be hindered here slightly.
Oh, that's such an evil curve on the exit there, the way it drops off. Down the inside, they go into Sunset. He's going to pass 3 cars. We talk of traffic. What traffic? Where was it?
I don't understand what you're talking about, Chris.
There was no traffic there.
I think we need to get onto that Hot 1027 traffic report and tell them they're not telling us
they're not
right.
giving us the right numbers here.
It's not the right information at Sunset. There was no traffic into Sunset.
On the same lap, though, Helis Motors by LADC, are they on the same lap as now?
No, they're not. AC Motorsport back up to 12th, though, from Devon's team. 126.007 there for them on that last lap. So good run for them. Possibly looking to try and get back up, I think, into the top 10. As I said, I think that's probably what their goal would have been, is to get top 10 finish here, having not piloted one of these cars ever. Also the team dynamic, of course, coming together there with Hammond, Patamba and Robertson. Nice team dynamic there between them. Lots of experience from all 3 drivers, and multiple saloon car experience, of course, with all 3 of them too. Devon, of course, and Wayne helping out on the setup on that car would have been a huge coup to have. 298 is the second of the No Limits racing cars. That one, of course, is also in with a shot, I think, of getting, and has got into the top 10. He's into 9th place, in fact. So nice run there from the second of the No Limits cars. And also looking to get into, he's doing the 212s at the moment, so probably just settled. Yeah, I think he's going to settle for that position. Try and hang on to keep out any attempt from Ores systemic, or maybe he can close down on the underscore 8K SW.
We're having a look now at the boards going on. A lot of teams are asking for fuel, so this will be the last of their fuel stops. We were talking about Devon, Hammond, and Patamba. They're also talking about possibly purchasing one of these cars and running it their way.
Fantastic.
Running the way they want to run, and the way a South African team would run a race car. Not saying that these guys do it any differently or any worse. It's just, it's quite nice to be involved with every aspect of a race car.
And the setup will give you a chance to, to do some development, do some training in the car, get some laps in at other circuits around the world if they are going to run in FunCup as a full season. It's not a bad plan. If Kish Patamba's got anything to do about it, I can tell you it's probably going to happen.
And will be done properly.
With Hammond as well, putting some backing behind it. It'll be a worthwhile effort there. Devon and Wayne will be there from the technical aspect and, of course, for the driver training aspect too. Because both of those boys have been, I think, via Devon's skills on a few occasions, particularly Mikhail. But needless to say, it'll be awesome for the South African team competing in FunCup, showing the world what we can do. Not only the picturesque circuit of Kyalami as our opening round for 2026's season, but also to have a team continuing on and fighting the fight for honours in FunCup. Not that it's a world championship or an international championship, it's literally a fun championship. And if you win it, well done. No one really makes any big hoo-ha about it, according to when I spoke to Benoit on Thursday. You've got the quote he said this morning. He said it's all about the fun, but if you get the cup at the end, that's just the bonus. So I think what Berbelique are looking for are the cup, and they're now going to look to try and maintain that at least minute gap over the BGSL team.
Yeah, minute and 15 seconds it was in the last lap, but brought down to 11 seconds now with a 2:07.5 is No Limit Racing versus a 2:09.4 in second place BGSL. So No Limit Racing getting the hammer down. It was 11 seconds at the last split. Let's see what it is now when they cross the start-finish line. I expect it to be a lot less than that. We've just watched Barbara go through. There is our food lovers as well. As we head up into Crowthorne, we're watching. That is the 298 car of No Limits.
Yeah.
The No Limits 298. And right behind them is Berbelique. What are we doing, 298? Are we parking the car in the middle? Are we making it difficult to pass?
You would hope so. You would hope so if they're allowed to. If they're allowed to, No Limit Racing 298 should be trying to at least concertina that field up slightly. Just put the car in a position that makes it a little bit more difficult to overtake. It's nothing hectic, but it's subtle.
Oh, there's some flashing
lights there for BGSL. Trying to find a way through there. I think that might be on Jonathan Thomas.
Yes.
Is that car now? They would have done the final driver change there, I think.
Yeah.
No, they wouldn't have. Still got one more to go. So maybe Jonathan Thomas will finish, or would he pass it on to the boss man to finish?
I think he'll pass on to the boss man. It looked like Jonathan in there. Let's see when they come through the final corner. I'll be able to get a glimpse of the helmet and the black suit that he's wearing. I can't see.
It looks like a short driver, so I would go with Jonathan. No, I'm not.
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, no, it looked like a shorter driver because the boss man is slightly taller. And if you look from the rear view of that
you
car,
can see where the head is.
Where the helmet was, it looked like Jonathan at the wheel. So, yeah.
A few cars still circling out there that we've been talking a lot about was the 480 just came past the commentary box now, as well as the Schumacher by Ace Motorsports.
Let's have a look and see how 480 is done in terms of its recovery. Because we did see them come in, as I said earlier on. And they have now moved themselves.
They're lost. No, there they are. They're in blue at the top. Car 38. They're in 30th position. That's a big jump.
That's a massive recovery, considering they were out for a large margin of the middle chunk of this race.
Speedbuff still there. 45th. 12 laps down.
Speedbuff is trying to hang on for
5 or 6 in the pits.
5 or 6 in the pits for the driver change. This will be the last driver change. This will be the final driver change for them. And I think what they're doing is they're chatting about what the issue is.
What the issue could be, yeah.
So there we go. Last driver change for No Limit Racing. They've lost one position there to protection unit by DDK. They'll make that one up, I think, pretty rapidly.
Once the stop is done, yeah.
Stop's done.
Pit window now open. As he, ooh, car 150. Jonathan lost it massively, and how he held on to that.
And that was with BGSL closing in on him. So the pressure was coming from the second place car. And basically not what he wanted, but had no other option for Barbieri racing experience.
Well, it looked like he was trying to follow him through, and unfortunately, as he tried that, everything kind of closed up on him. But he managed to keep the car on the black stuff and didn't make any contact with anybody else. So great drive from him.
5 cars on the same lap into the sort of last 40 minutes of this race. Make it 45.
Oh, and again he's sideways.
Okay. I'm starting to feel the effects of the race. And
yeah, but look, even all these cars are starting to move around a bit at the back as we get into this last 46 minutes.
Handcooks now. This is not a hard-wearing circuit in terms of tyres, I have to say. In what I've seen in the past from races we've done at endurance level as well as at the sprint races, the surface here is pretty good for tyres. So, but you know, we've been out there for 8 hours, and how many times have they changed their tyres? A couple of guys we saw changing tyres, a couple of guys we haven't seen changing tyres. So they tried to push the envelope, push these handcooks to their limits and maybe over them. We'll have to wait and see.
I was just having a scope through the names. I was looking for that Project 24. There it is. Up to 48 now after their incident of ripping half the car off. Not a bad recovery for them. Taking half the bodywork away from the car and still managing to... Car 88 running against the pit wall. So maybe something wrong with that car. He's trying to show his team that there's an issue. So car 88, that is protection unit by DDK. They're currently running in third. And running that close to the pit wall in endurance racing normally means the driver is trying to communicate some sort of issue. And maybe radio in the car not working. Food lovers as well go past. We look at 278 now, trying to get past that of the 431. He's round the outside, the MG liveried, the paying homage to the British touring car. That's the Monarch Hub by M3M. M3M, I spoke about them earlier. 3 cars on the grid at the moment. And I think 431 is their highest entry at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. No, I'm mistaken. It is definitely not their highest. It is APM Monaco by M3M is currently the highest M3M car out there, 14th place. A great showing from them.
No, Food Lovers is the highest M3M.
Is it Food Lovers?
Yeah.
So I went through all 3 of them, and I was wrong both.
Yeah, and M3M has. You forgot to check the Food Lovers car.
I didn't check the Food Lovers car. But obviously you would know the Food Lovers car.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's my favorite car.
See, I didn't get it wrong. What I was doing was setting you up to run yourself into that joke.
Right into that joke. Thanks very much for that. So, Bobalik with a small advantage. It's not a huge one. It's enough for BGSL to close down. No Limit are definitely going to try and hunt down that 48 seconds or so that they need to close the gap. What is it? 42 seconds they're going to close down. Catch protection unit DK, who came across the line, as you said, up against the wall, possibly looking for help.
The splits aren't as good as what they were with the previous driver in the car, though. So why the decision to bring him in early then?
Yeah.
If that is your driver that's turning good lap times, maybe not the decision to bring them in that early in the pit stop window. We still wait for GSL Racing and Beverly to come in for their stop, as well as this car 88.
Unless there was an issue with the car again.
Let's see if he runs up against the pit wall again. Yeah, he's back across the pit wall.
He's definitely gesticulating to somebody, but they're not seeing. I don't think they're seeing that there might be some kind of an issue on the car. Or is he saying, is it time to come in? Because there's no pit board.
Is it saying, I'm tired?
Time to come. Please.
Showing the rollover signal. I don't know why I'm showing you that signal like the rest of the world can see me do it.
Can we please change? Well, our crew can see us.
There. Yeah. So maybe they can put that up so they can always talk him up. And OPM Monaco. Under pressure from Berbalik. He's actually closing the door on him before they head up into the fuel stop area. But Berbalik eventually making that move stick on APM. So no love lost there between those two cars, that's for sure. Didn't make that move easy. As we head into the last 45 minutes, the last 3/4 of an hour of racing here at the 8-hour FunCup. The end of the world FunCup. Is that what they called?
World's End.
World's End FunCup.
World's End. If you just go out of Kyalami, you'll see the Black Pearl and
yes. Captain Jack
Sparrow, because it's World's End.
It's World's End.
You know? If you just go over the highway, you're going to fall off.
You're going to fall off the end of the world.
Yeah, that's what these French and European drivers thought when they came to the World's End.
Beverly getting a massive run up the hill towards Lurkop, but there's two cars in his way. This is such a difficult moment to do as a lead driver.
Squeeze through is exactly what you want to do. Well done.
Well done. That is threading the needle if I've ever seen it.
Properly done.
And it also helped Project as well. Protection unit.
It has. Protection unit going to try and get through there. And, wow, hello, APM coming along for the ride. They decided, well, there's the door that's open. Let me jump in there and see if I can find a way past.
There we go. Job done. So they're going to look up the inside again. But from that is the one thing, and I'm going to say this out on air, the one thing as a driver coach that I cannot stand is when you go to pass someone and you drive it right along the inside of the track. Like when you go to pass someone, put your car as close to them as possible.
Yes.
So if they don't see you when they turn in, the impact is far smaller than if you're coming from the full inside of the track.
100%.
So when I see that, I tend to get a bit nervous.
You don't get sent over the wall and into the golf course.
Or send the person you're trying to pass over the wall into. So you try and come as close to them as possible.
Show them that you're there.
Show them that you're there. So, and also, if the contact happens, it's a much smaller contact than from two car widths away.
Not a Big Bang Theory.
A Big Bang Theory is great to watch. Not nice to see on the track, though.
Cars coming in for their final driver changes, I think, in the next couple of minutes. Here we go, as Monaco's under a bit of pressure there from our protection unit.
He's just passed him, actually.
He's got through the protection unit trying to come back at him.
Yeah, these guys don't give up.
They're not holding back because protection unit is third, and the APM Monaco car is down in 14th.
Not the leading M3M car. That would be Food Lovers, as I told you earlier.
Correct. You were spot on.
67 coming into the pits for its final driver change. 67, not only the number of the car, it's also the team name. So 67 in for their stop. 6-7.
6-7 racing. But
there's our second place car, 278. That's BE.
Watching him come across the line now. BGSL Racing by SRS. To the line now. Let's have a look and see what the gap is. His sector time was slightly slower in sector 1. And I would assume it's going to be slightly slower 2 and 3 as well, because I think he's gone into survival mode, to be honest with you, with BGSL. Protection DDK at 56 seconds back on that, 27 seconds back on that. So it's now down to 41 seconds. So No Limit Racing is closing on protection unit DDK.
With a stop in hand on all the cars in front of them.
1:15.
Berbalik hasn't stopped.
Berbalik still got to do a driver change.
And we haven't seen them refuel. Oh, we did.
No, we saw them
refuel.
The refuel's done. It's the driver change now that you've got to take into account. And that'll come in about 9 minutes' time. If I've timed this right and hopefully got the ramifications of how this series works.
Yeah, the window should close at 30 minutes. Or 35. There's Beverly now going down the inside, down into Crowthorne, so they won't be coming in for a pit stop just yet. We know that.
So that's the half a lap difference. Sorry to jump in.
Yeah.
That's the half a lap difference. You can see Beverly going across the line as he goes into the S's. Crowthorne S's, it's actually more than half a lap there. He's got over second place. So I don't think BGSL is going to be able to catch
I don't think anybody's going to be able to catch
Past
Bobalik at the
Bobalik.
moment. Unless Bobalik, something happens.
Yeah.
Unless commentator's curse stays. Right now, 5:06, also miles behind, more than half a lap behind that of BGSL. They are a lot closer to protection. But again, like we said, they've done their last stop. Protection still need to do it. There's the Gulf liveried 457 car down the inside. There goes Bobalik around the inside of Sunset past McDonald's. So the McDonald's car losing another place. Not another place. They're getting past again throughout this lap by Bobalik. So Bobalik moving through the traffic as fast as possible. You don't want to get stuck in traffic now, regardless of the lead that you've got. And also every pass you make now in the next half an hour is going to be rather heart in throat moment.
Yeah, gingerly
done.
Gingerly done is what you want to be doing right now. No extenuating circumstances in your overtaking opportunity. You've got to just make it as smooth as possible, smooth as silk.
Devin Robinson suiting up now, so his team obviously soon to be in. But you say, like, take it easy on a pass. Every time I've gone to take it easy on a pass, I've had some of the biggest accidents.
To be honest with you, we speak about what these guys are thinking behind their helmets, but we can't tell you exactly what they're thinking. My opinion is, and it's been mine when I've done some endurance races in cars, and most of my endurance races, of course, have been on motorcycles. You ride the same way you ride lap 1. You ride lap 180.
Well, Senna was the same thing.
Because if you don't, then you're not racing, because you've got to be on attack all the time. You cannot go on defense. You go on defense and the car slows down and you start to make mistakes and you start
But the brain gets too busy, yeah.
You start hearing things in your ear, you go, oh no, hold on a second.
Why is the car making that noise?
That noise wasn't here 2 laps ago. No, just drive the car.
And then the brain starts making, well, I don't know if you ever remember that Senna versus Prost in Monaco. He was coming up to lap. I think he was eventually going to lap Prost. Miles quicker than anybody else and just kept going quicker and quicker and quicker. And when he tried to back it off, he made a mistake and he hit the wall.
That's it.
And rather than back it off, he should have just stayed flat out all the way through.
Should have just kept it going, yeah. Keep it going.
Keep that rhythm. Keep moving. Saga Africa in the pits. They were entered as Carpe Diem. Now they're Saga Africa.
Change that. For that team. Stag Racing up to 23rd, by the way.
Brilliant.
Nice run there from Jensen, Nick Adcock.
There's Bobalik. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, 442. I just saw a black car. I got excited. Calm down.
Yeah.
We're looking at him on screen, Carl.
He's on screen.
Focus.
Into Clubhouse and you're looking at him.
Yeah, focus.
Where are you looking?
I just saw black car and I saw a slow stop.
There are a few black cars out there.
Yes.
So there goes one of the No Limit Racing cars, but it's not the one. The Hulk is on his way.
This is the one we worry about, the leader. 35 minutes still to go. We're waiting for that pit window to close. We don't know when that's going to be. So expect them in the next couple of laps. Our current leader, for those of you watching.
I would say he's probably going to be in this lap or the next, at least, to get that pit window to perfection. Because otherwise you're going to lose out on that pit window. And with 35 minutes to go, do not.
Here comes 150. Out comes Jonathan Thomas.
I was right. It was Jonathan Thomas. No, it wasn't.
It was. That was Jonathan.
Are you sure?
Yes, I just got pulled out the car. Yes.
Change his suit.
He's wearing the Adcock.
Yeah. He's wearing the Adcock.
Adcock, that's it. Into the car they go. Strapped in he goes. Door closed, off you go.
Boss man, take it to the finish.
So Bobalik coming now through Cheetah. Does he peel off to the right? No, he doesn't. Peel off to the left, sorry. No, he doesn't. So 4, 5, 6, our current leader.
And clear air. That's great. That's what you need at this point in the race. A little bit of clear air. Clear your mind. Get a little bit of breathing room. Put up a little margin. Look who's behind you. Can that person help you out? Yes, they possibly can, because they're a lot slower than me. So the next car that comes into play is not the car I want to be seeing. Neither is the fourth one. Neither is the fifth one. So in the prime position right now. APM Monaco into the pits. Driver change for them as well.
88 in as well.
Flip the driver out, chuck the other driver in. I just love to get away there. I'd like to see them do that with me.
AC Motorsports in.
Highly unlikely. They're going to be able to rip me out of the car like that. No matter what the adrenaline level is on that marshal that's assisting.
Mechanic.
Or mechanic. Sorry, mechanic, yeah. That's the word I meant.
Mechanic.
There we go. So into sunset. I don't think we're going to get to really see the effects of sunset here. It's going to be a late sunset this evening, which is probably after 6. But they will start to see the low sun now, because it is kind of pushing through the clouds here right in the closing part of the day. So we'll get to experience what the Sunset Corner is all about in about half an hour's time.
Through the S's they go. That's such a tricky corner because the way it drops away from you and then starts to pick up again. The car's kind of getting loose, then it starts to come back towards you a bit. So it's very much a confidence corner. In a front-wheel drive car, that was terrifying, that sector. But once you got used to it, it was quite enjoyable. There's the Schumacher car, another one of the Ace Motorsport entries. Down the inside goes one of the No Limits cars. That is the 506.
Yeah, that's the one. That's a car we're looking for. Third place.
Third place at the moment, past
Back ahead
protection.
of-
So protection in the pits. Now we wait to see when BGSL come in.
Has No Limits done this stuff?
Yeah, they have. They were the first of the group to do this.
Okay, so No Limits have done and Berbelique have done.
Yes.
So it's just the other two. So GSL could lose out here.
They did have the lead at some point. This car, the 506, the No Limit 506, was one of our leaders, but unfortunately they had a bit of a misfire issue. Car 298, that's one of the other No Limit cars, up to 8th position. Our fully South African team, AC Motorsport, car number 487, they're down in 14th place at the moment. Here comes the 298.
That could potentially change if they come in for the driver change and give it to Devon to finish.
They just did.
So Devon's out there now. I'm going to expect to see at least the top 10 from AC Motorsport.
Well, it's 4 laps off the leader. So if let me go look at this board here. AC Motorsport 179, Monaco M3M 179, they're up in 12th. Eurodata car, so if Eurodata car and LADC 453 have not pitted, then there's definitely a possibility for a top 10. They've been flashing in and out of the top 10 all day.
That's the plan, I think.
So we know for sure there is a definite possibility of a top 10. Struggle to get the driver in and out. I've seen a couple of adjust for sleep suits out there. That's a logo that we know quite well from the South African Endurance series.
So yeah, they come down towards Crowthorne Corner. A couple of cars still in their little battles. And when I say a couple, it's still about 9 or 10 cars in that little battle, which is great to see.
Yeah, comes No Limits out. That is that was one of the His cars going out as well.
His cars going out too. That may have been.
Yeah, he has 278. 278 in.
278. That's there we go.
BGSL.
BGSL in for their driver change.
Let's see what happens between them and No Limits and how close of a race we're going to have with 30 minutes left to go at the moment. Be interesting to see what kind of racing we're going to have between all these drivers.
We don't have a shot of it, so I'm just looking down pit lane to watch for BGSL to exit the pit lane.
Oh, we got 3 abreast going up into what?
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse. All sorted itself out. McDonald's making its move past that. Food Lovers trying to get past as well with the No Limits car, and just behind them Devon Roberts is going to try and thread the needle into the S's. Would you like a more dangerous opportunity to get past? Devon says yes please, I'll take it. Round the outside of one, down the inside of the other as they head up towards Luurkorp. Devon really coming to grips now with these FunCup cars. Patamba not doing a bad job before him, and neither did Damien Hammett. So a lot of these drivers, it was their first time in this car, not their first time on the circuit. They had the exact opposite problem of the European compatriots. The European compatriots know the cars, but they don't know the track. There goes 506 No Limits. Just past the start-finish line now.
Confirmation of that gap now. So it's 1:11 between leader and BGSL. He was in pit lane, but he got back out on track, and I think he got back out on track enough to stay ahead of No Limits. But how big a gap does he open up? 2:01. Sure, it's a big gap. It's a big gap.
Devon down the inside of No Limits through Cheetah. Good move. Almost grabbed that horrible sausage curve, but he didn't. Let's see what the gap is now. 2:01, 2:11. Why is it so big? 36.8. That must be the last one.
There might have been some kind of an issue.
No, that must be the last
51 in the middle sector. That's about the same.
It's about the same as everybody else.
Same as everybody.
I think our timing screen is down as a lap behind at the moment. Because on this screen it says 50 seconds.
Well, it says 50 seconds there as well.
Oh, is it?
So 50 seconds to second place.
And 6 seconds lap faster in the first sector. With 30 minutes left to run.
Pit stop there for BGSL has cost them a bit as well. Because their last lap time was at 2:39.
Yeah, that would have been the lap time. Pit stop.
With the pit stop.
So we must be a couple of laps behind there because that was...
We'll have to get confirmation on the change up there. 28.54, 28.32. No, it's only about 20 seconds. It's just the internet speed to do the refresh on our timing monitor. It'll come through now. There we go. 2:16, 1:13.0 to the leader. We wait for 5:06 to come through. There he
Yeah,
comes.
it's quite a while away. So it's definitely a bigger gap than what it was before you went to the pit. So that car, they spent a bit more time on it to see what they could find the problem was. But still on for a podium. He's pushing hard here.
Look at how wide he came out of that cheetah corner into Ingwe with hard on the brakes.
Yeah, you can see the body language of the car, the way it's skirting around and moving.
Whole different maneuver happening there with that driver behind the wheel of the No Limits car right now, I can tell you.
We've just had our screen refreshed.
Thanks very much for that one.
Still got us a lap down. 2:08.1 apparently was the last lap.
We're going to get a refresh of it now, so don't stress. We can concentrate on here so long and watch that 5:06 car trying to bridge the gap to the BGSL car by SRS.
Yeah, last lap 2:07.5 by No Limits Racing 5:06, and a 2:16 by GSL Racing by SRS. So GSL Racing really not finding grips at the moment with the car as it is. 2:13 for Babalik, so I don't know, or 2:14. So I don't know how bad the traffic was for those two, but it doesn't seem like they're able to push as hard as they were. They were doing 2:09s versus 2:07s. Now it's almost 9 seconds a lap. 41.9 is the gap. We saw it at 50 earlier. So this No Limits Racing 5:06 car definitely has no limits out there at the moment. We've seen how hard he's pushing. Here's Babalik stuck in a bit of traffic. Down the inside they go. That's one of the underscore cars. Underscore BKSW. As he goes past 285. Not doing too badly, old 285. They've been out of the trouble, keeping their nose clean.
Babalik right now are going to literally just hang on.
Cruise.
Try not to make any mistakes, try to stay out of harm's way, try to get through traffic as harmlessly as possible.
Just cruise.
Avoid any contact.
209.2 is perfectly...
Avoid any contact. 210s is good enough as well.
Why not?
Take the lead.
He could actually really sit at 12s, to be honest. Nice and comfortable, no need to push. Easy game. You've got the gap now. Or they did everything right. No issues, no mistakes, no problems.
He's got a half a lap differential between himself and BGSL. BGSL not quite half a lap.
Yeah, BGSL they've got about 30 seconds. I would say he's taking 10 seconds a lap. 39.9 through the first sector versus a 41.3.
Stand by for the change.
For BGSL. So BGSL losing a lot of time in that first sector. Second sector 52.5. We haven't seen the second sector come through on our timing monitors yet. As Babalik come across to complete another lap.
2:07.3.
Absolute versus a 2:11.2. Absolutely flying.
They are hauling. So 2:07.3 is 2:07 is it's 4 seconds quicker than the second place car, with still 25 minutes to play. It's enough time if they can avoid
traffic.
traffic.
Down at 37 now. It was 41. Yeah. It's now down at 37.
If they're allowed to sort of get through relatively unscathed through traffic, second place is still up for grabs.
Yeah, more than for sure. You know, more than likely we're going to see a dice. Hopefully towards the end of the race for second place. There shouldn't be any more stops left for today. They have their pit window. 24 minutes left to go. 24-minute sprint race to the end for these FunCups here around the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. A circuit.
Oh, but this could change up the works here. 338 out of shape.
Spin.
Little spin out there for the 338 there. That's AC Motorsports
Babalik just went past.
Is it 338? It is 338.
I don't think that's a Schumacher. It is 338 though. 338, that is AC Motorsport Schumacher, you're right. There must be two of them then.
So it's not the 38, JMK, no, JMK's out.
No, 338 is the AC Motorsport Schumacher car. That's with Sam and Nathan Hammond aboard as well.
So a little spin there for them.
There's AC Motorsport Schumacher car, and then there's Schumacher by AC Motorsport. Oh, double wave yellow, so he's obviously still there.
Full course caution. Oh my goodness.
Is it? No.
No, it's not. Just double wave yellow. Okay, my bad.
So double wave yellow while he gets that car going. There is the battle we were talking about. Second place, 278. He's still sitting there under a double wave yellow.
That is the final corner. So it's a very... See, he's waiting for a clear window to turn the car. He's got the car going. It's running. That's why they're waiting for him. But he can't go because there's so much traffic. Saw that earlier on, remember?
There goes Levelesque.
You've got to wait for a little spot there. There we go,
FC
full course.
white.
Oh, full course.
Full course yellow.
That's going to change things up now. The problem you've got right now, and I was going to mention it earlier on.
You can't chase down.
It's not a case that you can concertina the field. Where you are is where you have to slow down to 60 k's an hour.
It just neutralizes the race.
So it just neutralizes it. You don't have the ability like when you're in a safety car where you can then concertina and close that gap up. Now you have to just sit at 60 k's an hour. So wherever you are, for instance, where Berbelique is and wherever BGSL is and wherever No Limit is, they have to sit at 60 k's an hour. They aren't able to close the gap between what would be the safety car and them closing the gap down on their rival.
Yeah. So it's just the race that's neutralized now.
It's
So
neutral.
all you're doing is everybody's sitting at 60.
There's not going to be a change up here.
So they're losing time to chase down that limit. But saying that, this car's going to be off the track pretty quickly. Just got to get back into the pit lane using the tow vehicle. So that'll be the only way we will know what is cracking in terms of how quickly this happens. It is all dependent on how quickly this full course yellow goes in. 21 minutes left of racing to go. If they can get it in, and we start racing again at the next lap, for instance.
Yeah.
There is still the possibility that as we have a look at our AC Motorsport car with Devon aboard it, there's the 548. We chatted to them down in pit lane earlier on in the race. 548, that's many developments. Looking to move themselves up the field. Some good racing we've seen from them throughout the day in terms of in the traffic and in and around traffic. Some cars taking advantage here. 532 coming to the pits for either a bit of repairs. It can't be a driver change.
Can't be a driver change, no.
That's already been done.
And there is a possibility that they also need to take into account that they're going to lose time in pits right now. It's not going to be. You're not going to gain time in the pits.
We've got it all hooked up and they're starting to move it. Whether they're going to go, are they going to go right into the slipway?
I think they'll go right into the slipway. Yes, they would do.
That would seem like a good idea. No, they didn't go right.
No, they're coming straight.
They're coming straight.
They're going to go to the pit lane and
then whip them into the pit lane. So with 20 minutes left to go, and turning lap times 3 seconds lap faster, are you going to be able to catch 34 seconds?
No, not a chance.
10 laps at 3.
Nope.
3 seconds lap faster. You don't think? Oh, they won't get 10 laps.
Traffic.
In 20 minutes.
Traffic.
Traffic does go both ways.
Yeah, but traffic's going to be a problem for you to close. I can tell you right now.
Fair enough.
You're not going to close that gap down with traffic.
Cars leaving
you've got
the
clear
circuit.
air, different story. But you've got. All right, so we're now sitting with 20 minutes to go. We've got 5 cars tired, and make that the 6th car out of a field of 62 cars after 7.5 hours of racing.
Well, that just shows
pretty
the
impressive.
quality of these cars.
That's pretty impressive.
8 hours of racing, and we still got the majority of the field out on track. We can expect to go racing green anytime soon. The car has left the circuit.
Yep.
Elvis has left the building, and there we go. We can hear the noise change.
Green flags.
Green flags are a go. We are racing once again. SRS
FGY. Full green.
Full green yellow,
so
no.
FCG.
Full course green.
Yeah, full course green.
Yeah.
FCG. Put the FCG boards out.
There we go, FCG. Back on track we go as Beverleek. And we're looking at now, that is our race leader. 2 minutes and
Potential
24
winner as
second.
well.
2 minutes and 24 second lead. Did you just say that?
Yeah, potential winner. I've got to say that.
Say it again.
Potential winner.
Cool.
I'm not giving the commentators.
Just want to make sure
Where
you said
is
it.
your team, by the way? I'm looking to see where 427's got to.
My team's
they've
out,
disappeared.
right?
They're gone.
They crashed.
Oh, man.
My team crashed.
Yeah, there they are. Down there.
They came up
They're
to
still,
third.
They're still going to be classified in 52nd place at this
Speed
point
buff?
in time. Yeah, your speed
They were my
buff team,
guys.
your speed buff team, unfortunately, let you down there.
Hey, they were boffins at one stage, though. They were definitely on for a podium, but unfortunately, there is a car that we're looking for though. 5 or 6 no limits. He has got some big push.
He's got to put no limits into everything he does right
Everything.
now.
Full send down the inside.
Get in there.
Into the S's.
There it is.
Win it or bin it. I think that is the attitude.
Pretty
Win
much
it
right
or
now.
bin it.
He's not going to win it, but he can catch second.
Yeah.
He can catch second. So BGSL will be doing exactly the same thing. They're going to push it hard to ensure that they do not lose second place.
And the traffic is going to be the traffic, though. It's all going to be
That's the biggest
everybody.
problem you're going to have right now.
It's how quickly you're going to get through.
It's like, do you want to get home from work and going through Galudis?
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
You're not going to get home in time.
Oh, that's brave. Inside into mineshaft. Better hope that driver knows you're there. Oh, he does.
He does.
Where are you going to go to now? You're in the middle. Are you going to thread? Are you going to thread the needle?
And
Get off the brake.
Inside. Nicely done. No, he's got him. No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't. Didn't get off the brake fast enough.
Squeeze him into 14 and 2.
Yeah. Ooh, did you see the curb?
First time we've hit the curb hard there. That's the first time we've seen a little bit of two-wheeled action coming out of Cheetah. Nice sort of move.
Yeah, there we go. On the par they go. Down the main straight. He's going to get 2 into 1. Yeah, protection is just in front of him. So not only have they passed protection, they've actually gained a lap on it.
They're going to get a lap on protection.
Incorrect. I was incorrect. It's not protection in front of them. That's a different car. Protection just came past our commentary box now.
Oh, no, it's not.
Oh, full send on the inside from Lick the Stamp, centered. Daniel Ricciardo, done. That was a 489 that he got past there.
489 is the Milo Racing 489 car.
So that is job done. We're watching 5 or 6 so intently on the monitors because that is the only chase really in the podium at the moment. It is the no limits.
Oh, and he's just gone no track limits as well.
All of track limits.
No track limits. They're going to be sent his way for that little maneuver.
In his defense, his inside wheels were still inside their white line though.
There was 4 wheels off there completely. If we got that in slow-mo, you'll see it. All 4 wheels were off the track at that point. So there could be a no track track limits
track
warning.
limits for no limits.
For no limits.
I don't think the name will save them either. There's our 423 missing half the front of the car after a bit of argy-bargy throughout today.
Yeah. GDL white.
Yeah.
The GDL white car. Nice run from them. That's, of course, our... There's 3 GDL... There's actually 4 GDL teams, but the 3 of the GDL teams are piloted by Japanese teams, which is great to see. The white car, the red car, and the orange car, all part and parcel of a 5-man Japanese team, so 15-man contingent there for GDL.
A nice mix of drivers as well. Japanese, French, Belgian, South African.
Couple of British guys in there as well.
I did see a few British drivers as well, yeah. So a nice mix of drivers throughout this field. 62 cars started, 58 still circulate, I think, if I'm not mistaken. 57 still circulate.
Exactly.
Oh, that's threading the needle if I've ever seen that. That's
He's done it nicely. But you see, he's in cars that he knows he can get around easily, so that's why he's able to sort of maneuver
place where he
through.
wants to, yeah.
And also, I think at this point in time, race control have probably told marshals these are the 3 cars that you need to be warning with blue flags, so that there's no,
funny incidents towards the end.
loss of control or blocking by these drivers, because that'll just turn into something horrible right now. You don't want that.
Yeah, with the amount of push, especially coming from No Limits Racing 5 or 6. What is the gap now? It's still 1 lap. We haven't seen them cross the line yet. So once they cross the line, we'll know.
36 seconds. 36 seconds they have to make up, and they've got 15 minutes to go. They're doing 207s. GSL doing 13. So they're doing 6 seconds a lap quicker.
That was a massive pull-in. We were down to 24 from 36.
6 seconds a lap quicker for the next 15 minutes.
It's game on.
It's going to be enough.
Well,
it could be
24 at the moment. It was 31 after the full course yellow, was it not? 32. So they've taken 7 seconds out of them in the last 2 laps.
No, they can get there. Let's keep an eye on that gap. We're watching the battle unfold here for second place with this man, or this team of men. Chatted to one of them earlier on in the day. Quite confident, even though they'd done some kind of a miss on the car that was just cutting the car out in weird positions. Normally through left-handers is what we picked up on. But let's see whether or not they can keep it all together now as they head down into the battleground, looking for that BGSL car out front ahead of them. How far ahead is he? Berbalik going into the S's.
4.56 our race leader. And probably race winner.
Doing it by the numbers as well. 4.56. To get top of the 1, 2, 3, and he did it as 4.56. Not a bad play. A lot of times I watch MotoGP, and you know how many times I wanted to phone into the commentators and say, do you realize that there is every single version of the number 3 other than 13 involved in MotoGP? You've got 23, you've got 33, you've got 43, you've got 53, you've got 63, you've got 73, 83, 93.
What happened there?
A little touch there going through.
Without a second place driver.
Yeah, I think.
That's a fact I never thought about, Greg. I'll be dead honest. 23, 33.
43, 53, 63, 73, 83, 93, all involved in MotoGP.
And no self-respecting
And when they
racing
fight,
drivers.
they don't pick up on it. And I'm like, it's the battle of the threes, guys. The only car that's not there is 13, but that's because no rider wants to run.
No self-respecting rider will
well,
ever run
other than
13.
Brian Kappa. But, and he rode it well. Kappa used to use it all the time.
That's true.
Lucky for some.
Lucky for some.
Yeah, depends on how you what your feeling is. Let's see what this man can do. 278.
He had a lot of traffic.
And he's pushing hard with traffic there.
212 versus
Down
207.5.
to 19 seconds. It's down to 19. There's the gap. Look at that. He's up to Leeuwkop and he's heading to the S's.
Oh,
that's how small the gap is. So
he's taking a lot of time very quickly.
If
through
you
the
know the
traffic.
track, if you know the track right now, you look across on the left-hand side, you see the car going down the hill.
Yes.
You see the car going down the hill. That's the car you want to catch, and you'll be able to see it.
And that car going down the hill is going to be looking.
You might not get to see him going into the bowl because unfortunately it's a little bit more blind when you go into the sweep down at the bottom. But then look at that. That's the leader coming through the S's. So that's the gap that GSL have got to make on this.
No, that's definitely not fair.
The lead car is
Berbalik
pretty
without
much
any issues, bar the shouting, has pretty much made this their race.
They're in the pound seats right now, or in the Euros.
But we were talking about how quickly these cars have got brake lights. The first time I've seen it. How quickly a driver gets through lap traffic is going to make the difference in terms of gap, and it looks like that 506 no limit is taking no prisoners and getting through the traffic, and that is where a 212 again for 278 GSL BGSL. If we do another 207, they just crossed the line now. There goes 506. That gap's almost under 10.
It's going to come down to less than 10, yeah. Less than 10 there for sure. Just wait for it to reshuffle. Hold tight, it'll reshuffle now.
It's not less than 10. It's 8, 17, 16. My maths is terrible.
Might have been traffic though.
It was definitely in traffic. We did watch a few passes there, but in the same vein, so is GSL.
Yeah.
So a 282 versus a 212, so he's taken 4 seconds out of the game.
And he got held up there big time in Sunset, eh? Held up properly through Sunset there.
Oh, this is going to be the race to the end. 10 minutes to go. What is our gap down to? We're waiting for everything to reshuffle to show us. But
waiting for it to reshuffle. It's not quite on the reshuffle yet. There you go. He's into Clubhouse and he's into Sunset. That's the gap now.
It's about 13, 14
those two cars
seconds.
headed to the S's are the BGSL car and the car that got in his way through Sunset.
So it's 15 seconds
Speaking
at the
of getting
moment.
cars in the way, that's not where you want to get a car.
He's going to send it. He's going to send it.
Get on the inside. Get in.
Send it.
Go. Nicely
Sent
done.
it.
Brilliantly done. Brilliantly done. That's exactly what you want to do. When we spoke about it earlier on.
When in doubt, flat out.
Yeah, no, but when you've got an overtaking opportunity like this at this point in the race, you have to go for it. You cannot back out.
Which we saw GSL go. Oops.
Exactly. He came out of it through Sunset and held on. Thinking, hang on a second, I don't want a chance to tag the back of the car that could potentially ruin my chances of a podium.
I mean, that's definitely still a half a second loss. He's only just got a pass now.
Yeah, he's only got past now. That's
down the mine
6
shaft.
corners. 6 corners to get through on the car that he caught at Sunset.
506 coming down the mine shaft now.
506 is not holding back. He's not even concerned about cars in front of him. He's going to go right through them if he has to.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Watching the background.
Are we going to see him in shot? Just about no.
Almost.
I think next lap you'll see him.
Almost.
Ooh, I don't know. I think you were right.
The long shot here could give us it,
Yeah.
So
I think I'm on the long shot side.
Our director, if he's listening and can hear us here, we could possibly get the long shot down towards Crowthorne. There's a very good chance that we'll see the second place car being caught by the third place car.
They're on the same straight at the moment. They're going to Crowthorne.
So they're into Crowthorne. Watching the background. There he is. Coming out of the kink.
Another 4 seconds he took out
Coming
that
out
lap.
of the kink. Yeah, he's on it. So we're down to
He
eight
is
and a half.
absolutely
eight and a half-
flying.
8.5 minutes to go. And less than, what are we looking at?
It's 10 seconds.
It's
10 seconds. It's exactly 10 seconds.
Yeah.
127 to 137. It's 9.7 seconds.
It's going to be tight.
Ooh, but he's doing 4 seconds a lap. He's got 4 laps left to go.
Yeah, he's doing 7. No, he's doing 5 seconds a lap.
Well, this last lap was 5
seconds a lap.
His
Quicker
average was
than
4.
The second. Yeah, then the second place car.
Ooh, it's going to be...
But there's traffic. He's got traffic.
It's going to be tight.
He has got traffic to negotiate now.
Please
3 cars
explain
ahead
to
of
me.
him.
Please explain to me how after 8 hours of racing, this is the conversation we're having.
It's great. Eh?
It's going down to the last lap.
Tell me how good endurance racing is.
I love it.
This is what it's all about.
I absolutely love it.
That's the beauty of the sport. You think to yourself, oh, no. Sometimes it doesn't work out this way. Sometimes you get a guy who ends up 5 laps ahead and doesn't even have to worry about anything. He can literally climb out the car and push it around.
But it's the one form of racing I've always wanted to do and never had the opportunity to. It's the one form of racing, like...
Now you have.
Devin, are you listening?
10.2 is the gap.
10.2. I worked it out to 9.7. My maths is terrible. He's going to catch these guys into...
That's what I'm worried about.
Into mineshaft. Let's see how brave he is.
If he can get through on at least 2 of them.
2 before the start of the next lap.
And then use them for the slipstream down the main straight, that's going to give him an advantage.
He's going to be done through Crocodile. I mean, not through Crocodile, through Cheetah. Here we go.
And he's
First
catching
move
the
through
love
Cheetah.
That's how close it is. So there is the car through Cheetah. And 1, 2, 3, 5th car in sight.
Okay, he's going to do it here. Last corner is 1. Lovebug down the main straight. The next 2 thereafter.
Into Crowthorne.
Yep.
And then he's only got 1 car to negotiate before he gets to the man he's looking to close down on.
Okay, let's see what the gap. Let's see the lap time.
Just looking to see what the team's saying.
Team's just saying nothing.
BGSL on the walls, giving it absolute horns, saying, come on, push.
And there's not a single
There you
no
go.
limits person.
BGSL into Crowthorne, and no limits. 2
Down
cars
the
back.
inside.
2 cars back.
Into
up the left,
Crowthorne. Let's
inside
hope
of
these 2
Lovebug.
don't trip. Oh, he's going to have to do it through the S's. Oh, he's going to go around the outside of 1.
You'll get through Yuxka here.
There's 1. He's going to have to get another 1.
And can he get him
on
to
the inside?
Get on the curb. Get on the curb. Nicely
Have
done.
all of it, boy.
Oh, that's brilliant stuff.
Okay, that's
Well
some brave.
driven.
That's some brave.
That is fantastic driving. There's the car he's got to hunt down. He's now got him in his sights.
6 minutes left to go,
man,
baby.
what a way to go. This is the way to finish up 8 hours of racing. Come on now. No limits, giving it absolutely no limit whatsoever here to close down on BGSL by SRS. This is the fight for second. Burbalik basically have got this sewn up. They're probably going to be coming across the line any second now. That's the gap that they've got, and they've done an incredible job to try and hang on for the win here. But second place is not done.
That's also going to be something that comes into play is where Burbalik is to cross the start finish line.
Yeah.
So where they cross the start finish line in terms of the check it is also going to make a difference. What?
Limits was sideways through the S.
I missed it. What's he
Limits
talking to you?
was sideways to the S, sliding into the second S.
But he can see the car. That's
sliding
why he's
into the
hungry.
second S. Man, he can just he can smell that car now. He can taste it.
He's sliding that car all over the place. First sector, 40.6.
Those motor fumes are coming out of the car. Unbelievable. Yeah, no, 40.6 with traffic. It's down to 6 seconds.
Oof.
6.5 make it.
5 minutes left to go.
Probably less than that
2
now
laps.
as they come into the bowl.
It's 2 laps to go.
Down into Crocodiles. Here they come. Unbelievable stuff.
What driving from this no limits car. They've had issues throughout the day. They were leading. They got penalized for a unfair release.
They've had
Unsafe release.
4 stops on track where the cars just died.
just died.
That we've picked up on, and there might be more. You know, we didn't pick up on all of them.
Yeah.
There's definitely been some kind of a miss on that car. It's not missing right now, though.
Ooh, track limits, though.
It is absolutely flying.
We haven't seen a warning for track limits just yet.
So
4 minutes left to go.
And
They
teammate,
start.
hello. Teammate
Is
coming into
teammate
play.
there? Come, baby.
There is a no-limit
Show
racing
us.
car on front there.
Where is the Minister of Defence when you need him?
Oh, can we please get on the radio? Toto. Can we let him through? Toto. Are we allowed to say that? No, we're not allowed to say
No,
that.
I don't think we're allowed to say that.
What's the other guy's name from McLaren?
Zach Brown.
Zach, let him through. Zach.
Or it's, what was the most infamous one was the Sergio Perez for Red Bull, Christian Horner.
No, yeah, let's not go there. That was horrible.
But let's move forward.
Yeah,
We're
please
looking now.
move out
We've
the way
got
because
2
Max
laps
is coming.
left to go.
And that's
4
the 2 cars
minutes.
fighting for second.
And here are the 2 cars fighting for second. There will definitely be another lap after this, that's for sure. Let's see how the Minister of Defence comes out for BGSL.
As I
BGSL
said to you
Racing, they're
when
on
you asked
the
me,
wall.
As I said to you when you asked me, can I come and do some endurance racing? And I said, yeah, let's go and do this FunCup because Kyalami wants us to come and have some fun here. We've had fun.
Absolutely.
But this is going to turn into something completely unique. And what a way to finish off the inaugural FunCup here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. 2 cars fighting, less than 4 seconds between them, and still a bit of traffic to negotiate ahead of them. And the traffic is a fight for honours on the track between those cars themselves as well. They're also in their own little battle.
All we need now is this grey cloud above us to open up on the last lap. And it would have been scripted perfectly.
No, that would be ideal finish to a Kyalami endurance race.
Quick Joburg thunderstorm just to end it off as we head down into Crocodile. There's 3 cars tripping over each other in front of our current second place car. He's going to pick for the outside.
I think that might be
It is Iceman.
It's Iceman coming into play here.
Iceman coming into play. He's looking for a move. BGSL looked for the inside, but they actually lost time doing that.
They've lost huge
got No
time.
Limits all over the back of
No
him.
Limits is on his tail.
He's going for the inside.
Here we go.
He's going for the inside.
Inside line, he's got him.
It's 3 abreast.
Can they get in the inside? He's got the curb. He's going to run slightly wide,
Oh,
and
hip
he's going to
patrol
just squeeze through. He's up there. Second place done. No Limits into second place. What a move there from the No Limits team. And BGSL, they must just be
With a
deflated.
lap to
Can you
go.
just imagine going, what on earth just happened?
You can actually see them on the wall if we look over here. So BGSL unfortunately losing second place in this race to No Limits, but it's Babalik that's out in the front. It's not over yet for No Limits. He's still got to get through a bit of traffic with a lap still to go.
Yeah, no, we have to keep an eye out on Babalik and whether the checkered flag is going to come out for him because he might be on the last lap, in fact. No, there's still 2 minutes to go, so he'll still have to do an additional lap.
He'll be starting his last lap now.
This will probably get the last lap board.
Unless
There he comes.
there he is.
Let's have a look and see if they put that last lap board out. Do they?
Yeah.
No, they don't.
So it must be this
No,
plus
no
another
last
lap.
So it's going to be this one plus one more. So that's going to, No Limits could have taken their time.
unless the flag comes out now as it goes to 0.
Unless it goes, that's the other thing I'm not quite sure of. If the flag comes out at 8 hours.
There we go. Last lap board is out now. So last lap board is out. So the leader is on the final lap.
Yeah.
Here we see everybody climbing the fence to say congratulations to their drivers.
So Babalik with the last lap board. He'll know he's on the last lap as well, I'm sure, by now. And we'll just keep an eye out, of course, on his progress and the team's progress. They've done such a good job there. Hats off to the 4, 5, 6
But quietly done a good job.
Yeah, but
no drama, not involved in any issues.
Yeah, very under the radar.
Yes, under the radar for sure. I mean, we were calling all sorts of other teams to be we thought No Limits 506 had this all in the bag as I watched a bolt of lightning shoot down from the sky right before we go into the over mid-rand.
Lovely stuff. Fortunately, we're going south, so we don't have to worry about that later. Coming up on the GDL orange car, around the outside.
Not at the last lap, don't do.
Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Yeah, you'll get past him.
Okay, fair enough.
Won't be any problem.
Saw him coming. All good, all good.
Late on the brakes up into turn, what is it, 10? To turn 10.
Yeah, the sunset is starting to affect them. What I thought was a brake light was actually just the shimmer of the sun going through the windscreens.
Thank you.
So the sunset definitely starting to make a difference as they go up the hill there. So at least they got to experience that. Our European drivers that came to visit us.
It's been a spectacular event, ladies and gents, and thank you so much for your support. BGSL hanging on for what is going to be a third place finish. But hats off to Jean-Luc Babalik and his team as they come through to possibly wrap up the first and inaugural FunCup. It's the World's End Cup here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. And Jean-Luc Babalik, Simon Gachet, Jim Pla, and Sylvain Noel are going to be coming through. The checkered flag is on standby. Here comes your lead car.
No,
and they missed him.
They missed him.
They missed him, but the checkered flag did come out, so they will be. That will give him the victory. Well done. Congratulations to Team Babalik for the win there. Jean-Luc Babalik, Simon Gachet, Jim Pla, and Sylvain Noel taking the victory there. Well done. Here is the 506 car still in the fight.
With a couple of left-handers still to do.
How far back is GSL?
Oh, you can't even see them in shot.
Yeah, they're not even there. All right, so second place should be on the cards here for them. No worries for No Limits. Well done.
There's a couple of left-handers still left in this lap. Greg,
are you going to do this thing?
First.
Are you seriously going to do this?
I'm trying to save you.
You're going to just chuck here in a little bit of fun and games at the end. Thanks a lot for that. All right, so let's get into No Limit Racing there. 506. 506, of course, is Benjamin Hanque, Kevin Balthazar, Ivan Giltare, and the Clamart Ultron, who of course have piloted that car. They've got one other driver which Carl went down to get information on and never came back with the correct information. Well done, Carl. Thanks for that. But there we go, second place on the inside of our McDonald's car. He had some issues earlier on, got that sorted out. They managed to come through. But stand by as second place makes its way to the line for the No Limit Racing team. Well done to the 506 from No Limit. They had a magnificent, they possibly had a victory on the cards a long time ago. But they come to the wall to celebrate with their team and take second place in the inaugural Fun Cup here at Kyalami. And it'll be Team BEGSL. What a magnificent run from them as well. The 278 car hanging on for dear life. Remember,
Two drivers.
Disadvantage with the two drivers. They've had to do a huge amount more of work than anybody else had, understandably. But Team BEGSL Racing by SRS is Louis Giesenberg and Evan Becerra coming through there for the third place and final step of the podium for the inaugural Fun Cup, powered by Hankook here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. What an awesome finish to a really fantastic day's racing.
Absolutely. I can't believe that we watched the last lap run for the top three finishes for the podiums here in the Fun Cup. 62 cars on the grid. I haven't seen that many cars on the grid like that since...
62 cars, and we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 6 cars with some problems there. Carl will make his way down into the pit lane. Also did he catch a couple of guys and a couple of interviews downstairs there with the final drivers there, Carl. If you can make your way down there, he's going to go and catch up with the team there from our winning team, of course. And a magnificent effort there from Berbelique for the victory. So hats off to everybody and well done to everybody behind the scenes as well as we wrap things up here from our broadcast at Kyalami Grand Prix. We hope you've enjoyed all the action. A couple of people on the sidelines certainly enjoyed themselves here. Thanks for the support there, guys. That's much appreciated as always. And please keep that support for Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit coming. There is the Berbelique car making its way towards the S's. So you've got some time there, Carl. He's only making his way to the S's. But once again, to have Fun Cup here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit has been magnificent. We've had a lot of fun. We've learnt a lot as well on the way. We spoke about it earlier on in terms of the commentary. Remember, this is the first time that any South African has had a chance to jump on board with live commentary for the race action that happens with the Fun Cup. But having got through the first one, I think it's pretty much indicative that most of the crowd that are involved and the management, as well as all the drivers and teams and friends and fans and family that have come out to South Africa, have had an absolute awesome time here at Kyalami, and I'm sure they're going to be spending a little bit more time around the sights and sounds of South Africa. We chatted to some of the drivers who've already gone and done a few of the probably nearby versions of our magnificent parks and nature reserves that are around. But that's more important right now is to watch this man come through. Probably the team boss that's in the car right now, as we saw earlier on from Team Berbelique. A fantastic effort there from them to wrap it up there. Jean-Luc, of course, the naming rights man behind the team, with Simon Gachet, Jim Pla, and Sylvain Noel taking the victory ahead of No Limit Racing's 506 and BGSL Racing by SRS. Eventually, after 8 hours of racing, the gap between first and second was 1 minute and 32 seconds and 10 seconds further back to the third place car. So literally 1 minute 42 seconds splitting the top three cars after 8 hours of racing. More importantly though, can you believe that we had 62 cars start this race and we've got 58 of them finishing the race as well? Just shows you the kind of caliber of vehicles that they've built with these magnificent little punch buggies, as we've called them all day long. They've had a phenomenal time here in South Africa. Afrique du Sud, as they like to call it in the French language. But phenomenal effort there from them. And they're going to take the top man to the sideline there after his victory. Hopefully we can get him up to the top of the pits as quickly as possible to get our interview with him as Carl made his way down. Carl, if you can hear me in the earphones there, they've parked the winner right at the bottom of pit lane. So you might have to take a little bit of a walk down to the bottom end of the pit lane there to catch up with Jean-Luc. Also, a big thanks to the collaboration between the race control that comes from our international guests as well as our local race control, the COC, of course, Eric Schultz and his team from Kyalami and from the Kyalami Marshals / Swartkop / Red Star and FK circuit collaboration of the Marshals in our Orange Army today. Magnificent job by them. To the AA for the support for the flatbeds that were put to very good use today. And congratulations to all of the associate sponsors that helped us out today as well, particularly in terms of what we had here today in our streaming sponsors. Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit, the OTV group of companies, Uva Mira Wines, and of course the FunCup management as well for a magnificent effort there. There you can see that's the man we need to chat to. I'm just waiting for Carl to catch up with him. And as soon as Carl gets there, we will, of course, catch up with the man who's taken the victory, along with his team there from Berbelique Racing. He's making his way back up there with Alexi from FunCup. I hope they've enjoyed themselves as much as we've enjoyed seeing them go to race and go to battle like they did today. They've certainly put on a phenomenal show, and 8 hours of racing, 62 cars starting, 58 finishing. Magnificent effort. There we go, Carl. That's the guy we need to get hold of. So if you want to grab him there, buddy, we need to get a quick interview there for our final wrap-up. There we go. So I think he just wants to get to his team so that the whole team can be together. It's the best bet, I think, what we need to do. And then we'll find out exactly what the closing words are from the team. There they are, all giving high fives and the correct way to congratulate each other. All right, I can see Carl standing by there to jump in as soon as you're ready, Carl, and if you can let us know there in the studio when he's good to go. We will, of course, get some comments from our winning team for the inaugural FunCup here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. Down to you, Carl.
Right, I'm here with our first inaugural winners of the... mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Are we mic check? Are we good? All right, so I'm here with the winners of the inaugural Kyalami FunCup around your first time here in Africa. Team owner, I want to chat to you. It was a bit of a quiet race for you. Obviously, you get to all of you drivers as we go through, but a bit of a quiet race for you. You kind of snuck your way up into the front and then built a massive lead of over a minute. Tell me, was that more strategy or was that more just having pure pace?
It's the first time in FunCup for us, and the driver and the teammate I make a good job, and the victory, it's first surprise for us.
Well, it's always a pleasant surprise to have a victory in your first time in a car like this. Obviously, you guys are all wearing suits from different series that you all competed in, so you have experience in race cars. What was it like to be out there for the first time for an 8-hour endurance race, just having fun here in the FunCup?
No, honestly, the car was amazing. It was the first time in the car, and I really enjoyed it. So maybe we'll come back in that car, maybe for Daytona. That was nice. The only driver that know the track was Simon, because he did the GTC in GT3 a few years ago. So we know a bit more the track than us. But yeah, we were quite well. The strategy was perfect. I think we managed really well the full course yellow. That's why we gained a lot of advantage, I think, at the end because of that. So yeah, really enjoy it, and yeah, we won. So that's mega.
Oh, it's easy to enjoy when you've won, and obviously the racing was fun up until that point. I'm sure you would have enjoyed it even though you didn't win. You said to me Simon was a driver that's driven this track before. Simon, I want to grab you. You've driven this track in a GT3 car. You've now driven it in a FunCup. Give me a comparison between the two if you can.
They have no comparison. Yes, I was there 4 years ago in GT3 in the IGTC, and then it was a new challenge for us, and second time for me in this car, and we just had pleasure during 8 hours. It was just fun with all my mates.
Oh, that's unbelievable. Come here for your first time out of the car, and you take your inaugural win. So congratulations to you, and congratulations to the team. And nice to see you guys out here and just enjoying it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, buddy.
All right, well, we'll leave you to enjoy the party in Africa. That was our winners here at the inaugural Kyalami FunCup. They'll be moving on to the next round in Lamar, as well as a few other circuits. But hopefully you see them back here soon, and gracing our circuits here in Southern Africa with the FunCup.
Well, ladies and gents, that's a wrap from us here and our production team at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. Thank you so much for a fantastic day. We'll have a quick look at the final results. Of course, this is the unofficial results as it stands. We've got Berbalik taking the victory over No Limit Racing 506. BGSL is there in third place ahead of Hennessy Motors at LADC. Food Lovers by M3M in fifth place. Protection Unit by DDK in 6th place. BH Motors come through for 7th. 8th place was underscore 8KSW Racing 285. LADC 543 and No Limit Racing 298 in 10th place overall. So No Limits basically in 2nd and 10th. And then, of course, into 11th place. And then from here, we're going to go, of course, into the Eurodata car. AC Motorsport, that is SA's top runners there. They finished up in 12th place. That was Devin Robertson, Mikael Patamba, and Damien Hammond. Great effort there from them. 8KSW Racing 286 finished in 13th. APM Monaco in M3M in 14th. Ores Systemic in 15th place with BR Team 1 by No Limits. Then 16th SKR by Marcel. Then Vabere Racing, great effort there from them. 2 of the drivers in that car. And of course one was our South African driver Jonathan Thomas. Milo Racing 489. And then 20th place SGRT by .be. Then into the last page of our results, taking you to the 34th position on track. Schumacher AC Motorsport in 21st place. Stag Racing, that is another South African contingent, of course, made up of Nick Adcock, Michael Jensen, Stessa Anakus, and a magnificent effort there from them. Monaco Hub by M3M, I beg your pardon, in 23rd. The Magic Pocket car in 24th ahead of Ores School. Then the Come To You Racing car in 26th. 27th place went to TFE by 4 race. LADC 431 in 28th. Good effort there from them in 29th, beating out 2 of the Oros Ores teams, the Atesi BMA and Le Sout Racing in 31st. Milo Racing 480, magnificent effort from that car. Had a massive crash, lots of damage to the car, got it fixed and eventually finished up into 32nd place overall, beating Grau by SKR and No Limit Racing 440. Let's have a quick squiz at some highlights now as we get into the closing bit. As we're just standing by now, and an awesome job from everybody else out on the circuit as well. Fantastic effort there from them. Thank you so much for everybody else that has put in an effort here of note to get FunCup to South Africa. Here we go to have a quick look at the FunCup from about halfway through the day's racing. No worries at all, no worries. Looks like we might have a little bit of issue there with playback, but we'll hang tight. As soon as we get that we'll sort it out, we'll give you a quick highlights package of what went down over the last couple of laps around here. There is the cars all parked in there. Unbelievably, 62 cars started this race. And, of course, we now have 58 of them completing all 8 hours. So as soon as we're good to go, I will take you through a quick highlights of the day. In case you missed anything during the day's racing, it has been a pretty spectacular day here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. We've certainly enjoyed all the aspects that have brought FunCup here. Starting out, of course, in 2019 with the negotiation process that took place with the management from FunCup and Kyalami to bring them along to be part and parcel of an opening. No worries at all. Unfortunately, if you haven't been able to see, you don't have to worry, because the beauty about doing this on social media is that you can go and rewind and watch everything. So don't even worry about catching it. If you want to catch the action, most of the action sort of took place in the first 2 hours. And then if you fast forward through to about 3 3 hours to go. There was a bit of action there as well, but particularly the best part of the day, I think, happened in the last half an hour. So do yourselves a favor, pass on this information to all your friends, fans, and family around the world. Please like and share the post as well on Facebook and on the YouTube page. Subscribe to Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. Please support them. They're bringing international motorsport back to South Africa. And from our side, it has been an absolute honor and privilege to be here. On behalf of my fellow commentator, Carl Lawrence, our entire production team, and a magnificent effort there from everybody else out on the circuit, our cameramen, and of course the producers and directors in the background that gave us all the additional information that we were trying to find. Remember, this is the first time this has ever been done in South Africa. It's certainly the first time that Carl and I had a chance to try and remember and work out exactly who all 200 drivers were in the space of 8 hours. We certainly hope you've enjoyed it. It was fun for us. It's certainly FunCup. It wasn't sun's out, fun's out, but we definitely had great fun here with FunCup at Kyalami. From our side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.